this facility off the grid to train the next generation of Spartans. To be a Spartan, you must become the impossible.
Greetings, Spartan. It would be my pleasure to serve at your side.
Flag taken. An electric kill. Cluster luck.
On your feet, Spartan.
Ninja.
Zone captured.
Master Chief recovered something.
Sacred ring. Halo. When I touched the object, it felt different.
What does one do with a superhuman you're not sure you can trust?
Find the halo, win the war.
The HCS Mexico Super is presented by Astro Gaming, AMD, and Paramount Plus.
Hello everyone, we are back for day number 2 and it's going to be a very exciting day here at the MX Super for HCS. I am so excited about the LATAM region and what they've had to offer so far. We had an exceptional day of pool play yesterday. My name's Van Prague and I'm going to be with you today and tomorrow, and I also have 2 very special gentlemen here who are going to analyze everything. They're going to be casting. They're on the mics all day pretty much. I have Onse and Brav with me. I've got to say, duo, I'm very happy to have you to start off the day. I think this is going to be wicked, especially going through basically everything that we saw yesterday. And let's just kick it off because my goodness, day 1 was such a warm welcome into LATAM and what they have on offer right now at the Super. Pool play was wicked. Look, we saw an incredible couple of game 5s happening. Reverse sweep pretty much to set off the day. It was awesome. Onse, I've got to ask you, man, like, how impressed were you by LATAM and really what they have to offer for day 1 in pools?
Very impressive, and understandably so, is what I expected to see. Some crazy individual skill, crazy individual plays, and some really good teamwork from some of our best teams that we do have in the region too. My standout team, without doubt, was Knights. They have won every single tournament so far, and from watching them play yesterday, you can see exactly why as well. It's not just the crazy individual plays, like I mentioned, it's the teamwork, their baiting and switching, their ability to move around the map as a pack as well, and clutch up those tight moments. Has been a lot of fun to watch. So Knights have been the standout, but there's been a lot of stories to talk about, and I think today's going to be even better.
Yeah, there's tons of stories, right? I mean, we could literally have, I would say, a couple of chapters already of this book of this MX Super written and ready to go, because my goodness, we had some close upsets happening. We had some potential kind of wins coming forward, but I think a couple of different dark horses coming through here as well. Brav, I mean, let's talk about Cinta Negra as well as so many different other teams who are kind of really putting in a lot of effort in pool play of day 1.
Yeah, Cinta Negra is a team really that we're keeping an eye on just because of the way that they came into this. Keep in mind, they're coming in with the 8th seed. So as we talked about yesterday, the team that you did not expect to be in our winners quarterfinals today is certainly a team that if you were just looking at the history of these teams, you would have expected them to be in the Elimination Round 1. Instead, they sit in the winners quarterfinals, which means we will see them in just a little bit coming up.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing, honestly. I'm really excited to see exactly how these are going to work out, but this is how the pools worked out yesterday. We had 2 pools. It's not the 4 as we're used to, but 2 pools of very competitive games. You can see Knights and Timbers Esports taking their pools pretty convincingly 3-0. But like we talked about, Cinta Negra in Pool A, 2-1. They actually took Cruelty out in one of their series with absolutely amazing stuff. Cruelty coming in as the 2nd seed of Pool A. And the seeding here, you know, quite significantly higher than our dark horse Cinta Negra there as well. And then Rebel was the actual team who did take the reverse sweep. Insane stuff against Legends Never Die, proven to actually die on certain occasions. However, they have a chance of redemption today heading into our championship bracket as well. But really great stuff and some incredible storylines to also follow here. I'm just excited to see how some of our teams can really push the boundaries coming into the champ bracket today. Obviously, we have the safety net of the elimination bracket, but let's see how it works. How does this thing go down? Here is the format for championship brackets. Now, we have 10 teams. It's double elimination. Of course, I did mention that safety net, which is the elimination bracket. We have 8 pool play to get to this point, but we had 2 teams in the open bracket. They're going to be starting in the elimination bracket as they don't have a safety net. It's go hard or go home, but we're going to see how far they can get and maybe get into that grand final position. But this is really what they're fighting for here, folks. Obviously, there's a lot of prize money, but that top 3 spot, you guys qualify for pool play at Kansas City. This is the major. This is the LAN that you want to get to. So there's a lot on the line here. I did mention cash. Let's talk about it. How much is on the line? We got $50,000 on the line. That is a crazy amount. LATAM right now, they're rubbing their hands together, this region on set. I mean, that is a lot of money to be competing for.
A lot of cheddar, which makes the games even more intense. It's a huge amount of money for the region, and it's without doubt the biggest pool that they've had so far in Halo Infinite. So if you wanted a little bit more extra spice added to your games, knowing that you could be playing potentially a $2,000 game, you know, even more than that, a $5,000 game when we get later in the bracket, or even, you know, as you can see at the top there, a $9,000 game in that grand final, then that's what you're going to be looking forward to, right? A huge prize pool, and it gives the players even more to play for.
Very, very true. And Rob, you're our Spanish kind of speaker here. How many pesos is that?
Let's see. Well, luckily I'm no currency expert, but I'm pretty sure $50,000 USD. I'm pretty sure that's over $1 million Mexican pesos. So over $1 million pesos to play for here for these players, which is pretty amazing.
That is pretty amazing. I appreciate the currency translation there, but absolutely amazing stuff. Let's have a look at the schedule and see what is coming your way so far today. We have a couple of matches on the board that we have obviously in our winners bracket, but we have Rebel versus Cruelty and Cinta Negra versus Legends Never Die. Those are our first two matches, and as you can see, this schedule is getting filled in real time with you guys at home and with us on the broadcast. So we're going to be watching exactly what's going on, and we will fill you in through the brackets as well. But make sure you are tuning in all day, folks, and I'll give you one very good reason, if not multiple reasons why, but this one is pretty special. We have Twitch drops happening. You guys have to just tune in and you can get your hands on some free stuff. We've got a Whose World Is This emblem coming to you guys. Drops are available, of course, all weekend, and all you have to do is watch on Twitch, twitch.tv/Halo or twitch.tv/Halo_ES. Super, super simple. Now, with obviously drops enabled, I'm going to drop things right into the mix here with our brackets. And Unset Brav, let's talk through them, because obviously this is exactly the journey that our teams need to go on. We're going to start with the winners bracket, and really let's have a talk about some of the storylines that are coming forward here, because we've got two massive titans already solidified in their semi-finals. Okay, I'm not too worried about them right now. I'm more worried about the winners quarterfinals and who's going to be coming out of those. I think that's a big storyline here. And talking about that, Brav, you know, I think Cinta Negra is one that we have our eye on here versus Legends Never Die. Legends Never Die really had a tough time yesterday. I think we saw moments of brilliance and moments where they could have clutched up, but they failed to do so. So really a storyline evolving here about which team can really make a run.
Yeah, just to give you an idea, as we said, Cinta Negra with the 8th seed coming in, Legends Never Die, that's LLNM, Las Leyendas No Mueren. Coming in with the 6th seed, but not really the performance they wanted. But it's worth noting that the Legends Never Die squad right now is the strongest of the bottom 4. They by far have the best record. So if there's anyone who's going to give Cinta Negra or any of the top 4 a fight, it's going to be LLNM.
Yes, I think so as well. I think Legends Never Die have a lot of potential here, and I think they have to clean up a couple of things. But then obviously in our other winners quarters, we do have Rebel versus Cruelty. Cruelty fell short yesterday slightly, I think. You know, they were just under 9th in the seeding in terms of their pools in Pool A, but they did fall short. And I'm kind of like worried about this team, because Rebel coming off a reverse sweep as well, they showed resilience here. Onset, what do you think the chances are in this quarters?
I think it's going to be one of the tightest games that we're going to see all broadcast long. I think these two teams know how much this game means as well. It's an opportunity to go on to face Knights in that winners semi-finals, but also to send a team who you could potentially see as one of your very close rivals down to the elimination bracket, and maybe get a few steps ahead of them if unfortunately you go against Knights and you didn't get the result that you wanted. So it's a massive game for all of the players who are involved in both of these winners quarterfinals. And I'm kind of looking at Cruelty. I thought yesterday maybe things weren't quite clicking in the way they wanted to. They need to step up today. I think they have the ability to do so. They've shown the skills on display for everyone to see that they can do it, but Rebel is going to be a tough cookie to take down.
100%, it is going to be a tough cookie. You're going to have to bite into that one with a lot of strength if you want to eat that cookie and go on to the semi-finals. But talking about the elimination bracket, you did mention it just a second ago on set. Let's have a look at who we've got in Elimination Round 1. Of course, this is the kind of building blocks into our bracket here, and who's going to be going forward into the rest of our schedule. Now, just to note, I did mention it in the format, but we had 2 teams that went through the open bracket to be here in the elimination bracket today, and that's Ignis Esports and Team Smog. Big note here, bravo, because there's a little bit of a balance happening here. We got 2 teams who've been bumped down, but 2 teams are just starting their journey right now.
Yeah, I mean, these guys have everything to play for. Ignis and Team Smog. Keep in mind, their opponents are 0-9 in the case of C9 Cinta Negra and 1-9 in the case of Alter Esports. So these teams might come in flat today. They might come in pretty demoralized. Not many wins to show on the scoreboard. It's a big opportunity for Ignis and Team Smog to strike hard and strike early.
Yeah, I think honestly they don't have a lot to lose here. I think that's a huge momentum kind of build up for them coming through this. So I'm really excited to follow their journey and see how far they can get and potentially get into that grand final spot as they rebound towards the end of the elimination bracket. Now, let's mention a couple of teams that we want to keep our eyes on. And look, it's hard to not look at them, isn't it? It really is hard to not look at two of our top teams here who really had quite the day yesterday in pool play. And the first one's got to be Knights. I mean, my goodness, the dominance. And I think that is the only buzzword right now for it. It really was such a dominant performance yesterday. The pace, the aggression, the speed from this roster, it really kind of reminds me a little bit of Cloud9 back in North America. And that's such a dangerous comparison to make if you are on the opposite side of it. Onset, what did you make of Knight's performance yesterday?
It was dominant, and I know that Dan was kind of jibing me because I used that word about 1,000 times. So I've actually opened a thesaurus page today to make sure there's other options available for me to use. But I'm gonna talk about these guys, and rightly so, because they were dominant, right? Atso, Drift, Tapping Buttons, and Gambino, all of them playing out of their minds, and you can see exactly why they are the best in the region. It's not just the individual skill, like I mentioned right at the start of the show. It's the way they're working together. It's the way that the game plan seems to be all, very, very well executed. And the speed at which they play out, which we always talk about speed, right? When I talk about speed, it's how quickly they're making decisions and how quickly they're capitalizing off the back of it. They look like one of the best teams in the world right now. And I'm not talking, top 1 in the world. I don't want to, push them that far. But if you're talking about top 8, top 12, when you get to that, Kansas City major, they're certainly going to be a threat. And they are playing at a level which I don't think anyone in the world is watching right now and thinking, hey, these guys can't compete at the very, very best level.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting as well to see them get tested in terms of that too and see where they land. It's very difficult. Obviously, they don't have a ton of competition. They're in one region currently to be able to kind of test that skill set and test how they are as a team against other regions. But Kansas City is certainly somewhere they can do that. Knights, a very, very incredible performance yesterday. On the other side of things, somebody who's looking to upset this potential dominant performance today is going to be Timbers. They're hopefully, if all things go to plan in their bracket, they're hopefully going to be facing Knights at a certain point. But Timbers Esports, they have a little bit of a different playstyle to Knights. They're a little bit slower. I think they're more articulate sometimes. But this could be a little bit of a problem when it comes to pacing. They need to try and match that pace a lot with Knights. But what did you make of their gameplay and their run, their dominant 3-0 performance in pools yesterday, Brav?
I mean, yesterday, if you just look at the scoreboards, right, they're the same. They're 9-0. And if you haven't seen the history of these teams, if you only saw yesterday, you might think, okay, this potential winners final is going to be pretty tight. But really the question is, how different are those 9-0s? How different are those play styles? Onset put it perfectly. These guys are on the other side of the table. Pittsburgh Knights are playing so fast. They're playing one step ahead. And they know the exact rotations they need to do. And it seems like without any hesitation, the players are very quick to make them. On Timbers Esports, we haven't seen that yet. So 2 things I need to see from Timbers. Hopefully last night they were watching VOD of exactly how Knights is playing this weekend specifically, and secondly, they better be looking at those game types in the winners finals. They better know what they need to do in their opening strats and their strats throughout the entire games in the exact games they have against Knights.
100%. Stay on that foot. Make sure you are matching them step for step, if not getting a step ahead of Knights when we potentially do get to that match, which would be wicked. I'll be locked in for that match. That'd be incredible. We also have to talk about another team, and they've come up quite a few times already in this opening segment. They've come up a few times, and I'm sure they're going to come up a few times more a bit later on, but it's our Astro Bracket breakout team, and that is Cinta Negra. This team has been making a bit of a splash here, of course, in the MX Super so far. And because of the stats, I mean, look at the stats here. After day 1, Cinta Negra, they're averaging the most kills, most assists, and damage per game. That is pretty crazy considering their seeding coming into this tournament. I think, honestly, with the way that they've been playing, the upset already pretty early on, Onset, this team, they are the true dark horse here of the MX Super.
They certainly are, and when you were looking at the seeding coming into the tournament as well, they were down in 8th position, and we were kind of talking about the top 2 seems to be fairly locked in the region historically, and then sort of 3 to 6 is kind of all fighting between each other to see who can get into that 3rd place spot and maybe challenge those 2 top teams. But the 8th seed to come in and perform like they did yesterday, and like you mentioned, some of those statistic lines, a huge amount of damage being done by the team. it kind of explains why they find themselves in the position they do in this winners bracket. They were playing some great Halo, they were playing aggressive Halo, and I think they're just playing with house money today. They're in that winners bracket, they're looking to cause some more upsets.
Yeah, and speaking of house money, these guys also playing from the same gaming house, of course. Worth noting the fact that they're going to be able to screen watch, they're going to be able to have maybe even a little bit better communication, and also worth talking about the fact you got 2 Colombian players here, 2 Mexican players, so the pride of Colombia here on the line. But as Onset alluded to, these guys have the best record outside of our top 2 right now. They are the biggest threat to Timber Esports in what could be the next round of the bracket.
I absolutely love that, by the way. I love that little bit of information about the fact that they're in the same house. I'm hoping they're next to one another in a line. I hope that they've moved their setup so they can be right next to each other.
Monitors are going to be right next to each other. Yeah. No space between those monitors. It's going to be a good setup for sure.
That's huge. And I think just a note, if you are new to Halo, if you're a new viewer, maybe even to esports and you're tuning in for the first time, that makes such a big difference to gameplay, right? You actually get something out of that. You can look, when you've died, you look where your teammates are at either side of you, can watch their screens and screen watch. Gives you so much extra information without your teammates having to call out and tell you what's going on. You can see it for yourself. So that's pretty big from Sinternegra, and I hope that's going to really feed into the rest of their results today. So we'll see how they do. But we need to talk about our first match of the day on the schedule, and we do have a pretty big match. Rebel versus Cruelty here. I think this is going to be quite hotly contested. I'm excited about both of these guys. I think they have a lot to prove here today, and they're going to want to take each other down. So I want to know your thoughts on set about this matchup in terms of the team stats here, and kind of it's kind of similar, to be perfectly honest. The team stats overall are kind of similar. You can't read too much into stats, but it's good to have. And when they are that similar, hoping for a pretty decent series here.
I mean, the one stands out to me is both teams with a 51.8% accuracy. I mean, that's absolutely ridiculous.
Crazy.
Exactly the same accuracy on both teams, pretty much exactly the same damage and pretty much exactly the same KD. And it all feeds into the story that came in yesterday of me expecting this to be a very close series from the matches that we saw both Rebel and Cruelty participate in. Like I say, I think this is a massive match for both teams because I think both teams expect to win this and both teams expect to advance into the next round to play against I think it was Knights both these teams will go up against. So it's a tough game to lose this one for both of them. Going down to the elimination bracket from this kind of game, if you lose against someone that is a close rival that you really want to win, can suck the energy out of you completely. So that elimination bracket run is going to be so tough for whoever unfortunately loses this one.
That is very true. And I think also on the other side of things, a couple of notes for both of these teams here. Rebel, they're fairly new talents in terms of being in Halo and kind of their experience level here. But yesterday we saw some really incredibly talented individuals on this roster. Laylox with the shock rifle yesterday just absolutely popping off. Get the power weapons out of that guy's hand if you're on Cruelty, because my goodness, give him an inch, he's going to be taking a mile. But then on the other side of things, Bob, we've got Cruelty who have experience under their belt. We have personalities on this team who are favorites. They've got a lot to prove here. I mean, Danny Knight also popping off yesterday. Incredible slay power coming across from this team. But it's what can you do with the slay power? How objective efficient are you as a team? So, looking at the combination, the balance here, are you faring maybe the more experienced team here in this favor, or are you expecting a little bit of something, out of these really, really skilled players on Rebel?
Yeah, I think Cruelty can maybe pop off. We saw some great stuff from them yesterday in their series. They had a slow start, but Danny and Deco popping off in the way they expected. But just as you alluded to, Lottie, some questions about just how efficient they were in the objective department. And they're not really going to have a lot of room for error, because if we take a look at the actual record here for Cruelty yesterday, they're 3-7 overall in games, and they're going up against a team Rebel who's 6-5 with not just a winning record, but quite a different record. So I think Cruelty is going to have to really think about the way that they move around this map. Their normal prowess of simply slaying and hoping that the objective dots come together, that's not going to work. They're going to have to make sure that they're all on the same page.
Yeah, without a doubt. And I think they're going to have to do that even more so as they get through the bracket as well, because that's not going to fly. You've got to be super efficient with your slays as well. But that's enough from us on the desk. Onset Brav, you guys are fabulous as per usual. But I'm also going to be tossing over to two fabulous individuals themselves as well. We have Clutch and Gaskin to take this first match of the day.
Well, thank you a lot. And we are going to start kicking off bracket play here shortly. We have Cruelty versus Rebel, Dan. And these two teams probably didn't expect to see each other in the winners bracket round one, but the way pool play played out yesterday didn't go so well for Cruelty, right? And because of it, now we have the potential for the 3 and the 4 seed matching up so early in the tournament. What are your thoughts coming into this?
These are two teams that have faced up against each other a few times throughout Open Series, Pro Series, and as you say, it was usually in the latter stages of the tournaments. This is 3rd versus 4th seed. We were expecting it a bit later, but with Cruelty's losses, and especially the one against Sintenegra, it really has put a question mark above their heads. That's the game type records. You know me, I'm big on stats. I like to know who's good at what. And really, looking at Cruelty, it is not a successful day one. They have to change something significant going into bracket play here if they can truly believe they can be one of the teams to head over to Kansas City in a few weeks or a couple of months' time. On the other side for Rebel, they had a horrible start to yesterday's competition. They were 0-2 down, but then they got the reverse sweep. There was some internet issues, apparently, that one of the players was struggling, but maybe now they've got that sorted. They look like the Rebel that we know and love and what we've seen throughout Pro Series and Open Series. And as the series layout goes, I'd say this probably does favor Rebel as well. Just looking at a few of the game types, you've got Recharge Slayer that appears there. That's a game type that they have beaten Cruelty on in recent tournaments, but we are going to start things off with Live Fire Strongholds.
All right, we're going to kick things off with Live Fire Strongholds for the day. Like I said, this is a big series for both these teams. Both of these trying to compete for that 3rd spot to go to Kansas City. And we're kicking it off with Reaper as he rips across top middle, picks up that back smack onto Rorsch. And not only that, but has snipe in hand now and is able to transfer a stronghold to his team. Lands the body shot as well. So doing a ton of damage, but can't finish the kill. Loses his life. And that's going to be C stronghold being transferred as well, unless Renegade has something to say about it.
You can always tell how a team is going to approach a game just from their starting strategy. How quick are they going to move between strongholds? What do they prioritize from the get-go? Is it going to be the heat wave down bottom middle? Is it going to be stronghold, or is it going to be positioning? And it does seem like both of these teams were a little bit scrappy for all of them at once. There was two players going down bottom middle, one player who went towards the strongholds. It doesn't seem like there's much structure at the moment, but I know that will change as soon as we get total control.
Look at this, total control in the hands of Rebel already. Majority of the slays going in their favor, and because of that, they jumped out to this 29 to 7 point lead. Unfortunately, a few players going down, maybe an overextension for that trip cap, something we saw a ton of yesterday and cost teams dearly, is going to bite them once again as they do lose control. Looks like Cruelty is going to get their footing on the map here for the first time in the game, able to weather the storm. Only in control of A so far, but Laylock's with the flank right here has a great opportunity to get some good damage onto a player. That player is finishing 3 dead for Cruelty now as Rebel look to push for total control again.
Rebel didn't lose a Strongholds game yesterday, as you saw on the statistics just before the match started. Wasn't on live fire, but it looks like they seem to be very comfortable with how you have to rotate in a Strongholds game type. They're covering each other very well, baiting and switching where they need to, and they're prioritizing weapons. But Deco trying to do something similar here for Cruelty, getting that Mangler on board.
Yeah, this Deco player is one of the players we had primarily looked to watch going into pool play yesterday, and unfortunately not the strongest showing for Cruelty. So Deco obviously not having the best Friday, but tournaments are usually all weekend long, and we'll see if Deco can turn this one around as he does hop into C and start transferring overs for his team. But unfortunately, across the map, A and B both in the hands of Rebel now, and that's going to force Deco to try and be aggressive here. He's got Mangler in hand, a big opportunity to get the first pick, and that would be a big one. And yes, he's able to take down Strike. He finds a second as well. Rorsch gets taken down to no shields. No triple kill, but the damage is done. The rest of Cruelty look to be in a good position to capitalize, and with great shots from Renegade, he's able to get into A very, very quickly. And just like that, Cruelty have taken back map control and are starting to score of their own. They do lose C, but the double cap is big for them to start getting back into this game.
Such massive individual kills, right? That's what you need from the likes of Deco to be stepping up, getting those double kills and doing the damage so that the team can then walk in and finishing off who is ever weak, because otherwise they're just going to be out teamworked, you'd imagine, by Rebel. Rebel look like a far more strategic and structured squad right now, but we know Cruelty have that individual ability. But unfortunately, if they keep facing 1 versus 2s, 2 versus 3s, they're going to find themselves in this position where they are losing time.
Yeah, you gotta figure out a way to play efficient objective with all these slays, right? You're not down too far as the slay is concerned, but 80 points just about separates the two. As we cross the 100-point mark for Rebel, they do lose control of 2 of the strongholds, and that's Cruelty starting to score points. So that's a good sign for them to try and manifest some sort of comeback here. As we enter the mid game, you are seeing a kill and B become transferred, but just at the last second, it is hopped into. Key has a lot of responsibility here to try and transfer this over. Unfortunately, he does have to step out. It is reset, and because of that, it bought just enough time for the rest of Cruelty to show up, flush him out, and now continue to score points.
Such a difficult situation that Strikey was in as well. You desperately want to hold on to that stronghold. You also want to be a nuisance and try and play your life so that your team can then join you off of respawn. But when you're being hunted by 2 players, it's almost impossible. But he did what he could, stayed alive for as long as he could as well. But there's still plenty of time that Rebel have a lead over Cruelty here. But that is slowly being chipped away. And we have seen Rebel throw away a couple of leads here or there in the early stages of yesterday's tournament. So they just need to be careful. They group up and make sure they're not making any silly mistakes here.
This is a massive flank from Deco as he's able to get 2 assists. Players to no shield, and they're both finished up very quickly. Now you want to see B hopped in very fast for Cruelty. Unfortunately, they are going to be able to get the reset and continue to score points. Now only down 40 points. It was once an 80-point lead is now starting to diminish here for Team Rebel. They started off so hot, but it is Cruelty with the rebound with a few set of slays in this flank. This damage. Deco's ability to stay alive in this situation has been massive, but unfortunately finally taken down. And just like that, you blink and Cruelty lose 3 members. Not only that, but it looks like total control is going to be going in the hands of Rebel once again.
And I think that's the major difference that we're seeing between these 2 teams at the moment, is that when Rebel regain control of the map, they seem to get all 3 strongholds, at least temporarily, which will make a significant difference in point gainage. Whereas on the other side for Cruelty, they look far more comfortable when they do have control, but it's usually only 2 of the strongholds that they're working with.
Strikey's in a very difficult situation as he gets sandwiched from Brutes and top middle there, not able to get a kill before getting taken down. And Cruelty are going to jump to a numbers advantage for the moment. Right now, you see them trying to push this B stronghold. It's so difficult sometimes to get these players from behind, and especially when they have a heat wave. But a great job by Cruelty and Reaper here to finish that player off with the heat wave. 3 down for Rebel, and Cruelty flipped the map once again. So a trip cap not being able to be held by Rebels, and because of it, did the overextension happen once again. These trip caps, you have to think that maybe teams start to second guess whether or not they want to push these, considering how much control they lose every time we see it happen.
We had a brief fight for the power-up, but it is going to be Rorsch who grabs it for Rebel, and that should start the Rebel push now over towards B. You just got to be careful you don't give too many angles away to the other team. You can, of course, confidently push out when you have the extra shield, but that's the overshield completely depleted now, has to back off, but at least, the very least, he was able to be a distraction there so they could grab C.
Yeah, not a great use of the overshield. You saw him get into that fight. You want to see that kill finish, but not able to finish that kill. And because of it, Cruelty still looking solid, staying in this one for now. 40 points just about separate the 2. Once again, Laylox does hop into B. Doesn't look like he's going to receive any pressure, and aim down sight over towards Bridge here. Could land a nice body shot to give his team numbers advantage, but he's going to opt to back up towards the back of green. Unfortunately, multiple players pushing from top middle are going to suppress him back. He's going to be forced to relocate, try and get his shields back, but not enough damage being done with this snipe right now. And is that going to cost the rest of this Rebels team as they try to hold on to B? He is pressured, does land a kill before going down, but numbers being traded in that situation. And when you have power weapons and control like that, you want to see more out of players.
And realistically, we're potentially looking at the fight for that 3rd position at Kansas City, right? We imagine that 1 and 2 is going to be Timbers, it's going to be Knights, but this is our 3rd and 4th seed. At least it was at the start of the tournament anyway. You'd imagine that these 2 know that a win here in Winners Round 1 could be so crucial for their chances of getting to KC.
Yeah, Reaper popping off with that double kill, 13 to his name, going to lead his team over on the Cruelty side, but it really is going to have to be the rest of Cruelty picking it up here in the second half. We're hopping on board with Laylox. He's across top middle with Mangler, and if he can get close and personal, he can make it close, he can make it personal. The double kill comes through for him, actually just a single, but slays all around for his team as the last guy alive forced to run into bottom middle. A being transferred in Rebels' favor, and this is a phenomenal opportunity for them to shut the door on game 1 if they can keep this for just a moment or 2.
Especially if they can collapse on B here. You can see that Cruelty, they've prioritized B, but they are going to be stuck there. It looks like they've been able to work their way over to C. Deco's going to be the one player that Laylox is going to have to fight with first, but Heatwave usually and will win in that fight, but does get taken down. A nice trade. Very important that you as a teammate trade if your teammate has got that initial damage, whether it be via melee or just a grenade.
Reaper has big responsibility right now. Heat wave, knockback in hand. Can he stay alive? Can he get the damage he needs to? He does end up trading with the Mangler player, but it was because he was surrounded. That was a good job, even by Rebel, to deny that player from going off, because when you have that combination of heat wave and repulsor, you can do so much work. But that being shut down is a big power spike that we would have seen Cruelty be able to have, potentially swinging the momentum of this game, but Rebel shut that one down. Slays do come through for both sides, and it looks like control still in the hands of Cruelty for now, as Deco able to pick up that heat wave off that dead body, able to put it to work, immediately finds that player. Back tower is going to rotate all the way to Brutes, and unfortunately he gets rocked by a nade. Gonna have to stay alive. Love this by him to play his life patiently. Does he know that two players are here? He gets great damage onto Strikey over towards the overshield. Good job to finish that kill as well, but unfortunately on the other side of the map he's lost two teammates. He's got to make a play towards B, forces his way top middle, gets that first kill as well. Needs to figure out a way to play strongholds right now, because in the meantime Rebel have a trip cap. Everything going wrong around the side of the map, as you see Deco trying to fight for his life throughout this process.
Yeah, a really good push there from Rebel, sending players into the right direction to ensure they can make it work. Deco will blast one off the map, but now has to fight for his life with the heat wave, and A and B will be retook here. But 220 of 30 points only remaining for Rebel to try and take game one here. And if they carry on breaking the setups the way they have done previously, they're looking pretty good for it.
Not a lot of room for error for Cruelty if they want to take this game one. 220 to 175, and climbing overshield in the hands of Rebel. They take it back to C. They kill that heat wave player, and we can't stress it enough. When that player goes down, typically control shifts as well. Two players go down for Cruelty. A third spotted over the Brutes. It's Danny Knight trying to fight for his life. Luor is going to try and hunt this one down. Can't quite finish the kill as Danny Knight turns that corner, but does get some good damage on the Deco top middle as well. So I love this play by Luor, as he's just holding back the forces of Cruelty, knowing 227 and climbing. His team has B and C control. All he has to do is contain these two strongholds, defend them with his life. And if he's able to do that, they'll come out victorious. But no, he goes down from a player bottom middle. The push towards Brutes has been a successful one for Cruelty once again.
He was a milkman in his past life, perhaps. He was doing so much for his team there, staying alive and just allowing them to generate points. And yes, okay, C was taken, but B is where the fight is really important right now, and it looks like Cruelty just about manages to get that into their hands. They're still in this one, our Cruelty. Even though Rebel are so close to winning it, one hold setup, one all four down, and Cruelty will be right on their backs.
They do get two kills though, so they have numbers in their hands. Laylock's under a ton of pressure here. He's trying to stay alive with this heat wave back. Green, Cruelty need to take this player down, but Laylock's able to somehow manifest his shields back in this situation. Finds one, finds two, and that's Laylock's with a massive double kill to potentially jump into B, transfer this one over, and with 14 points needed from Rebel, that might have been the play of the game.
Oh, this is a big fight. Gotta hit your shots, will hit the shots. There was the reset at the very least. Killing spree, though, will allow him to just continue this wave of confidence with the heat wave in hand. What a big fight. Every single push this is towards B.
Yeah, that's gonna do it. A and B transferred. Laylock's on a killing spree, adding a couple assists to his name as well. And even though Cruelty just picks up an overshield, they got 6 seconds to try and get into a stronghold. Great Brute grenade placement from Laylock's there to try and deny that. Overshield actually tried to push towards Brutes. Can't get in to C, and because of it, it's gonna be Rebel taking game one. Cruelty manifested somewhat of a comeback, but Rebel was able to do it off the strong performance from Laylock's there at the end. They take game one, and if that's a note for how this series is going to play out, then we could be going the distance, because these two teams, the third and fourth seeds in this region, they want that spot, and they're here to compete against each other.
Yeah, I think the scoreline was close, but maybe closer than actually it should have been. I feel like Rebel, they dropped the ball a little bit and perhaps could have played it a little bit tighter, and if some of their setups weren't as kind of misshapen, then they could have actually won by a considerable amount more. And I think they will look at that and say, all right, we need to tighten up. We can't afford to underestimate this Cruelty squad, because they individually can match up very well against us, and they are hitting their shots. So I think that's going to be a wake-up call for Rebel. Even though they won game one, and going into a Slayer, they have to be careful, because Deco was putting out some shots. Rinnegan, 6k damage. I mean, there was a lot to be said for what Cruelty were able to do on an individual basis, but I just feel like their teamwork wasn't quite there when it came to rotating and holding setups.
One of the players that impressed me the most yesterday was this Luor player for Team Rebel, and he pops off in the damage. 6,900, gonna lead the entire lobby, and that's a phenomenal amount of damage in a strongholds match. But I do like your point there, Dan. Every time we saw Rebel try and push for that trip cap, it was an unsuccessful trip cap hold, right? They got it momentarily every time, but it felt like within the next 10 seconds they were to lose that trip cap, and with it a majority of the strongholds as well. Mistakes like that need to be tightened up, especially if you want to be able to compete against the two best teams in this region. We saw how strong Timbers and PK were yesterday in this strongholds game type.
And I think it was something we saw yesterday from Rebel on Street Strongholds as well. Very similar. They would push for that trip cap, but then often they would lose it and give a trip cap away to their opposition. And I just feel like there isn't quite the coordination yet. The team doesn't really know where they need to be positioning themselves to take the shots with some of these strongholds. And that will come with the more time they play against top teams and the more they play with one another as well. But Slayer Recharge is going to be game number 2. As I mentioned prior to the series, it is a game type that these two teams have faced off against each other recently in the Open 8 only a few weeks ago. And it did go in favor of Rebel. So that's a bad sign, I think, for Cruelty. But at the same side, you can look at it as maybe Cruelty would have learnt from that loss. Individually, Cruelty, they've been hitting their shots, right? In 1v1s, you can look at the likes of Deco, Rinnegan, they have been winning those engagements. So if they can use that and allow to snowball the team out of control, then maybe they could take game 2 here.
For me, it was all about the heat wave gameplay that we saw from Rebel in game 1. Cruelty is going to have to do a much better job of controlling the power-ups, the power weapons, because we saw the damage Laylox was able to do with the shock rifle yesterday on this map. And you have to deny that from happening. You have to give yourself those situational advantages. But already, Rebel setting a different tone here today. They started off hot in a series instead of ice cold like they did against Legends Never Die yesterday. So maybe we're seeing a better version of Rebel. Will we be able to see a better version of Cruelty is the big question. Cruelty has those big names, has a lot of talent, like you said. Slaying power is there. They've lost games where they have slayed with some of the best teams in this tournament, but they have to get it done here and now. It's a Slayer to do it as well, so maybe they can use that slaying prowess, their individual skill. Like you said, it wasn't a big difference in the individual skill in that game 1. Usually you can use individual skill to overcome your team in game 2. A little bit less strategy required when you're just playing for kills and not around an objective. So we'll have to see how Recharge goes. But now that this series is starting to take fruition, we have a little bit of a storyline with game 1 going towards Rebel, Dan. When you see game 3 as Aquarius CTF, these two teams matching up against each other, is this going to be an all she wrote if Cruelty go down 2-0, or is Rebel gonna let them stay in the series as it starts to develop here with a game 2 victory?
I do think Aquarius CTF worries me a little bit, mainly just for the record that we see of both of these teams already in this tournament. Rebel have won Aquarius CTF, Cruelty have been losing Aquarius CTF, so naturally I think it's a more comfortable game type for Rebel, and in general CTF has looked pretty good for Rebel as well. Like, regardless of whether it's Aquarius or Bazaar, they seem to know what they want to do. The way they pull their flags is certainly a team that has strategy about how they want to stop those spawners and where they want to pull that flag. So yes, it worries me if this goes 2-0. I think if you are Cruelty, you have to ensure that it doesn't go to 2-0. Otherwise, series probably is going to be chalked by that point. Your head's going to be in a bad place. Like, they've lost so many games on the trot now. They lost a series to Sintenegra that they probably weren't expecting to lose. And I think that 3-0 loss would have been so detrimental to their mentals. And I wouldn't be surprised if it's still in the back of their mind here today. But the best way to stop that from being in the back of your mind is to get some good news in the front of your mind. By winning this Slayer now, get ahead of it and make sure that you're actually in a good mindset.
Yeah, winning that game 2 is crucial. But we did see a reverse sweep yesterday from the Rebel team, actually. So we know that teams in this region, they're feisty. They know each other very well. They've competed against each other for a long time, several times back to back. They know that they can compete as well. We talk about how evenly footed a lot of this pack is in the MX roster region. We talk about like seeds 3 through 8 all being able to compete with each other, take series from one another. So I'm not going to count anybody out of it, no matter how this game 2 goes. But for Cruelty, you do want to see a little bit more structure, right? When we talked about strongholds and we talked about They were getting slays, but they weren't necessarily matching up at the same time with the objective efficiency play. What do you think Cruelty can do overall outside of individual skill, because that's not the issue here, to try and take down this Rebel team on a map like Recharge Slayer?
I think the starting strategy comes into it. I think that when we've looked at a lot of these games throughout the weekend, we've had big influences, mainly from the first 4 kills, often going just to one side as well, especially when you look at Knights and Timbers. They've been absolutely dominating in the starting strategy. So if you're Cruelty here, you want to say, right, what are the main core focuses in Recharge Slayer that we need to start from? It's positioning on the map, and it's also the camouflage that's going to be spawning. How do we want to play it? Do we want to get aggressive and try and pick it up early, and then use that camouflage to get kills and get map positioning and gain control? Or do we tend to play it a little bit slower, go for map positioning instead, bait that camouflage, and then have map control in that way? There's 2 very different ways that you can play. I do think that Rebel have gone for a slightly quicker approach to their starting strategies throughout this tournament, so maybe Cruelty have to either match that pace or just entirely say, look, let's slow it down, let's use it as a bait technology, and then who knows, maybe they'll be able to find some success on that side.
As we start to take a look at some player stats from day 1, it's a 1.48 KD ratio for Luor, and I was telling you, he was popping off. He had 6,900 damage there in game 1 of our series so far, and it looks like he was doing very similar work yesterday. 53-25 in the average damage in this game, 54% accuracy. I mean, this Luor player, Dan, what do you see in his gameplay so far throughout this weekend that's really impressed you the most?
Honestly, he's just got a bit of everything, hasn't he, Lua? I think there was that one game on Bizarre Capture the Flag where he returned the flag. Well, basically, he spawned, managed to get behind the base, return the flag, get a killing spree, cap a flag, and then continue just to go on a rampage and just, well, not an actual rampage, but you know what I mean, a figurative one. And
it was just a rampage.
It was so impressive how he maneuvered his way around the map. I think his movement and his positioning is excellent, and really has been, outside of, you know, the top 2 teams, probably one of the players that has impressed me most out of any of the seed 3 through 8. So I think that if he can, you know, be popping off, if he can be indicating to the rest of the team as to where he's currently pushing, if he can have some support with what he's doing, then, you know, Rebel, they might be able to actually break into that top 2. They need to do something very different today, and the start of that is taking down Cruelty now in a very dominant manner, which says we are here to play in bracket play. Pool play was a different story, but actually we want to get to KC and we want to prove that we are one of the best teams in this region.
Yeah, we want to see
and I'm looking forward to see whether, you know, Deco can match that, because you look at the other side and you see stats, you see that you've got so much damage that's being done, which almost matches that of Luor. And accuracy is up there as well. And we even saw in that game 1, like, Deco individually was hitting shots left, right, and center. With the battle rifle in hand, he seems to be very comfortable. Single kills, double kills, was even close to getting triple kills. And now I'm hoping to see that Deco can try and use that to push the rest of the team in this Recharge Slayer to match that energy and match that kind of performance, so that maybe Cruelty can get 1-1 here. Because if Cruelty can't get 1-1 and they do go 2-0 down, I think Aquarius CTF as map number 3 is going to be probably a map that they will be looking at and they will be fearing, as Rebel have looked very comfortable in Capture the Flags. I was mentioning it earlier about Luor and how he performed on Bizarre Capture the Flag. If you imagine that on Aquarius, where there is so much about overextending, then you are going to be hoping that Aquarius CTF would be even more comfortable for Luor than it was prior. So I'm very excited to see what happens in that one. But Recharge Slayer is one of those games where it can slow down. It can be a difficult game type to try and maneuver if you are a team who typically likes to play fast-paced at all times. But we'll see what happens, as I've got now Bravo jumping in with me. Andy, I mean, you've been watching from the wings, you've seen what's happened. What did you think of game 1?
I think, man, first of all, I'm glad that we saw Cruelty bring it as close as we did, but I gotta say, I just agree with you guys here on the casting desk. Rebel looking strong, and I think this is not quite do or die, but game 2 is really need to really turn it on, just because I think Cruelty, What they don't want to do is have the Mexico Super be a story of, right, so close but so far. And right now, with the record that they have in terms of games, where they're 3-8 overall in games, it sounds like we might be getting Clutch back in just a second. But Cruelty right now 3-8 in games. They came into this series with quite a losing record. I think, like you said, they need to get ready to focus on the Slayer, because that's where things are going to start to get heated up. Here's the thing, though. They're keeping games close enough that I think they have a chance if they just start to click a little bit tighter and not to play so loose.
Yeah, I'd imagine that Recharge Slayer should be a little bit closer, even more so than the Strongholds game that we've seen, just because of the shots and the actual kills that were found from Cruelty. But at the same time, Cruelty looked more comfortable when they were in control and they had the Strongholds in their favor. If this is Recharge Slayer and if they lose that opening strategy, if they find themselves on the back foot ever so slightly, are they really going to struggle to get back into a game? Is Rebel just going to lock them out at that point, keep them on that spawn trap? I want to see something a little bit different from Cruelty. I want them to be more comfortable when they're trying to break things out. Thanks, Andy, for jumping in whilst Wes was out, but it does look like Clutch has rejoined, and I can get my my partner back on the microphone. Wes, it's good to have you back, sir.
It's good to be back. Technical difficulties inside the game, technical difficulties outside of the game. What's new? It's 2022, and that's what we kind of run into here. But I'm back. I'm ready to cast some Halo, and as the players continue to press through this lobby situation, we're going to continue to provide that excellent analysis. Thank you for stepping in there, Bravo. I'm sure they enjoyed seeing you on camera a little bit more than when they see me. Most people typically do.
Don't say that. Don't put yourself down.
He's
right?
a fan favorite. It's tough to compete against him.
I mean,
It's like as a player, I played against Straight Rip and I played against Final Boss. I know how it feels to go against the crowd. To be sitting on the same stage as some superstars. Andy, he's a superstar in his right and able to fill in for that time as well.
He was a fantastic coach as well, was Andy, behind some of the best players. Maybe he could have coached you, Wes. Maybe we could have seen that happen. But Slayer Recharge is still going to be game number 2 here, as we were previously stating. And Wes, I mean, you've heard my thoughts on Recharge Slayer and like opening strategies and who's going to be pushing what. I mean, you helped develop the game. You were testing the game, right? What do you think the core strategy is on Recharge Slayer? Where should players be focusing right off that get-go?
Yeah, I think that camouflage, like you said, is the primary focus off this opening break. And a lot of the times in yesterday's pool play, we saw teams like take the opening break and run with it. They got off to an early lead. So how far can these teams push that opening break? And for Cruelty, can you win the opening start to give yourself a strong opportunity there at the start of this match to get back into this series? Because this game too, we talked about how crucial it is for this Cruelty team. You do not want to fall down 2-0 to Rebel, because they have closed the door on other series that we've seen them go up 2-0 in. But when I think back about all the gameplay and the highlights that we saw yesterday, the shock rifle also dominated a lot of the highlight reel, and it was in the hands of Alox, and that's one of the superstars for this Rebel team, and you can't let that happen. Laylox was the UP he teaches comment that I made that like literally opened my eyes as far as like some of the individual talent that we have here in the MX scene, especially when it comes to that shock rifle and how successful they were with it yesterday. The whip shots, the predictions of, hey, you're gonna come out this window at this time, I'm gonna be able to hit this shot. And Laylox having that confidence, you know, it's carrying into today. So what do you have to do? You have to deny that from ever being able to take place. You have to stop him from getting the weapon, because once he had the weapon, there was too much damage done with that weapon, and there wasn't a whole lot the other team could do about it.
Yeah, I think the shock rifle is amazing to watch, especially if people are hitting shots. Actually, it's quite fun even when people are missing shots, because it can allow for some reversals and it can allow for some mistakes to happen. It does mean that whoever wins this series, by the way, goes on to play Knights, which is always going to be a worry for me, the fact that you have to go and play first seed. That's why I'm so keen for Rebel to 3-0. If they're going to win this series, I feel like it has to be a 3-0 for me to believe that they have a chance of taking down the Knights. On the other side for Cruelty, I mean, they've already gone up against them. They already know what it's like to play the Knights, so it would be another matchup. Yeah, they remember the 3-0 loss that they've already taken, whereas Rebel might be looking at it and say, hey, you know what? We've got nothing to lose if we get into that Winners Bracket Round 2 matchup, but first, we have to take down this Cruelty roster, who really could be a banana skin. Even though game 1's gone in favor of Rebel here, it wasn't exactly by a large margin. I did say previously that I think it could have been a bigger margin if they had played things slightly differently, but they didn't. It was only a 29-point victory, and I want to see a stronger performance here on Recharge Slayer.
We need to see it, right? If we're going to see anything this weekend out of Cruelty, after having a poor performance in pool play 1 and 2, They're coming out the 3rd seed in their pool, and because of it, they match up against this 3rd seed overall in the region. And Rebel, it's now or never for these guys. I mean, yes, they are going to have a chance in Elimination Bracket, but is it really a chance if you don't have an opportunity to compete for one of these top 3 seeds to get one of those tickets to Kansas City? That would be massive for Cruelty. You know how bad these players want it. The historic players that Danny Knight and the rest of these boys are on Cruelty. It's such a difficult situation for them because, you know, they have dreams of going to Kansas City, but those dreams could become nightmares very quickly if you find yourselves down 2-0 in a series against a team you know you will be competing against that 3rd seed directly for later on in Elimination Bracket if the bracket plays out as we would assume. How strong PK looked yesterday, how strong Timbers Esports looked yesterday. You can bet that those 2 teams are going to have at least qualify for that Kansas City tournament. It's which team today will step up and make the plays necessary to punch that 3rd ticket. And these are 2 of the favorites, I would say, coming into this, Dan. We did see Centenegra also upset Cruelty yesterday, so I would say that those are our 3 favorites going into the rest of the tournament, into the rest of bracket play, trying to assume who's going to get that 3rd spot, who's going to be playing in elimination finals. But for Cruelty, what's their mindset what are you doing as a player to shift your mindset from the disappointing Friday, from the disappointing start to your Saturday already? You have this little bit of a break where there may be some difficulties, but you get a tech pause. Basically, you get a timeout, and with this, maybe you have an opportunity to regain, maybe you have an opportunity to reset your mindset going into this game too.
Yeah, I do think that, you know, Centenegra come into this and they throw a spanner in the works. Rebel and Cruelty probably thought, you know, this is going to be the matchup for KC with 3rd and 4th seed. And then suddenly, Centenegra come out of nowhere, by the way. They've not really been competing as a team throughout any of the Opens, throughout any of the Pro Series. And then a couple of them started to play throughout the latter stages of Pro Series. And then as we get to the Super qualifiers, they just pop up, they qualify, and then suddenly they beat Cruelty, and they find themselves in the winner bracket in a matchup that no one would have expected, or at least maybe us as outsiders wouldn't have expected. Maybe there's some in the Mexican scene that know that these players would have had the capabilities to do so. But I think that's what Supers do. That's what more prize money does, and that's what the possibility of going to Kansas City does, is you suddenly reintroduce some players who are like, hey, we used to be good at this game. Let's jump back on. You've got 2 Colombians on that Centenegra roster who competed so much throughout Halo 5, had a lot of success, and they want to find that success once more here in Halo Infinite. And I do think that both Rebel and Cruelty should be worried about Centenegra, because I do think that they could be one of the favorites to get that 3rd place, which sounds crazy as 8th seed, but it's definitely possible.
Yeah, absolutely, it's possible. We even have Legends Never Die, a team that pushed this Rebel roster to a game 5. They were up 2-0. Could have been a 3-0 if they were able to finish off that Strongholds streets yesterday, but unfortunately they lost that series, and with it, a massive opportunity to be playing in this series instead of the one that they do find themselves in on the other side of the bracket. But Dan, I think I like where your mindset was as far as looking at like these teams that come into Halo Infinite and they have this status, and then maybe they're getting out grinded. Maybe there's young guns that always come up when the new Halo pops up. There's always new superstars, there's always new talent that arises. And the Centenegra team, a team that at the end of Halo 5, I'd heard of some of their names, I'd watched maybe a couple of them play in the esports arena tournaments, but now it seems like they're starting to find their footing as players, starting to find their footing as far as comfortability as a competitor in a tournament format. And with that comfortability, some upsets in pool play came. Will that translate to bracket play? Do they have the experience to go that far into a bracket? That's going to be a question that's answered over time this weekend. But the MX Super has shown us one thing, and it's that outside of the top 2 teams, all of these teams are very, very, very competitive with one another. They know each other very, very well. And with that, you're going to see rivalries take place. A little bit of we saw body disrespect yesterday. You know that these players want to get into each other's heads, and that a lot of these games are personal as well.
Well, whilst these players are still getting ready, apologies, by the way, for the delay. We're trying to get into the game as quick as possible. Perhaps that's a question that we can pose to Lottie and the rest of the guys, because what do you think? How do you think these teams are going to cope with Centenegra and the rise that they've been able to find?
Thank you so much, gents. I mean, it's a very good question. I think it poses a big question in a bigger picture as well, because I think sometimes if you are one of those teams that is looking for the upsets, you come in, you're not super dominant, you're not the team that's performing consistently top every single time, but you have potential, you have what it takes to win some of these series. Maybe you're just shy of being able to win them. I think having the mentality of, look, if we can piece everything together and really put the extra work in and go the extra mile when it comes to some of the more dominant teams in the system, then you can cause these huge upsets. And I think having that mentality of, like, there's not really much to lose here, let's give it our all, can be pretty dangerous when you're going up against some of the teams that maybe do feel the pressure of, we have to perform here because people expect it from us on set. It's a strange balance to kind of deal with here, but I know it's like, I was going to pose the question, which side would you rather be on? I mean, obviously you'd want to be on the more dominantly winning side, but there's something a bit special, I think, about an underdog and having that underdog story and potential victory.
100%. If you're the underdog and you know you're the underdog as well, you win one map, all of a sudden the other team is going to be probably stressing a little bit. They're probably going to have some frustrated comms at the end of the game, like, how do we lose that against these guys? You're expecting to win this series, and that can carry over into game number 2, even if it's the first minute or so of game number 2. If someone's still talking about a kill they didn't get, or something that didn't go right, or a decision that was the one they didn't agree with in those last few minutes, 30 seconds into a game, say it goes into Aquarius Slayer, you lose a camo, and then you're down, and then all of a sudden it all kind of rolls through a series. And it's something that we talk about a lot mentality wise, and this is kind of breaking it down into what mentality actually is for teams and how it can affect them in games. So I think going back to your point as well, what side do you want to be on? Do you want to be an underdog? Do you want to be that team who has the pressure and expectation on them?
Yeah.
I think you always want to be the team with pressure and expectation, because that shows that you've got the accolades behind you to deserve that. You look at Knights, I brought it up in the cast yesterday, right? They're going to have a lot of fans at home who are expecting these guys to go through the tournament, and not only go through the tournament and win the MX Super, but when they get to Kansas City, they're going to be expecting big things as well.
Yeah.
And that will be a different kind of pressure for them to have to deal with on the world stage as opposed to the regional stage. So there's all these kind of things, these factors, which you kind of have to isolate away from when you're actually getting into the game as soon as that buzzer counts down and you're firing your first shots. And I think that's what some of the best teams in the world do. A lot of talk about Cloud9, and people say, they're not the biggest personalities in the world. Well, they are great personalities. They are really entertaining people, great people to talk to. But when they're at a tournament, it's tournament time, and they block everything out apart from the game that's in front of them. It makes them why they are one of the best teams that we've seen in Halo.
Yeah, I think that you make some great points. And I think just to, while we're obviously trying to kill a little bit of time while we're trying to get into the game, and apologies again, everyone, for the delay, stuff happens. We're online, the world happens, but we want to get into this game as much as you do. Just talking about Knights real quick, and I think you bring up an interesting point, like seeing them on the world stage, seeing them at LAN, Kansas City, the environment of that as well. And I kind of touched upon it earlier, but Brav, Knights haven't really been tested yet, and that's no disrespect to teams that they're playing, but in terms of the way that they're performing, and their performances have been so ahead above everybody else, they haven't been tested. They haven't really had that much of a challenge yet. But when they come to North America, when they come to the world stage, having those tests with unknown entities such as North American teams, such as some of the top teams that we see in the world in Halo, how are they going to handle that pressure? Because they're not used to losing. They're not used to not winning. They don't know what that really feels like fully. So, as a team, is there any kind of advice that you can give them, knowing that they haven't been pushed to their limits, they don't know what their limits are?
Yeah, I think there's a few things that come to mind here. I think, first of all, it's definitely going to be a wake-up call from what they've been used to in the Latin American region when they go to face the best teams in the world, right? You're leaving your region, you're fighting against the best teams in North America and also the very best of Europe, which are going to pose a big threat. I think an important thing to remember is these guys under the Shock the World banner, right? They've played at Halo World Championships, they've played on North American soil. They know what it's like to fly across the world to an event, to be in a strange hotel room, to be eating food that you're not used to be sleeping on weird hours, and then have to go compete in front of the world stage with hundreds of thousands and watching at once, and millions total watching you over the course of a weekend. So these guys have done a little bit of that. So this isn't going to be their first rodeo entirely, but in Infinite, it will certainly be their biggest competition. It'll be their first LAN competition as well. And the fact that they're going to have to be able to go up against the best teams and be able to do it. So I think they have a little bit of experience under their belt, but it's still going to be, as you allude to, a pretty difficult road for them. But I think they have enough experience, just enough where I think they could still secure something like a top 8, something like a top 6. So I think that's what a lot of people are looking to see.
Yeah, indeed. And I think it's going to be interesting to see how, obviously where they're at in terms of the world stage, where they kind of fall there, but also how they do handle challenges, how they do handle the true tests going up against teams, really close fought matches. It's going to be really interesting to see, and hopefully they make it to Kansas City. It's looking pretty good right now. The chances are looking pretty good. I tell you what though, folks, we are waiting patiently for players to get into the lobby to get everything set to go into our map number 2 here of the series. But while we do that, we're going to toss to a quick break. When we come back, we'll be right back into things. I promise. The game will be going, you will be seeing Halo Infinite action, and we'll all be smiling. So we'll see you guys right after this.
Master Chief recovered something.
Sacred ring. Halo.
When I touched the object, it felt different.
What does one do with a superhuman you're not sure you can trust?
Find the Halo. Win the war.
Do it. Do it.
X. Well, normally it's Lottie that's going to bring us back in, but I think I will do it for now because welcome back, everybody, to the HCS MX Super. Lottie's hiding because I think you have an apology to make, Miss Van Prague. There's something to say to the people at home?
No, I wasn't hiding. I was just turning on my Xbox because I'm going to start some gameplay up right now. I promised you guys that I'd be bringing you gameplay out of the break, but unfortunately, life works in mysterious ways, and we don't have any gameplay right now. But what I do have is talk about gameplay. We are getting into things. I promise one thing, right? We're working on it.
That was a bold promise, I gotta say.
Yeah.
I was worried when you were reaching over. I was worried you were reaching for like the security button they have in the bank, where you're like, I need protection right now, immediately.
I was reaching over to my power cables and just whoop.
I like how you made another promise after you broke the first one. I mean, that's even more risky.
You gotta be careful with these promises. Yeah, my God.
Well, I can promise that I don't know what I'm doing here quite clearly, but you know, I tell you what, we can talk about a couple of different things. Yeah, we're going to move on swiftly here. We're getting things sorted, folks, so please bear with us, but we thank you so much for all of your patience, of course. But gentlemen, obviously we're here for a much bigger picture. You know, obviously we're here at the MX Super, and it's fantastic to be here and kind of seeing what the LATAM region has to offer. There's a bunch of other supers happening at the same time, pretty much. We've got ANZ, we've got EU Super around the corner very soon, but it's all coming up to one thing, isn't it? And that is, of course, our different LAN events and our majors. We've got Kansas City coming up, and you know, I'm really excited to have, we've kind of talked about it before, but the world stage and having this major is such a big opportunity to see kind of where you're placing in the world. Where are you globally in terms of your talent as a team? And I'm excited for some of our other regions too. You know, I'm excited to see what EU has to offer. We have the likes of Ascend, who've been so dominant, the knights, so to speak, of the EU region. And talking about some of the dominant teams in their rights, in their regions on set, where do you see some of them landing on the world stage?
It's going to be a very interesting event, Casey, for sure, because when we were at the NA Regional recently in Anaheim, we were all saying, okay, Raleigh was great. It was kind of our introduction to Halo and Infinite, and it wasn't a huge amount of time for players to prepare, get ready, whatever it might have been. We got to the NA Regional, we were like, okay, this is the first time we see the best teams in the world with game time, with practice, and everyone working out the game and how they want to approach it, right? Now this is the first time we get to see the entire world in that situation. We have the EU teams who have been playing an astronomical amount. You've got the ANZ teams who've been playing and playing. You've got the LATAM teams and the MX teams that we're watching right now doing exactly that as well. So that's what we've been waiting for. We can talk about this in a little bit longer, for as long as you want, Lottie, but I'm hearing in my ear there's more important things, and your promise might actually
my promise is worked. My promise is happening right now. We're going to toss it on over to our casters, get the gameplay started, gentlemen. Come on, here we go. Gaskin, Clutch, it's over to you.
All right, we're in gameplay, Dan. Take a picture, make it last forever. Hopefully we see it. Luor back on the map, back doing work already. He's got an assist to his name, spots a player, bottom double stack, gets him to no shield as well. His teammate is going to end up trading that one out, and as the battle for camo still ensues, he's able to deny it from Danny Knight's hands, punches it into his chest, gets out of dodge, and Luor picking up right where he left off 30 minutes ago in that game one. And you love to see this situation now that he has a mangler as well to pair with this camo.
Yeah, this is going to be a real troublesome time for Cruelty if they allow this one to get out of hand right from the get-go. But at least it's going to be kills going both ways on both sides of the map. Even though Leo is tearing through Cruelty at the moment on one side, his teammates are falling on the other. So we've got a kind of a 50-50 split, but now it seems like things are starting to slow down a little bit. Rebel have taken the gold side, Cruelty are over towards the blue side, and this is the first real standoff that I was talking about prior to this series, is that the game can slow down, and it's about how you try and dictate the pace of the game. Do you want to speed it up at this point, or do you want to wait and encourage the other team to try and do so?
Okay, so what is Luor going to do with this mangler in hand? The best thing about Cruelty's opportunity right now is they did get the shock rifle out of dodge. They got it away from pipes before Rebel were able to enclose on that area. So even though Rebel controlled the pipes in top yellow area, they didn't have that shock rifle to kind of anchor around with and set up with. So they want to be aggressive right now, and they're trying to break into this setup. Unfortunately, they do lose a player in Wavelocks. Luor forced to back down several times, can't quite find the opening, and with the shock rifle in the hands of Cruelty, maybe there's an opportunity for them to get a few picks. A nice repulsor off the map. You thought that was going to be a free kill. You thought wrong. Renegade throws him off the map with that repulsor, and that was a big kill because that flank could have been everything to destroying this setup.
Rebel were the ones who tried to take the initiative, tried to make a play, and they were punished for it ever so slightly. They now find themselves 3 kills down, so Cruelty have the lead. Cruelty can now look to maybe get this next camouflage, and Cruelty can start trying to build towards a potential map 2. I know it's early days, but a 4-kill lead could be a significant one if you play it correctly, especially now they've got camouflage and they've got shock rifle.
Camo shock rifle in hand. We saw how much work this MX region can do with the shock rifle yesterday. Can we see a little bit of a highlight reel here from Reaper? He's got prey all around him. Spots 1, spots 2, misses the first shot. Gonna get his camo fully back, maybe relocate. They don't know he's quite here yet. Nice shot for him. That's a killing spree. Another assist. There's a player above him, and if they're able to sandwich this, there's gonna be 3 unanswered kills, maybe 4 unanswered kills here for Cruelty as they start to run away with this game too.
Really important that you, as Cruelty, continue this pressure onto Rebel as well. Make sure you, when you know the spawns, when you know where they're going to be pushing from, you surround them, you suffocate them to a point where you can continue this lead. But what you've got to be careful of is having players just left on their own to face 1v2s. Danny Knight had to fight on his own. At least though, Reaper Rips comes in to clean things up. Very important.
Interesting decision to drop the shock rifle there. He's out of ammo. He's going to put it on respawn here. So it is going to be coming off the weapon pad now that it's out. You see Reaper wanting to get back to that, wanting to deny Rebel from getting the opportunity to get that in hand. Still a 5-kill lead for Cruelty for now. They have pipes control. No camo coming up relatively soon, I don't believe. 30 seconds. So plenty of time to slay, plenty of time to play around the map. They spot Strikey, bottom blue box. They get a big kill under Rorsch as well. So the numbers advantage is going to be everything they need to potentially push here. Make it 2 kills, but 1 is traded out in Rebel's favor. But right now, 18 to 12, and with camo coming up, it really looks like Cruelty has turned around the story we saw from game 1. They are picking it up here and now to stay in this series.
Well, we knew that Cruelty could hit those shots, that they could win those 1v1 engagements, right? They just needed a platform to allow them to win a game off of that. And a Slayer is the perfect environment. They're up by 8 now. They've got sword, they've got grapple, they've got all the repulsors and the goodies that you could ever ask for. And now they can choose how they want to play this game. Danny Knight's just going to hold gold for now and wait for any sort of push, for anyone to try and contest him. And I tell you what, if you're Rebel, you want to avoid gold right now, but it looks like they don't even have a choice. They're getting absolutely suffocated off spawn, 26 to 14.
Yeah, I actually love how Danny Knight's playing this situation. Still in pipe, still controlling the sword, and we have seen Cruelty in control of all of the power on the map so far here in game 2. That's why they've built this significant lead. He spots a second player on his team with swords, so now they have dueling lightsabers on the side of Cruelty. You're seeing a push trying to finish this player into this corner. Unfortunately, not able to land that headshot, and because of it, that player stays alive. But even more importantly, Danny Knight with his sword stays alive, making it an easy opportunity to get a kill, and a great repulsor on the nade that would have finished him off and taken his life. He's able to stay alive a little bit longer, buy a little bit of time. Doesn't pay off in the long term, but a phenomenal play overall by Danny Knight there.
I mean, apart from the one Slayer that we saw Rebel lose yesterday when they were feeling a little bit down and out, and there was a few issues that they apparently had, they've looked pretty comfortable since. But right now, Cruelty are making them look very much second best here, and it is the pace of which Cruelty are playing. They've not allowed Rebel to kind of set up and be slow, apart from that 5-5 standoff we had, where Rebel tried to make the play, remember? Rebel tried to get behind, take the initiative. They were punished, and ever since then, Cruelty have just snowballed out of control, and they have such a huge lead here now. They have a massive margin forever.
Look at Deco, though. 15-6-4. What a 15-6-4. I'm sorry, Cruelty. What a game they're having here in game 2 to turn this series around, to get right back into this one. You said Rebel got the better of them the last time they matched up in this map mode combo, but that's not the story this time around in the MX Super. We're seeing Cruelty here and now step up when needed most. It's going to be on the back of Deco's strong performance so far in this game. 40-22.
And Rebel, they desperately want to slow this game down and play it at a different pace, but they can't really afford to. They need to pressure when they have the advantages as well, to try and snowball, just as Cruelty has done right in front of their very eyes. But I'm wondering, is it just going to be a little bit too late? Even if you start to hit some incredible shots at this point, even if you do gather a few kills and maybe even get 4 dead, with such a massive gap between score lines, Cruelty can play with just trading out 1 for 2 every single time now, and they will still win this game.
Yeah, I love how Cruelty's playing this. Look how aggressive they're being. They know they don't want Rebel to slow this game down at all. They don't want to give them a chance. They want to get to game 3. And in all honesty, I believe Rebel should want to get to game 3 as well, because this game 2 has been nothing short of a blowout in Cruelty's favor. A shock rifle in the hands of Reaper as he jumps back over towards Pipes, pulls out his BR, but good shots from Luor. Who else to try and bring his team back into it with a nice double kill, make it a triple kill onto that player top BR. And Luor showing you that, yeah, this game's score might be ugly, but my shot's still clean.
14 kill difference. Still not out of the realms of possibility for Rebel, but it's looking increasingly unlikely as it goes on. But there's another 2 kills that go unanswered. And if Cruelty aren't trading them, as the third kill goes answered, then that does start to get a little bit scary. And if Cruelty slow things down themselves, as now it becomes a 10 kill difference, if they turtle up, if they allow Rebel to take too much control, then they could be on the receiving end of an incredible comeback. But it looks like they're starting to pick up a few kills here or there.
Just 5 kills is all Cruelty needs. I would say the comeback would be a miraculous one if it were to take place. A few more kills coming in the hands of Rebel, but one traded out is just one step closer for Cruelty to shut the door. But what Rebel are doing right now is building some momentum to go into game 3. Yes, we lost game 2, but not without a massive comeback, not without making a statement that maybe the starting strat just wasn't strong for us and things got out of hand, right? So Rebel doing a good job of building some momentum. 48-41 though. So now 7 kills separate these two. 2 kills needed from Cruelty. And if I'm Cruelty, I'm looking to be aggressive. I am looking to try and capitalize on some of the damage my team is able to do and to end this one before Jesus intervenes.
The last thing you want to do is push alone and allow a trade to come through. 49 on the board. And that should be now a chance for them all to push together and make a kill work. And it could be right here, right now. But Lior responds, stays alive, and keeps it at 49-44 now. And Cruelty have got to be careful. Deco, a lot of responsibility with the sword here.
Deco trying to hunt this player down, finally takes him down, but not without making a sweat day, not without getting a little bit of excitement out of the end game there from Rebel. And yes, Cruelty do tie this one up off a strong starting performance from everyone on the squad, but Rebel did everything they could to make that miraculous comeback a reality, just not enough. And the scoreline 50 for Cruelty. I believe it was like 43-44 for Rebel there at the end. But it was a miraculous attempt at a comeback, and hopefully that bodes well for their future, because you cannot start off games rough. We've seen it too often in this region so far.
Well, we've got a series on our hands. It looked a little bit worrisome right at the end, and Cruelty, I'm sure they would have been getting an extra few hand towels out of the cupboard to wipe the sweat off of their palms after that one. But if Rebel could have played that way right from the start, this could have been an entirely different game. And again, that's how I felt after game 1. Rebel, they were looking good, they got the win, but there was a few times they just let things slip through their fingers and they didn't look at their very best. And because of the lead they gave away in game number 2, that's why they find themselves now all tied up 1-1 in this series. There's the damage on your screens as well. Deco, the key leader in terms of damage dealt, 4.7k. Similarly to what we saw in game 1, he was a standout player, individually looked incredible. And in a Slayer, it makes a bit more of a difference than it did in the Strongholds game.
Deco really was that player that shined for Cruelty there in game 2, and rightfully so. Statistics across the board. He was able to put up numbers, not only in the kills column, but in the assist column as well. But it was really all of Cruelty that stepped up early and often in that game too. It wasn't until the end that we saw a lot of life from the Rebels squad that was similar to the game 1 performance we saw from them. And maybe it was just shaking off the chills and the rust from the break that Rebel needed in the second half of that game to make it a close one. But like you said, we have a series on our hands now, Dan. And this series being tied up 1-1 gives Cruelty a little bit of life that they might not have had in their past few series. Knowing how pool play was a disappointment, maybe this was the point in the day, in the weekend, where they turn their tournament around.
And both teams will turn their attention to Aquarius capture the flag. Rebel have won it once already this tournament. Cruelty have lost it once already this tournament. And it was a game type that Cruelty did lose to 8th seed Sintenegra. So that has me slightly concerned that maybe this isn't one of their more comfortable games, but at the same time, we have to give credit to Sintenegra. Even though we've not seen them on our screens thus far, the results they were able to provide yesterday suggest that they really are contenders for one of those top 3 positions to get to KC.
I think both these teams have dreams and aspirations of getting to KC. Only one of them is probably going to make it with how strong the top 2 seeds in this MX region look. We're hopping into a quick game 3. It's going to be Aquarius CTF, one of the most stereotypical Halo maps. When we talk about the experience on the side of Cruelty and Danny Knight and how often and how many several Halos that they've competed in, that's going to give them a significant advantage, one would think, as they go into this map. But just like that, we're hopping on board with Roar. She's knocked to no shield. Does have a few teammates that pick up kills. If he can get one of his own, map control is going to go into the hands of Rebel early in this game.
I think what really impressed me when I saw Rebel play Capture the Flag on Bazaar yesterday was their ability to overextend and stop flag runs from happening and just always have that one player to be a nuisance. They've got to make sure they do that successfully, though, here on Aquarius, because if you try that a little bit too often, you can leave your team vulnerable to just being completely spawn controlled and the other team then getting that flag quite comfortably across the other side of the map. For now, it seems like both teams are trying to fight for these kind of closet areas, and Decker's having a lot of trouble finishing this kill, and oh my goodness, Roar somehow, some way manages to get the better of him.
Roar showing you he can do it as good as anybody in the lobby right now. That kill was massive to get that Heatwave player out of his closet, to extend some space for his team, to deny any opportunity at a potential flag run we would have seen early from Cruelty. But Rebel trying to fight back. You know, they started so slow in game 2. They picked it up in the middle, and let's see what they can bring us now that Luor is in a good position with this Heatwave to push into the closet. Finds one onto Reaper. A nice one tap with the Heatwave is going to build the confidence up. Able to listen to some call outs, able to do some great damage, find a second kill, an assist, and the last player alive is going to be in this window. Your life is not for long as Luor gets the back smack, gets the flag on the move as well, and Luor doing it all. We saw a similar play yesterday from him as he was able to pick up kills, play the objective efficiently, and once again we're seeing it all from Luor as he's able to untouched get this flag across the map. But will he be able to punch it in? He's got one player in his base to try and deal with. That player cannot take him down, and that's going to be Rebel taking an early lead here in game 3, 1-0.
How much map control do they give up to get that flag capture, though? It looks like they're okay because enough players came back to fight in that base and they had got the kill. So now Cruelty are off spawn and they have just quite an even fight to get top middle here, which it looks like Rebel are leading that fight with the shots they've been able to put down.
Strikey, he's got a lot of responsibility to try and stay alive. He does lose a teammate, so he's forced to try and fall back, but wants to contain some of the map control that they've earned. They didn't give an opportunity for a counter cap, so job well done by Rebel to punch that one in without suffering too much consequence here. You do, however, have to deal with these players. Top Dynamos, and Strikey makes slight work of Danny Knight with some great shots there. Tries to stay alive, but the damage is capitalized on in Cruelty. Now with numbers in their advantage, look to push onto this flag, look to get a touch. They have one player in the closet to deal with. Reaper, can he finish this kill? He has to reload, and Roar gets that one, and that, although doesn't stop the flag from moving, could give his team the respawn advantage as they come off spawn. But no, 3 down for Rebel. Cruelty slay out from there, and that's going to be the game-tying flag now as Renegade runs that one in. And that's a phenomenal job from the boys over on Cruelty.
Yeah, that's a really impressive pull there, and the way they fought out together and got those slays, they fought tooth and nail, and Renegade just trusted in his team. He kept running even though he was no shields, a sign of a good, objectively minded player to ensure that you have to just say, look, I know that my team are going to get these kills. I know I'm not going to die here, and if I do go down, I've got to get it as far as possible.
Yeah, great confidence in his team. His team got the job done, and therefore Cruelty are able to capitalize there, tie this one up as we enter the 8-minute mark. Battle in the closet going to be won by Strikey and Waylocks as Roar finds one of his own and give Rebel that man advantage as they look to push across Dynamos. Look at the focus here, Dan, into the Dynamo closet. So much hyper focus on this is where they want to run flags. This is the part of the map they want to control. They've got camo as well, but unfortunately a great predictive grenade from Reaper, able to find that kill, able to flush a couple Rebel members out of the base. And what looked like what looked like Rebel having map advantage right there, map control, was completely lost, removed from the situation, and now we're seeing Cruelty on the offense once again.
It is hard to believe that Cruelty came out of their group in 3rd place. Just watching how individually talented they are and how many shots they do hit as Renegade is able to get that kill and does have some support. I like that he challenged. He probably could have stayed alive there, but he wanted to ensure he got the kill with Danny Knight. That's a sign of a good teammate, but also I would suggest that maybe he could have backed off a little bit and hoped that the teammate did the job anyway.
May have been able to play his life a little bit better, and what numbers can do once you're able to get your shield back would have given Cruelty an opportunity there. To your point, he loses his life, and with that loses any opportunity Cruelty was looking at to get control of that closet. But Reaper comes off spawn, finds a double in the kill feed. Roarsh gets one to trade one back as he gets one onto Danny Knight there. That's a massive win. As you look over across the map now, Roarsh trying his best to turn around, try and focus this flag carrier before we can get into the closet, and he does. The team melt comes through. Flag gets denied. Not only that, but Renegade running for his life bottom middle, being hunted by Roarsh right now. Can Roarsh find this kill? Eventually, he takes him down, and that's the 5th one of this life for Roarsh. Make it 6 the double. Make it a triple. Roarsh absolutely going off, and it's because he had the awareness to turn around. Can he find the 4th into the closet? Everybody on Cruelty getting a little bit of Roarsh today.
Was Roarsh playing SWAT? Like, it was just firing 1 bullet, reload, fire 1 bullet, reload, fire 1 bullet, reload, and he gets a triple kill for it. A great sign of a good teammate who is listening to those call-outs, making sure that he checks everything that his teammate are saying. Look, this is where you need to be pushing. As Danny Knight gets a double kill, can now look to charge into the base.
Great thrust forward from Danny Knight. Great awareness that that was his play to get the kill. Able to close that distance on that player so quickly with thrust, able to get the melee onto him. And that opening has allowed Danny Knight to get this fight towards the closet, but Danny Knight opts to try and slay in this situation. Another thrust forward, but not enough ammo once again as Strikey finishes him off there. Wasn't the prettiest battle, but Strikey getting that kill will shut down any chance Cruelty would have had at a flag run there.
Leo picks up a double kill. The dynamo grenades playing a big factor into it as well. You can understand why there is such a focus on this side of the map. Not just because of the dynamos, but because the flag runs are so much more comfortable when you manage to get it into these areas. So both teams fighting tooth and nail to try and grab this side. You see a little bit of pink control here or there just to try and maybe stop a flag run or try and stop some spawns from happening. But for the most part, this is why we're seeing the engagements over towards the car side.
This is a big moment. Look at Cruelty's opportunity here. They have complete control of the enemy base. You see Deco, he picks up one in the kill feed, and that's going to be Renegade's opportunity, and it's time to pull this flag. Unfortunately, someone comes across the middle of the map. Strikey with a massive kill. Although he was the last guy alive on his team, he's able to stop this flag momentarily from moving, and because of it, is it going to buy enough time for the rest of Rebel to come off respawn? Doesn't look like Deco's taken any damage as he's picked up this flag, continued this run as Danny Knight picks up 2 in the feed. He knows he's clear and comfortable punching this one in, taking the lead. And now Cruelty, they were once down 1-0 in this series. Now they find themselves tied up and the lead in game 3, and the potential to take the lead in the series here. 4 minutes left on the clock, 2-1 Cruelty, showing you that they may have had a rough Friday, but they are here to play on Saturday.
Everything's starting to gel together now for Cruelty, isn't it? The kills are coming and they're realizing how they need to play it to get the objective work done on the other side as well. Everyone knows their roles at the moment. Danny Knight has been popping off, Deco the same, and Reaper, Rips, and Renegade say, okay, well, why don't we get into a position to ensure that we can get this objective work done? Let's help them get the kills as well. Let's make sure we're putting this damage down. It just seems like there's a far better plan here in games number 2 and 3 than there was in game number 1. I know game number 1 was close, but I think there was just a lot of questions about how they wanted to approach it. They seem to be a lot more comfortable here in these maps.
Look how confused Roarsh looked there. He thought that there was a player in his base, and when things like that are so obvious, well, as we're watching player screens, you can tell that the game's a little chaotic for Rebel. They need to figure out a way to get map control slowed down, because right now Cruelty is in your base, in your face, and running a flag once again across Dynamos. It's going to be Danny Knight, flag in hand. He's got it across into his closet. Can he turn the corner without receiving any damage? Nades are coming through, though. Danny Knight opts to try and just rush it in quickly. He's taken down, and trades across the board are going to benefit Rebel as another player is going to be in that window. Roarsh able to hop this return, throw the flag out as well, and if he can get this kill, it doesn't even matter. He's able to get the return, and the job is done for Roarsh. And not only that, but the flag being moved as well. Rebel may have a counter cap in hand. Opportunity as they run it up their flag. Can they punch this one in there? There's so many players from Cruelty trying to deny this one from going in, but the slide is true. The flag cap comes through. War ties this one up.
What an amazing counter cap that was as well. Just all the players throwing their bodies on the line to ensure they stop that flag. But at what cost? Are they going to get counter capped from their counter cap now as Cruelty come in, are running this flag, and as long as they can avoid grenade damage, this flag is going to get all the way to the other side of the base. It's just whether they can stop the overextenders.
Reaper's got a big responsibility to stop that first overextender. Is able to get some help from Deco, takes that first one down, and now if he can focus these players top middle, this flag should be able to go in. But the flag carrier, he tries to desperate it gets taken down, 3 go down, and now Reaper's starting to scratch his head. Where did everybody go? I got to run back, try and get this flag cap myself, but he's not going to be able to do that. So many members of Rebel are there on the return. They get the return, and now the counter cap opportunity is back in place. It's being run bottom middle, and Luor still putting shots on these players top middle. Needs to come back with this flag because I believe there are overextenders once again from Cruelty.
More counters than S's in Mississippi, and honestly, I can't really keep up with it because Rebel at this point, they've got to make sure that they work together, and if they can get this cap, then they should be able to hold on to it, but there's just every single time off the spawn, the other team is right back into things.
It's another one. I don't know. We're losing track of how many counters there's been, but there's another counter, ladies and gentlemen, and that counter is going to be Reaper as he's running this flag across the map into the closet. Nobody's here this time around. No counter caps happening this time. Reaper punches it in, and with a minute left, Cruelty take the lead 3-2.
And that's going to be heartbreak for Rebel. It's going to be heartbreak either way, really, with how many back and forth capture possibilities there were on that occasion. But that's 3 members once more down for Rebel. And Cruelty, they're looking to put a final nail in this coffin. They've tossed the flag out. Deco is controlling top middle, but realistically, they can play defense here. 45 seconds, they just need to stop Rebel from pushing into their base.
But wouldn't it be a statement to take this flag home knowing that they could just focus on defense, but to focus on playing the game the right way? That would be an impressive mark, and Danny Knight does it. He comes from the closet once again. All 4 flags coming from that closet control, and the strategy for Cruelty has come through so far in game 3. 4-2 with 20 seconds left. No time for Rebel to run 2 flags across the map on Aquarius, and that's going to do it. Cruelty have created the advantage in this series for themselves on the back of Danny Knight's 28-17 performance. 5 seconds left, and unless that flag starts to teleport, we're gonna call this one a Cruelty 2-1 so far in this best of 5. A beautiful game 3, executed strategy perfectly. It wasn't without a little bit of sweats of counter caps everywhere along the way, but the job gets done, and we are really starting to see the best out of Cruelty so far this weekend.
And I think Cruelty are probably going to be saying, well, why couldn't we do this yesterday in pool play when we got taken down by maybe 2 teams that we should have been able to topple? But at least they've been able to make it work here today to go 2-1 up in this series in games that, to be honest, I didn't think they would be able to win. I thought that history would have gone against them, and maybe Rebel would have been able to find themselves 3-0ing this series, if I'm completely honest. But Cruelty have answered back. They've shown what they can do individually, and Danny Knight and Deco have been the 2 standout players for me. Individually, have just been on form.
Yeah, but it's a team collective effort stepping up, especially after game 1, how slow they looked, how I wasn't sure if they were ever going to find their footing in this tournament. They didn't find it in pool play typically at all yesterday, and then today they start off slow in that game 1, but for games 2 and 3 to go the way that they've gone, for that second half of that game 3 as well to go the way it did for Cruelty, we really started to see them shine and what they are capable of when they're playing confident and as a team. You talked about the assists coming through as well for Cruelty, how easy some of the kills looked from their point of view. It's because their teamwork and communication were on point. This team really starting to heat up, Dan, as we enter the middle part of this series.
I think that Cruelty will be delighted with that one. And just looking back at some of the highlights and the way they played this map, they dominated the car side. They did not allow Rebel to get in there really at all. I think even when Rebel were able to wrestle back a little bit of control, there was always one more member of Cruelty that they had to deal with, and it was the control of the dynamo grenades, the sizzle sticks in hands that made a huge difference, and also that heat wave that you're seeing as well. So a great control of both map positioning and the power weapons that are available to them. The Cruelty now find themselves 2-1 up and on series point here in Winners Bracket Round 1. Oddball Streets is going to be our next game type. We've not seen either of these teams play Oddball Streets so far this tournament. In fact, I'm not sure we've seen these teams play oddball at all this tournament. I think they've always been getting to the point where they just play strongholds. No, okay, we've seen Cruelty play it once. They lost recharge oddball, but it certainly is going to be, you know, this is going to be a game-defining moment, I think, for both of these teams. This could be Kansas City potentially decided here. If Cruelty take down Rebel, knock them down into the lower bracket, start to assert their dominance, make Rebel question themselves, then maybe Rebel won't have what it takes to come back through and fight for that top 3 position. And what a statement it would be from Cruelty if they could win this series after losing game 1.
I don't think this series is shortly going to be ended, Dan. I think that this could go the distance the way that we saw Rebel and their resiliency show up yesterday against Legends Never Die, but they're going to need some of that resilience. They're going to have to play that trap card from their hand once again if they want to get to that game 5 and take this one. The momentum built off this series alone could take them to Kansas City. Both these teams have dreams and aspirations, like we said, to get there. But in order to do so, they're going to have to either put a punctuation on this one if you're Cruelty and consistently play at the level we've seen them in these past 2 games, or is Rebel going to be able to step it up here in game 4 and push this series the distance? I'd love to hop on board with Laylox, a player that we saw so much power from yesterday, so much presence, so much greatness from in our pool play series. But where has he been today? Where has he been these past 2 games to make statements for this Rebel roster? We're hopping on board, and it's this starting strat that could dictate how this early game goes for either one of these teams, and we've seen leads start to be run away with it so far in this region. So I love the idea of hopping on board with Laylox. He finds 1, teammates find kills as well, and that's 3 dead for Cruelty as well. So Rebel are going to answer with a strong start here in game 4.
Rebel started from the lower side as well, which sometimes could be the more difficult side to start from, as Strikey's able to pick up another kill. Did have the rockets, but is now out of them. And they really want to get this ball into a position where they can start to really rack up time and take advantage of the kills they've been able to get. But Strikey fights with every last breath, but is only able to assist to get the kill, not able to get it himself. And for Rebel and Cruelty, I mean, they've played Streets a few times, but neither time has it been Ball. It's always been Strongholds or Slayer. And they've been losing the Slayers. It's about, I think, what you've learned from when you've played Streets against some of these top teams. Is there a way they like to position themselves? Do they like to control certain areas in the map as Rorsch lose that engagement to Reaper Rips?
Cruelty have done a phenomenal job to deny any ball time going into Rebels' hands, even though Rebels were able to win the starting strat. But right now, Cruelty actually get that ball for the first time into Tram. They're able to rack up some time, but Laylox finds the first kill that could open up the push for Rebel to break this setup. Doesn't see that player to his right, and unfortunately that player is going to get the better of him, even though it's a close range combat. With that combat shotgun in hand, he's not able to get that kill, and that could have been a big light that you wanted him to stay alive with. Unfortunately, a teammate comes through, so everything going wrong for Rebels as they tried to break the rest of the setup. And Cruelty, they're going to be able to rack up some significant time here now that they've got the round of slays behind this setup.
Yeah, Cruelty the first team to get an actual setup on the go, but with rockets coming up, are they going to be in a position where they can actually fight for them? Rorsch is going to be doing the jump to get behind them here, and maybe he's going to be timing them perfectly as Deco looks out towards the rockets, but it looks like has to rely on the Bulldog, but it's not going to happen. It's a successful push from Rebel. They will stop the ball from being gathered up by Cruelty, and now they can look to get a setup of their own.
Yeah, worried about how far Cruelty was going to be able to push that setup, especially after they got that first round of slays. But immediately off respawn, Rebel are able to break that one. They're able to get the setup of their own going, and now just down about 10 seconds here in the first round of this match. It is game 4. Rorsch with combat shotgun once again in hand is going to be trying to find these players that were pushing up brew grenades, but Danny Knight with a great job jumping into that tower balcony, able to get this surprise advantage onto Rorsch, take him down with that combat shotgun. And it's not often we see that combat shotgun taken down several times in that close quarters like combat loop in Tram, but a great job so far here by Cruelty to eliminate that multiple times from happening. But now Strikey has a big responsibility to try and find some kills to remain this setup for the side of Rebel. Unfortunately, he's knocked to no shields, but a good job to stay alive. Great teamwork out of Rebel. They find a few kills of their own, and just like that, they're right back in this first round.
like the scrappy time I'm seeing from Cruelty, but they just have to be careful they don't try and overdo it when it comes to picking up that ball. I'd like to see them set up first. And I mean, yes, okay, they've got the lead and they've had that one setup. You don't want to get trapped in the constant rotation of let's push the ball, die, push the ball, die, because Rebel will slowly but surely find their way to picking up time.
Yeah, unfortunately, War, he loses his teammate in Tram, and that's going to be the setup once again broken for Rebel, and I don't believe they were able to play the ball as well, but Laylock's flying in with the combat shotgun, puts it to work on the first, gets another player to no shield, and right now it's basically a free-for-all. These players just battling for map control as the ball does reset. No one touched it for a while, but rightfully so. Everyone trading kills back and forth. These two teams so highly contested as Roars loses his life down pillars, and map control is going to quickly go into Cruelty's favor unless Luor and Strikey find two, and that's exactly what they do. Make it a third for Rebel, and the ball being rotated to Tower as well is another setup opportunity for them as they're going to take the lead now here in the first round.
And this is more of an ideal setup for me. I think that you've got a great chance to play the ball if it does go south, but you can also watch far more angles, and with a rocket launcher to help out, maybe you could try and get some real significant time. There's the play I was talking about, as unfortunately Rebel not able to hold off Cruelty. Didn't seem like they were taking the right angles there, if I'm honest, Wes. They didn't really know where to be watching, but they also have to give credit to Cruelty with how they pushed it and how they sent enough players to really kind of pressure those positions.
Yeah, very unfortunate for Rebel. They had rockets, they had what looked to be a legitimate setup, but they're not able to manifest too much points off of it, and now they've already lost the lead. Cruelty back in this one with the lead, 7 points. The ball carrier does get taken down, and this is a lot of scrappy time, right? These carriers do not have a full setup. They don't have teammates around them, but they are getting significant time that's continuing to add up. Both sides are doing it, though, so this game's still neck and neck. 69-62. Reaper tries to push onto these players in the Flowers situation, but just like that, two members of Rebel take him down. Not only that, but rotate the ball so perfectly over towards Arcade. And I love this rotation. It's across the map. This ball was once back Tower. It is now all the way to Red Room.
Big kill, though, from Danny Knight. He had to hit those shots. He had to take that ball down. Otherwise, that could have been the game going in favor, or sorry, the round going in favor of Rebel. And now it's just allowed his team off respawn to try and push, try and catch up and get involved. The Bulldog is going to be a big influence here to them getting some kills too.
Blue War smells this player bottom middle, able to knock him out. Take down that combat shotgun out of Cruelty's hands. The ball is in Strikey's hands, and he needs to get it back towards this PD situation. Unfortunately, he loses his life before he's able to do that. That ball still stuck in between Arcade and PD right now. Both teams trying to compete for this ground. Blue War's got a big responsibility to try and do some good damage with the Stalker rifle. Does enough to get Waylocks a double, and just like that, Rebel have the slays they need to get a setup, get that ball over towards Strayman with 15 points remaining in this round is all they need. They may be able to close this one out, but we're going to see one last final push from Cruelty.
You have to have some good nades here into PD to just stop this ball from being carried. And actually, there is going to be the toss out from Strikey. He recognized he was being pressured, so there is one last chance for Cruelty to get a setup here. They grab the ball, they force Rebel back onto a respawn, and now Rebel are going to be the side that has to try and break through. They should have a couple of attempts here just looking at the time, but Cruelty will be delighted that they've managed to stop that one.
I think they have one, maybe two attempts, because once you die one time, you're going to have to desperate across the map. But here it comes. Laylocks jumps in to Flowers. Teammates find two kills. The ball carrier forced to throw it bottom middle. 5 points is all we see Rebel need here, but they're focused on the slays. Luor picks up two, and Laylocks knows that's his cue to pick up this ball, turn the corner, and that's going to do it. Rebel will take round one here of game 4, looking to push this the distance to a game 5. They are on match point.
I mean, you said it after you saw game 1. You saw a game 5 potentially being over the horizon. And if Rebel can play in a similar way where their setups are that structured, then I think Cruelty will struggle, and maybe we will see that game 5. But if Cruelty can perhaps get that ball over towards Tram once more, make Rebel a little bit more uncomfortable, and set up a little bit stronger, then they might be able to tie up this game, as that's a rocket that is just fired straight into the floor.
Yeah, an unfortunate situation for Rebel fans as they lose the opening break here, and once again they're going to lose a few more players. A great start from Cruelty, much different than round 1, and let's see if that's able to translate into the score. They already do have 3 points, but unfortunately I'm not sure if anybody else is picking up points right now. The ball looks like it's in the hands of Rebel, and A big battle going down over towards Cafe. Kills being traded out, but it is going to be Rebel that are going to benefit from all of these trades as the ball still in the hands of Laylox, and a great rotation once again from the boys in blue.
Rotations have been on point. Cruelty have really struggled to keep up with the ball from being moved from one side of the map to the other, it has to be said. Usually there's been a few individuals that have popped up to get some kills, but when Laylox is hitting shots like that, it does get some damage onto the final player as well. It makes it very difficult for Cruelty to try and break setups. Rorsch almost gets Dipsy doodled. Will actually get a trade as well, so great play from Renegade.
You never want to trade a melee with a no-shield player, but Rorsch does end up finding the kill there at the end. Laylox did everything he could to create an opening for his team, but right now Reaper trying to do the same for Cruelty. He's able to stay alive, get his shield back, get towards this ball. It's in PD. It's not a bad spot for them to have it, but they need to find some kills because look at this. Rebel have got control of Cafe and Tower. They're looking to push this out of the map. A player in Flowers doesn't expect Reaper to relocate around this tires area. Able to find that first back smack, able to relocate again in this situation. This flank is perfect. 3 kills in the hands of Reapers, a double kill on screen, and the last player alive, unfortunately, is running away with the ball. So what rotations? And it's Strikey. Again, Strikey, the mastermind behind all of the rotations for Rebel, has got the ball away from Reaper, who is doing so much damage, but it's not translating into any of the score because we're playing oddball.
Yeah, you got to do better at getting some ball time here if you're Cruelty, and at least they've got it in their hands now. They did try and play like a scrappy approach in game 1, and it didn't work out for them. After they had the initial setup, they were maybe getting a little bit too desperate to try and get their hands on that ball. Just need a little bit more planning, a little bit more coordination for it to work.
Danny Knight spots this player into red room, able to finish off that player with some great grenades, and a nice jump into the commando hall here. He's got rockets on the flank. Are they going to expect him to be here? The answer is no. He does find shots with a battle rifle, but the rocket comes through onto a second player, and that's a great job by Danny Knight to hit that jump, have a great flank, break the setup virtually by himself of Rebel, and with that he's going to reward his team some ball time as well. So Danny Knight doing it all in the moment, but he's going to have some pressure here from Driveway. He's going to understand that pressure is coming through. His grenades knock him to no shields. He knows he's surrounded. He knows he has to play his life. A great job by him to get his shield back, poke out, get a kill. Nice stick, Danny Knight, as well. So when he turns 2, Cruelty should be able to take an advantage here, but unfortunately, looking at the KDs, it's 3 go down for Cruelty, and Rebel once again in numbers advantage, but the ball being rotated towards Arcade is going to deny teams from being able to collect any ball time throughout these slays.
It's a 1v1 at the end there, and just having the decision making to pick up that ball and get away as a triple kill's found by Lior. He's going to look for more as well, but no one's going to be challenging that Bulldog, I can tell you that for true.
Blue War doing work with that Bulldog, the triple kill, the killing spree, another one in his hands. Deco goes down, and great job to create some space for his team here now that they have a legit setup. Picks up thrust as well, so now the strongest player on the map, but rockets are up. He wants to try and deny those from going into Renegade's hands. Unfortunately, he's only going to trade. 3 kills go in the favor of Rebel right there, so that's going to be a net positive, even though Luor goes down with that power weapon in the Bulldog shotgun. It's for the benefit of Rebel as they are collecting ball time, now up 40 points here in round 2, looking to push this to a game 5 with just 40 more.
You imagine that Cruelty are going to start to get a little bit desperate at this point as well. When you're down by 50 seconds and the round is teetering on the edge of just one push, and not just the round, but the map, and then, of course, going to that game 5. You've got one last push in them, and you've got to make sure you do it correctly here, otherwise we will be going to that game 5.
Danny Knight and the rest of Cruelty do find kills, though. 3 go down. Laylox, the last guy alive, gets a kill, throws down the drop shield, and can he put it to work? Can he use it to his advantage to deny ball time from Cruelty? Does get eventually taken down, not without a little bit of damage though. So our Rebel respawners going to be able to do what it takes to break this setup is the question. Reaper, ball in hand, knows how close Rebel are to pushing this to a game 5, does not want to see his team push to a game 5, so he's going to throw that ball bottom middle. Great shots with the stalk rifle. They're going to be perfect actually as he lands 3 to the dome of Luor. Relocates here back. Tram unfortunately gets lost in the chaos, and he gets taken down as well. And now 89 points for Rebel. 11 points is all they need to take this to a game 5. You want to see them slow this one down and just get one last setup, but Danny Knight denies that from happening once again.
Cruelty can't afford to let this one slip. They can't afford to go 4 down once more. As I say that, 2 players have fallen. Laylox is picking up another. It's all down to Danny Knight, really, to be the last protector, the last stand to stop Rebel from picking up this ball.
Yeah, they are going to... Cruelty does choose to drop the ball and try and slide. They know they're under hot pressure. Another perfect shot. A great brew grenade predictive of the second player coming through. No one able to trade out the kills for Rebel, and that's a beautiful double kill from Danny Knight to secure even more ball time for his team. Is this where Cruelty make their last stand here in game 4? Is this where they try to push this to a round 3? Because right now, 3 dead for Rebel, as you saw rockets coming through as well. I love the idea of going to get this thrust, and now only 20 points just about separates you. And great shots once again. This Stalker rifle is worth its money right now in damage as Danny Knight finally gets taken down. But I mean, Cruelty is holding this setup, and it's not too long from now that we'll be talking about them potentially ending round 2 in their favor.
Well, yeah, it was all down to Danny Knight, right? That hold that he had in station was incredible with the Stalker rifle and the grenades. Without that, Cruelty were down, out. We were in game 5. But that shows the individual ability of some of these players can make that difference in the right situation at the right time. Now we're still seeing more ball time being added by Cruelty. Rebel looks like they were going to be heading to a game 5. They were probably thinking about game 5 already, but now they need to focus on this push. How do we get them out of station?
Yeah, you can't be thinking about game 5 because right now Deco is thinking about ending this 1 in 4. Got a player in front of him, can't quite finish the kill, but his teammate Reaper does, able to pick that ball up, and just like that, the lead is erased. The lead is given to Cruelty, and they're looking to push this to a round 3 with 3 points.
Oh.
Nobody there. Actually, one player swoops in, does get the kill at the last second. 99 points. Can you get a touch? Yes. The last player alive back tram, they're able to pick that one up. It's going to be Reaper putting that last second on the board, as well as 22 kills there in round 2 to his name. And Reaper doing it all to keep Cruelty in this game 4 as they tie this one up. And now we're looking at Rebels winners bracket lives on the line once again.
Where did Deco come from at the end there? By the way, he just appeared and managed to get the kill. I was thinking that was going to be something that was going to happen and it was all going to change in the last moment and neither player was going to be able to touch the ball. But anyway, at the very end of it, Cruelty still managed to put on the points, and we go to round 3. And in the early stages, Cruelty have got the ball, but Lure has got the Stalker rifle, and that means he can do some real damage with it, maybe similar to what we saw earlier from Danny Knight.
Yeah, he found a double kill in the kill feed with it before we hopped on board with him. He does great damage to a third, does decide to drop it and keep his BR in his back pocket. Pick up this Bulldog shotgun. Unfortunately, that's going to cost him his life as he's unable to locate that player ATM. And because he's the first pick, now Cruelty look to break this setup. Everyone going down on the side of Rebel. But a great predictive grenade once again from Rorsch. These kills, they add up. They stall the opportunity that Cruelty would have had now at a counter setup. And although the ball does get picked up momentarily, Rorsch is still alive back tower. Trades out another one. So for Rorsch to find 2 there is massive.
That's what I'm saying. Every single time there's just one player who steps up individually and makes a difference with a double kill or with a slight positioning advantage that gets them 1 kill that stops the ball from being picked up. But it's about who can make that play when it comes to crunch time. When we start to get to the latter stages of this round, are we going to be going to a game 5? Are we going to be finishing it here with Cruelty advancing to winners bracket round 2, where Knights are waiting in the wings, and I'm sure they are going to be rubbing their hands together at the prospect of facing either of these teams. But for now, they can only focus on one another, and they probably have to focus on these rockets that are popping soon.
Yeah, unfortunately, Danny Knight gets taken down just as rockets are about to come up. Still 6 seconds, so he may be able to come off respawn, but his teammates will not. Strikey finds a double, and that gives Rebel a significant advantage here for these rockets. They are going to be spawning in trams, so they may have some sight lines to compete for these things, but one player goes bottom middle. They end up trading it out, and it's actually Danny Knight that was able to make it back to those rockets, so a great job by him to get off spawn, get back to those quickly. But kills on both sides of the map right now as you're seeing Rorsch try to slow this one down, try and control tower. We saw how much work he was able to do here last time around, able to slide MPD, finish 1, knows that multiple players are going to be over towards flowers and tires, decides to not challenge. It's a good job by him to stay alive, be a nuisance, and he makes it up to heaven. They don't spot him right away. He gets his shield back, and he's doing such a good job of staying alive in this situation. Look at this, a double kill for Rorsch, and that was the most impressive thing we could have seen from him there, to be able to stay alive, dip, dodge, and just do more than what anyone expected in that situation. And just like that, Rebel have the 30-point lead.
It's so difficult for either of these teams to get a real setup on the go when we're constantly seeing something magnificent from every single player on the map. It makes it just one of those situations where you as a team need to start maybe duoing up, even tripling up, to ensure that you're constantly being able to trade out these kills and you're not allowing too many 1v1s to happen, because any member of any team right now just seems to be able to hit those shots, pop off when they need to, and that is scary when you're trying to get that ball into either station or back tower.
Yeah, one of the big things we're seeing right now from just about everybody on the map is how great they are at staying alive. How this region is starting to develop that into their gameplay is one of the most impressive things that's stuck out to me so far this weekend. Renegade, he was able to stay alive back tram. Now he's able to impact this fight. Now he's able to pick up the ball, and it's immediately translating into the score. We're seeing Cruelty trying to climb back into this round 3. They're doing just that with that rotation towards the tower with the ball. Renegade unfortunately loses 2 teammates, so he immediately throws that one out. But unfortunately for him, there's players for Rebel that are bottom middle there to not only catch the ball, but to get slays as well. Rockets pop up, and you think just a little bit of an overextension from Strikey. You want to see him get his shield back before he goes for him next time, but he gets taken down as rockets are up. But ball time still being acquired by Rebel, so they are still benefiting for the moment from everything that transpired before these rockets came up.
Rockets do get picked up. Laylock shuts them down, but not before Danny Knight was able to get the kill. It's Danny Knight stepping up again and works in tandem with Rinnigan to make sure that ball is not acquiring time. I think that's what's important for Cruelty right now. Shut down the Rebel time that's being gained, then regain the map control, and then start to get some ball time of your own. But very difficult when off spawn. There's always a member of Rebel that is there just shooting you from a distance.
Yeah, Deco's got a big responsibility here. He's going to have so many players to work with on Rebel, trying to push this flower side of the map. He is going to relocate into tires, and just like that, he's got a teammate with him now to try and deal some damage to these players. They all relocated to bottom middle, and are they going to have the read on this is the question, because Renegade has that Bulldog shotgun. He's going to get up close and personal. Finds one as Deco looking over his shoulder. Unfortunately, Renegade gets taken down, and there's going to be 2 players left alive for Cruelty that are stuck in PD. I love the idea of rotating this ball out, but unfortunately, I don't think he has the timing. He's got to fight for his life. Deco in a 1v2 can't find one, and for the first time Rebel are able to deny that rotation. And what is that going to mean in the score here momentarily if they're able to get these next few slays towards flowers?
And I think that timer is going to come into question as well very soon. Only 1 minute left on the clock when the ball isn't being held, and considering how scrappy the game's got, that is going to start ticking down further and further. We may not even get to 100 at this rate, so maybe that's something that Rebel can focus on. Remember, it's 1-1 at the moment. If Rebel are able to get this round, they're able to push us to a game of 5. But if Cruelty are able to get this, then they will be heading into Winners Bracket round 2 to face off against Knights.
The clock is ticking, 40 seconds ticking down every second that ball is not occupied by either one of these teams. Cruelty do wait to get a round of slays before picking this one up. You want to see that Bulldog shotgun picked up before it gets put on respawn. A risky play from Renegade here, but he decides to hold on to the ball for now, trying to manifest this comeback once again. Now only down 10 points. They get the ball to back tower, but unfortunately a few kills do go in the hands of Rebel, so this setup looks to be lost from the side of Cruelty right now. Players are going to be back tower. It's chaotic, but it's going to be Rebel once again that get the advantage. Laylocks finding that kill could be a big one as this game transpires. 20 seconds and counting down.
15 on the clock, and Rebel still have the lead. Cruelty have got to make sure they push in to try and stop this ball. I mean, Rebel, they don't really need to be holding this ball right now, but maybe they're just throwing it away from Cruelty. 10 seconds, you've just got to watch it.
Yeah, I love how they put this ball right out in the open, bottom stairs. It's probably the best spot you could put it on the map. Kills coming through for Rebel as well. And look at this. Defense is all they need to push this to a game 5, and they do it. Here and now, Rebel have once again fallen short in the middle of the series, but they have pushed it to the distance. They will find themselves in another game 5, and it's Cruelty and Rebel, the 3rd and 4th seed in this MX region, that are pushing each other to their limits. Who's going to get this ticket to Kansas City? Will this game 5 be the deciding factor in these two teams' journeys? We're gonna have to wait and see. I believe the map, Dan, do you remember what map game 5 is? Because I can't recall, but I believe it may have been Live Fire.
I don't think it is, but I mean, we can get the map series layout up in a little bit to guarantee. Oh, it is live fire. You were right. I tell you what, I was denying it.
Sometimes I know what I'm doing here.
I had closed all my tabs to try and make my connection a little bit better because my internet throttles me a lot today, it would seem, and it's quite frustrating. But yeah, we're going to see a live fire Slayer being game number 5 here, which, you know, I guess bodes well for Rebel considering they won Stronghold's live fire earlier. But I will say that Cruelty were also slaying out in that game. Rebel just were better objectively, and considering the Slayer recharge that we saw, I mean, maybe I'm leaning towards Cruelty winning this one. And even though this is definitely a series that we could potentially see again in the elimination bracket, considering these teams could face up again if they were to lose to the likes of Knights and Timbers, it's still important, I feel, to get one over your opponent. Try and get that series under your belt so that the next time you will potentially play them, you could say, look, we've beaten them once, let's do it again.
Oh yeah, confidence is everything, especially in the head-to-head matchups. And so far, like you're saying, Dan, games 1 and 2 had specific styles to them that allowed Rebel to come away with victories. Games 1 and 4, I'm sorry. Games 2 and 3, completely different styles to them. We saw domination from Cruelty in games 2 and 3. But the out rotations, the out efficient objective plays that we saw from Rebel in games 1 and 4, I'm not sure they're going to be able to display that in a game 5 Slayer, especially on live fire. I think Cruelty should be pretty comfortable coming into this one, knowing that they've dominated the slaying stats for the majority of this series. It's just the objectives that they've really struggled with, and now with those out of the way, they can focus on what they've done best so far, and that's getting kills.
I will say, though, there is kind of the minor objective of making sure you get the power-up on live fire Slayer, and of course making sure you control weapon spawns as well, making sure that heat wave is in your hands. But that's something that Cruelty didn't seem to struggle with in the Recharge Slayer game. They were always able to get that camouflage quite successfully, and they put it to work when they did pick it up. Remember the lead that Cruelty had in that Slayer Recharge. They were up by about 20 or so kills, and they only won by 6 in the end. So I think on the other side, if you're Rebel, you look at that and say, as long as we start well here and we make sure we follow through just as we did in that Recharge Slayer, we should be able to outdo Cruelty when it comes to just outright slaying and controlling the map.
It's all about the opening break for me. As we go into this game 5, both these two teams, once they've had a hot start to the map or the round, they've specifically been able to run with that. They've been able to acquire further advantages, build up a significant kill lead in game 2. For Cruelty, we saw in the oddball games, when Rebel started off the right way, had map control, they were able to push that advantage to a little bit of an early lead. And what you're able to do when you play with that early lead, when you have confidence that you're not playing from behind, that you have map control to play around as well, it's so much easier for both these two teams. So the start to this map 5 couldn't be more important for both of these teams and their success and their hopes and dreams of advancing in this series to our winners bracket round 2. But the players are going to have to step up. It's all about individual players making plays. Big time players make big time plays in big time games. Dan, one of the best to ever do it, said it. And I couldn't believe in that quote any more than right now, because game 5 is where big plays happen and big players step up. And right now we're going to hop on board with one of the most famous players we have in the MX region, one of the most prestigious players we have, Danny Knight. What is he going to show us that he's capable of? He is going to be able to knock a player down to no shield, but unfortunately he gets taken down, and that's Strikey with an early double to give his team the lead.
Yeah, I think we're going to see this heat wave change hands quite often in the game. I don't think either team is going to want to allow one team to control it too much. And what power up we've got the overshield that's going to be in play. So that now means that Rebel have got a real chance to try and get an early lead here. You've got the extra shields. Roche can afford to get somewhat aggressive, but just needs to have assistance. There needs to be the communication of where they're going to go. And at the moment, Rebel don't seem to know where they want to go with things. 2 players going top middle, 1 going green. Trades being exchanged here, there, and everywhere. But at least they're still able to find a couple of kills.
Big kill from Roche to take down the sniper. Player finds a double. Does he pull out the snipe to maybe find a trip? No, he actually picked up an AR instead of the snipe, and he wondered why he had an AR in his hand. So he goes back for that snipe, doubles back. But now that he's knocked to no shield, he's forced to try and relocate, play his life a little bit better. And I want to see him actually lead this green area entirely. Too often do we see snipers try to have success from down here. Oh my, never mind, Roche. I'm not going to tell you how to play anymore, because that was a beautiful shot to finish that play off player off back pillars. Unfortunately, it is just traded out, but Strikey there to once again give his team numbers advantage for just a brief moment. But just like that, a 10-6 start for Rebel. And we talk about the hot starts and how important they've been for both these teams. And Rebel look like they've got that in the recipe book here in game 5.
Yeah, I think when we looked at Recharge Slayer and the fact that Rebel had such a slow start and they eventually got back into the game, I was worried that it would happen again. But now it's on the flip side and Rebel have the lead. Rebel have got that hot start. Do Cruelty have what it takes to have that comeback that Rebel did in the Recharge Slayer? You've got to be very careful that you don't just start pushing aimlessly out one by one individually and find yourself taking those 1v1s too often as Laylox tries to hit another shot but eventually goes down.
Does find a melee before getting taken down, so maybe somebody on Rebel able to capitalize on that, but I believe Overshield was coming up. They were able to secure it. They get a few kills as well off screen, and now Luor. He's got a player in this window to deal with. Does have his back turned at the start of the battle, but ends up turning, getting a little bit of help and taking down Danny Knight before he's removed from the map. And now Rebel look to continue to press this advantage, up 5 kills. Still, they lose a few players, and now it's up to Strikey to try and stay alive. He's taken down, so Cruelty able to get a few kills back to back now to close this gap. But just like that, a kill traded back in the favor of Rebel. Keep this one at 5.
Sniper should be coming up in about 10 seconds, and that means there's going to be a little bit of a fight for it in top middle. We don't see too much priority in actually fighting for it aggressively. I think a lot of teams are happy for another team to grab the sniper if they're not in a position to really try and contest it, and that's going to be the case here. Rebel managed to get away with the sniper rifle, and we'll see whether they can set up with it and do some real damage, but it's difficult to do so unless you've got someone who can really hit some shots.
Rebel are in such a good situation right now. They have Heatwave and Snipe. The Heatwave and the Snipe both find a kill, make it a double for Laylox on screen. Rorsch gets the 4th, and that's a clean wipe of Cruelty as Rebel push the lead now to 8. They look to try and hold this tower down, and I like that they're slowing the game down here, Dan. Look at this. Laylox holding down top middle. He's actually being a little bit more aggressive than I would think with this heat wave, opting to relocate bottom middle, but I think that's just to try and keep Luor alive. Yes, still having that sniper back tower, but look at this flank. They don't care about tower control nearly as much as they want to be sneaky and try and push, but it's sniffed out by Danny Knight. He's able to find that first kill, and this could be the setup of Rebel being diminished here as Overshield is coming up, and what better timing for Cruelty to get back into this game and get a few kills and punch this Overshield into their chest and put to work.
A lot of responsibility when you do have an Overshield as well. Just need to make sure you've got the support of your teammates depending on where you push. It looks like there's going to be a green gun that comes into the equation, and that Overshield will be depleted. So a nice play from Rebel to make sure the plasma pistol is picked up. It's something that you will see a lot of teams prioritize at the very top level. When the Overshield is there and it's on someone, you've got to find someone to pick up a weapon that can really deplete it as quick as possible.
Laylox with 9 to his name so far here in game 5, so you wondered who was going to step up. Rebel with a 9-kill lead. Laylox with 9 kills of his own. Luor finds a double with the heat wave, and these power weapons are worth their money and gold and in prize money, because right now this series could be a very determining factor in how these teams are paid out by the end of the weekend, and Laylox doing some work with 10 now to his name.
A 10-kill difference is a difficult gap to try and come back from, I tell you that, on any map. And even though Rebel had that amazing comeback in Recharge Slayer, do Cruelty have something similar here? Or are we going to see Rebel move on into Winners Bracket Round 2, where they will face the Knights? This series has been back and forth. It's had a little bit of everything. At one point, I thought it was going to be comfortable for Rebel. Then I thought it was going to be easy for Cruelty. But it does suggest that these two teams are so difficult to separate. And as they are two of the main contenders for Kansas City in that 3rd spot, and I think we're going to get an even juicier matchup a little bit later on in the tournament if they were to face up again.
A massive kill from Deco onto Strikey there, taking the Mangler out of his hands, closing the gap now to 7 kills. Overshield going to be respawning, I believe, in just 15 seconds here, and a few more kills go in favor of Rebel to swing the momentum back towards 10 to separate these two, as Overshield is coming up. Deco trying to wait for it. A big kill on the Strikey gives them numbers advantage as this Overshield is coming up, and with Snipe coming up as well, maybe this is the power swing that Cruelty need to get right back into this. Laylox doesn't expect an enemy to be hiding behind the Overshield like he is, and because of it, Deco finds one, able to close the gap on a 2nd, and with the help of Reaper, they get a few more kills to their names, and just like that, Cruelty down 6.
6 sounds more reasonable than 10. And I tell you what, Rebel have to be a little bit careful that they don't allow these overshields to consistently be going into the hands of Cruelty, because if they do, they might find themselves being, you know, only 3 kills ahead, 2 kills ahead, and then when it gets to that point, your brain naturally starts to worry. And all you need is one of your players to wobble a little bit, and the rest of the team will fall because of it. But it looks like, from what I can see, 39-31, Cruelty aren't able to get back in as much as they would like. Rebel are slowly but surely getting towards that 50 scoreline. And that's
as soon as that
that's a little bit of teabagging going down.
And that's a body just doing 360s in the air as well. So the body disrespect, the body feeling that disrespect as it was tossing and turning in its grave. As 41-31, Rebel have taken a significant lead here in Game 5 as they were down 1-2 in the series. They won a close Game 4 in Round 3, but it's going to be the Game 5 that matters the most to this Rebel squad. Multiple members going down and being traded half across the board. Luor landing some good shots and damage with the Mangler, forcing that player to back up. And now Rebel in the driver's seat significantly now have house money to play with. Luor surrounded by multiple players, just looking for a trade in this situation, just trying to make sure he doesn't get taken down. Can't find the trade though, and good shots from Reaper to eliminate him. Unfortunately though, Reaper's teammate does go down, and that's one step closer. 5 kills now. Rebel look to take this Game 5.
Rebel can almost taste the winners bracket round 2, the matchup with Knights and their chance to shine on the biggest stage here at twitch.tv/Halo. 4 kills needed. Cruelty, they've got to play perfect. They need 11, and they now need to make sure they try and close this gap to a point where they don't allow trades to happen. That's the most difficult thing to do in Slayers, is making sure you're running together and you're not allowing those trades to go through.
They do get another overshield in their hand, but Laylox does some solid damage to that overshield player as he wasn't expected to be on elbow any longer. He plays his life, gets his shield back once again, and look how slow Laylox is playing this situation, not giving up his life for free anytime now. 48-41, just 2 kills needed from Rebel, but a couple kills do go in the hands of Cruelty. So map control now heavily in the favor of Cruelty, and look at this. Green is not where you want to be if you're a Rebels player, but unfortunately they are able to slow it down, so no pressure from Cruelty onto green, and maybe that's going to allow them to get out of this one skit free for now. But 5 kills separate the 2 kills for Rebel, and if you're able to trade just damage out, you think that they should be able to get these last 2 players, 3 players at tower. The flank is in. Luor, he's unspotted. He gets one. It's another player. Has so much distraction, so many numbers onto him, but players are pushing from bridge, from top middle, and Danny Knight able to get one under Rorsch with the AR as well. So now 49-46. It's doable here as the game once again slows down, and Cruelty does a good job to just hold this setup, but now they have to play perfect.
This was a 10-kill game, and now it's just a 3-kill game, and Rebel don't have that extra little bit of a cushion where they were 5 kills down and they could have just pushed, all 4 died and got 2 trades. Now they have to play carefully, because if all 4 of them die at once, they would lose this game. They need to make sure they coordinate, they get a push that works, get the manglers in hand, get anything that can help you, as everything naturally will slow down. No one wants to take a foot wrong here and make that mistake.
There's no way they wait for Overshield to come up, right? 10 seconds for Overshield to come up. 49-46. Luor has this advanced position, has a ton of information now that he's here in the Brute Hall with this Mangler. He knows nobody is on bridge. Nobody is up until this point. So everybody on Cruelty is going to be stuck back tower, top tower. And in this situation, Reaper has the snipe, but he's descoped. He's suppressed back. Good damage from Luor, but he's actually not to no shield as well. Isn't able to be finished. So now he's going to be able to double back, and the kill does come through off screen, and that's Rebel finding the kill. It wasn't without a little bit of hits. It wasn't without a little bit of cause for panic. The comeback was a reality for Cruelty, but it is not. At the end of the day, Rebel have done it. They have taken Game 5 and the series over Cruelty, have established themselves as the 3rd seed in MX for now, and they will advance to Winners Bracket Round 2 to have a date with Destiny and the PK Knights.
The Knights will be the next task for Rebel, but they're probably going to be evaluating and assessing what happened in that series, because it was all over the place. They did not look comfortable whatsoever. They were taken right down to the wire by Cruelty, and at one point, it looked like Cruelty may have even taken the entire series, but alas, they do progress. Cruelty go down to the Elimination Bracket, but not without a valiant effort in every single game. Danny Knight in particular was the standout player for me on the Cruelty roster, but all of them I'm sure, can walk out of that series with their heads held high. They'll be a little bit frustrated that they were so far behind at the start of that game. Similarly to the Recharge Slayer from the other side of Rebel's point of view, you cannot afford to go 10 plus kills down in any Slayer, otherwise you just give yourself far too much to do going into the rest of the game. But what a series to start things off today in the Mexican Super. We had a little bit of everything. We've had those kind of dominating matches where a game was looking like it was going to be won by 20 kills. We've had comebacks, we've had counter cap after counter cap. It was a brilliant one to watch, Wes.
Ebbs and flows, right? These two teams were so highly contested and had so many different strengths that they were able to play to throughout this game, or these matches. Game 4. Game 3, actually, Aquarius CTF was just such a dominant performance. I wasn't expecting out of Cruelty, but that was a great showing of how to play Aquarius CTF, and they used that closet flag run to their advantage several times to take that one. But it was the rotations in the oddball game where Rebel were able to really make a difference in the score line and to get back into this one and push this series the distance to that Game 5. Beautiful job by Rebel to once again be down in the series, back against the wall, and to show us their best yet here on Saturday to push themselves to Winners Bracket Round 2. And then in this Game 5, what a phenomenal performance everybody had on this Rebel roster. Everybody stepped up. 15, 11, 11, and 13 kills just about distributed evenly across the board. And when that happens, everybody gets to celebrate and high-five each other. Game 5 is where players and teams are made, and maybe Rebel can use the momentum from these back-to-back Game 5s to give us a showing against the Knights later on.
I mean, we've learned one thing about Rebel is they have the grit and they have the determination, right? We've already seen them have a reverse sweep. They've also had a back-and-forth series here and back-and-forth games where they were able to clutch up numerous times. And that was a long series, a draining one, I'm sure, for the players. I mean, we look at it, plus 2 hours for them competing there. So that's always going to take its toll. And it always demonstrates how far you can go in a tournament if you have what it takes to go up against time like that. So I'm impressed with Rebel. That's going to be a difficult one for Cruelty to take, but I'm still expecting them to bounce back in that elimination bracket. But as I said, a really exciting way to start off the Super today. Getting out of pool play and into brackets. I didn't know how this one was going to go down. Considering Cruelty lost to Cintanegra yesterday, I was thinking maybe Rebel are just going to walk through this one and they're going to get into Winners Bracket Round 2, comfortably play against the Knights, but Cruelty put up a really good fight. Again, I think they'll kick themselves that they weren't able to maybe take one of the games a little bit earlier, but we'll see them fight back through the lower bracket for sure.
I'm worried about this Cruelty roster, right? They come in as the 4th seed. They have a disappointing pool play. They lose a very disappointing Game 5 there in this Winners Bracket Round 1. And is this going to be the story for their weekend? Are they just going to be disappointed with their performance throughout the entire time? They go to the elimination bracket with their backs against the walls. We're going to see what they're made of later on today, but it is going to be the Rebels that advance in great fashion, in Rebel fashion at this point, down in the series and then clutching up in Game 5 where it matters most. They've shown it twice that they have that ice in their veins to play when the pressure is on at their best. I'm going to throw it over.
Sorry, Wes, you go ahead.
Never mind, you go.
Okay, I'll throw it over to Lottie because I'm sure Lottie and the rest of the desk are waiting. Guys, take it off of us. It's 2 hours of talking. You go.
I'd give these guys a break for a second. I think they've deserved it for sure. I tell you what though, wow, Game 5 to start our day. You are, look, I promised gameplay. I didn't promise a Game 5, but you are welcome. You are most certainly welcome, especially after that wait. I gotta say though, I was a little bit nervous in that Game 5 for Rebel actually. It got to that Slayer and I was thinking to myself, my goodness, actually, I think maybe Cruelty going to run away with this 5th game, just because they're typically a little bit more dominant when it comes to slaying power, and really that's where they can shine. But my goodness, what an incredible start off the rip that Rebel had. So impressive. There's so many different moments there where I was kind of questioning the ability for both sides here, which makes me just a little bit nervous about Rebel going up against Knights next, because I was hoping that maybe somebody, potentially Rebel, were going to be very dominant in this match, and then maybe they would have a bit of hope going up against Knights. But it was so back and forth. Overall, what are your thoughts about this one, Onset?
I think it was a very interesting series. It was certainly a fun one to watch. It was a marathon. Shout out to Wes and Dan for sticking with it all the way through. That was a lot of energy there to put in, and the same can be said about the players. But the Slayers were the thing that really stood out to me in that game. It was two really strange Slayers where we saw one team having a huge lead and then almost blowing it towards the end, and I was like, that's overconfidence, maybe that's just an indication of how on Halo Infinite you can never count a team out, because we have seen, you know, huge comebacks on different maps and by different teams. So it certainly was a concern for sure. But I think you're right. I don't still think, with all due respect to Rebel coming out of the series with that win, that they are going to be on a level which is high enough to challenge the two top teams that we've seen in Timbers and Knights so far. But who knows? Maybe they'll step up when they get to that big stage and they see it as an opportunity to do so.
Definitely. I think also just talking about Cruelty, who are now into the elimination bracket, you know, I was also expecting a little bit more work in terms of their objective play, and it kind of let me down a little bit in that respect, just because there were moments, especially in that oddball, where I thought, look, this is it. You know, they are slaying, they're able to potentially convert some of these slays into getting some time here. And there was a moment here, Brav, with Danny Knight, who really made the most out of this situation. He was last alive for his team, and he really helped out with all of his fresh spawners.
I mean, yeah, you might remember here, you heard Clutch and Gaskin saying Danny Knight's the last player alive and needs to make something magical happen. That's exactly what he did. The only reason we went to a game number 5 was because of what Danny Knight did right here. Look at the score. 88 there to 44. He has to make this playback tram. He's got the spikers, he's got the stalkers, and that's what he needed. I mean, perfectly timed both of these and the shots as well. That's the only reason he forced a third round of oddball. That's the only reason we went to game 5. So props to Danny Knight and Cruelty for giving us an interesting series. In the end, it's not enough, but still a play that's certainly worth highlighting.
It really is indeed.
Those spiking grenades, by the way, I'm just sorry to jump in here. The spiking grenades on this map is becoming more and more devastating. We see it a lot on Bazaar, how they clean out the huts. But going to get those spiking grenades, well, now we're seeing it not only inside a tram in those kind of close quarter battles, but we also see teams clearing out PD with it, clearing out Cafe with them, just to make sure that they're getting damage and they can kind of see if anyone's hiding in those corners. So, you know, the brute grenades is really becoming almost as vital as, for example, you know, the shot grenades that we see used quite a lot. So it's just, again, sandbox is king, and Danny Knight putting it to use.
Yeah, very much so. Very much putting it to use. But I tell you what, an incredible showing from Rebel. Let's take a look right now at the brackets and see exactly where that is going to put them. We already know they're going to be going up against Knights very shortly in the winners semi-finals. A huge congratulations to Rebel for getting through yet again another round here. And we also do have our next semi-finals still having to be filled in, because our quarters are happening very shortly. We've got Santa Negra against Legends Never Die. But let's take a quick peek now at the elimination bracket to see exactly where Cruelty will fall. They're in elimination round number 2 against K9 Santa Negra. Wow. Now you can see elimination round 1 has already happened here, and Ignis Esports, they were the team that had already kind of solidified themselves in the elimination bracket through the open bracket to get to this point. And we kind of discussed, Brav, you know, in the opening, that we were excited to potentially see a little bit of fire with Ignis Esports and potentially Team Smog as well, with nothing to lose, and kind of going up against a team that potentially was kind of down in the dumps, but not the case at all with a 3-0.
Yeah, that got kind of flipped on its head, didn't it? There, you have a team that was 0-9, K9 Santa Negra, and they'll actually win their first 3 games in a 3-0 sweep as well. So that kind of becomes a wild card. We don't really know what Team Ignis brought in that. Of course, here on the mainstream, we didn't get to see those matches, but that will make for a pretty interesting series against Cruelty. Cruelty right now is going to be feeling pretty down after that series. They were essentially a game 1 win away from 3-0ing there. They did not do that, and now they're going to have to see if they can get their act together to face off against a team that has just 3-0'd in their first match of the tournament. So it's certainly going to be an interesting first set of rounds there in the elimination bracket.
It certainly will. We'll see what Team Smog can do as well with their first elimination round. But while we are getting ready for our next game, we're going to head to a quick break. But when we come back, we do have our quarter-finals in the winners brackets ready to go. We need that semi-final spot filled in. So we're going to be seeing Santa Negra versus Legends Never Die right after this.
Master Chief recovered something.
Sacred ring. Halo.
When I touched the object, it felt different.
What does one do with a superhuman you're not sure you can trust?
Find the Halo. Win the war.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that
one thing has changed since the break, for sure. And I'll talk about it in a sec, because Madsy's about to go off, apparently. Oh, and he does!
I'm Madison Madsy Stone. I've been competing for about, been nearly 10 years now, actually. Yeah, I'm a country boy. I grew up in a little town called Thierry. Been living there for way too long. I worked in the mines for a few years, and yeah, I'm just gaming full time. Well, I first got an Xbox for my 4th or 5th birthday. It was Halo 1 on the original Xbox, and yeah, just ever since I loved it. Probably off the top of my head is my triple kill against Divine Mind on recharge. So I was pushing Tower 1 and I seen a guy in front of me. I beat him in a gun battle, and then I seen another player going for sword. So I shot him, he fell off the map, and then one came up behind me and I outbeat him as well. So I got a triple kill. I think a good reasonable goal is top 8. Yeah, ANZ's never broken into the top 8, which yeah, would be incredible to just get ANZ into that top 8. And me individually, just grinding as much as I possibly can, honing my individual skill, just make sure I'm up to par. Oh, obviously nothing beats a win. It feels pretty good. Compared to a loss, it's more of a learning curve, you know, like what can we do better next time to get that win? Yeah, we just want to do the best we possibly can and try and put ANZ on the map. Shout out to all the ANZ community for cheering us on and supporting us, really appreciate it.
What a wholesome interview. What a personality from Madsy there from the ANZ region. He's on Team Chiefs. Welcome back to the HCS MX Super. Now, you may have noticed that we don't just have one Super happening. We actually do have ANZ happening alongside as well, just different time zones. It's happening kind of while I'm sleeping, so I'm getting updates here and there. And speaking of, Clutch, Gaskin, we better update the people who are also sleeping through all of the action for ANZ region as well in their Super. And I'll tell you what, it's been pretty lights out so far, especially for Chiefs, because I mean, my goodness, we've had sweaty days of game 5s for the ANZ region. Here's the winners bracket for them. You can see Chiefs are really making their way through pretty convincingly. They're going to be in their winners finals tonight against Immunity. But a couple of different things to note here. Divine Mind is usually the team that is kind of just underneath the Chiefs. They are always trying to push through that bracket and try and get through to the Chiefs and take that grand final position and win tournaments. However, they've got knocked down by Immunity. This is absolutely huge. Clutch, you know, when it comes to some of the best in the business in different regions, you know, how big are those upsets, especially in Supers?
Yeah, I mean, I know the Chiefs is sitting there licking their chops at the bracket, saying their biggest competition just got upset, right? So they're cruising right now. But for Immunity to win back-to-back game 5s, that's big for them and their hopes and dreams to try and travel overseas to make it to Kansas City. They still have work to do, though, having to deal with the Chiefs, but a phenomenal job by them to show, hey, their experience, it pays off, especially in those game 5s.
Indeed, it was a game 5, a very, very tough one at that, against Team Immunity here. And Divine Mind did drop to the elimination bracket, as we just saw there. But I mean, it's just absolutely insane that upset's going to happen, especially in huge tournaments here in Gaskin. You know, this is obviously one of those, but there's been so many in ANZ and in this region. But it just shows you the amount of talent and skill that there is to show globally for Halo, and it's pretty incredible to see that in a showcase like this.
It also shows when the money's on the line and when the chances to go and compete internationally, we start to get some of the old school players stepping it up once more. I mean, Immunity were the top dogs. They were the teams who were coming over and they were fighting in international competition time and time again. Maybe, just maybe, they could take down the Chiefs. I mean, that would be maybe something else, wouldn't it? It's probably unlikely, but hey, you never know, hey? You never know.
Yeah, Taylor's all the time. There are some OGs on Team Immunity there, and see how far those guys can go for sure. But we need to get back into the swing of things here at the MX Super, and who better to talk you through all of the action coming up next and give Gaskin and Clutch here a little bit of a break than Onset and Bravo. Let's get into it.
Oh, here we go. It's time to get our first series under our belt today, Andy. We've been waiting in the wings patiently to get on the microphone, and we've got a great series to bring you all at home as well. It's Winners Bracket, and we've got Cinta going up against Legends Never Die. Now, usually I give us a little bit of an intro here, a little bit of a spiel, but I want to get your thoughts straight away on this series from what we saw yesterday from these two teams, Andy.
Cinta is looking way too strong right now. They came in, like we said, with the lower seed, the 8th seed. in the entire bracket here, and instead coming in yesterday second in their group, 6-3 overall. When you look at Legends Never Die, Las Leyendas No Mueren, very different record. They're 1-2, they're 5-6, a losing record. So we'll have to see what they can bring here.
Oh, we certainly will. And the reward for winning this series, of course, is a matchup against Timbers, which is a real test of strength for either of these teams. And they're first of all going to have to get through this series if they want to get to that matchup. And we're going to start off with a bit of Strongholds on live fire. Then we go over to Slayer Recharge, CTF Aquarius, our game number 3. And then if we need them as well, we've got Oddball Streets and Slayer Live Fire waiting at the end. Now, we saw the maps and modes. We saw the team's records, Andy. And no hanging about anymore. We're straight into gameplay here. Sintanegra going up against Legends Never Die.
This is going to be a fantastic series. If you didn't catch it in the open, this is one of the series we've been looking forward to not only the most all day, but all weekend long, knowing that these two teams might match up here early on in the winners bracket. As we said, Sintanegra, a team that maybe some players did not expect to be in the winners coming out of group play, but they've done it. They've sent 2 other teams that were higher seeded into the elimination bracket. Here we go, game number 1.
Looking forward to this one a lot. Let's see what's going to be on board, and let's see what's going to be in store for us as we get through this series. Starting off with the point of view of Ludak, excuse me, as he's going to be able to pick up that heat wave almost immediately off the break. But it's going to be 2 dead per side. As I say, that Sintanegra lose another player, and they might just lose the last one here. A hot start for Legends Never Die, and that is exactly the kind of opening break that you want. Picking up the kills, but more importantly, almost as well as the kills, getting those weapons in your hands.
I was going to say, that's what Legends Never Die need to see today. Time and time again yesterday, we saw them fall twice on broadcast. It was a bit of a rough road aside from that one series win that they had. So they're going to need to have a very different Saturday here. We'll see what Sepstars can do, sniper in hand.
We talk about how teams have, I thought he just hit a headshot as he fell down towards the grave there, but we talk about teams performing differently in pools to what they do in the bracket. This is the opportunity for both of those teams to maybe show that. For Sintanegra, they need to kind of reverse that trend where a pool play team will have a good day one and then sort of struggle once they get into the bracket play. And on the other side of things, Legends Never Die, that's what they've got to do the opposite of. They've got to show up today, whereas yesterday they were a little bit sloppy at times. And if they can put that right to wrong, then that wrong to right, I should say, excuse me, then maybe they can be in with a really good chance of not just winning this series, Andy, but progressing through that upper bracket and causing a storm.
That's right. Legends Never Die with a good start here, able to put 26 points on the board, but it's quickly answered back by Sintanegra. If you're new to the Latin American region here for competitive Halo, the one player you really want to watch here on Las Leyendas No Mueren. First of all, though, I'll interrupt myself because Zark there with an opportunity for a double backwhack, but it goes wrong. He doesn't clean up either of those, but the one player to watch on Legends Never Die, that team in blue, definitely Nugget, of course, a player that has been playing alongside the Shock the World guys, the #1 Latin team for a while. Now they're known as Knights, but Nugget is no stranger to the main stage and the highest level of Halo in Latam. Let's see what he and the team can do here. Essentially a tied game, 28-26.
Well, Guardian is a one-man army at the moment over at B, and he's picking up kill after kill here for Sintanegra. Now he's got that repulsor in hand, which is going to allow him to put some pressure onto C-Plat. And speaking of Nugget, he's going to be running away top middle right now. Re-challenges and gets taken down. So Guardian doing a really good job on the rotation here to make sure that when the kills are picked up, that he's turning it into Stronghold's control. He's going to be able to get C. You can see the respawns are coming in by the scoreboard, which is why A is being turned over. But in the meantime, it's a triple cap in effect.
Yeah, triple cap for a moment. They're going to be fine with losing A because they get a camo as well. So they're just going to continue on the other side of, gaining A because they also have a camo as well to support that on the side of Legend Never Die. We'll see how they can answer back. But Sintanegra are very calm. You saw them forfeit those first 26 points. They answer back now with 70 unanswered points of their own, moving very fast with that double hold to put a lot of points on the board.
The camo might change things a little bit here, though. You can see that AC are now in control, and with kills going down as well, they should be able to flip over B, and they should be able to have a BC hold. You can see respawns once again coming in on the scoreboard side. This time it's for Sintanegra, though. If they can kill this last player, which they do, then they're going to have an opportunity to spawn trap here. When you pick up a sniper rifle as well, you're going to have an even better chance, but that missed no scope is going to cost them.
Sintanegra now, as we mentioned in the pre-show, also 2 Mexican players, and also here comes Nugget trying to just fly in. That's not gonna work. There's a trick jump there you could do to get up there, but instead he just repulsor jump and makes his presence known there with a very loud announcement of the repulsor. That will not pay off for Nugget in the end, but nice little double kill does come in here for Luder, still patrolling back B. Needs help on the pillars though. It looks like that help will come based on the sound of the melees. They will also get the reset on B.
Yeah, I just want to go back to that Nugget play. It's like, why take the stairs when you can take the escalator, right? Just let the repulsor do the work for you. Ludak trying to stay alive here at B. He's going to get challenged, and even though he lands the beat down, he's going to lose that heat wave. Johan, though, he's got a sniper rifle. Let's see if he can hit some headshots. Gives a couple of highlight plays maybe for the replays ops to put together after this series is done and dusted. But look at the score. It's all tied up for now as Sintenegra go back into the lead.
I was going to say, Legends never die. Johan, though, Colombian player there, tries to make something happen across the side, able to connect there, but Legends never die, down by about 50 points earlier. They brought this game right back, so even though we didn't see too much resilience from them, oh boy, thought Johan was about to do it there with the wave snipe combo with the repulsor as well. That one will not connect, but a much closer game than you might have expected just a few moments ago on set.
Sintenegra have control, and they're going to try and fight for B here, or just protect B even. Picking up the first kill in the fight is certainly going to give them a little bit more comfort to do exactly that. And Zark with this camo is not only going to be able to contest, but as you can see here, Legend Never Die have no idea that he's about. If he could pick up a double, it would be big. Two players do fall, but Sintenegra kind of put a lot of resources towards that, but it's worked out for them. Sepstar's last player alive on the blue squad, and player, the last player alive here on the red.
Yeah, this should be a good opportunity for more continued time here, and a trap there at the back of B for the side of Sintenegra for more continued pressure and continued holds. Looking across, Johan already 11-8 in this game. On the other side, though, got to also point out Blue Oxide. He's 13-9.
Big shots coming in from player, though. And Legends Never Die, even though they have A-B control, they don't have a lot of players on the map to try and defend B right now. So I like the play from player to take his time, wait for a teammate to respawn before they try and make this play over at B. Nugget's going to be able to convert that. As Sintenegra unfortunately lose yet another player. The push will continue on B, though, for Sintenegra. Unfortunately, it's just sort of falling apart, and you can see Sintenegra now lose all 4 players. Ludek now moving towards C, and he's going to be solo capping, but look at the awareness of those spawns as well. Drops a couple of frag grenades and picks up another kill to the tally.
Very nice pre-nades on the back of the tower. Knew exactly what he needed to do, and he trades there on the plasma pillars. Huge set of plays that will keep 2 dead for Sintenegra. That will continue the trip cap here. So Legends Never Die. They swing into the lead very handily. Lots of points, lots of momentum from them, and their mid game is looking very strong.
Oh, just put that Mangler away at the wrong time, though. And unfortunately, the trade does come in, but Sepstars now for Legend Never Die. His job is to try and push this player down around the tower box jump up. Manages to get the shots in, gets the beat down as well, but doesn't get the kill, and has to do a little bit of extra lifting there to make sure that that does get converted. But speaking of conversions, Ludek's trying to make the push now onto C to keep that in the hands of Legends Never Die, but the repulsor push away is going to make the battle difficult. Johan making a big play here for Sintenegra.
I think all of us equally surprised as what we saw on screen that melee did not do the damage here, but still an A-B hold. This will be continued pressure from the side of Legends Never Die. They will cross the 180 mark, and repulsors and grenades and all sorts of explosions happening there at the back of B. That's the current battleground, but 185 to 111 now.
Sintenegra, they're going to get B, but they've lost C. You can see the rotation kind of out-rotated here by Legends Never Die as they moved across that top middle platform. And now you can see that Johan's kind of just playing anchor here. He's going to be trying to pick up kills for his squad as they have lost a couple, and they've managed to get A in the meantime. So now they can just play for picks here, Andy, just waiting for that first kill advantage.
That's all they're going to do here. Like you said, a nice enough lead where they can take their time for the side of Legends Never Die. But Sintenegra, like you said, looking for the first picks, and they do come in. That'll be 2 dead for the side of Legends Never Die. That might be 3 if Blue Oxide goes down. Great stuff from Johan. Here's the opportunity for Sintenegra.
Should be a really easy push onto B to get the reset as well. You can see with Johan with this sniper rifle in his hand, he's going to give the perfect amount of cover to a teammate, and Sepstars is going to come around this corner. And I'll tell you what, he might have had a burst eardrum from that shot. Doesn't take him down, but certainly would have heard that one fly past his ear hole.
Absolutely there. Johan does not connect on the players on Doraj. Dora connecting here at bottom is going to help them protect C for a little bit more. They should be able to clean this up and maybe get a reset after they take down Nugget. They're going to do it again, and this game is within 50.
It's close, and it's back and forth the entirety of this game number 1. They cross the 140 mark now, but there's a player being sneaky bottom middle. The trade does come in. 1 dead per side at the moment. Johan down for Sintenegra. Sepstars down. The Legends Never Die. Guardian now trying to make a little bit of a play towards this power-up. Couple of plasma grenades going to go down, and he'll pick up the kill as well. That is vital for them to do so, and big damage on the player who's on the sandbags too.
Yeah, a little bit of a mind game there with Guardian going up there against, trying to see if maybe Blue Oxide moves back with that overshield. Instead of staying on the overshield pillar, he does back up, and they're able to neutralize the overshield right away. That's a huge play, pretty big one there. This game will now stay within about 40 points.
Sintenegra got to be aware of that C plat, though. You can see it's being converted kind of behind their backs. They've committed a lot of resources towards B here, and even though Guardian might have a good flank on a couple of players from Legends Never Die. His teammates are going to have to do a lot of work at B, and now he's going to have to retreat, so the push did not work for them. And now, unfortunately, for Guardian, he's kind of stuck bottom middle here. Even though he's doing a good amount of damage, the triple cap is in effect, and he's going to have to fight top middle weak. He's not going to be able to do so, or all of his teammates start to crumble around him.
Yeah, he gets triple team there, and Synthenegra starting to maybe hit the panic button just a little bit. Legends Never Die still scoring. They're at 222 right now, within striking distance of the end of the game, and Synthenegra, despite a heavy winning record for them in this series, they find themselves against a wall in the end of game number 1, and now only 20 points to go for Legends Never Die.
Looks like the move is onto A, but look at the pressure coming in from bottom middle. Not only bottom middle, top middle as well. They're going to give away 2 kills. They're going to give away a sniper rifle. And even though the distraction did come in, which allows them to get B, the resources they've had to commit means that C can be taken away from them as well. AC hold, make it a triple cap. This is looking like game number 1 is going to go to Legends Never Die.
Yeah, that'll be it. Even with the A contest, that trip cap will end the game very fast. Legends Never Die with the upset there, and to be honest, a come from behind win. Synthenegra with an early lead against them, but Legends Never Die will win it handily in that final score. They will take game number 1 and make for a pretty interesting series here, which is, I think, what we were expecting to see between these two squads.
We were certainly expecting, we were certainly hoping that it would be a very interesting series, and I love the fact that Legends Never Die have come into today, and it looks like a clean slate for them, Andy, mentally as well. Just had a little bit of think about how things went last night, and it looks like objectively they were certainly more efficient than what we saw from the yesterday.
Certainly. Look at Johan there. As we said, represented Colombia, one of the few Colombian players in this tournament, 19 and 14 in that game. Huge numbers from him. And note one thing there, the only player on his team going positive. They're pretty interesting to see that in the numbers as well. On the other side, great numbers from the side of Blue Oxide there, 20 and 10 in the end, and 18 and 8 from Ludirk.
Job does get done. That's the most important thing to see here. Now we're going to move on to our game number 2. Of course, we're going to be going into a little bit of Slayer action, as game number 2 does lend itself to in all the series that we're going to see throughout the MX Super. And this is where we've seen some interesting games so far today, especially in that first series, Andy, where it almost seems like off the break everyone gets a little bit kind of reckless, trying to almost finish the game as quickly as physically possible. And then when the game does start to slow down a little bit between some of these teams, we see it get a little bit closer. It's almost as if the pace just needs to be recognized a bit quicker, and I'm interested to see if either of these teams can do exactly that.
Yeah, that really is the question, I'd say, for this whole region, because everything we've seen from the side of Knights, you heard us talking about it all weekend long, is that they are playing at the pace of North American teams, and the question is, are all teams in Latin America doing the same? And so far it hasn't been the case, but we're seeing teams step up as we get into bracket play time and time again, starting to step up and playing at the pace that they need to win games. I think you put it best. This is a great start for Legends Never Die. They look completely different than the way that they did at the end of their series yesterday, and it's a great start to the series for them.
We'll have to see if they can continue that, though. Only 1-0 up in the series, a long, long way to go. And if we've learned anything from our first series of the day, then don't expect too many 3-0s today, unless maybe we see a little bit of Knights a little bit later on. But Synthenegra, they've got to answer back now as we head over to Recharge. And this is a map where you can answer back. We've seen some crazy plays with that shock rifle, and I get the feeling we're going to see a few more in this series.
Absolutely. We actually haven't seen Synthenegra play Recharge Slayer, which is interesting. We have not seen them play that in pool play just yet. And on the side of Legends Never Die, I don't know how many times we've seen them play that either this event. So this game type, once again, a little bit of a toss-up between these two squads.
It'll be interesting to see what the opening strategy is for both teams as well. Who's going to be able to get that first camo, as we do see that camo player be so influential, especially in the first sort of 30 or 40 seconds of the game when those power-ups and power weapons are still available. But for Synthenegra, it's time to answer back to what was somewhat of a statement in game number 1 from Legends Never Die.
Here it goes. This is their opportunity. I think, as Clutch put it earlier, this is really where teams need to settle down. They need to focus up, because we're into bracket play now. This is no longer about what results you get in pool play. Here we go. Game number 2. Legends Never Die, 1-0 in the series.
Johan, the player who was the standout in that first game, especially numbers-wise for Synthenegra, unfortunately not going to be able to do too much off the break apart from a trade. 2-2, as we see a little bit of a pole dancing going down, something we didn't expect to be a feature in Halo Infinite, but certainly something which is becoming more and more prominent as players just bob and weave around the geometry. Blue Oxide with a nice kill and the camo in his hands as well, but has to be careful here that he doesn't get taken down. Guardian! Oh, we're talking about pole dancing. That's a shoulder shuffle.
Absolutely beautiful shoulder shovel and peak shots there coming in from Guardian, the other Colombian player on the side of Synthenegra, to keep this one close. That is confidence to do that against a camo player there at bottle control. Talk about capitalizing on an opportunity.
4-4. with that play. How different it could have been if the camo player maybe just managed to get away for a few seconds. That shock rifle doing a lot of damage as well. Johan showing a lot of confidence as well with a big re-challenge. Nuggets behind enemy lines though, and he's trying to escape. He's not going to be able to do so, even though he did have a momentary flank on those two players in tower. But this is what I was talking about, Andy. It's a frantic pace at the start of this game. It seems like neither team wants to settle down and hold a little bit of map control. It's kind of just like, hey, there's guys over there. Let's go kill them.
It really is. It's been frantic and it's been chaotic, and I don't think either team has felt in control yet in this game. Starting to slow down just a bit here. Montenegro with a 3-kill lead, trapping their opponents here in pipes. Once again, the player to watch here in the series. Here comes the push, though. I'll interrupt myself for just a second. It's going to be Player and Johan on the receiving end of that. They'll pick up a few kills.
With that, Johan and Montenegro will establish a pretty good lead. They managed to pretty much wipe, I think it was Montenegro, Legends Never Die in that push. Shock rifle now in the hands of Johan. Little body shot and another one as well. Teammate is there. Nuggets going to get a free kill, though. A little bit of an over challenge that time from Johan with the shock rifle. Had the opportunity to escape after doing that initial damage. And those kind of kills, you can't let that happen too much in these close games.
I agree. Maybe a bit overzealous there from Johan. I think anyone who's played enough Halo Infinite or Halo in their lifetime knows exactly what he was thinking. He was trying to set up the play, trying to set up the clip to hit that shot with the shock rifle in the back. A long haul. We admire the effort, but it's not going to pay off in the end. And the game will now be within 7. It is 18-11 in the side of Montenegro. And you're already at the point where Legends Never Die cannot afford to trade, right? This will start to get very different. It's already an 8-kill game.
Certainly will. And Montenegro looking to answer back in this series, of course, after losing that game number 1. And this is the best way to respond. Not letting the series get out of hand and finding yourself in a backs against the wall situation where you're 2-0 down. If you can tie it up at 1-1, then the series does really start to become one of those super competitive series where you're never quite sure who's going to win it. But there's a sword kind of just falling down from the heavens, managed to just slash away at that Spartan to pick up the kill. 21-14 the score, as we see a little bit of Guardian now as he's trying to work his way around and the elevator, but he's getting tagged up and he's really having a difficult time trying to escape, but he's escaped.
Might do it here. Actually gets away to bottom control. Going to be happy about that one. Runs into even more trouble, though, and he's still on the run. We'll see if Guardian can stay alive here somehow, just getting his in-team a lot of info and somehow stays alive through those days as well. Finally, it will take a secret covert mission from Nugget to fly all the way down to bottom middle to take him down with the designated assassination. We'll take him down here as it's 24 now to 16. And once again, like we said, Legends Never Die needs to stop trading at this point. Otherwise, this game will get out of hand.
Starting to get a little bit close, though. 24-20 now, as that kill does come in. So, Legends Never Die. Trying to live up to their name at the moment by making sure they stay alive and making sure that they aren't trading. Blue Oxide picks up 1. Nugget's going to pick up another kill here with a beatdown after the damage was done by that shock rifle. And now it's just a 4-kill game. And whenever you get to a 4-kill situation, Andy, you always think it's just one team wipe here. And boys, we're back into this one. We tied him up. We got him on a spawn trap.
This is great resilience from the side of Legends Never Die. Just like you say, they brought the game within 4. And like we talked about, Nugget and his team are not going to be happy with their performance yesterday. As we said, this guy has been part of some of the best teams in Latin America at different times in his career. So a player that knows what it takes to be at the top, not going to be satisfied with yesterday. And you could tell it's a different team today based on this comeback as well. Hits Johan from distance.
Good shot to finish off that. Kills another player above him as well. But again, just maybe a little bit overzealous, pushing in to tower, not being maybe given the information he needed to know that there was 2 players there. And when you've got the shock rifle in your hands, Andy, you need to be that player who's kind of anchoring for your squad, right? Playing around or in the middle of the 3 of your other teammates who are trying to poke, trying to bait players out for you. Giving away that weapon can really cost you.
It really can. Taking a look at some of the standout performances here. Johan on your screen, he's 10-10 right now. Heavy deaths in the category, though. Guardian, once again, though, 11-4 for Montenegro. A big part of why they still lead in this game.
Still leading, but it is still looking a little bit shaky at times. Nugget going to be challenging. Dirk's going to be alongside him to keep him alive. Johan's going to have the freest kill of his life as he falls down bottom middle and has some easy shots onto that player, but can't quite get the sword out in time. Nugget's going to come in, but he'll be traded out, and this is what I mean about the pace. This is fine for Montenegro. If they can trade, they'll win this game.
Yeah, Montenegro loves this. Nice little stick reversal there from Guardian as well. on the double stack. Also just gonna maybe get away at C-Plat as well. Here it comes. I thought the aerial attack was coming with the sword, but Stepstars is the one who makes sure to win that. And no, it's no longer about not trading. Legends Never Die needs to change the entire trajectory of this game, slow everything down if they want to have a chance in bringing this back.
Stepstars has a sword to play with though, so maybe he can make a play or at least bait a player out. He's trying to help a teammate who's on the flank here. You can see a couple of grenades coming in. It's Luduk, who is that player, trying to stay alive, desperately just hoping there's going to be a teammate who can put a couple of extra shots on. There's a repulsor. The repulsor doesn't do the work, but the grapple from his opponent will certainly help him out in that situation. Now it's 33 to 39, and maybe that's the little bit of a spark they needed. That kind of play can really energize your squad to come back.
And anybody watching the bottom right of the screen was thinking, will he use this repulsor in this play? How much of a factor will this be? He uses it perfectly against the grapple, and somehow through a little bit of chaos, a little bit of confusion, ends the melee battle as well. So now this game is within 5. Here we go, 40 to 35 on the home stretch.
Oh, he misses a sword beat down low, and he's going to get cleaned up as well. Little things like that can cost you games, and now it's 42 to 36, and how it could have been so different with just one kill and keeping that sword in their hands. But Sintanegra, he managed to hold on for now, and now you can see the game has started to slow down. But is it too little too late at this point, Andy?
That's the question. You see it's going to be all around Hydro and control for the side of Legends Never Die. Sintanegra with a little bit of a height advantage, and also with the numbers there, you can see shots coming in from top elevator as well. Here comes the push.
Push is going to come in. It's a risky play though, but they managed to get the first one. Sintanegra making that push, and it's okay for them to do so as player will pick up a double. Guardian's on the flank as well. He'll pick up yet another kill, and with 2 players alive here for Legends Never Die, they only need 5 Sintanegra to close this one out. They should be able to get the trades, but there's Blue Oxide to make this a little bit more interesting.
Not over just yet. It was a great double from player on the last spawn. He had a nice job to trade their top control. You saw that on your screen, but still just a 6-kill game. Not over yet. They're not out of dodge, but Sintanegra with a sword flank in hand. There's 1, there's 2, has to put it away, gets the 3rd though. Triple kill killing spree, 49 kills for Sintanegra.
I mean, it's a play you love to see, right? When everything's slowing down, you're just like, you know what? I'm going to go win this game. And that's exactly what happened. 2 kills with the sword. The BR comes out for the triple. And with that, 50 to 40 is our final score. Sintanegra answer back in Slayer, and they tie up the series at 1-1.
Very nice performance. And if you're a fan of this Sintanegra squad, this is what you're expecting to see in their day number 2. They had such a strong day 1, but a slower start to bracket play, but now maybe back in the form that you expected them to be at. As we said, representing both Mexico and Colombia here, playing from the same gaming house, this Sintanegra squad, maybe that a little bit of an advantage over the course of the day. We'll take a look at the stats because there were some standout performances once again, and it is the Colombians leading the squad again. 16-12 from Johan, Guardian Fly 17-8. Enormous numbers in a 50-40. Those guys on their own there going positive 13.
Unfortunately, though, you look at one side of things, and you look at Zark, just really struggling a little bit, but it doesn't matter when you get that W. 9 deaths
I don't know, 11
for him,
assists.
only the 3 kills. But I was going to say,
hate
Andy,
the numbers.
You know I was building it. You know I was building towards it because I love my assists, right? I love my assists, especially when your teammate is there to clean them all up. So Zark doing the damage that was required.
Yeah, we'll take a look at damage, actually, because I'm curious exactly how much Zark laid down. And in the end, surprisingly, despite 11 assists, actually only 2nd highest on the team in damage. So once again, it really is Johan and Guardian, the 2 Colombian players, absolutely popping off in the damage category, the kills category as well. It's a convincing Slayer from Sintanegra. Once they led by about 6 kills early on, they did not look back once. They did not forfeit that lead at all during the game, even though it got a little close. We'll take a look at some highlights, but Sintanegra was all the way in game number 2.
And we're certainly going to see a few sword highlights, especially one towards the end of that game. But yeah, it was a back and forth game between the 2 for a few moments. I thought that Sintanegra maybe were starting to look like they were going to throw it away in those kind of final 15 kills or so, but they managed to hold their nerve, which is so important to do in these high-stake matches. But Sintanegra answering back, like I mentioned, the one thing you don't want to do in these kind of series, Andy, is go down 2-0, and this is the play here from Johan. It was almost a little bit sad that he ran out of sword ammo, just because it would have been clean. You know what I mean? 3 kills, slash, looks good, doesn't it?
I was thinking the same thing. I want to see a little slice and dice there, 1, 2, 3 with the sword. In the end, cleans up the triple, no matter what he had to do, no matter which weapon he needed to use. It'll be a 50-40 win. So both teams having their respective convincing score lines to take their respective games tied 1-1 as we head to Aquarius CTF next.
Now, it's going to be an interesting game, this one for sure, and I just wonder how this series is kind of looking overall, because you're seeing objective dominance in game number 1, right, from Legends Never Die, but they were outslayed a little bit in that game. Sintanegra come back and they answer back by outslaying their opponents in a Slayer. You can see that from the final score. Now we get to Aquarius Capture the Flag, which is a game type where you have to slay to get that flag back to your base. You can't kind of play scrappy in a fact where, you know, you're kind of going neg 4 every single player. You have to be at least evens to get those flag backs and pick up the kills you need to. The question for me is, can Sintenegra steal away an objective game type from their opponent?
Question, yeah, for me also off the back of that is if Sintenegra can close this out with strength, because they only beat Cruelty 3-2 on this game type yesterday, so not really a convincing win from them. I think we have a Legends Never Die victory on this game type as well, if I'm not mistaken. Or actually, I think it was actually a loss, maybe even to the side of Timber. So not a lot of data to go on, but we'll have to see. Series is tied 1-1, and if we've learned anything about this region, especially in bracket play, it's that this series could go the distance, and here we are into game number 3. It's Aquarius capture the flag.
We'll start off with the POV of a man who gave us a highlight play with a sword in his hands on recharge. This time he's not going to have the opportunity to do that, as there isn't a sword to play with, but he might have a heat wave or maybe a sidekick to play with a little bit later on in this game. Ludurk is going to be already behind enemy lines though by the looks of things, and an early flagpool coming in here almost immediately for Legends Never Die, and is 4 dead on the side of Sintenegra as well. This is the perfect start as Ludurk has got this one almost unscathed back to his base. He still has half shields to play with. It's up the straight stairs, it's in the back of the base, and in about 3, 2, 1, it's going to be the first flag on the board. The hottest possible start here for Legends Never Die.
It was hot, it was clinical, it was spicy. What a start there coming in from the side of Legends Never Die. Also, how often, did you see where Johan died? He was in his fridge and he died from his utility off of the opening break of the game. He already had a player in his utility. Definitely a collapse there from Sintenegra, and a perfect opening strategy from Legends Never Die.
1v1 inside a utility, which will be won this time by Guardian. Sepstar's playing around bottom pink. Couple of grenades go down. The first one extremely effective to pick up the kill. Legends Never Die now on the back foot though, as 3 players have fallen. And Sebstars finds himself as the last player alive, trying to do a little bit of defensive work. And I kind of like what he's doing here. It's one of those things as last player alive. You got to think immediately, where are teammates respawning? Can I move towards them to get a little bit of team fire, to give them a little bit of cover? And the way he's positioning himself here as last alive is really impressive.
It's great. Look how long he stayed alive, right? Grabs the thrust. He's able to distract so much. All of his teammates during that time, they can spawn, they can start to shoot. And as you can see, already pushing the opponents back. That's a great example of visually gameplay that doesn't look like it's the most important. Nice back whack on the flank as well. It doesn't look like it's the most impressive, most important plays, but him staying alive the way that he did and bringing in so many distractions lets his team get comfortably off the respawn, start to regain map control.
Well, at the moment, things aren't looking too comfortable for his teammates as 2 players have fallen. Legends Never Die are inside that base once more. Blue Oxide is going to have an opportunity maybe to run this one towards utility, and I like the route taken here, and he saw where the teammate was, thought about that car 1 run, but the decision was made with that help to move it towards that utility.
Thought about the run again, but maybe getting a little bit of call-outs here that he needs to do some more work in utility before running this flag. And I like the timing, I like the patience here coming in from the side of Legends Never Die. They'll get 1 dead once again. They know they need to make sure they get the right slays before continuing the run.
I do have 2 dead here, so I'd like to see him maybe try and force this a little bit more. Does obviously have the call out maybe from a teammate that the camo player is causing some problems. A player flies down from height to get that beat down, but you got to think that 3-4 seconds of hesitation, you get that one back into utility, you collapse. Maybe there's an opportunity, but now on the counter cap, you can see Johan's got the flag back to his utility, and we could see this one tied up at 1-1.
Yeah, 3 were dead. This flag should go in without a problem. The nades might hit, but the flag should go. Let's see who's there, though. It's going to actually be a pull there from Sepstars. Actually going to try to sit on the reef for just a second, but the touch comes in as well.
And now we're going to have to see a little bit of a flag standoff between the 2 teams. It's 1-0 at the moment. Will it be 1-1? Or will it be a return that comes in? There's a little touch on the flag to keep it alive. 3 players dead here for Sintenegra. Make that 4. This should be an opportunity to counter cap. Ludurk has got this one across car.
Let's see who has the touch there. If anyone is there for the touch on the other side. Sepstars did get an emergency touch, but it looks like that flag might come back. No, flag is grabbed, so we'll have a flag standoff here.
Now, this is interesting to see. Is Ludurk going to leave this one to a spawner, or is he going to be given the full responsibility, and job title of guy who holds flag? Because that is a very responsibility that sometimes I struggle with. I always want to drop that one off and see if I can move forward and do a little bit of damage. But Ludurk, you can see in the kill feed, he was the man with the flag in his hands. He's just been taken down. There is one player who's trying to push in. The return comes in on one side of the map, but where is that other flag? It's been put home. It's now 1-1. Sintenegra managed to answer back.
Wow, great job from Sintenegra there to just maintain composure throughout all of that. As you said, this game type being a lot faster in terms of just chaos that we saw, a little bit scrappier on both sides than some of the series that we saw yesterday. And speaking of, Johan finds himself in a strange battle there that he'll be able to turn 2 with as well.
Sepstars having to play a little bit of support here for his teammate. His teammate unfortunately does fall, but The call out from his teammates is going to be, hey boys, we've spawned utility. You can probably force this one across halfway if they're overextending to pink. That looks like what the call has been. Stepstars should be able to get this back into utility, but now it's the battle for flag. Now it's the battle for utility, and it looks like Sintenegra have managed to pick up the kills required for a return.
Yeah, 3 dead. Nugget's the last player alive. We'll see what he might be able to do off screen here, and Guardian also going to have a camo as well as the run continuing.
Love this from Guardian as well. Even though he has that camo or had that camo, recognizing the most important thing on the map is always that flag. He's got it all the way back to utility. He's got a teammate on that flag as well. Takes a second, gets the sprint button hit, hits the slide, but doesn't quite convert for now. Sintenegra pick up 2 kills. The teammate is there as well, and Guardian has managed to slow down this counter cap as well.
Once again, that's exactly what you expect to see from Sintenegra. I think when they are playing their best, it is calm, it is controlled. They might be sacrificing lives, but they are taking their time. They're not rushing flag touches when they don't need to. They're making sure that they're getting the slays. Keep in mind, the flag has a reset timer for a reason, and the best teams know how to use that entire reset timer to make sure they're planning exactly how they want to circle back to their base.
They just never die, picking up a couple of kills, which is going to allow that throw to come out. Now, where are the next kills? 2 players are dead at the moment for Sintenegra, but you can see that they just never die, a little bit unaware of where those respawns are coming in, and if the path is clear to actually run this flag. So it looks like overextension has come from the pink side, and now you got to keep your eye on the feed. If they pick up a couple of kills, they will be able to jump down on this flag and get it running. It looks like that's exactly what has happened now, and they've got this one across the 50-yard line.
2 dead, and there's also 1 on spawn as well, so really only 1 player who's alive, and doesn't look like they're a factor right now. The flag run will continue, and Legends never die. They're going to bring this flag right up the steps. This one should go in without too much trouble. Shots do come in from the opposing flag, but 3 dead. A counter opportunity maybe from Sintenegra. We'll see if they push here.
Have to see if there's a player able to get that flag moving. There is, and player actually does a great job not only of getting the flag out, but staying alive there, using a little bit of knowledge he has of the angles from the front of that base just to live. And Guardian now has managed to pick up the camo as well for Sintenegra. So really things are starting to click together. The pieces are starting to fall into place for this to be yet another flag cap. And this has been a high intensity game so far. No one really in possession here for their opponents to stop this one. Sintenegra, after conceding a flag, answers straight back and go into 3-2 lead.
Deja vu back to back. Guardian gets the 2nd camo in a row. He also gets the 2nd flag run in a row. And as you pointed out earlier so well, it doesn't matter if you have camo. If you are the player in position, you need to be the one, especially if you have numbers, bringing that flag back home. They strike again. Now they're only 2 flags away, potentially, from closing this one out.
Also got another flag moving here, so you can see there's a little bit of tension in the air for some of these players, for some of these battles that are going down as well. And Stepstars is showing maybe some of that nervousness and tension. He's not sure where the player is. He's just trying to escape for now. He hits a little curb slide, but it's not going to be enough to get a white. As he falls, and 3 of his teammates also fall. The return will come in now. Sintenegra once again pressurizing the base.
We'll see what happens here. That's another 2 dead for the side of Legends Never Die, and Sintenegra, like you said, continued aggression from their side, and it looks so far so good in this game, despite the fact that they let a few flags go. Right now, still leading, 4:34 left, but as you also pointed out, there's been a lot of flags on the board. It's been a little bit scrappier, a little bit faster than maybe these teams would like, but they've had to play at a very fast pace. A nice killing spree for Guardian off the back of that last flag run as well.
Gonna throw this one out the front, but the spawns just came in on the fridge, and I think he wasn't aware of those players being still alive. Sintenegra lose 3 players in that little period of play, and the return should be very, very comfortable here for Stepstars. The heat wave has fallen into the hands of Sintenegra, though, which is certainly an impactful thing to get into your team's armory. And Stepstars now just keeps pushing forward on this pink side. If you can get around this corner, it would be really important. Really challenges to get a couple of shots into the player in the front of the base. But that grenade, I was going to say, might have killed many a player, including me. But somehow Stepstars managed to avoid it.
Yeah, knew somehow that flag, the nade was not going to bounce off the back of the flag wall. So he'll throw the flag down into utility. 1 dead for each side here at the moment.
Flag away, but is being sent home. So it's going to not be too much to worry about for either of these teams, and it's become a little bit of an attritional battle here in the last few moments. We saw kind of 3 or 4 flag caps happening back to back to back almost consecutively on opposite sides of the map, and now you're seeing maybe the pressure starting to tell for both teams. Maybe Sintenegra are thinking, hey, we don't have to be overly aggressive here, whereas on the other side of things, a team who is struggling to get into the base at the moment is Legends Never Die. They know that they've got to hold forward because they're the one who are trailing at the moment by 1 flag.
Yeah, Johan tries to make something happen there, just continuing to challenge, and maybe he can afford to do so. Nugget's able to help with that kill from the flag area as well. So lots of time still on the clock for the side of Legends Never Die, only down by 1 flag, and based off of the pace and the tempo that we've seen so far, no reason to think they couldn't get another flag on the board. But so far, we've seen it cost them, right? They've been countered several times. So if they do cap, they need to make sure they're not sacrificing everything in order to get that flag home.
One thing that Sintenegra had done better in this objective game than they did in that first one, Andy, just looking across the stats of the players, is they're matching the slaves that are coming in from the other side. It really isn't too much of a disparity between the two teams and who is picking up the kills and who is standing out. It really is just very, very close across the board, and it's just a case of execution now. And with 2 minutes 20 left on the board, Legends Never Die, they need to execute. Sebstars is kind of rotating back at the moment and trying to see if he can clear out his closet before he has to move forward. Ludok, the furthest player forward for them, and Sebstars just trying to find some targets.
Yeah, if you caught the scoreboard earlier, you might have seen Legends Never Die definitely outslaying Sintenegra for quite a while when the game was right around 2-1. But Sintenegra has really changed that story. Not only have they started to win on the scoreboard with 3 flags to 2, but they've also started to, as you said, match them in slays in this game as well.
Ammo in the hands of Sebstars. He's got the heat wave as well. Now he needs to do something with it. He needs to move forward. He needs to try and cause some problems, and that's exactly what he is going to do. Maybe going to wait just a second for that thrust. Instead, he's going to play the sneaky route, moving in towards the base, trying to clear this one out. You did hear that momentarily his flag has moved away from the home base, so Sebstar's got some decisions to make here, and it looks like he's going to try and bait that flag, maybe pick up a couple of spawn kills.
I think there's a player on the base behind him. I don't think he saw him just yet. You might have seen her off the corner of the screen. Yeah, there's a player right there on your screen right away. Gonna make quick work of him, but actually gets stuck there off the death there, so 2 dead for both sides.
Whoever that was who picked up that stick, that was absolutely huge. Not only does it stop that player staying alive with camo heat wave, it also stops a potential flag run. So massive, massive play inside of the base from Legends Never Die. And Sintenegra, it's one of those unfortunate circumstances where you feel like you're doing everything right, but sometimes just a better play comes in that kind of just negates what you're trying to do.
Convincing shots from Johan there. He eventually will fall though, because it's Blue Oxide who's making the push, and Blue Oxide knows that it's do or die here. He gets double teamed though, and utility, nothing he can do. Only 48 seconds on the clock here. Legends Never Die need a flagpole. They need it now.
Sintenegra going to lose a player. Nugget looks like he's trying to make some plays defensively. Or offensively, I should say, for Legends Never Die. He'll be taken down, though. As you can see, the Sintenegra know that they can just sit inside of their base for 30 seconds and pick up the kills they need to. But as we know, Andy, it's one thing to think this is a good play. If it doesn't go right, then all of a sudden this should be a flag cap and maybe a flag opportunity. Sebstars comes in with a double, a shot grenades, a shock in the world, and we're going to see that flagpole coming in with just 18 seconds left on the clock.
Those were the most diabolical lightning nades I've ever seen in my life, just striking from up high. That's a terror to see as Sebstars rips apart your base. 9 seconds left on the clock. They're bringing in the game tying flag.
There's one player top middle, but he's not going to be able to do anything. And with 4 seconds left, it's tied up at 3-3. The time will expire, and we're going into overtime.
Are you kidding me? Talk about Legends Never Die. We had just moments ago said 48 seconds left, and we had no idea how they're going to bring that flag in. Sebstars goes huge with the Dynamo nades push. Like I said, that was a terrifying thing to see from the POV that we watched it from, as the Dynamo nades are just striking and doing terrible damage in the base from Sebstars. He steps up huge, keeps his team in the game. Now we're in sudden death overtime.
We'll go back into the game, but there's a lot to talk about there in that final moment. Good and bad from both sides. And at the start of this overtime situation we find ourselves in, you're going to see Legends Never Die unfortunately lose 3 players, and Guardian is going to be trying to move forward off the back of that. He's already inside of the utility here, and this has got to be a little bit of a heartbreaker for Sintenegra. Just find yourself a few seconds away from going up 2-1 in the series. Now you got to keep that game going, and you could find yourself down 2-1 if things don't go well.
Certainly tough from Sintenegra, especially with the momentum they had at the end of the game. They led for 3-2 for so long. As we said, they started to really step it up in the slaying category as well. Unsurprisingly, a few players as well as Guardian Flies really stepping it up in the kills category, but it doesn't pay off for them in the end, and now they have to continue fighting in this game type in sudden death. The next flag will win.
That's going to be 3 dead here for Sintenegra. Make it 4 dead, as even though the trade came in, it's not going to be enough to really give the numbers in anyone's favor apart from Legends Never Die. Nades going in towards the back of the base as well. Look at the cover as well the Blue Oxide has in the base. If he can stay alive, then maybe there's a chance to pull. The trade will come in on the base though, and this should be an opportunity to get that flag moving here for Legends Never Die.
Yeah, 4 dead once again. 2 players are off the spawn, but we'll have to see exactly where they spawn. It looks like it's going to be on the fridge side, so a moment here for Nugget to try to reset, but lots of pressure coming from the back of the base as well.
Luckily he has that thrust to get away, but he's not going to be able to survive, as Johan is going to chase him down and make sure that he does not survive. He's also going to find himself with the heat wave, but there was a real opportunity there for Legends Never Die to put something together, but it was just a little bit of miscommunication, maybe a few decisions being made just by half a second the wrong way that allowed 1 or 2 trades to come in inside the base to stop that flag getting pulled initially when the setup was there. So a little bit of a missed opportunity maybe for them. Cintanegra, you have to say defensively though, they made the plays that were needed, and now you can see Johan from Cintanegra has found himself a camo.
Yeah, needs to use this and use it well. All the pressure coming in. The flag is already at the halfway mark. Needs to stay alive with this camo as well.
Stars is playing on those dynamo grenades. Johan's trying to sneak through. Oh, there's 2 players in front of him. He's got to play this one so perfectly. He's got 2 players in front. He's got to play sneaky. He's got to pick up these kills. He picks up 1. Nuggets weak down on car 1, but he's got his shields back now. But what a play this is coming in from Johan. Can he survive, though? That's the question. He's got another player challenging him. Tries to do damage to Blue Oxide. He'll survive. Blue Oxide trying to force this one home, waiting for those grenades to come in. And in the last seconds here, Blue Oxide will get the game-winning flag into his base. And Legends Never Die. Well, they live up to their name for once, Andy. They don't die. They send it to overtime, and they get the win.
Oh, my God. I cannot wait to watch the replay. Talk about all the pressure in the world with that camo. They could not shut it down. And yet, when you were counting the players, you're starting to worry as he started to engage on the bottom of Dynamo's side. There were more players left in utility. He saw 2 on his screen, and there was still the flag runner bottom middle, and you had to worry about how that was going to play out. And all the pressure in the world, essentially a 1v3 or almost a 1v4 in the end there with that camo. Could not connect the plays he needed, did not have the team support. Legends Never Die will close the game out. They will take the lead 2-1.
Let's look at the stats from that game then, and you can see that on the side of Legends Never Die, there's one man who's standing out in particular, and that is Stars. And not only because of the statistic line, Andy, but that play to send it towards overtime. The double kill was everything.
Game-saving play. Hope we get to see that on the desk later on. That play with that final play in the first round there in regulation, if you will, with the Dynamos. You saw him in the kill feed, picks up a double as well. I've never seen something so terrifying there in terms of a player pushing in a base on Aquarius. Clinical work in the back of the base. Stars, as you say, player of the game for sure.
Oh, look at Nugget down to the bottom as well, though. Nearly 9k damage coming in from him. A huge effort from that man. And Guardian doing a good job as well. On the other side, you can see 8.5k damage for him. But I want to take a second to talk about those few moments just towards the end of that game, Andy, where the huge play did come in from Stars, that double kill we were talking about, and Legends Never Die making that last second desperation flag cap, because it's something I see a lot from players and teams, right? They're like, we just need to hold on for 30 seconds here. So they turtle into the base, but if you turtle into the base and the kills don't go your way, you find yourself in such a horrible situation to try and fight out of.
Yeah, here was the play. It's 3-2 for so long for Cintanegra. It looks like it was going to be a foregone conclusion to see them close it out, but as the time ticked down, time and time again, it was Cintanegra just doing what they can. But here's the flag comes in. Look at the timer on the clock, 4 seconds left. They knew they had to make something happen. They did it within a 45-second period, even less than that, to bring that flag home. And in the end, they'll also close it out. They had to play against the camo at the end, but they'll win it out 4-3 on CTF Aquarius. We knew this series would be a tight one, and Onset is certainly delivering.
It certainly is indeed. And for Cintanegra, you're probably thinking we're 30 seconds away from being 2-1 up in this series and being on series point. Well, you don't win games with 30 seconds left to go. We've just seen that. The overtime win on CTF Aquarius means that Legends Never Die are still alive, and they find themselves on series point now as we head towards Oddball Streets. This is going to be one heck of a game, Andy. I'm looking forward to this one indeed.
Yeah, taking a look here at the Oddball hold time leaderboard. Great to have these stats available to us. It's Bullet on Timber right now with 106. Total Stars with 90, and few players pretty close behind him as well across both Knights, Cintanegra, and even Team Smog. 2 Television coming in and joining the party as well.
I'm not going to lie, every time that you put the accent on, it sounds good, man.
Does it do something to you?
I think it does. I guess. Let's talk about this off camera. Anyway, let's talk about what's on our screens, and let's talk about this what is on our screens right now as we head into map number 4. And I think it's going to be an interesting game, Andy. I think it's going to be a little bit scrappy, I have to say, between the two. But coming off of the back of that last game and the momentum that Legends Never Die have probably got on their side, I feel like Cintanegra have to get out to a strong start here.
They have to get to a really strong start here. They need to make sure that they close this out and do it in 2 rounds. Do not even allow yourself rooms for error or anything like that. Here we go right into the game. Legends Never Die up 2-1. This is do or die for Cintanegra.
We're starting off with the man who made the superstar play in the last game to send Legends Never Die into a position they find themselves in on series point. It is, of course, Sep Stars. He goes for that oddball very, very early on here, but you did see that Guardians managed to pick up the rocket launcher and also tosses that flag, excuse me, tosses a very different shaped objective, an oddball, back to his teammates here in Tram, and now he's just going to be kind of patrolling around, looking to pick up some kills and looking to cause some problems for the opposition.
Yeah, it's a great start from Santa Negra. Also, look at Zark and Guardian, the way that they took a rocket pocket and a C stairs angle to take down that last player at the ball spawn. Another double kill for him. Might even challenge again. Gets greedy, if I'm honest, because Sepstar's in the back of the base. He'll get another double kill, and we just keep seeing multi-kills pop out of Sepstars.
Once again, I respect the challenge. I respect the challenge. He's here to entertain us, but you're also here to win games, and there's a lot of money on the line for these players. And like you say, I think it might have been an over-challenge once more. Stay alive in that situation, and it can turn it into ball time, and that's what it's all about. 6-6 off the break here for both teams. Really is a lack of control for either of them at the moment, kind of going the way I thought it might. A little bit scrappy. Team's not quite sure how they want to try and push, and you can see it's just 1 or 2 seconds of ball time at the start. Nugget's going to survive that spike grenade somehow with barely any shields, but now it looks like a Tram setup is starting to formulate around it.
Starting to formulate. Like you said on set, I think you predicted it well. It's going to be a scrappy game, especially when you look at the way these two teams play and you look at this specific game type. I think we're going to see a lot of time that doesn't necessarily get done in a perfect, uncontested setup. But just as quickly as I say that, it's a very nice streak of points here for the side of Legends Never Die.
2 players do fall though, and immediately off the back of that, you're going to see the play ball towards the ball spawn. So Nugget is aware there's probably going to be a player flanking. The pre-grenade was pretty good. The beatdowns are a little bit whiffy from both players, but it's Johan who comes out on top at the end of it. That was more like a YouTuber's boxing fight than a professional one for sure.
It certainly was. I've seen too many of those in the past few years. I don't know why I keep watching them, but it certainly did resemble a little bit of whiffy, a little bit of scrappy melees, but rather fitting of the gameplay. So right now we're going to see Cinta Negra get right back on the board here. They were down by about 25 points, but just like that, they cut the lead in half, and now here at 20-30.
A little bit of damage though. The grenades are going to be used by Legends Never Die to try and flush this ball player out though. Luda is going to pick up the first kill, which is going to allow the push to be a little bit more comfortable and make Johan feel extremely uncomfortable. The push also comes in at the back there. Blue Oxide capitalizing on the damage that was done. The play ball has already come in though, and now Blue Oxide is looking to rotate towards that pink street to clean up these final kills. Wow. And look at that. Not only picks up the kills, he's got the op ball in hand. Blue Oxide's doing it all.
Talk about confidence, talk about conviction. Blue Oxide knew the ball had been played. It's always risky to fall off a C stairs and try to go for a quick grab. Not only does he fall off a C stairs, he hits the perfect stick on a player bottom Neons and gets away with the ball. Great support coming in from the team as well. So they will continue scoring, and Legends Never Die, as we said, in scoring position to take the series if they take both these rounds of ball.
Things are just starting to click for this squad at the moment. You can see it. Everyone's kind of working together a little bit more. The plays are being made, but then off the back of that, the final kills are being picked up as well. 48-24, the score at the moment. And I just wonder how much of a hangover there's going to be from that heartbreaking loss for Cinta Negra in that last game, because it can't last too long, Andy. Otherwise, they're going to be going down to that elimination bracket.
Zark tries to get away, but his slides were a bit too loud. You can't just go sliding outside by the dumpsters like that. People are going to hear you inside, and he certainly did. Cannot get away. Blue Oxide also going to start the ball rotate right now. So Legends Never Die looking very strong here. They will rotate towards B stairs, B pillars, and now into tires.
Yeah, I love this from Blue Oxide as well. You can see he's lost a couple of teammates, but he might be able to pick up a kill and a play ball. So that ball's going to be down at the bottom of the B stairs, which means that it's going to be a difficult move back. But with the kills being picked up, it's made to look a little bit more simple. Rocket launcher coming up as well. Cinta Negra have a Tram set up off the back of those kills, and they should be able to pick up the power weapons too.
Surprised myself to see the play ball go down B stairs, and maybe some of you watching at home might have thought the same thing. After he had already rotated B, unless it's a PD spawn coming in, probably could have been safe to hold that ball close around B, and especially because he had PD teammates spawning just after that. It was mostly Neon spawns coming in from the other side, but in the end, it will be Cinta Negra putting more time on the board because of the way that ball was played.
Yeah, at the moment, the pink street is just explosions everywhere, left, right, center, wherever you look. It's not a comfortable place to be, as Cinta Negra have almost managed to find themselves in a position here to tie up this first round. 2 players going to be pushing on 2 player, and he's going to get taken down. Blue Oxide with the double kill to clear the space. And look at this, just as it was starting to get a little bit close, and Cinta Negra will formulating that comeback, Andy. Now you've got Legends Never Die. They've got to set up of their own once more.
Yeah, it's a nice push, a very efficient one, and they needed it to happen at that point, because take a look, they were already 53 on the other side, but now you do have Legends Never Die crossing the 80-point mark, so potentially just a few kills away from closing out this first round.
It's a big kill from Sebstars. You can see just clearing out that P Street. That was where a 1v1 took place, and that's going to give Ludurk an opportunity to escape if he needs to, but he also has the Bulldog to play with. He's also got a teammate right next to him. Sebstars picks up another one. He picks up the oddball, and he says, do you know what? I think we got this one. But Johan, with a last-second play, picks up 2, and also a player picks up another one. Nugget manages to pick up 1 kill, but now he's last player alive. He's going to try and escape with his life, but he's not able to do so.
And looks like they're able to clear out most of the back of Tram as well. Take a look on your screen. That will be all players from Legends Never Die going down at the 96-point mark, folks. So we could have a Cinta Negra come back here, but we're going to need to see perfect kills, perfect timing coming in from them. Ludurk with the first kill on the board.
Ludurk picks up 1. Johan's on the flank here, and he's going to have to be a little bit quicker than he is at the moment. He managed to pick up 1 kill.
What?
No, he does not. Ludurk jumping around in the trash like a rat manages to pick up the kill. That's a little thing you can't let happen, and that's going to be the last 3 seconds being picked up off the back of it, and it will be Legends Never Die who got 1-0 in oddball.
Strange finish there to the end. I'm not going to lie. Cinta Negra looked like they were poised to maybe get a few kills at front C with the flank, but Ludurk was the man that truly, he's the legend that would not die. He did not die there at all, and he stayed alive throughout that entire sequence, and they're able to close out the first round. So now Legends Never Die only 1 round of ball away from closing out this series.
Fight for rocket launcher at the start of round number 2 goes down. Zark's going to hit some nice shots onto Ludurk to win that fight as well. However, even though he won a fight, he's going to be coming under pressure.
No!
Johan managed to pick the rockets up, but I was going to say, maybe it didn't look too good, it didn't look too classy, those rockets, but he's wasted them. And as the last player alive, that was important to do.
Oh boy, just clips a little bit of the wall geometry there. And when I say a little bit, I mean a lot of it. He shot the rocket into the wall directly in front of him there. Unfortunate, you hate to see it. That will cost them in more ways than one. And now the ball will be rotated for the first time in this specific match towards back A.
Hey, just a nice reminder that PD and back A do actually exist.
They exist, yeah.
Because we have not seen them so far in this game. And Johan, at the moment, doing a great job, not only to survive, but also to bait that player out. Nugget really not knowing what he wanted to do in that situation. Does he go for the kill? Does he try and run that odd ball away? In the end, he ended up doing neither and being taken down as a player now comes in on the flank for Cinta Negra.
Because this has been scrappier and less convincing of multi-kills coming in from either side, it's often been down to 1v1s and 2v1s that are happening. That really has been the result. We haven't seen teams able to really lock down Control, and that's been one of the big reasons. But as you say, interesting to see that Control, Neons, and PD are still on the map. Someone went and check. It looks like they are still here, so we might see a little bit more continued engagement. But both teams a little bit more hesitant to put points on the board here on set because there's a lot more to play for in this second round.
Zark is playing very, very sneaky around tower at the moment. He knows there is a player here. Johan's going to be trying to escape, but there's the back smack, there's the help. But I think that Johan he actually stayed alive during all of that. And while all the fighting is going on, there's a little bit of a rotation away from Legends Never Die. Blue Oxide with a big double kill to take down Johan and both Zark. And now, off the back of that, it's going to move himself and the Bulldog that's in his hands towards this player up on the balcony and start barking at him. He picks up another kill, 8-7 the score. So they need to find the oddball off the back of this slaying prowess that's coming in here from Blue Oxide, picking up huge kills and going on a nice run.
Don't know how he's alive. Finally, it's a Johan nade that takes him down from the bottom of Tram. He also had angles against him from Zark, which also might have taken him down. Rocks up, though, and looks like good timing there. A little bit of lucky timing there from Legends Never Die. They're going to see those rocks go down. Pings go down to indicate that the rockets are down in the rocket pocket.
Yeah, rocks up and then player down with rocks in his hands. It was almost immediate. Great shots coming in from Sebstars there to win that battle. But where have the rockets gone? And more importantly, where is the oddball at the moment? It's down. Neither team has control of it. The rocket launcher is in the hands of player, I think, from Cinta Negra. He's just fallen. So I wonder if there's another one still about on the map or if it's just going to be a case of the standard setup for the players, the Bulldog in the hand of Sebstars.
Yeah, pardon me there. I think they were both shot. We saw them both shot just off the end of the screen there. So I do think rockets are out, not being a huge factor here. Certainly causing a lot of chaos there off of that drop, but we will stay here on the scoreboard. Legends Never Die, 33-7.
Yeah, first time we've seen the Bulldog not really be barking there. It was more of a whimper coming in from the push on the P Street, not doing the damage that he would have wanted to. 2 players makes it a lot more difficult, of course, to escape with your life, but 33-14 is the score. And even though we joked about not seeing much of PD and A Tower, well, that's all we've seen so far in this game, as Cinta Negra now have a setup around A.
2 dead still. This next kill is going to be huge because we'll have to see if Legends Never Die decide to wait for each other or if they push in. Looks like right now they're making the mistake of continuing to push in. That's 2 dead again. The only 2 spawners, Nugget and Sebstars, are fresh spawners, and if they continue this, it'll get dangerous because the lead has changed. Cinta Negra will take the lead for the first time in the game.
They certainly will, and now they have control and a perfect setup across the map. They have every single lane covered, and they should be able to communicate to each other as well where that push is coming in. But Blue Oxide, even with this perfect setup, manages to pick up the first kill. Sepstars manages to escape with his life as well, and now Johan's getting shot in the back as well. So even though it was a setup of sorts, it's kind of falling apart like wet paper. And you can see that Legends Never Die now have the ball in their hands, and they managed to turn things over completely.
And Ludirk also puts one on the board in terms of his own boards. He'll get that rebound right away, sit in front A, knows that that ball was going to be played off of the tower, grabs it before it even hits the ground. Little hot potato there for Ludirk. He's happy to grab the ball. Sepstars will try to get away. We'll see if he can connect Blue Oxide with these two rockets.
Looks like he will be able to connect, but doesn't get the kill this time. Manages to secure it with that beatdown. Blue Oxide also has that Stalker rifle in hand, and if you're trying to control any kind of lane on this map streets and you've got that weapon in your hand, you're gonna be able to do so much damage. It's so devastating, especially on the cross like this, or if anyone tries to push up the pink street, you just strip those shields away, and before you know it, you got a kill in your hands.
And it looked like Montenegro was poised to take this game. Great shots out of Blue Oxide once again with the Stalker swaps over to the BR and even gets help as well. Not afraid to poke on Johan as well. That kill will be cleaned up. So it looked like Montenegro was starting to bring the heat, but Legends Never Die right away, right back in this game, right back in control, not only of the map, but also the scoreboard.
Sepstar's going to be moving down towards that off ball as well. You saw just that grenade trail giving away this player, and player is the player to be given away once more. Johan's going to be taken down as well. Sepstars is stepping up in the biggest possible way for his team. He's got the oddball in hand. He's got another player on the pink street, and he ain't missing too many bullets at the moment. Unfortunately, the grenade is going to slow him down for now. Sepstar's currently 10 and 11, but the amount of work he's been doing for the squad cannot be underestimated.
Yeah, great plays from him. Blue Oxide's going to try to stay alive on this angle. Against Tires, always a frustrating one. Looked like he might be able to get the kill. Doesn't in the end, though. So, my God, though, the fact that he's able to double back, stay alive, and do damage on Tires once again. Blue Oxide putting in big numbers in this game. He's 14 and 8 and really popping off, making sure that he's getting as much damage as he can in.
Ludirk and a teammate working together. It's Nugget who's going to fly in. Sepstars also picks up kills, and now they're pushing out the back of A once more. Oddball's going to be moving back to them again. Stalker rifle in the hands of Johan, just flying out of the window here towards Rockets. Might be a little bit reckless, but also, if it works, it looks pretty good. He picks up the kill that's required, but he needs to pick up some more. He's going to be taken down on the B stairs. Sepstars moves in, and while all of this is happening, Andy, the ball is still in the hands of Legends Never Die. They're up by 82 to 52 right now, and looking pretty comfortable.
They just added 20 points during all of that craziness. You have to wonder at what cost was all of that Johan insanity where he's flying off with his soccer rifle, getting kills and forcing players around B stairs. Still during all that time, as you said, Legends Never Die able to get 20 extra points on the board. They'll continue scoring at back PD once again. Here comes the rotate.
And for the rotate, but you can see that they haven't really got anything cleared out at the moment, and now Nugget's going to come under pressure from multiple angles. He's desperately trying to find out where his teammates are respawning, and he's not going to be able to do so before his life is taken. Legends Never Die. They lose two. On the other side of things, Montenegro, they've only lost one. There's a grenade which just rallies up into the face of the player. Almost like a yo-yo going wrong, that one. LNM find themselves now 4 dead, and Montenegro, they've got a hold here at PD.
I mean, that grenade was fully lodged in his Spartan's chin piece there. That was not fun to watch, and you knew that that was going to be a very explosive ending to that exchange, and now these next kills will be big. All 4 players alive. Legends Never Die, the first one to drop. Now 1 dead for each side.
Really important moments in this game here for Montenegro. They need to stay alive and they need to pick up kills, but it's just trades for them. Ludirk is going to be last player alive, and he's just going to grab the oddball and try and maybe milk a little bit of ball time here. And if he can do so for a few seconds, it's going to take them closer and closer to the win. I don't know how this is being allowed to happen, but Ludirk is the king. He's the chief of the police right now inside of PD. 94 to 69 the score. He almost won that on his own as Blue Oxide now moves in to pick up the ball.
That will be the game. That will be the round. That will be the series there. Legends Never Die going to put it on the board there. A dominating performance from them in the end. They will close out Oddball with a score of 2-0 and win the series 3-1.
Very, very impressive stuff, especially after what would have probably been a little bit of a disappointing kind of reflection on things from yesterday's action. But Sepstars, Blue Oxide, Nugget, and Ludirk, they step up when they needed to in that game. And I think riding off the momentum of one particular moment in that series was what propelled them to find the teamwork required to take that series home. An impressive performance from them, Andy. You think much improved from what we saw yesterday?
Certainly much improved. We should talk about Legends Never Die. They came into this series 1-2 with a losing record against Montenegro, the dark horse that was able to come in with a winning record. And that is a big, big upset in the end. They do it in only 4 games as well. Taking a look at some of the KD.
Yeah, KD's looking good for Blue Oxide and Sepstars. You can see 30 bombs apiece for them, but the assists you have to give to Blue Oxide, 13 Just a few more, than his teammate there with 7. But the damage is always the most interesting stat for me, Andy. Let's see who put up the big numbers here as we take a look at the damage from all 8 players in the lobby.
And standing out there once again, it's Johan, the Colombian player, breaking 8K, but in the end, that won't matter when you have a score like the one on your board, 200 to 137. It's a 2-0 in oddball, and unsurprisingly, it'll be Stars and Blue Oxide on the other end leading the way, and they will advance on. Certainly not the fate that Cinta Negra expected coming into this one, but it will be Legends Never Die with, honestly, on set, they look like a completely different team than yesterday.
They certainly did. It's almost as if the form book is back and looking a little bit more relevant than it did yesterday. We'll take a look at some of the highlights from this series overall. And it was a very strong start from Legends Never Die in this game. Even though they were outslayed in game number 1, Andy, they were the more objectively efficient. Their rotations were something that certainly stood out to me.
Yeah, this was a great way to start off the series, and I think we knew right away off of that game number 1 that this was going to be a series that was going to deliver on the expectations that we had. Here was the triple that we saw from Johan. He uses the sword until there's nothing left, and then finishes with that triple kill as well. That paved the way for them to close that game number 2 there to tie up the series 1-1.
And this was the crazy game. This was looking like it was going to be all Cinta Negra. They had control for so much of the game. They had the advantages. They had the lead until about 30 seconds were left in these final moments before they managed to pick up a flag out of nowhere. And then in overtime, they managed to take it home.
That play from Johan right here has to stay alive and just had to select his target so carefully. Wasn't able to do it. From our POV, it looked like a 1v4. I'm sure they'll look at that on the desk with the camo play, but here was that final game of the series.
It was a more dominating play, you have to say, a more convincing game, I should say, the final one coming in from Legends Never Die, and it was kind of what I was looking for from them. A little bit of cohesion. Yesterday they looked a little bit sloppy at times, but you could see that the teamwork was starting to come together here.
Yeah, it certainly was, and it's as we said, it's a very comfortable 2-0 win for them in the end, and really it felt like they were in control of the game, with the one exception of when Cinta Negra took the lead in that first round. Aside from that, it really felt like it was Legends Never Die the whole way through. They're going to be very happy with their performance in this series.
So Legends Never Die will continue in our winners bracket as well, and their reward for going through and picking up this 3-1 series win is a match up against Timbers. And that is a real test for them, Andy. I think every single team who is outside of the top 2, and I'm talking about Knights and Timbers, is always looking to match up against one of those 2 teams and push themselves the distance and see how they can really test their skills.
That is going to be maybe our biggest series of the weekend, if I'm honest. Anyone who's watched LATAM Halo knows how dominant the Knights are. They know what to expect from the Knights. When we see Timbers going up against Legends Never Die, that might be the series of the weekend that determines how LATAM kind of nets out here, and also what happens when we talk about those KC spots. So that's a series I'm certainly looking forward to later today.
And it's certainly going to be one for everyone to watch, and I'm looking forward to hopefully being behind the mic on that one as well. But I think Legends Never Die, the big takeaway for me is, you always talk about tournaments, you always talk about pool play and how some teams perform well in pool play, some teams play better when they get to the bracket. It looks like Legends Never Die need the pressure on their shoulders to play their best, Andy.
Yeah, they certainly do, and they showed up here. Like we said, it's a completely different team. We were talking to Clutch earlier before the pregame, talking about Legends Never Die just not really showing up yesterday in a way that we expected. I think one thing they did really show was that they are cut above the rest of the teams that were on the second half of pool play. Your teams that were with the losing record, they had the closest to an even record. They came in today 5-6, but like we said, completely different team today. They really popped off in this series. They did it in 4 games, and the games that they won, they looked in control. They looked very comfortable.
They certainly did look good indeed. Well, we're going to send it back to Lottie and the guys on the desk right now, because Legends Never Die still haven't died. They are alive in our winners bracket, and they'll take on Timbers a little bit later.
This is very true, gents. I gotta say, Legends, apparently they do not die. They continue to live another day and another round in our bracket. I gotta say, I'm so impressed with them, and I think, the boys put it perfectly there, that Legends Never Die yesterday, they are a little bit of a different team coming into today. They showed a lot of potential in their series yesterday, but just couldn't quite find the clutch factor that they needed to finish things off in a series. Today's a different story so far against Cinta Negra, and I've got to say, I'm very impressed with the aggression that they continue to put on Cinta Negra throughout the series. And they dealt a lot of damage there. Being able to have that aggression and to keep it up was huge. It was very key in that. I'm not surprised that the Slayer went in the favor of Cinta Negra whatsoever. I think Slayers can be a little bit touch and go, but objective, efficiency wise, Legends Never Die led the way, and I was really impressed with that. Clutch, tell me your overall thoughts about that series.
Yeah, I mean, Legends Never Die really picked it up. They were able to perform much stronger here on Saturday, and I think that teaches us a lot about the MX region, because Legends Never Die, they looked pretty rough yesterday. And looking at the pool play results from Montenegro, we didn't see them on broadcast, but they had a strong showing in their pool. They went 2-1. So I think it really is a story of this battle for third place, and it's really going to be who's playing well for the rest of the weekend. These series are so important for these players as far as like how much time and effort that they put in for a best of 5 to come down to it. I mean, sometimes that's how it works, right? But the competition couldn't be any stiffer between 3 and 8 here in the MX region, and really anybody can beat anybody, especially when they're playing well. And Legends Never Died, they looked well today.
Indeed they did, and you are right. Honestly, anybody can beat anybody, and at one point it was looking like it potentially would be going in the favor of Montenegro, especially in that super close Aquarius CTF game. We're going to talk about the camo play that happened at the end of that one, Gaskin. I know that this one was a bit difficult. It looked like a 1v4 at one point, but the patience here coming across and the flag stop potential, what did you notice?
It's not just the positioning, but it's also the target switching, knowing who to focus on and the ability to stay alive, playing your life at your very best possibility. But it's how he starts shooting one, notices the second just come into his crosshair, and he continues to fire to make sure he finishes. Without this, that flag could have gone the other way and they potentially could have lost this game. So it was so important that you push. When you have the camouflage, when you have that advantage, you've got the jump onto players to be able to ensure you pick up a double kill there. Because there are a lot of players who might have whiffed that, gone for a beatdown maybe when a player walks past, or continue to target the initial player who drops down to you. But it just showed that Johan, he knew exactly how he wanted to play that. And honestly, all series long, he impressed me. And even though Montenegro, they go down into the elimination bracket, I don't think this is the last we'll see of them.
No, I've got to say, very impressive stuff. And it's just like, it's 200 IQ plays like that, and the decision making that is so imperative to keeping a team alive in a game. And these guys do it so well. The pro players here in the HCS are just absolutely amazing. So that is just a renowned example of how to do that, of how to handle situations. But I tell you what, let's take a look at the bracket and see exactly where we've landed, because Legends Never Die, they are looking pretty damn good at the moment. So really impressive what we're seeing. And there you have it. Winner semi-finals. They're going to be going up against Timbers Esports, and that's going to be quite a challenge, I think, coming off of that battle against Montenegro and some potential upset moments within that series on some of the maps coming across from Montenegro. Although managing to stay alive and managing to hold on there, they got quite the journey going up against Timbers Esports. How do you fancy their chances there, Clutch?
I'm not sure if I like either team's chances to create the upset here in the winners finals, semifinals. We have Knights and Timbers, and they looked so strong yesterday. I would really have to see more from either Rebel or Legends Never Die to create this upset, but Legends Never Die did just show us that there's some potential there. Maybe they can step it up. Maybe there is another gear they can shift into, and they're going to need that gear if they're going to try and create this upset. But I mean, we'll just have to wait and see, because this MX region, we said it all weekend long. We're going to continue to say it. They know each other so well that could play to the underdog's advantage here in these series.
Yeah, very true there. I think it's going to be a very difficult semi-finals, but we've seen crazy things happen. We've seen certain upsets happen, so you never know. Let's take a look at the elimination bracket though and see exactly where the upset teams are. These guys are having a second chance here to rebound back up to the winners bracket in that grand final spot, but they've got quite the journey to go on. As you can see, Cruelty though, elimination round 2, they have knocked out K9 Montenegro, and they will proceed on to the elimination quarterfinals, waiting very patiently to see who's going to be joining them and dropping down. And then, as you can see, Montenegro just getting knocked down, going up against Alta Esports. Quick note as well, our two teams, unfortunately, who did start on the elimination bracket today, coming through the open bracket, have been knocked out within the first round. So unfortunately, that kind of firepower with potential teams with their heads down just didn't quite come across there, and they'll be going home Team Smog 3-1 against Alta Esports as well. So lots of storylines coming through here, and some really exciting matches to be had. And of course, game 5s are always really exciting. So hopefully we have more of those on the cards. It's going to be quite the matchup coming your way next. So we've got Knights versus Rebel. It's another winners semi-finals coming your way, and I'm really excited to see exactly what is going to be going down. So you'll have to wait and see right after this break.
so deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
Master Chief recovered something.
Sacred ring. Halo.
When I touched the object, it felt different.
What does one do with a superhuman you're not sure you can trust?
Find the Halo. Win the war.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Halo Championship Series MX Super, and it has been a superb day so far here, and we're into the championship bracket. If you didn't know, we are into bracket play. We had pool play yesterday, and things are happening over here in the bracket. We got winners, semi-finals lined up, we got elimination games happening, people are going home, people are continuing onwards. It's all happening over here. But I'll tell you what though, on set, bravo. First of all, lovely to have you on the desk, but second of all, do you know how you guys can support your favorite regions? Did you know this? Did you know how?
Tell me.
Well,
Tell us about it a lot.
I'll tell you right now, you can do it in game. You can do it in game in Halo Infinite right now. You get your sniper coatings on, you show your true alliance to who your favorite region is. And look, if you want to support the MX Super, I would suggest putting on that LATAM sniper coating. It is absolutely gorgeous. But also A&Z is happening alongside, so maybe you want to support the A&Z boys as well. We also got other supers happening very, very shortly too, but really exciting, and you guys can also support your favorite regions alongside the broadcast.
What one that I have, Lottie? Can you guess what one I have?
Ooh, let me think. Hold on. I think it might be EU.
Hey, how did you know? Yeah, I got the EU one.
You're gonna have to guess mine. You're gonna have to guess mine, Lot.
Okay, I reckon you've gone LATAM, mate.
I have since day one.
I knew you so well.
Almost as predictable as mine was.
It's true. I've had it since day one. It's a badass sniper skin. I love that thing.
It is. I know. Look, we've been friends a long time. I know you boys pretty well. I tell you what, though, I do know something else, and that is when you see incredible Halo talent on your screen, it's pretty easy to catch that one. And our A&D power performance is going to be somebody from Knights and tapping buttons. Come on, he's tapping those buttons in fantastic formation, and it's producing some ridiculous things on our screens. On set, talk to me about this guy. He's an absolute powerhouse on this squad.
I mean, he's almost going double positive in this super. I mean, what else do you have to say? It's 1.85. That is absolutely ridiculous. And the accuracy as well, for someone who plays on a pretty quick sensitivity as well, relative to a lot of players, that is outstanding. There's not much more to say about it. That is absolutely outstanding. And when you're playing in a super, you know, the stats compared to Pro Series 4 shows that he's playing even better. So, I mean, the man is ready for the big stage, and he's been performing like he's born for the big stage.
I couldn't agree more with that. And Bob, just to kind of give some note to some new potential viewers here who are coming in for the first time. Accuracy at the bottom there, that stat line. I think there's probably a lot of people thinking, oh, only 52% accuracy. I want you to understand, people at home, that's actually outstanding. So in terms of percentage, you know, how impressive really is this, Brav?
I mean, it's pretty impressive, and it's certainly a lot higher than mine. I think a pretty big piece of that is just the fact, keep in mind that, you know, some of these players, they have to peek shoot, they have to pre-fire, they have to do things like fire their weapon in scenarios where there might not be a player actually on their crosshair. So to maintain a 54% accuracy is still pretty impressive. And like Mark said, tapping buttons, I mean, to be almost double positive in a tournament of this caliber is kind of scary. So certainly looking forward to seeing what he could do, and we're going to even see it in this next series.
This is very true. Look, I'm impressed with myself. If I can edge out 40%, I'm like, come on, I'm insane. Like, get off me. But, you know, like, that's just lights out. But incredible stuff. We're going to see him in action in just a few moments, because we're handing over to a fantastic duo. They're going to be on the mics, and the players are going to be on the sticks, and it's going to be Gaskin and Clutch.
Thank you, Watt. And Dan, we have the first of our winners semifinals on hands. PK gonna come in here, and the Knights looked so strong yesterday. I expect the same out of them today. Undefeated, looking at the stats. I mean, that is a 7-0 record, but it really isn't the 7-0 record that was surprising to me. It was how dominant they were in that 7-0 performance.
Yeah, the Knights looked untouchable yesterday, and it is quite a worrying time, I think, if you are a fan of Rebel or if you're a player on the Rebel side, because I think any team going up against the Knights right now expects to lose. It's been that long now that they've gone undefeated, not just this tournament, but throughout the entirety of Pro Series, Open Series, whatever tournament they've been entering, they have been winning it in a very dominant fashion. So I'm expecting a victory here, but, you know, there's always a chance of an upset, even if it is an unlikely one. There's the series layout, and there are the maps that we're going to see both of these teams dueling it out on, starting off with Bazaar Capture the Flag, which I have to say, Wes, maybe is a good start for Rebel. Even though we saw Knights amazing yesterday on Bazaar Capture the Flag, they look unstoppable. They had a 5-0 within like a few minutes. It's definitely a map where you can play defensive. You can hunker down, you can just try and get into a series, get into a game. So maybe that'll be a way that Rebel can just warm themselves into this one.
I'm going to steal the conversation away from you, Dan. Hey, chat, when you ever hear Dan Gaskin say the word maybe as he's giving an opportunity for an upset, cross that one off the list, because it's not going to happen. This maybe, I mean, you could put quotations around and do whatever you need to it, but for Rebel to take this game one, they're going to have to play at a level of Halo they have not shown us this week. But that being said, they've won 2 Game 5s. They are here for a reason, and potentially they can create this upset. But in order to do so, like we said, they're going to have to take down tapping buttons and squad, and that 2.0 or 1.9 or 1.8, whatever it was, KD ratio already off to a rough start, and the opening break is now won by Rebel. So hey, Dan, I love being wrong. Please prove me wrong. Rebel is a hot start for the boys in blue, already ruining tapping buttons KD ratio.
Yeah, I mean, there's two Dan Gaskins, right? There's the realistic Dan Gaskin who will say this is going to be a complete blowout, and then there's the optimistic Dan Gaskin who says, look, I see a chance. I've seen moments of hope from Rebel that suggest that maybe they can do something here, and that hope is being demonstrated in the early stages of this game. They've got kills, they've got a flagpole, and maybe Knights, who haven't played yet today, remember, this is their first series of the day, maybe they're just coming in a little bit cold here.
There's no maybe about that. This is a realistic opportunity at a flag run here. Rorsch picking up a kill, numbers in their advantage now. Rebel get that flag to the middle of the map. They are, however, forced to drop it and try and slay, and I'm wondering how many slays, how many rounds of slays is this team going to have to get in order to get this flag across the map, because they already have a few to their name. They are outslaying the Knights right now. Strikey gets it through his big doors. Unfortunately, getting shot in the back, forced to run Strikey, but we want you to run the flag to the post. Nobody from Knights was in a position to kill him, but unfortunately, because he has stalled, now Knights have had an opportunity to catch up. Will he be able to get this one up? He's taking so much damage. He's melted at the jump up, tapping buttons, and the boys, they are here to get the return. 4 dead for Rebel, and Knights look like they have done it, although one spawner in Laylocks is going to be in an opportunity to get the touch. He gets the touch. Somehow, some way, they come off spawn from that thrust spawn. They get that touch. Gambino still is in the base. base with shot grenades, gets another kill. Strikey gets the kill on the Gambino. He's taken down, but look at that drift. Somehow the respawner across the map able to get all the way back, and try as they might, Rebel were not able to punch that one in, and now they are at risk at a counter cap.
That was Rebel's chance. That was their ticket into this series. As I say, you could play so defensive on Bazaar. If they had got that flag, they could have set up around it, frustrated the Knights. But they tried so hard, almost a little too hard, whereas two of them were trying to put the flag in at once. And now Rebel, off the spawn, they've got to try and get a re and show similar heroics to what Knights just were able to show.
Strikey is able to stop that flag momentarily. Gambino trades the kill out, though. He's able to get the touch, and I don't believe anyone from Rebel is going to be here to defend this one, so it is a counter cap. That is true for Knights to take the lead in this series here in game one. They punched that one in, and although Rebel have looked so strong and in control throughout the start of this game, they still find themselves down 1-0.
Wow, what a start to this game. What a start to this series. Unbelievable, really. I mean, that's something to really take the wind out of your sails, though. If you're a Rebel player there, you were so close to going 1-0 up against the best team in your region, and it was stripped away from you. Mere millimeters, really, from putting that flag in, but sometimes that can be how detrimental it is if you send too many players to try and get that flag and no one's watching those angles. And the counter cap comes in for Knights. They can settle down. They can now look to try and control this map. But Rebel, they showed a lot of promise in those early stages. They were slaying out well, they got control of rockets, got the overshield. If they can do the same thing, still a chance they could get a flag.
They've shown us a lot of resiliency so far this weekend. Can they do it here and now to stay in this game one is the big question, because down 1-0, you want to make plays. They do start to make plays as Rorsch is going to be pulling that flag drift. However, with this Bulldog shotgun in hand, bottom middle is going to have every bit of an opportunity to interrupt this flag run. Does find one, but it's traded out very quickly. The flag still not on the move, though. Strikey trying to get a kill. The plasma pistol is not going to come through for him, and tapping buttons not only gets that kill, gets the return, gets an overshield, and when it rains, it pours. The Rebels, once again, not able to punch that flag in, not able to get it across halfway, and they have lost map control and overshield control, and now with tapping buttons in your base, getting this thrust is going to be a pain in the arse to deal with.
You say arse?
I did.
Is that your attempt at being just English for today? I like it. I appreciate it. But tapping buttons being a real pain in the ass, and is going to be picking up this flag and is going to be taking it across the map now as well. This is a case for Rebel where they work so hard to get those rockets. They get some kills, but all it takes is one player to do what tapping buttons just did. Get a re, get the overshield, and then get in the base. That it kind of puts all of their hard work to nothing very quickly.
Just trying to be professional, just like professionals the Knights are. They are running this flag in, and they're going to be able to punch this one in as well. Nobody from Rebels able to stop that one as well. So just like that, it's starting to get ugly quick here. 6 minutes and 53 seconds on the clock, so you got plenty of time if you're a Rebel fan, but unfortunately you need to see more out of them, and they haven't been able to get any real objective done. The flag has moved, but not successfully back to your base. They do have control of the map, though, so a counter cap opportunity here and now. The Rebels have 2 kills in the kill feed go in their favor, a third spotted by the pillars, and if they can take down Atso, that would be a big one. But Atso does get that corner. Oh, wow. Nice shot by Luor.
Is this
live? That double door just at the last second to be able to take that player down. Atso would have been able to interrupt so much if he gets his shield back in that base, especially if he relocates. But now Strikey has a big opportunity to continue this flag run as well. Tapping buttons goes down, but that was 3 momentarily dead for Rebel as well. Laylock's last guy locked. Got to get the touch. He does that. Can he get the kill to match? No, but the kill is traded immediately. Those trades are going to benefit Rebel as long as they can keep this flag alive.
I have to say, I'm impressed with the positioning from Rebel. They are making it very awkward for Knights to push out of their base, but they will sacrifice some rockets here. And, oh, there's the Laylock just looking up into the skies, maybe seeing if there's any birdies around, but gets hit by a rocket launcher to the dome. Both rockets get wasted because one hits the pillar, but I think that's good for Knights. At least they got rid of the rockets and don't allow Rebel to use them to get back in the game, and they got the overshield as well.
It's going to be very difficult for Rebel to get a flag run across the map without the use of those rockets. Another win condition out the board, to your point, and already Atso in the base of Rebels running this flag out unscathed through the tree, gets it out to bottom middle, and now he looks to slay with this thrust in his back pocket. Unfortunately, he gets surrounded by multiple players on Rebel. They're able to take him down, able to hop that return, keep this at just a 2-0 lead for the Knights momentarily. Can they get control and get a successful flag punched in, though, is the big question, because so far they've been able to stay up with the slays. Looking at the stats right now, they are actually outslaying the Knights to this point in this game. It is not something we've been able to say throughout this weekend, but no objective has been scored for them, and unfortunately we're playing CTF here in game 1, and that's going to be the difference in the game so far. 2 flags for Knights when they've had control.
And that usually is what separates the greatest teams just from good teams, right? Is being able to get those flags, do the objective work when you're not even playing at your very best. We can see that Knights are quite cold at the moment. They're not hitting as hard as they did yesterday. They're not maybe hitting the shots they were yesterday when they were fully warmed up. Maybe they were expecting this game to be a little bit more comfortable or a little bit easier than perhaps first thought. But here we are. They've managed to get 2 flags. There's 4 minutes left. They can start easing themselves into this game now. And for what I said previously about this is a good game 1 for Rebel to, you know, get themselves into the series, get themselves shooting well. In fact, it's actually going to benefit Knights a little bit more now. They're 2-0 up, they can control the middle of the map, and they can use these 4 minutes to make sure that they are firing, that they are warmed up for the next.
Yeah, I'm glad you pointed out the clock. This is, as it continues to dwindle down, capture the flag on Bazaar is one of those maps that you can really hunker down. You can start to play defense. Typically, we frown upon defense in Halo. The best defense is usually a good offense, but on Bazaar, it can all change. Drift with a big double kill, killing spree with the Mangler in the corner as well, doing work with this Mangler to create space. And look at this, they don't have defense in mind right now. The Knights don't. They want to put a 3rd flag on the board, and they look to press in to the base of the Rebels. Another double kill from Drift, really popping off now. Great damage onto a 3rd. Strikey's forced to run. Ooh. He doubles back. A big kill from Strikey to deny Drift any more slays, but the damage I fear has been done. The Knights are still in the base of Rebels, and they had that flagpole as well. Kills come through to deny the run, but when you're forced to play defense this entire time, Dan, you can't get anything going on offense.
And on the side of Knights, I mean, they can play defensively without just sitting back in their own base, right? You can be very aggressive and play almost Team Slayer, but not really commit to flags. And just by always pressuring the opposition base, always having one person maybe just pulling that flag every now and then with no real true belief they're going to cap it, it always forces Rebel to have that question of, do we need to go back? Do we need to stop this player? And it's another set of rockets that have gone in favor of Pittsburgh Knights. And I think that that is, again, just going to cancel out any chance there is for Rebel, as there's almost a triple kill for Drift, but that rocket doesn't connect.
Now, I know we highlighted tapping buttons as the AMD power player so far this weekend, but man, has Drift impressed us so far as well. A great pull play performance followed by this game 19-11 right now, and Drift is really one of the upcoming players in MX. Yes, he's been around for a little bit, but he's starting to make his presence known internationally. This is what we're talking about when we talk about the best in the regions. They need to be a full team. It can't just be on the back of tapping buttons, and that's why you're seeing players like Atso, Drift, and Cambino 19, 18, and 17. It's tapping buttons that's having the least frags in the lobby, and when you say that about a team, you know how powerful this team can be.
One of the big differences that I've noticed between the two teams is actually how they play the overshield. Knights, you'll notice they'll pick that overshield up, but they won't pop it until they're safe. They will kind of crouch slide, they will get out of dodge, they will make sure they're in a position where they can safely pummel it into their chest, because when you do push that into your chest, you can't slide into a position when you've already hit it. You have to wait for that animation to finish. And Rebel, a couple of times, they've been open, they've got the overshield, they haven't actually picked it up because of that. But now, anyway, regardless of my point, they did eventually pick it up. They are going to pull a flag, and this is their real chance of getting back into the game right here, right now.
I'll touch on that point later as well. I think that that's a very important thing that you're saying, because there's a lot going on there. But right now, Strikey actually throws his flag out, relocates all the way through bar, decides to flank tree, gets behind enemy lines, gets behind a player, finds the first kill. A very important kill on the Gambino bottom middle. You got a minute left. You got 2 flags to cap Strikey. All of a sudden, time not in your favor. You do not have time to play this patiently, and unfortunately that flag being returned could be the first punctuation put on this series, could be the first notch going into the Knights belt for our winner semis. A killing spree for Strikey, but still no objective done, and unfortunately for them, Rebels do go 4 down, and they have tapping buttons in their base to try and deal with as well. And we've seen this movie before. Tapping buttons usually excels with this thrust in his back pocket. We saw it all at Halo 5 and how dominant of a player he was then. I have a feeling we're going to see it here and now. And although they continue to move this flag, it's just constant pressure onto Rebels, forcing them to split their resources, make very quick in-game decisions. That's going to make it even difficult. And look at this, they're even running the flag and getting the slays to pair with it, so they're going to punch a third in before this one hits 0.
And even though slay wise, you know, it was a very successful start from Rebel, they just weren't able to get those flags in, and with 2 seconds left, it is going to be a 3-0 finish. Then Knights take map number 1 here in the winners bracket semi-finals. A valiant effort from Rebel when you look at that map as an entirety. But unfortunately, on the scoreboard, it looks like a very one-sided affair. But we know, you know, those who watched it, it was not the case. Knights were very slow out of the blocks. And if they continue to be that slow, in a Slayer, for example, maybe Rebel will have a chance at doing something in this series.
Yeah, if you don't have to worry about objectives, are you going to be able to slay with them at the start and midway through that game? The answer was yes from Rebel. Unfortunately, the objective efficiency just wasn't there. The strategy behind the plays that they were making wasn't there, and unfortunately a 3-0 scoreline on Bazaar is a pretty dominant one. So we're going to continue to preach how good this PK team is, this Knights roster is in this MX region. Not only do they have the individual skill to make plays, but they have strategy behind it. They have efficiency. They know how to play Halo at this point in their careers, and they're doing a good job here and now of showing us that.
You spoke about Drift as well. He was the kind of key factor in terms of damage on the side of Knights. Someone had to step up and bring them back to form after a really shaky start. I mean, if that flag had gone in for Rebel at the start of the game, who knows what may have happened. But it was a really kind of tough situation that Rebel found themselves in, where every player off spawn for Knights was just dashing across the map trying to stop that flag. But there was one point, that point right there, 2 players both tried to pick up the flag, they both got hit by the dynamo grenade, and unfortunately both got caught in that clamber animation, and because of that they were just such easy targets. Knights then had the player advantage and they ended up getting a counter cap because of it. But this game had a little bit of everything, and I guess we could talk about that overshield situation that I mentioned earlier, Wes. When Knights try to pick up the overshield, they're always dashing into cover to ensure that they can safely pop it, rather than just popping it as soon as you pick it up.
I mean, we see that, and I'm going to touch on like both players going for that flag and the miscommunication and how they're not able to punch that first one in as well. Those 2 situations right there, what do they show us as players or as viewers? They show us that this Knights team is very comfortable. They are so aware of everything going on the map that they're able to play this overshield a little bit more strategically, right? On the side of Rebel, they're just trying to secure the overshield at any cost, right? They're not trying to put the next layer of thought process into when should I activate it. Like, they're just like, hey, we got overshield, give me that, we need it, we want to make sure they don't get it. When it's that chaotic and you're that dire of needs, you're not able to make the same complex decisions, and that's why we see Knights prevailing in so many situations, is because they're able to take those decision makings into the next layer of thought and able to apply that into their game, and that's why they end up in so much better situations. I want to see Rebel slow the game down from their perspective, because it looks very chaotic. Not capping that first flag, it was pure chaos when it should have been order. You only had one more player to deal with, and it was Gambino, and unfortunately they overextended. But we're going to jump into game 2, and we're going to see how chaotic this looks from their point of view, because we know the Knights are calm, cool, collected, and ready to take another series 3-0 in this bracket. But will that be the case? Because the Rebels, they started off hot in game 1, and if they can do that, like you said, Dan, in a Slayer, it's going to give them a good opportunity here. So we're starting off a 2-1 lead for Rebel. Not quite sure what's happened with Camo yet, but Drift is going to be bottom middle, trying to apply some pressure here. Gonna try and relocate bottom dynamo grenades. Does barely get hit by that frag grenade, but look at this. Not too much going on right now. He's trying to rotate to help his team, and I like this. He's able to take down Strikey with the heat wave. A second kill comes through, and getting that power weapon out of the hands of Rebel is big, but Rebel still with a lead bodes well for their opportunity to compete here in game 2.
6-4 and a nice early start from Rebel, and this is one of their better maps as well statistically, Wes. I mean, I think I mentioned it yesterday. They did lose to Legends Never Die, but that was when they were having a few issues on the technical side. If you look at their performance throughout Pro Series, throughout Open Series, Aquarius Slayer is usually a guaranteed victory for them against any of the kind of third onward seeds. Against the Knights, though, it's a different story. You need that clutch factor. It's all well and good going 3 or 4 kills up, but can you continue that pressure?
No.
Can you make sure they're caught on their spawn? And can you make sure you try and guarantee kills like that? Because, you know, with a heat wave, there's a lot of responsibility in your hands.
Just a second away from his shields coming back, but unfortunately Lure felt the pressure of players sandwiching him in that situation. He doesn't come away with the trade, and because of it, Drift now on a tear finds his second kill of the spree that we know of. 10-11 now to 10. Knights have taken the lead, taken the power weapons, and stripped them away from Rebel. Speaking of Strikey getting stripped of his shields from that heat wave, and a nice kill on the Strikey from Drift again. Finds a second player, bottom Dynamos, but a good trade from Roars. Can he get the second would be the big question. Laylox is here to help, and that's good teamwork out of Rebel again to stay in this one.
Yeah, a great challenge. That's what you want to see from a team at all times, is that 2 players are always facing a player, or you're baiting and switching at times. I know personally when I'm playing and I see 2 players just jump at me, I'm saying, well, where's my help? Where are my teammates? And sometimes I feel like that's how the Knights players were feeling in that scenario, because Rebel just seemed to be moving as a unit a little bit better. But I think that's because Knights trust their individual ability right now, that they know they can match them in a 1v1 environment.
An interesting dynamo grenade right there, as it does end up hitting Laylox as he was trying to push on the Atso, but a good use of the sandbox nonetheless from Atso here, pushing with the commander rifle, melting Laylox. Knows that there's a second player over here. Wisely plays his life though, but unfortunately Strikey somehow behind him, able to try to kill out at the very least, and Rebel now down 3 kills in this game. Drift having another hot start with 9 to his name, so he's having a very dominant series so far. They need to figure out a way to shut down Drift, but unfortunately we're just hopped on board with Drift. He's beating Strikey in the face. He's able to put his reticle onto Laylox as well, find a second kill. Roars goes down too, and that's another killing spree for Drift.
Wow, that could have got extremely unpleasant to watch, I think, if he was able to hit the triple, but thankfully Rebel are able to hold out. They're able to shut down Drift temporarily, but 12 kills, 4 deaths, and you know, when you are having a game like that on Aquarius, you feel on top of the world. You can kind of rotate however you feel, you can push whatever side of the map, and you are happy to take any fight. If you've got teams that are also putting down the damage, or teammates that are putting down the damage and cooling things out, and it just gets better and better. I imagine it's how Pistola used to feel when he played on midship.
Yeah, absolutely. Just in the zone right now. Every timing going his way. His shot is on, and 13 kills to his name as they've crossed the 25 kill mark, 28 to 25. Rebel, however, doing a phenomenal job staying in this one. Only down 3 kills, as much damage as Drift is able to be doing so far throughout this game. It's only a 3 kill difference, so if they can slow Drift down, maybe secure some of these camos, they'll have a good opportunity to stay in this one and get it close towards the end. Unfortunately, Drift still hot as ever, finds a second kill of this life and is now going for this camo, and this is a 3rd camo in a row going into the hands of Knights. You have to do a better job if you're Rebels to secure those. A good job to shut him down though, making it a 1-kill game. That's a big kill on the Drift, and that's exactly what Rebel fans wanted to see.
I have to say, I'm impressed by both teams and their ability to stay alive in the higher parts of the map. I mean, top P and top car. When you get shot and you take into no shields, it's very easy to retreat down to bottom P, down to bottom car, but they're both using all of the objects they have available to them to stay alive and be a nuisance, so they can then get back involved in the action as quick as possible. As I say that, Strikey retreats, works in Laylox, and 2 kills go in quick concession, and now we're going to see Rebel go 1 kill up here.
Look at the teamwork out of Rebel we were able to see in that death cam right there. That was impressive to keep everybody alive, to acquire those kills, to tie this one up. Rebel have done it, and now they are here to play here in game 2. No objective to worry about, so let's see if they can finish off the Slays to tie this series up. Unfortunately, they lose a few players over towards the pink side of the map. Roarsh is able to trade one out effectively, but now looking to try and push this player top Dinos. He's nicked by a nade, forced to back up for just a second, able to relocate, and I want to see them do a better job of controlling these dynamo grenades, because that's what we've seen Knights do in the past to have some of the success they've had on this map. Unfortunately, Roarsh is surrounded, he's taken down, and 2 drop from Rebel again to give Knights once again the 3-kill lead.
Drift with 18 kills, and not only is he getting the kills, but he was being a nuisance by staying alive and forcing these Rebel players out to try and kill him, and just communicating that with the rest of the team. It's a 3-kill advantage for Knights. Things will slow down a little bit as we get closer to that 50 mark, but every one of these engagements are so important now in these 1v1 environments. It's a 2-kill game. You cannot afford to push out on your own. You've always got to have a plan. You've got to have a teammate nearby.
Oh, the melee doesn't come through. Rourke goes through him and stays alive. Not only that, but 2 other players go down for the Knights, and all of a sudden the game being tied. Laylox, he gets taken down, but immediately Rebel are trading these kills out so efficiently this time around. That's just something that we haven't seen from them so far in this tournament, and because of it, they're right here in this game. Dan, tapping buttons a little bit too aggressive there. Rourke with the camo, the first camo of the game for Rebel now, and the opportunity to put the game in his hands and take his team home to tie this one up. Spots Gambino wisely. Trigger discipline, doesn't shoot Gambino just yet, waits for the back smack. Gambino just walks backwards into him. The mistake has been made, the opening has been found, and Rourke trying to hunt the rest of the Knights players down, able to go back to yellow, get information that players are spawning in pink, and look at this. Everyone from Knights stuck pink side of the map. This is a great opportunity for a knuckle sandwich, and it is. It's a Rourke sandwich, a double kill. All 4 players go down for Knights, and it's Rebels that come through with the camo play from Rourke to take the game and tie this series up 1-1.
That is the first map we've seen Knights lose all tournament long. Rebel maybe can make a series out of this after all. We saw moments of promise in game number 1, but the objective work, they just couldn't quite get there. But in a raw Slayer on Aquarius, their home, statistically one of their best maps, they get the job done, they tie us up 1-1, and what a performance it was. Even with Drift outslaying them like crazy on his own at one point, Rebel make sure they band together, they get the pushes, they get that final camo, and it all adds up in a perfect way to give us, well, the series we were demanding, we were hoping for, Wes.
I did not think we were going to see this. I did not think the Knights were going to come out slow, come out short, come out without 3-0ing this team. In all honesty, we hadn't seen enough from the Rebel roster for me to believe that they were going to make this a competitive series, but they have proved us wrong here in game 2. They have taken and stolen this game 2. It was a tied up 41-41 game, and they won that game 50-43, Dan. And it was really everybody on the Rebels that stepped up. It was the teamwork. It was their ability to capitalize on each other's damage, to make sure kills don't stay alive, or players don't stay alive for too long. And it was a phenomenal job by them to just be in the right position to capitalize on each other. Look at this. The teamwork from them was incredible throughout this entire game.
It really was just a very impressive performance from Rebel, in particular the last few moments of this game. Just then we were 43-43, but now we're at 46-43. The collapse that you see here onto P1 from the entirety of Rebel, led by Rourke, but assisted by the rest of the squad. He picks up the double, but I think it's the whole team you have to take your hat off to by having the confidence to push in that scenario against a team that has bettered them so many times in tournaments, but now they're tied up 1-1 going into map number 3. But as we calm ourselves down, as Rebel I'm sure full of adrenaline right now after that victory, Oddball Live Fire Wes is an entirely different kettle of fish, right? This is not just about slaying. This is not about individual fights. There is so much to manage here on this map. You've got the power-up, you've of course got the ball, you've got about where you're setting up the ball, where you're looking at angles, you've then got the heat wave, you've got the sniper rifle. There's all of the goodies you have to be thinking about, and you'd imagine that Knights will have better tabs on that than Rebel, but I am prepared to be wrong, because with the way that Rebel just finished that game, they showed so much coordination that I think this is going to be a lot closer of a series than what we originally thought.
Yeah, please let us be wrong here, because right now there's two things that I know. It's how strong Knights is a team in this region, and how they are not going to let this super slip out of their hands. And two, Rebel have shown so much resiliency so far in their series throughout this tournament. They have come back from being down 2-1 in two separate series to force a game 5 to win those game 5s. They're gonna have to figure out a way to win an objective game type if they want to get to another game 5 and potentially take this series away from the Knights. And is it going to be live fire ball? That's the big question, because that's a very difficult one that you're going to have to literally outplay the other team as far as the objective efficiency is concerned. I feel like you do not get lucky in oddball.
No, oddball isn't the game time you get lucky at all. Like, you have to be setting up. You can get scrappy, right? But looking at these statistics, you know, Bullet is the leader on Timbers. After that, we've got Atso. So we're going to be looking at Atso for maybe being that kind of objective-minded player that is going to be focusing for the ball on the Knights. You've got to have someone who, you know, is going to try and play for that ball. I know that you don't have to have an objective player, and you know, it's 2022 and now everyone can play Halo in their own way. But as long as one player is thinking about the ball at all times, you can at least give yourself that chance of racking up ball time when you need to. You don't have to hand it to him every single time, but off spawn, if someone is thinking, right, where is the ball? How can we get that ball? I want to be the person who has that in my hands.
All right, here we are. We're jumping into game 3 on board with Atso. A quiet game 2 from the rest of the boys in red here on screen. Strikey, he had snipe, he dropped bottom middle, able to find 1 kill, but he's traded out. Trades go through, and Rebel somehow win the battle for bottom middle, at least momentarily, as there's one more player to deal with, and that player is actually the most fierce player in the MX region. That's tapping buttons, and rightfully so. Finds a double kill, finds the ball, finds snipe, does it all for his team, acquires that ball, brings it back to house, wisely drops it, and now tapping is going to be in a phenomenal opportunity here to push his team to an early lead here in game 3. Snipe in hand, can't hit the first shot, relocates, gets his shield back. Strikey tries to push from outside, can't quite get to top middle, but the flank from Laylox comes through, gets an assassination onto tapping with that snipe, and that could be the opening that Rebel need to break this setup early.
And I was going to say, I want to see more from tapping in this series. We've been highlighting Drift so much, but tapping was the player who I've heard so much about. I've seen play in North America and has been dominating in this region, but it's been all about Drift. I want to see tapping also stepping up. Maybe we just need to see more of his POV. But Atso's the one who we said was going to be carrying the ball in this game, but actually he's found himself a little sniper rifle. And I want to see someone pop off with a sniper. We've not seen that many sniper pop-offs throughout this tournament. We've seen a lot of shock rifle, but maybe not the snipes I want to see.
Yeah, unfortunately, nobody really able to find a pick with that snipe, and because of it, these setups are getting broken, right? When you have that snipe out and you don't hit the shot, you're more than likely going to lose your life and the setup with that. Now, Rorsch ball in hand,
nice.
Able to rack up some time, but now down 30 seconds, needs to hold a strong setup here to get back into this round 1 very quickly. You're going to see these scores start to jump away from each other if a setup can't be held. Camo is going to be coming up, and unfortunately Strikey, no shield, trying to get eyes on Camo, overextends a little bit too far. Atso takes him down. Another player loses his life as well, and Rebel lose their setup as well as the potential to acquire this Camo, because Drift is there to acquire it as himself. Not only that, but the ball in hands of Atso over in the window. So Drift gonna try and bait this ball carrier. I actually like the fact that they're gonna throw this ball out, but Rebel should know there's a Camo player somewhere around here. Atso finds the first pick, and I like how Knights is playing this, right? They're gonna neutralize the ball until they're in a situation of an advantage, and then they're gonna pick it up and try and rack up some time. Now that they have 2 kills to their names, they're gonna try and significantly regain this score lead, now climbing over 20 points. And Drift hasn't had to do too much with this Camo, but his presence alive is enough. And a nice grenade there from him to trade a kill out, but 3 dead for Knights, and Rebel once again showing that they can slay with this Knights team. It's the objective that we're starting to see be the difference.
Certainly when they had that small period of picking up time, Rorsch played it very well by looking at where his teammates were pushing from, tossing the ball out when he needed to. But my biggest question is, has the sniper rifle been a hindrance to those who have picked it up? We've not seen anyone connecting with those shots. Would you just be better at having a battle rifle in your hands if you are not connecting with them? Because there's so many fights that have been lost because you whiff 2 shots, you pull out your battle rifle, and then you've not been able to get the job done. So I want to see someone actually put this to good use and show why it is a power weapon. And finally, no, we still see it going down.
Yeah, all these missed shots are just deep. The damage opportunity for this team is just lowered, right? The DPS is lowered, and because of it, there's not enough openings for the rest of your team. You're not able to trade kills effectively, and that's part of the reason why Rebel are still in this game, is because every time Knights have had this snipe, no success has been found with it. Rorsch able to find a kill in the house, picks up the heat wave as well, and takes damage from multiple different angles. He's actually surrounded here, so a good job by him and Laylox to work on getting that Camo player removed. Tapping buttons gets removed from the map as well. Oh wow, nice grab on that ball to get it out of that window, maybe throw it to a teammate, and if they can get these last 2 players for Knights out of this base, they may be able to get another house set up. But no, kills being traded out back and forth by both these squads, and we're seeing a completely different Rebels team than we have all weekend long. They have elevated their gameplay to be able to compete with the Knights, and that's not something that I was so sure they were going to be capable of, Dan, but you did give them that chance.
I did give them the chance. You wrote me off, but maybe they are just doing it for me at this point. They just want me to look good, which I definitely know they're not. They know full well that they can take these Knights players in individual battles. It's just the objective work that's a little bit sloppy, but as this game goes on, I think Knights are struggling a little bit more to get that ideal setup that they've been searching for. So they probably have to play this a little bit scrappier. Maybe give Rebel the respect that they would, for example, Timbers, who are supposed to be on their level. Now, we weren't thinking anyone would touch Timbers or Knights prior to that winners finals, but Rebel are showing that you have to be playing your very best against every team here in this tournament because you can't count anyone out.
Let's hold the phone until they're able to win at least one round of this oddball game, but just like that, ball in hand, down 12 seconds. Rorsch could potentially get the lead for his team here with this ball. Unfortunately, he's actually going to be surrounded, so a wise decision to drop this. Is going to have pressure from Gambino over in house, and if he can get this kill, it'd be a big one. But he's trying to find him, trying to locate Gambino, and unfortunately, an aid comes through from Drift, and Drift and Gambino's teamwork showing out, taking down Rorsch and breaking the potential setup for Rebel once again.
61-53. This is a very close game. Tapping Buttons gets the reversal, and he's been using the repulsor so effectively to push away that heat wave and to make sure he stays alive. 1 minute 24 on the clock. The clock could become a factor at this point if Knights aren't careful, but they do have the lead right now. They're happy to play Slayer. Camo's coming up in 7, but look at the kill feed. That's 2, that's 3. That's 3 members of Knights down, and the last remaining player is just trying to stay alive with sniper rifle popping, ball in hand. Rebel are going to take the lead here.
Yeah, and snipe in hand for Laylox. We know he can do work with the shock rifle. Unfortunately, an overstep from him is going to cost him his life. And now Rebel are forced to defend this setup. 3v4. Knights are on the prowl. War gets the first kill, gets a second one. Great heat wave shots from him. And now Rorsch in a big 1v1 over towards Brutes. Trades it out. Gambino finds 2 in the kill feed. So now it's Laylox versus Atso. For just a moment, Laylox forced to run because the shields are low. And unfortunately, Gambino with the ball in hand is going to be able to secure a little bit more time. They have now retaken the lead. The Knights have the setup they want. Laylox trying to find the opening from bottom middle. Unfortunately, a slow push is flanked, and because of it, 2 go down, and Knights look to steal round 1, even after a rough performance.
Sniper rifle in the hand, and there's finally the headshot that we've been waiting to see. Heatwave also on the other side here for Knights, so they've got everything they could ask for to win this game. They've got the ball, they've got the setup, they've got the weapons. What do Rebel have to answer back?
If there's one player that's been playing well, it's Drift, and just like that, he's taken down. So a good job by Rebel to not allow Drift to find any more damage with that snipe for now. Atso coming off spawn, gonna try and rotate all the way to green to try and get to this ball carrier because they were not able to play the ball, Dan. That ball brought right back in the garage. Unfortunately, they tried to get it outside to green, but unfortunately couldn't get it all the way there. But now with War, he's lost 2 teammates. He's forced to throw that one off the map. Atso knows he's back there somewhere. He's going to have a teammate cut off one angle, and the rest of the Knights are going to sandwich that last player back green, but they've got to relocate to bottom middle because already you're seeing Rebel come off spawn and compete for that oddball.
A questionable decision there from Rorsch, just diving on that ball. You've got to know where the players are going to be. They were over at green. They were always going to be down towards the pillar door or, of course, down towards bottom A. But at the very least, the ball's not been picked up just yet. Rorsch off spawn has a lot of responsibility now to stop this ball from being picked up, or at least get it himself with 3 seconds remaining. This is probably going to be the round, and it was a hard-fought round for the Knights. It was not easy by any right. Rebel come close once more, but Knights just about edge it out.
And once again, Drift top fragging for that Knights team. It would be his 3rd game in a row. He's got 18 in the first round. Let's see what he's capable of here at the start of round 2, because he is feeling himself right now. It's the rest of Knights that we know we can see more of here. And just like that, Drift finds one, Gambino gets another, and the ball already towards Brutes with Camo coming up in 10 seconds is a big opportunity for the Knights to look at this second round as an opportunity to put a punctuation on game 3.
Camo's going to be coming up, and it should go to the Knights considering that position that they're in, but there's going to be Lure with the Mangler to try and make a difference. Repulsor, though, makes a very difficult situation for him, and Atso's still going to be able to close out this Camo. Will he survive, though? That's always the question. It's very easy to be grenaded. It's not as much security as having an overshield in that position where you can just hide, then you can poke out once it's popped. But there's the follow-up after picking up the Camo. And Rebel, they're down to just 1. Knights are being able to slay a little bit more successfully here, and they should be able to get a setup because of it.
Yeah, what else can Atso do with this Camo? Because right now, just prowling, looking for information. Spots 1, gets good damage on the strike. He wisely backs down, though, wants to play his life. Wants to regain that cloak of invisibility just for a little bit. Then he re-engages with the fight. They get the first pick, and they should be able to hold this setup for a little bit longer now that they have 2 kills to their name. The last 2 players are going to be front house. One of them gets taken down, and Roar's forced to back up and wait for respawners as Knights continue to collect ball points. 30 seconds already acquired in this round, and the Knights looking like a completely different team here in round 2 on the back of Atso's performance so far with this camo.
Yeah, such good positioning from Atso as well. Listening to callouts, knew there was 2 players weak bottom, top middle, so he instinctively went bottom middle just in case there was the drop down, and hey presto, he was rewarded with his positioning, and now he's just going to get fancy for us. Unfortunately the shots don't follow, but it's 50-0, and Knights have had a really good impression on the start of this game.
Tapping, he's had a quiet series so far, not known for being quiet in this region, known for dominating, forced to just trade melees there in that situation. When you have the heat wave, trading is not what you want to do. Good kills from Rebel to come through, but already down 50 points, already down a round here in this game 3. Need to find a way to get back into this one, tie this one up 1-1 in rounds, and unfortunately it's going to come on the back of a very strong setup. We haven't seen them have that as of yet, and Atso, he breaks behind enemy lines, able to deny the ball carrier, able to get 2 in fact, and that was a massive double with the drop shot from Atso. That Mangler in hand was able to do so much damage so quickly before Rebels knew what hit him.
Bit of Mangler on Mangler action, should have some NSFW in front of it, to be honest. When it hits like that, that was unpleasant to watch for everyone involved, but now we're going to see Rebel at least pick up some time. And you got to remember, in the initial round of this game, Knights had about a 30 to 40 point lead in that one as well, but Rebel were able to scrape their way back into it, make it very difficult for Knights to get that victory. If they can do something similar here, they're going to try and make Knights really work for those setups.
They're going to have to do a better job when they get control, what they do with the control. And unfortunately, I'm not sure if they're capable of that. They can get to the flag, they can run the flag, but they can't punch it in. They can get to the ball, they can set up, but they can't hold it. It's a lack of what the next step is so far here for Rebels, it appears, in these objective game modes. But still, with time on the clock, you're able to change that storyline. It doesn't have to define you or this series. You can change it all here and now, and good shots from Rorsch is a big start to that becoming a reality. Unfortunately, tapping buttons on screen, going to be pushing top middle, and with perfect shots, he's able to find the opening pick. 3 down for Rebels, and Knights now with numbers advantage and the ball staying on the map have an opportunity to extend this lead once again, already passing 40 points.
Camo's coming up. Rebel off spawn might be able to grab it as they go, but they don't want to expose themselves too much to leave it vulnerable to too many angles looking at them. There's a sniper rifle in the hands of tapping buttons as well. So this is probably the last opportunity, the last push. There's a trade 1-for-1. A lot of responsibility on Rorsch here.
A lot of responsibility, and unfortunately no shield to work with. He gets deleted from Drift. Who else other than Drift? 12 kills to his name. That's 30 for the game right now. Drift is absolutely dominating this series, keeping his team in the league, giving his team everything they need to close out this game 3. And just like that, with 10 points remaining, all Knights need to do is hold on to this ball, and they will come away with the victory here in game 3 on live fire. All ball in a clean 2-0 fashion, looking like the Knights we knew we would see here in the MX Super, looking like the Knights that we have seen dominate so far in the HCS Infinite series. And just now, Knights look like they've woken up, and they're not happy about that game 2 performance. They changed the story completely here in game 3, and it's on the back of Drift dropping another 30 bomb.
Now, if series layout would have a Slayer at game 4 as well, I'd maybe be thinking a game 5 could be possible. But of course, that's not how the layout works. We go to another objective game for game 4. And that suggests that maybe Knights now might start to eke out these games, because objectively they do look far more comfortable, as you'd expect from the #1 team in the region. They outslayed Rebels on that occasion as well, even though Rebel made it difficult for them in the initial round. Round number 2 looked far easier. There was one big setup that was about 50 points total for the Knights. So after that, I think they just had to kind of play it slow, get what they needed to do, and then they achieved the victory. 7.7k damage for tapping buttons. I said right at the start of the game, I want to see what tapping buttons can do. It's been all about Drift so far in this series, but tapping buttons maybe has had his brown drink, he's woken up a little bit, and he is here to play.
We knew tapping wouldn't go quiet for long, and with 7,700 damage, tapping showing you that his impact is felt in that damage category. Even though Drift led the team in kills, It really was tapping buttons damage that just creates so much opening, and it wasn't damage with the snipe, which is very surprising, right, Dan? We usually are seeing drift and tapping go off with snipe. We get a little bit of a headshot there, so drift shuts me up real quick, but a majority of this game. What?
It was literally the only one. That was the only headshot we saw with the sniper rifle. Other than that, it was insignificant.
They're showing you that they can do it with their battle rifles, though, and they're showing you even when they're off, they can dominate, right? Because we know how capable these guys are with the snipe in hand when they're popping off and the highlight reels that they can provide. We're going to move over to recharge strongholds for game 4. There is going to be a shock rifle on the map, and I would be shocked to not see that having some impact here in game 4. But if you are Rebel, Dan, and you've been down 1-2 in a series twice before in this tournament, you have come back and you have won both those series in game 5. Come back from down 1-2 back against the wall. For them to do it against Knights, what do they need to prioritize here? What do they need to change in their objective play to get over the hump and force that game 5?
Well, they need to first go off the back of Lior and his 1.45 KD in Stronghold matches, but they'll be going up against, unfortunately, tapping buttons and Drift, who have the 2 highest KD leaderboard situation in Strongholds. I will say that, you know, Recharge Strongholds is one of the easiest game types to play badly. It's so easy to run out off spawn, always looking to take fights, and then just giving the other team too much time in the Strongholds. You also don't want to play into a sword or a mangler that is holding elevator, for example. There needs to be a plan and a form of attack. That's either pushing from C all the way around to gold, retake gold, have someone anchor, and then you push through turbine so you can distance yourself away from the sword and away from the mangler that is likely going to be holding that elevator area. That being said, I do think that if Rebel are going to win this game, they probably need to keep it scrappier and less structured, because Knights, they seem to thrive when it is a structured environment, right? They play in some high-level scrims where they'll be used to both teams trying to get that perfect setup to practice it as best as possible. However, when it comes to the scrappier games, they might be a little bit more uncomfortable if constantly Rebel are rotating from stronghold to stronghold to stronghold and looking to push that trip cap, which isn't what you see as much on Recharge Strongholds. It's something you usually see more so on Street Strongholds. I'm excited for this one. I think the Rebel will give it one hell of a game, but Knights, it does look like they're starting to heat up now.
You're excited. Poppy's excited. She gave a few barks to back up the Rebel cause here as we go into game 4. Is it going to be enough to push this to a game 5? We're hopping on board with the man of the hour so far. It's been Drift. It's been the Drift show here in this series. He's able to find one before getting taken down, and I've said that just about every time we've been on board with him. But Rorsch hopping into B Stronghold, gonna award his team probably the first potential couple of points here, as we see A also being transferred, so it's a complete flip of the map. But that big kill from Rorsch onto Drift is able to secure at least the initial break for the Rebels.
And this is what I was on about. When you've got C, how do you break that AB setup? You can see 3 members of Knights are trying to push round towards gold, but they've been caught out by Lure, who's watching from Mangler, and Laylock's also doing something similar. So now tapping buttons is caught in a position where he's on his own in control. They know where he is. He can just be focused and watched here. He's going to be doing nothing. They're going to be getting points. So Rebel starting to rack up a really good lead to begin with.
Yeah.
They need to push on from this though.
Yeah, look, oh my, Rorsch has so much information. He spots everybody transferring their ways over towards A. Unfortunately, are the Rebels in a position to deny this from happening? He loses both teammates towards elevator. It looks like the opening for the Knights is true, and they have broken into A. They have stolen elevator. They will start to score points of their own. And right there, I wanted to see a rotation over towards C. You get that much information that all of the resources for Knights are heavily invested towards the elevator side of the map. You want to see Rebels start to out-rotate them, like you said before the game started, Dan. We did not see that just there, but I actually like this play by Rorsch. Controlling top red. This is a power position on the map. You can cut off different layaways, and Strikey with a shock rifle in the kill feed right there, standing right next to him, and another one. So Strikey just found 2, already putting the shock rifle to use, Dan.
Good time to get some kills as well with the camouflage popping. If he can hit this onto tapping buttons, then it could get even worse for Knights, but eventually they'll take him down. An important kill. As you said, top gold, top red is one of the priority positions on this map. You can be such a nuisance to those who are trying to push from B towards A, or those who are trying to push from C towards A. You have so much vision across the map. Finally, Knights have got some control here, not just A and B, but it looks like they're going for total control. They want to rack some serious points up here. They want to try and put Rebels' backs against the wall.
They still are down 30 points to Rebel. Don't have to panic just yet, but you need to get out of this trip cap fast. You want to be able to shut this down, and unfortunately, they're going to try and go for A. Drift did try to shut down A, but just like that, Lure in a great position with this camo to finish off that kill, finish off this stronghold, deny the trip cap from going on any longer. Can they transfer over B? Yes, that's a massive job by Rebel to get out of that trip cap, and once again we see a trip cap in this region not benefit the team, right? You have to think that an overextension just happened. Gambino looking a little lost there, doesn't expect Luor to get that much damage onto him in pipes, and now Luor forced to pay attention to players near him. A Needler kill. Dave Walsh would be proud, but that thing is strong up close, and that was a great use once again by Luor of the sandbox to secure an easy kill.
Gotta love the confidence from the Rebel players, especially Lure, who faced over towards top gold. Even though he was taking A, without that, they probably wouldn't have been able to pick up B. But it doesn't matter now because they've lost A and C. They are not scoring, but what they can be happy about is they are still leading in this game. A game which I'm sure Knights would have expected to have a hotter start in. Camo's coming up in 20 seconds. This is an unconventional setup with A and C being held, but that does mean Rebel are going to be getting some awkward spawns. They're all going to be towards gold, so they need to band up. They need to decide where they want to push.
The bait, the switch, Rorsch and Lure try to get one, but tapping buttons somehow in a 1v2 able to take down one, do good damage to a second. That makes these kills for Atso and Drift even easier. Camo coming up as well, and just like that, you blink and the lead for Rebel are gone. Knights continuing to hold this AC setup, looking very comfortable doing so, securing that camo as well. Only gonna allow Atso so much space to work with, and as this player jumps on to the grapple, he's short-lived as Atso gets that kill and immediately knows that that's his sign to hop into B, especially as his teammate has information. Two players are trying to rotate to C. So just like that, Rebel tried to rotate around the map, and unfortunately they've lost the only stronghold they had. It's not a trip cap situation, but the rotations once again benefiting the Knights for now.
So well played by the Knights, trapping Rebel over towards B. As soon as Rebel had got kills to get out of the trap.
Oh, I love that.
Atso just says, you know what? I'll take B away from you and we'll continue to score, and you're going to have to work hard to get out of C now. That is Recharge Strongholds played at its very best. Atso, unfortunately, will get taken down after a very good passage of play, but it's still a lot of points being scored by the Knights. 145 to 90. After a disappointing start, they're starting to show now why they are the best team in this region.
The kills are even. The score is not 60 points now. Separate these two as more slays going in the hands of Knights are going to now benefit them, not only in the statistical category of kills, but I mean Strongholds is being played at its finest level here by the Knights towards the mid game of this game 4. And right now Rebel have to figure out a way with their backs against the walls to get out of this situation, because this trip cap has gone on for far too long. They have to figure out a way to get around the slays. And look at the positioning from Knights, so spread out across the map, so many different angles, so much damage being done from everywhere. It is going to be a rotation to C from the Rebels, and Gambino, he's not too worried about losing C right now because he knows that they don't want to overextend. Does try to make his way over there, and unfortunately a player bottom BR is able to take him down, and kills finally come through for Rebel, but the damage has been done. Dan, 220 to 90 now.
Well, so just a millisecond too late to stop B from being taken there, but he's trying to play his life now, and of course you've got to use those batteries to your best ability, but with camouflage popping, that at least means now Rebel have B and C, and they can start putting some points on the board. But has the damage already been done? 220 for Knights. They're only 30 away from winning this series and going into the winners bracket finals. We need to see Rebel show something different, but with shots like that from Gambino, it makes things very awkward.
Although Rorsch wasn't able to do damage there, he did distract two players as he was invisible, trying to dodge as many shots as possible, trying to play sneaky. Does help his team acquire a few kills, but in the meantime, A and C are now in control of Knights, and the Slays, even though they benefited the Rebels in that certain situation, Atso with the perfect shots will continue to help his team score points. Now 15 points is all the Knights need to find themselves in the winners finals here of our MX Super. Can they close this one out here and now? 241 and counting. Good job by Atso to anchor this C base. They are going to hop in B spawners over towards elevator, but as long as they can shut down just one more player, yes, Atso gets the kill, and that's going to do it. The Knights will take our first series in our winners semifinals. They will win this one 3-1. It wasn't without a little bit of showing from the Rebels, but they're going to be knocked into the elimination bracket, and the Knights will move on as expected. The most dominant historic team in the MX region will continue their journey here in the MX Super as they advance to the winners finals.
Onset, get your Theosaurus out. Start to look for more words of dominant, because the Knights, they've done it again. And I tell you what, there were some hiccups on the way. They didn't look completely comfortable, and perhaps that was a case of this was their first series of the day, whereas on the other side for Rebel, it was their second, and they just seemed a little bit more warmed up to begin with. But I think that was the best game that we've just seen from them so far today. The Strongholds was played excellently. Again, slow to start, but once they got into control, the way they maneuvered their way around the map, the way they pinched and held Rebel over towards B was a thing of beauty, and I was very impressed with how they managed everything and a part of it. You can see the statistics there on your screen. Kills all round. Again, not a bad scenario for Rebel with the kills they were able to find, but it was just more consistency out of the side of Knights that will put them through into the winners bracket finals. We'll take a quick look at the damage to see who was doing it, and it was Drift and tapping buttons, both with over 3k, but it was Atso, the player who was picking up the camo, was positioning himself in the strongholds that found 4k Wes. He really stood out for me in that performance.
Atso having a great game 4 to end that one the way the Knights wanted to. You know, they probably didn't expect to find themselves in game 4 when the series started, but Rebels, they started out so well, even on this first flag run here in Bizarre CTF, but it just wasn't enough. And it really was the objective efficiency, the decisions behind the individual skilled plays that separated these two teams throughout this series, Dan.
It really was a pleasure to watch this series, it has to be said. It's the first time we've commentated over Knights. Onset and Bravo have had them for the pool play matches, and I was kind of just watching in the wings and appreciating how good Knights were, and I was wondering, are they just unstoppable? Are they a team that no one is going to take a map off? Are they going to be one of those teams who goes through the region just obliterating everyone? But I think what Rebels have shown today is that the Knights, they do bleed. And that is going to be really good news for the likes of Timbers, who have taken maps off them previously, who will be looking to try and take that #1 spot. Of course, so much prize money here in the Super, 3 places available for KC, and maybe after taking a map and a performance like that from Rebels, that they put themselves in a position where they start to believe that maybe they're good enough to get that top 3, get that place in KC.
Maybe. If they can keep that kind of level up, I think that maybe might be the best chance of a maybe happening so far from you, Dan. And I like what we saw from the Rebels overall. And I think that they're going to have a better opportunity against maybe weaker opponents that are applying a little bit less pressure in these objective modes. They're going to have a little bit more success in these objective modes. But right now, I mean, taking a look at the score, it's very clear that there was a big difference between these two teams when you're talking about those objective score lines, where if we were to take a look from just the stats of the KD ratios of the series, I don't think they'd be as far lopsided, Dan. We saw a lot of individual skill. There's still just a lot of growing pains to learn as far as how do you play good team-based Halo in these best of 5s that will have those objectives that are going to be very important, considering there's always going to be 3 of them.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, if you look at Bizarre Capture the Flag as the initial game, it was a 3-0 on the scoreboard, but in terms of slays, they matched them. It was fairly even, and it could have gone the other way, really. Right at the start of the series, we could have seen Rebel go 1-0 up if it weren't for the valiant efforts of Knights to recover that flag. So, you know, the scorelines, they tell a different story to what actually happened in the games, but ultimately, Knights, they did enough to win that series. I do think they've got a level better, and I do think they will have to up it when we get to that winners bracket finals, but they've done enough to get to the winners finals. That's all they need to do. That's all champions need to do, is still get victories when you're not playing at your very best.
Yeah, win the series win the series you're supposed to win, and when you need to win, bring your A game, right? I expect to see more out of the Knights as they advance to the winners finals. That's going to wrap it up here from us with the first round of the winners semifinals. I'm going to throw it back to Lottie and the guys on the desk to break down what we just saw as well.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. I gotta say, I'm very happy right now. There's a couple of reasons. Obviously, Rebel, it's an absolute shame that they did go out of that one 3-1 in the semifinals against Knights, but we got to see a little bit of a different side to Knights in that series. You know, I kind of talked about it before with you guys and about whether Knights can be challenged, and I felt like that was going to happen potentially on a world stage, etc. I felt a little bit of a challenge coming through there from Rebels many times in that series. Knights, I felt like we're a different pace team in this series. I really felt like they'd slowed things down a little bit. We got to see a bit of a more strategic approach within this matchup. So I was really excited to see that different side to them. Onset, what did you make of it overall?
I think it was a very interesting series for sure, and it was one that I think is a very good for Knights as well. Yesterday, they were stomping through the teams they were playing. It looked very, very comfortable, and there was obviously a little bit of a disparity in the quality of team compared to what we've just seen from Rebel. Rebel made them work for every single thing they wanted, whether it was objective, whether it was kills, and they dropped a map as well. Yeah, it was the Slayer, which is kind of an outlier sometimes when you're looking at, you know, game types and who's going to win a series overall, because you can afford to drop a Slayer if your objective is looking good. But you know, when you're going ahead to a grand final and you're later on in a bracket where you're going to be playing the best teams, you need to be pushed at some point. And I think getting that win over Rebel was an example of them being pushed and also showing they can play off the back foot.
Yeah, indeed. I think that was a definite challenge at certain moments in that and certain aspects. And bravo in terms of Rebels, though. What did you see kind of coming through from them, especially right at the start of the series? That started to challenge Knights a little bit. They kind of pushed a few buttons, I think. Excuse the pun with tapping buttons, but I feel like they did push a few buttons there for Knights, and I think it aided in them kind of pushing Knights to have slow starts in many of these maps.
Yeah, I think they're the first team we've seen really go toe-to-toe with Knights and put up a good fight, not just maybe on, say, an opening starting strat or something like a mid-game, but really holding that, not just in the Slayer, but in other games, right? There were times where they were leading in ball as well, so great stuff from Rebels. If I'm honest, I think the person that's most nervous, or the group of people that are most nervous based off of that, is going to be Timbers. And they're going to think, my God, depending on how these next few matches go, we could find ourselves facing off against the likes of Rebel and have quite a series on our hands based off of the series that they gave Knights.
And very, very true, actually. I think Timbers will be looking kind of at this series thinking, oh my goodness, well, if they can bring it to Knights like that, then we might be in for a little bit of trouble here. So I think everyone's going to have to bring their A game no matter what the matchup, but that has been our first semi-finals. And with that being done and dusted, let's take a look right now at the bracket and see exactly where some of our teams have landed, because we've got Knights now in the winners finals. There's a little bit of a bumpy road. They did drop a map there. They didn't have quite the cleanest scoreline that we're used to, especially in pool play, but they do make it nonetheless. So they are well on their way to that grand final spot, but somebody is going to be coming to stop them. It'll be either Timbers, Esports, or Legends Never Die. We'll find that one out very, very shortly. Let's take a quick look though at the elimination bracket and see where some of our last chance teams are at. This is going to be the journey here. So we have Cruelty in the elimination quarterfinals, and Rebel. They have fallen down. They will be facing either Cinta or Alta Esports. So this is going to be a big game, actually, I think, for either one of these teams here on set, because Cinta are obviously 1-0 up right now, but Alta Esports really looking for redemption. I feel like it was really interesting to see them fall down into the elimination bracket so early on, especially with pool play. I think we were expecting a little bit more out of them just in terms of the way that they had been playing with their results as of recent. And now you kind of see them potentially getting a bit of an upset after map 1.
Yeah, they're struggling a little bit. I need to give some credit to Cinta as well with the way that they've been playing. We said that they was the surprise package yesterday, and it seems like they are still playing at a level which is going to cause teams problems, and I think we're seeing that right now in that game. Now, we don't know how the series is going to end. It could end up turning on its head, and Alta Esports could come out of that one with a 3-1 win. But you're completely right. Every single team who is now in this elimination bracket is going to be playing a little bit nervous, a little bit scared, a little bit differently to what they will do, because they know this could be their last series of the MX Super. If they lose, unfortunately, that's it for them. There's no safety cushion under the safety cushion, so to speak. You just fall out of the tournament.
There's no double safety cushion there in the elimination bracket. That is very, very true. But I've got to say, though, Rebels in a pretty good spot. I think mentality-wise, I think they should be really proud of what they managed to accomplish going up against Knights. I know they're probably kicking themselves in some situations, but that elimination bracket is in for one hell of a ride with Rebels in there as well. But I'll tell you what, folks, we're going to head to a quick break. When we come back, we do have our second semi-final of the winners bracket of the night here. It's going to be absolutely amazing. We're going to be seeing Timbers Esports going up against Legends Never Die. You don't want to miss it, and we'll see you right after this.
Master Chief recovered something.
Sacred ring. Halo.
When I touched the object, it felt different.
What does one do with a superhuman you're not sure you can trust?
Find the Halo. Win the war.
Hello, all you wonderful people. Good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are in the world. Maybe it's good morning, and welcome back to the HCS MX Super. So good of you to join us, and it's so good to have Clutch and Gaskin joining me on the desk as well. Now, gents, we've got a LAN coming up. I don't know if you've heard. I don't know if you've got it in your schedules, in your calendars, in your diaries. I'm pretty sure you know. But it's not just any LAN. It's the Kansas City LAN. It is a major. There's a world stage happening. You've got to qualify to go. And guess what, folks at home? We get to see you guys there as well. And this is just a little bit of information for you, just a heads up, so to speak. Keep your eyes peeled on social media, on Twitter. Make sure you guys are checking out for when the VIP passes, spectator passes, and team passes come out, because they will be coming out very, very soon. So this is just a quick heads up to let you know to make sure you're checking that out as well, because we want you guys there. The crowd is absolutely amazing, Clutch. When the crowd goes wild, it just sets the tone, I think, for pretty much everyone in that room, in that stadium, the players, the teams alike. It's pretty amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, the emotion, the adrenaline it can give you, the hype that comes with the crowd, the big plays to match, and that roar as a player is something that fuels you to just make another play after you make one and you hear it happen. It was something we really missed at Anaheim, and it was like I couldn't put my finger on it throughout the entire time, but it really was, I think, that crowd atmosphere that just brings another level of importance, the moment, the meaning of what this is for these players, for their fans, for their families, whoever it is in the crowd that's cheering on these individuals. I mean, those are just such important pieces to the puzzle when you talk about how special esports is, and I couldn't be any more excited to get to that Kansas City tournament.
Oh, dude, honestly, same. I got chills just hearing you talk about it, to be perfectly honest. And Gaskin, I know what happens to you when you hear the roar of a crowd. I know the shirt is ripped, the chest is pounded, like, you know, I know you're there for it, aren't you, mate? You're absolutely there. I knew it. Yeah, see, exactly. You're absolutely there for it. As a caster as well, it does. It flows through you, dude. It really does. As a caster, though, it really does add to, I think, like the tension, the atmosphere, and it gives you a little something to get excited about too.
Oh, casting off of LAN compared to on LAN when there's this, like, an audience there is a completely different thing. Like, you can feed off of the energy of the crowd. You can take natural pauses so that you can allow the crowd to just erupt, and they can sometimes do a better job than you ever could at calling a play, because all you want to hear is those cheers. And sometimes you, as a commentator, just become a fan because you want to scream as well. And it is so fun. Like, I love it. I love seeing the community's reaction to the games. I love meeting everyone as well, who apparently are fans of some of us. Usually not me, because I'm not anything worthwhile. But, you know, there's Clutch there. Like, hey, you're that guy that didn't play the ball that one time. You signed my hat.
Here it comes. I was so close to complimenting you, and you didn't. I was this close to giving you your first compliment of the day. It's out the window. I don't know why I would ever think of being nice.
Oh, I threw it away. Shame.
Oh well, I'll tell you what. We're gonna try and glue that relationship back together right now. Don't ever talk to Clutch about our ball ever again, unless it's about what's on his screen and nothing to do with him. It doesn't work out well for you. Let me just put it that way from experience.
He was a great oddball player. This is the most ridiculous conversation.
Look at the stats from the game, right? It was just that one time.
Look at the stats. Just look at the stats. Stats are about everything. And talking about stats, let's actually take a quick look at our matchup we've got coming your way with the semi-final. Because look, the stats don't lie. Here we go. We got Timbers Esports versus Legends Never Die. This is going to be a pretty incredible matchup, I have to say. I'm really excited about Legends Never Die and the prospect of them going up against Timbers Esports. I think Timbers, obviously, within their own right, has been very, very incredible, very dominant so far in their season. But you know, I gotta say, Legends have been kind of making some waves here. They've kind of proven themselves through pool play, coming into the championship bracket. I know that the stats look a little bit against them in terms of CTF and Slayers, etc. And obviously Timbers Esports having a pretty clean record there. But, you know, Gaskin, talk to me about this. Are you excited about seeing this matchup happen? I think that this could be a pretty good series.
I am excited for it, mainly because I love watching every series of Halo, but I think that similarly to Knights, Timbers haven't really been matched so far in this tournament, truly, and perhaps Legends Never Die is going to be their first real task. That's if the Legends Never Die of today turn up, and not the Legends Never Die of yesterday. That sounds like a movie, but regardless,
it really
I mean,
does, yeah.
They honestly didn't look that great yesterday, Legends Never Die, but today looked like an entirely different team. If that team does show up, then they probably could take a map or two off Timbers. I still think Timbers are likely to win this series, and we'll get that winners bracket final that we expect. But, you know, this region just keeps on impressing me. Individually, all of these players keep stepping up when they need to. And who knows, maybe we will see something really special out of Legends Never Die here.
You never know, this could be the next stepping stone that they need. I think they've been on a great trajectory so far, and I'm excited to see what they've got left in the tank. And speaking of that, let's go on over now to your casters for this next semi-final. We got Onset and Bravo.
Thank you, Lottie. And before we get this series underway, do you know what, Andy? I don't know what it is, but all of these other casting duos, you've got Golden Boy and Walsh. There's always this beef between the two. You can already see the fractures between Wes and Dan. I just want to start off by giving you a compliment, man. I think you look good today. I think that, you know, you're sounding really good. Your analysis is on point. So I think that's just how I want to start this before we get into the game.
Man, thank you, brother. I just want to say I always love working alongside you, and look forward to it every single time.
All right, then let's talk about the series then. Now that we've got the niceties out of the way, let's talk about Timbers and Legends Never Die, because both of these teams have been looking pretty good. Yesterday, Timbers with the perfect record coming through pools, and you saw from the stat line as well that they haven't dropped a game yet. They looked very, very good in every single match that they've played. On the other side of things, you've got Legends Never Die, who won't die at the moment. Even though yesterday it looks like they were on life support a little bit, today they've come in and it looks like they have a new lease of life, and they've been playing pretty well.
Yeah, yesterday the Legends were dying. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. That's what we were seeing, but they look like a completely different team. If you had asked us, you and I, to talk about this series after yesterday's matches, I think you and I would have a lot of different things to say, a different conversation that the entire community would have in LATAM. But Legends Never Die. They become a wild card in today's Super Saturday. We're not sure what they're going to bring against Timbers, and right now they're coming off hot off that last performance. They look good, and tell you what, Timbers has definitely seen that last series, and they're going to be ready for a pretty talented team here.
I think that's a really good point that you make, as we do see our series line up in front of us, starting off with some Capture the Flag Bazaar. But going to your point again, I think you're completely right. If there's anything that's going to motivate you not to make any mistakes against a team who has been playing at a good level, is that series that they've just seen, where, you know, Rebel took Knights to the distance pretty much in every single game. It was a tough road for them. Every single battle was contested. And I think on the same side of that, you look and think Legends Never Die. They're probably thinking, hey, Rebel have just given Knights a great game. Let's see what we can do against Timber now.
Yeah, they're certainly poised to do just that. And on the other side of the stage, Timbers is going to be ready for that, right? Timbers strikes me as a team, based on what we've seen, once again, a 9-0 record, a team that looks to play as near perfect Halo as they can. I don't think they're going to take this lightly. I got to say, I think that the game number one favors the side of Timbers just from a stylistic point of view, because when you're going up against a team like Las Leyendas no Mueren, it's just going to be a little bit of an easier game type where if you don't win the opening rush, not the end of the world. Maybe one flag goes, you have a long game type where you can come back. For example, if this was instead, say, a very fast-paced Strongholds, a very fast-paced Oddball, it could be very different. But game number 1 here is going to be CTF on Bazaar.
All right, then let's get into this. Another winners bracket semi-final to bring everybody at home, and I hope you've been enjoying the show so far. Timbers Esports, the first time we're going to see them in action today, and I'm sure they're going to want to make a little bit of a statement in this series as well. Having just seen Knights, who are without a doubt their biggest rival in the region, really be pushed to their limits in that previous series we've just seen. If Timbers can come out here with a hot 3-0 and really put the pressure onto their opponents, I think that the Knights boys might be looking across the bracket and being a little bit worried about what's to come.
That will be an opportunity for them. Now jumping on board here, we are into game number 1. We'll see what this first one has in store. Pre-nades coming in for Bullet. My God, does he ever have some free angles here? Probably will take down Lou Dirk as well. It's a good start from him, but 2 dead for both sides.
It's a good start for him, but like you're saying, trades across the board, and Sepstars is going to be in a position the furthest up, maybe to grab these rockets, and most importantly, be able to get away without taking too much pressure, and also keeping them in the chamber for what should be some pretty comfortable kills. There is one of them. However, it looks like he'll be taken down as the kills will be traded, but off the break here, you have to say that Legends Never Die are certainly putting the pressure onto their opponents. First Overshield did go in their hands as well, as Blue Oxide's looking to push onto Magico, and maybe if he can get away with his life, there might have been an opportunity for a flag pull, but not this time. It gets slowed down, it gets stopped, and now we jump on board with Pelu.
Big trades there from Timbers. Very important. A trade in the back of the flag and a trade in the hut. That will slow things down. Just as you had started to say, Onset, Legends Never Die with a nice push. They actually killed Noble as the last player in the tree. They were poised to maybe get an early grab there. But 2 very, very important trades do come in, and things will reset just a bit. 3 dead for Legends Never Die.
Chance now for Timbers Esports to finally get control of that bar and maybe do a little bit of damage. But as I say that, the bar player, which is going to be Bullet, gets eliminated almost immediately. And the importance of getting that player out of your bar as quickly as possible, and he cannot be understated.
Absolutely not. You got to clear that out as fast as you can. And now Magico doing what he can to stay alive. Gets help from the opposite bridge as well. So now Timbers poised to maybe get their first pressure going. That will be 2 dead, but who's at the front door? It's Nugget with a Bulldog.
Yeah, that's the guard dog. As you can see, the Bulldog hitting extremely hard, just wandering forward and taking names. There might be another name added to the list as Nugget uses that Bulldog once again. Still 0-0. No flag pulls really come in from either side, but Nugget's just doing a straight line across the map at the moment with the Bulldog in his hands and just kind of bulldozing his way through anyone in his path.
He's got all new confidence with this thing. The 12 gauge is in hand, and oh boy. And that thing was just pumping. He was holding forward. He kind of looked like me playing House of the Dead at the arcade about 20 years ago or so, just holding forward and shooting everything in sight. Eventually, he'll be taken down by a backwhack there. Got a little overzealous, but backwhacks being exchanged all across the map. It was a Pelu overshield grab, almost a melt that came in from the side of Noble. That will go down. So 3 dead once again for Legends Never Die for just a moment. Triple kill, though, for Noble in the feed.
Triple kill for Noble, which certainly wakes us up again. I think you just had one of those moments when you realize how old you are as well, when you were talking about...
I was terrible.
20 years ago. I've had that a few times recently, but at the moment, these players are looking at the present, not the past, as we're going to see Ludurk in a 1v1. It's getting a little bit shaky for both players, but Ludurk does come out on top after the battle is done and dusted. Noble will be the player to fall, but at the moment, it's just been a scrap in the middle of the map. It's been pretty much back and forth. Rockets and Overshield may be able to change that for one of these teams. As you can see, that Legends Never Die. They seem to have mid-map control as those power-ups are coming up.
Yeah, you got to think Rockets and Overshield are going to be the key here. Surprising to see both these teams neck and neck already in the slaying department. Pretty close, and it's been, like you say, a battle for that 50-yard line, looking for control. We've only seen a little bit of momentary hut control coming in from either side. Tick, tick, tick of the Dynamos below Sepstars. That's going to give him a little bit more information, and he has a great angle now on 2 opponents.
Does have a good angle, and that damage is going to keep his teammate alive, who lands that beatdown, and now he's getting the call-outs. Noble, though, is going to hit him with that rocket. That's going to take the shields down. There's a beatdown. Wow. And every single phrase that I'm using at the moment ends with the word down. For now, he's going to look up as there is a couple of grenades being thrown towards that hut. And with that, finds his way towards the Bulldog. And maybe he's going to go for Terminator Part 2 as he can walk forward with that weapon in his hands once more.
Look at Bullet just right away out the front door. Did not want to wait for the opportunity for the opponent to push in with those rockets with control. Flies out the front door right away. Sepstar's the player who had that melee battle up top. Also, you saw him on the death screen go for that shotgun for that Bulldog. Overshield grab here, though, for the other side. Great confidence coming in from Noble.
Yeah, needed to win that fight, and he did so. However, the Overshield is down. You can see that Ludurk's managed to sneak in and swoop in and managed to pick it up. And there's going to be a flag being pulled here. by Magico. So they've got to be careful here, Timbers Esports. Legends Never Die have got to be careful as well to get that return. They pick up a couple of kills. That'll be 2 dead for Timbers, which means this was pretty much a dead flag as they get a couple of kills to really slow things down. And most importantly, kills in the right places to stop anyone swooping down and getting a touch.
And if I'm completely honest, that makes me a little bit nervous if you're a fan of the Timbers Esports side, because that pull was done without really any control, and they were not able to get the overshield through it either. And now a flag's being ran here for the other side. So Legends Never Die certainly not just staying toe-to-toe with their opponents, but right now doing pretty well in the slaying department as well. But just as quickly as I say that, it's 3 dead again.
Stars is just going to fall there as Ellie manages to thread the needle with a bullet into the treehouse. Ludok now trying to be a little bit defensive and maybe looking to just clear out the base before they go forward a little bit. Timbers will be cleared out. They will now be 4 dead as well, as Bullet will be the first player off of the respawn. I like this, Andy. It might seem like a nothing play here, but making sure that he's not going to give himself away and give that spawn away is so vital.
Notice he wasn't even moving for a moment there. That's just in case anyone was sliding bottom rockets. He doesn't even want to give up any footsteps whatsoever. Stays alive as long as he can, but it looks like the onslaught will come in. Finally, he'll be cleaned up. Like you said, stays alive as long as he can. Pelu, last player alive. That's 4 dead now here for Timbers.
4 dead, and that's an opportunity for a pull. And it looks
like a scoreboard not looking the way I wanted it to look in the top left.
It's not looking healthy.
Nope.
It's lost a limb. Anyway, let's talk. Here we are. Hey, everyone. We're back on us. Let's talk about what we did see, though, which was just a constant scrap mid-map, to be honest, Andy. It really was difficult to see either team get control. It seemed like a lot of pushes were coming through the treehouse, which is usually where you'll see players will be like, oh, we've got a couple of kills. It's the quickest way to get to the flag, right? But I need to see more bar control from both of the teams. You get that player in bar, you've got so many angles, and it's such a difficult kill to get as well if you're coming off respawn.
It really is important, and I think we're seeing both teams make great pushes in terms of advancing just past the mid-map, but beyond that, they weren't able to convert. We saw Timbers with a really good response, with, as we talked about, a trade on the flag and a trade at the hut coming in at the same time. We also saw some nice displays of aggression towards the overshielder. For example, Bullet pushing out towards the front of the base, not letting the rockets really collapse on the base. So it's been a lot of last-second kind of heroic defensive plays coming in from either side. But like I said, I'm not impressed with the Timbers pull that we saw. They lost an overshield battle during the pull. They continued to advance the pull, and it didn't work for them. And that looks a lot different from the side of Knights, right? A team like Knights, where when they pull, they know what they're doing. They know if the pieces of the puzzle are there. And it felt like it wasn't there yet. Timbers still tried to kind of force it a bit, which is something you really can't get away with as easily on Bazaar.
Yeah, I think it's a good indication of things not working in a game, for example, where you're trying to establish a game plan at the start, you're trying to fight for mid-map control, and then maybe the push that you organized, you discussed as a team beforehand, how you want to run a flag isn't working. So then you find yourself in a position where it's like, let's just try and force a flag, and you're trying to kind of create stuff on the fly. Difficult to do that against a team which is organized like Legends Never Die. We saw how quickly it was shut down, and I've got to give a lot of credit here to Legends Never Die. I did not expect this level of competitiveness from them today against a team like Timbers. From what we saw yesterday, they just looked like a completely different team.
Yeah, we should remind everyone who might just be tuning in today for the first time. Legends Never Die came in today after yesterday with a 5-6 record. Timbers Esports is 9-0, undefeated coming into today. So just the fact that you saw what we saw for the side of Legends Never Die in that game number 1 could be telling that we have a pretty fantastic winners semifinal here between these two squads. It's a 6 seed going up against the 2nd seed right now, poised to maybe upset if they can continue this aggression. It won't be easy, but you have to think Timbers is a little surprised based off of the opening of that game.
Yeah, I would agree with you, and it certainly means that they're in for a series, right? Sometimes a little thing like this, we have a DC, it's frustrating for everyone, trust me. It's frustrating for us, it's frustrating for you. It's most importantly frustrating for the players, trust me. They want to get these games done and dusted and move through the bracket or continue their elimination bracket run. But little things that do happen like this when it is a little bit of a scrappy game, maybe it can give you just a second to reflect upon what wasn't going well for you. And just one player needs to suggest something in this little break that we do have to really change your fortunes moving into a restart.
Yeah, and both teams, one thing that's impressive is both teams are moving. When they do move across mid-map, they're moving in numbers. They're not sending, say, one-player truck, and that one-player truck has to challenge top rocks. Instead, they're sending maybe 2 players there. One is in the hut, one's in truck, and then the players on top rocks are getting nailed and kind of thrown off of rocks really easily because teams are sending numbers. So I think the pieces are there. We just haven't seen anyone convert just yet. But Timbers is going to need to make sure to fight off of this early aggression from Legends Never Die because they're bringing it. And right now, we've also seen them win some really good flanks. And all it's going to take is a player who's behind their opponents in the bar, also maybe advancing up past the tree while an overshield grab actually takes place. And once you get things like that kind of snowballing, we might see the first flag run on the board.
We'll have to see if one of the teams can put those pieces together. It seems like at the moment nobody really has the formula to break the other down, but we'll get an opportunity to discuss the series layout as well, because we have this little break. We are obviously seeing CTF Bazaar. We'll get it back in front of your eyes as soon as we physically can, but Slayer Aquarius as a game too has been one which has been quite curious for me as a game type moving through Halo Infinite. It started off, you know, with, I would say, a classic arena style battle, right, where people controlling top middle, but now we're starting to see rotation of spawn even more, and we are seeing snowball effects, especially if you can get that heatwave camo in your hands. We're seeing 7, 8, 9, 10 kills, and I don't know if this is more the way that people are approaching Slayer in comparison to maybe more classic Halos like Halo 2, Halo 3, for example, where they've recognized that if they're quick enough to get across the map and find themselves in position to pressure spawns, then you really can rack up not just, as I say, 3, 4 kills without response. It become almost 10 without response.
Yeah, and I think one thing we got to highlight is we did see Legends Never Die play Rebel in Aquarius Slayer. They won that game 50-46. They narrowly won it, but off screen, we had Timbers Esports play against K9 Cinta Negra. They won that game 50-19.
Wow.
In Aquarius Slayer. So you have 2 winning records, but very, very different wins coming in from each of them.
That's not a win. That's
it's a slaughtering.
This is, yeah. I mean, let me get my, as Dan would call it, Theosaurus out.
Yeah.
And see if there's
a
some
very
other words.
very specific dinosaur species from Dan Gaskin.
Yes, one that's more well versed in different words than I am. But yeah, it's certainly a slapping. That's what I'm going to call it. That's what my simple logic will allow me to produce for now. But let's talk about the rest of the game types as well. Oddball Live Fire. Oddball's been an interesting one. I think that's one game type in particular, I think, in this region where it seems like they're a little bit maybe off the pace with what we see strategic wise and strategy wise, meta wise, whatever you want to, however you want to phrase it, in comparison with North America and even Europe, to be honest with you. It just seems like it's very rare we're seeing 30-40 second holds, especially on live fire. It seems to be 15-20, and the rotations out of a hold just don't quite seem to be there in the same kind of way.
Yeah, I'm excited to get to live fire when we do. There's a lot to talk about, remind me, with Legends Never Die's record in oddball live fire, but we'll go back to the match at hand here. I'm sure it will start 0-0 given the 0-0 on the scoreboard. We'll get a confirmation from League Ops on exactly how much time will be on the clock. It might be a fresh restart, but here we are back into game number 1. Hearing yes indeed will be a full restart here of map number 1, CTF on Bazaar.
Well, let's see how this one plays out. Let's see if the little break, the enforced break for both of the teams, is going to allow one of them to maybe come up with a little bit of magic. Someone's going to open the playbook and say, hey, look, we haven't tried page 4 yet. Let's try this one, and maybe it will turn into a flag cap, because with the way that the game's gone, Andy, it seems like maybe one flag cap might be enough for these teams to actually win the map.
It's true. I certainly believe that could actually be all it takes in the end to get into this one. It's just going to be that first flag, without a doubt, is all it's going to take. So we'll get into this match as fast as we can, but I would certainly say this will be, right now, based off what we've seen, for potentially a lower scoring one, unless someone cracks the code, right? If you start to realize, okay, we're not pressuring Rocket's side enough, let's start to send 2 players Rockets and start to get into their bar. It might be all it takes to start to really get some more flags on the board, teams start to get 4 dead. So we'll have to see how that shakes out over the course of the game.
I kind of feel a little bit bad right now, because we are the faces of disappointment right now for everyone every single time that it comes back to us.
We're all too often the faces of disappointment. This is just another opportunity to do that. Yeah,
it's true. It's like every time there's a map to fly through, everyone's like, finally, we're getting into the game. Here we go. And then
it's back to these two guys.
It's our faces, and it's like, I hate these guys, man. Just give me the gameplay. Like,
yeah, anything but these two. That's even what I'm thinking right now. I don't want to see you right now.
It's true.
Just kidding.
That's true. Yeah, same.
Okay, but this does give us a chance, Mark, to talk about Legends Never Die's oddball live fire, because they had a really, really interesting result in their Group B matches. Now, they got reverse swept yesterday by Rebel, but before that happened, they actually won a pretty handily game at 2-1 over Rebel. So their oddball live fire is pretty strong. We also saw a big 200-58 coming in from Timber. So also winning records for both of them. However, once again, it's a very similar story. Timbers with an even stronger winning record.
We'll have to see if that does work out, and it does maybe make the series end after 3 games, or if we are going to see some strongholds recharge, or we are going to go to Streets Slayer for that game 5. But I mean, there's a lot for us to talk about here, Andy. I'm just taking a second back while we wait to get because we had some of the cool announcements coming out recently about the new season of Halo. Season 2's coming out, and there's gonna be a new map in rotation. We saw Tashi confirming there's gonna be a new map in the HCS rotation, I think it is as well. And there's also gonna be King of the Hill coming back, which for me, love that game type, man. It's one of my favorite game types of all time.
Yeah, me too. Absolutely love the game type. It plays, of course, so different than something like Strongholds, even though they're both territory game types. King of the Hill brings a completely different gameplay flow, brings a completely different mindset and approach to the game. It's going to be exciting to see, without a doubt. You and I tried to get information from Clutch about the map. He was not having it at all. He did not give us any intel, any juicy info. We thought we were friends, but it more further divides us. That's all.
I was going to say, we thought we were friends, but then we realized he's more of a professional than he is our friend, which is probably the best thing to be honest with you. But at the same time, give us the info, Wes. Give us the info.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
So we don't have any intel. We're going to keep trying to bribe Wes of that info, and we'll see what we can get. Maybe you get an extra screenshot here and there. Hey, maybe a little exclusive map reveals on an HCS show. I'm just saying, just throwing it out there.
You got the opportunity, Wes. That's all I'm saying. just
share in your hands.
Yeah, we're waiting for your move, my friend. But let's talk about some CTF stats, because we've got some more numbers to show you, which always terrifies me. But it paints a pretty good story at the moment, as we can see the KD leaders in capture the flag game types so far in the MX Super, and it's going to be Drift from Knights up at the top there. That is ridiculous, by the way. 1.89 is insane. Like,
that is a wild number. This guy knows how to play capture the flag without a doubt. Also, shout out to Ignis Esports and Cruno actually sneak it up on the leaderboard with enormous capture the flag stats despite their performances today. He's able to sneak in onto that leaderboard, and not surprised to see more presence here from Timbers and Knights at the bottom of the leaderboard as well.
Yeah, Guardian, good performance from him as well. Of course, this is capture the flag, kill death. So even though you might be picking up a lot of kills, it's where's the kills happening, and are you really influencing things for your team? And you can probably say from that leaderboard that a lot of those players are. Good news, everybody. We've got a map fly through. Will that be followed by gameplay? Hold your breath. We don't know yet, but we do get to zoom slowly past some of those fruits which are in the middle of the map, which always just makes the stomach rumble a little bit, but hopefully we can get back into this game. It's going to be a full restart. It's happening, everybody. It's 0-0. It's going to be Timbers Esports against Legends Never Die, and forget that the last 15 minutes ever happened. It's 0-0. We're starting again.
Pelu says, I don't really care. I don't have the time to push elegantly across this map. I'm just going to fly. So always looking. Oh, my God. The thrust coming in there from the other side. It's a rocket grab coming in for Timbers Esports, and a perfectly timed thrust and an overshield grab. This is Timbers Esports full throttle.
Yeah, this is Timbers Esports with the best opportunity to pull a flag that I've seen, and it's finally going to be happening. It looks like Bullet might have been initially in the best position to do so, but it was a call from a teammate. I'll run this. You've got the rockets. You pick up the Slades off the respawn, and that's exactly what he's doing. That's 2 for Bullet now. There's an overextender he has to deal with, but with still 1 rocket in the chamber, this is going to be an easy job for Noble to run this one in. This is going to be 1-0 to Timbers. The perfect start. They get rockets, they get overshield, and they get the flag.
Well, it's a 54-second flag cap. That is about as efficient as you get. We talked about how difficult it is, especially against a team in the way that Legends Never Die was playing. Really difficult to get those flags on the board. Here's Noble also going to grapple up here safely up into the bar. He will gain control there, but a very, very fast start for the side of Timbers Esports. They will score early, and it's a great way to start the game.
If you're wondering what page 4 of the Timbers playbook looked like I was talking about, get all of the weapons and cap a flag. That was what was written down, and that's exactly what they did. Palu's going to pick up 1 to just slow the momentum down a little bit. But speaking of momentum, a start like that is huge, especially when you're coming off the back of a restart, Andy, where it was so tight. Getting that 1-0 win in the way that they did is going to fill them with all sorts of confidence, and I'm sure it's going to make them nice and aggressive as well.
Yeah, Noble also filled with all sorts of Palu there. In the moment there, you see the 2 players just hiding together at the bottom of the fruit stands, not too far. Looks like players not moving, though, which gives me a little bit nervous here on set. We'll have to see exactly. Yeah, and looks like we do have players dropping out once again. Unfortunately, looks like a little bit of an issue, and we're back again. You and I, Mark, we are back again.
Drink it in, everyone. Drink it in. Honestly, it's a special time. It's a special time.
I'm not going to tell you what's in here. No, just kidding. It's a margarita.
What it does give us an opportunity to talk about, though, because we do have this break, and I'll be honest with everyone at home and with you as well, Andy, we have no idea how long this is going to take. It is the fact that it's Super Season, and it's not just MX that we're going to be following, because we've got Europe coming up as well. We've obviously got North America coming up as well in the Super, and it all leads into Kansas City. And I want to kind of take a second, I forgot to mention ANZ that's going on as well, to talk about these other regions and where they're stacking up at the moment, because obviously I know a lot about Europe. It's where I'm based. Watch a lot of their Halo over the years, as have you as well. But I feel like a lot of these regions are finding themselves developing lovely scenes at the moment where everything is becoming extremely competitive and probably healthier than I've seen since Halo 3, to be honest with you. You look at Europe and you got Ascend, who, they're dominating the online things at the moment, but how they're going to perform on LAN against, you know, the more experienced teams. You've got the likes of Na'Vi, you've got Quadrant, you've got some of the Call of Duty boys coming over, like Defrag's team, who are just dominating at the moment and getting stronger and stronger week after week. And then, like we saw from the ANZ bracket, you know, you've got Immunity coming back. My boy Benno, Voltage, all coming back. Put smiles on our faces when we saw those Game 5 wins. We were like, maybe we'll get to hang out with the boys again in Kansas City. It's really healthy at the moment, Halo Infinite, in the competitive scenes in these regions, which you would describe as maybe the developing regions in comparison to North America.
Yeah, certainly. And a lot of the, I agree. Couldn't agree more. I think a lot of that is just the fact that even in Halo titles that have had, say, Halo 5, that have had really big prize pools, I think now with Halo Infinite, with the entire roadmap out, you have large prize pools for the regionals themselves, and you have very large prize pools when you get to the actual majors here on North American soil. And of course, also at the World Championship as well. So just releasing the roadmap the way that HCS did, and the fact that you have the entire schedule ahead of you, you have all these prize pools that are only getting boosted every time by more and more crowdfunding. I think the best players in the world realize, okay, we can really commit at least this first year of Halo Infinite. We can commit to that. We can commit our year to that. And we can really try to prove that we're not only one of the best in the region, but also you heard it during the ANZ interviews talking about, can we get the highest placing ever for an Australia, New Zealand team? So a lot to play for. I think teams realize the stakes here, a lot of cash on the line. You have player salaries the highest they've ever been for Halo all around the world. And I think that when you think about a player like Tapping Buttons, who made it onto a North American team and North American salary, that gets really interesting when you think about Infinite right now. Players from Europe, Mexico, and LATAM, as well as Australia and New Zealand, are thinking, if we can prove that we're some of the best in the world, or at least some of the best players in the world, we might be able to hop onto a team where players are making a lot of money playing this game right now. So life-changing stuff here for a lot of these players. It's exciting to see here in Infinite for sure.
Yeah, I think you summed it up absolutely perfectly, and it just leads into more and more storylines when we get to the majors, right? We have these majors through the year that are kind of punctuating all of the online competition and all of the regionals that are going on, and it's like, okay, now we get everybody together. Who's going to be the best region outside of North America? Who's going to take that title? Who's going to be the best in their region at this LAN event? Is anyone outside of North America going to be able to push into that top 4? Because I think that's the biggest question, right, for international Halo right now, is anyone good enough to really get into that top 4? Because I feel like if you can do that, then you have the potential to win a tournament. If you can get in the top 4, then you're rubbing shoulders with the biggest boys in the world, right? And you might have an opportunity to upset one of them, and you could go all the way.
Top 4 is tough. Do you think there's anyone right now outside of NA that can break top 4? I certainly don't.
I mean, no, not right now. Give it no. I'm going to leave it at that for now. I don't think so at all. I think
the top 6 is too stacked in North America right now. I think, and granted, there's tiers within that top 6 without a doubt. You have, of course, the likes of C9, the likes of Optic, and on a different tier, and you also have you know, exactly where you have E United fitting into that equation as well, Sentinels as well. But I don't know, the top 6 is too stacked. I think top 8 is reasonable for some of these teams, but anything beyond that right now I think is too tall of an order.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, and I think it's just going to be a case of just grinding away. The more competition that happens, the more time they spend out in North America playing these teams, the only way they are going to get better. But it's all very exciting heading into that Kansas City major. We'll have to see some of those. And again, you know, in Europe, for example, we haven't had any LAN events in the region at the moment. So imagine we get a little Na'Vi versus Quadrant again. We maybe get a little opportunity to see Ascend play against one of these teams and seeing if it's on LAN they can do it as well. But in the meantime, speaking of all these amazing teams that we're going to see at Kansas City, look at these team skins, Andy. Optic Gaming, welcome to the most well-dressed group of Spartans you've ever seen in your life.
I gotta say, I've been seeing a lot of Optic skins in ranked, and not even in just ranked, even in Fiesta as well. So it's been great to see the green wall popping off here and showing up in the game. It's been great to see those skins, and certainly they look good. It's a clean skin.
It certainly is a clean skin, and I saw Tashi saying as well, there's applications for new orgs to get involved, you know, for next year as well. So maybe we're going to see some new fresh skins in the store. Who knows? Who would you like to see, Andy? Maybe adding a skin to the collection. The big question.
Man. It is a really big question. To be honest, you know, I think we've seen mock-ups. I think there's a question of, you know, they got to get a team first. But what would a 100T skin look like? Things like that. I think there's but granted, I should correct myself, because there's a lot of orgs that are investing a lot into Halo in really big ways that probably even deserve a skin earlier, because they've already made huge investments into the scene. So excited to see exactly which ones might be next. It's going to be cutthroat, though, that's for sure. Based off of how excited these orgs have been about their collaborations. I mean, first of all, it's just cool to point out that, like, you know, you have the Halo art team working directly with these orgs to actually design the skins, and then the skins kind of the teams, designing exactly what they want the skins to look like, and then the Halo art team actually brings them into game. So it's kind of cool to see. It's pretty highly touted. You saw at the launch of the game just how there's a lot of teams that were like, damn it, I wish we had a Halo team for these skins. So it's going to be pretty cutthroat. I mean, luckily for us, it's stress-free. We just get to sit back and see, okay, let's see which teams get announced. But there's going to be a lot of teams that are maybe losing a little bit of sleep because they really want to be into the partner program for sure.
Yeah, I can see that Dan is in the Discord chat right now. He's just put Ascend. He wants to see Ascend. I think probably deserves me, so it'd be pretty cool to see an Ascend skin in the shop for those boys' achievements over the last year or so. But I mean, I want to get back into the game, Andy, as soon as possible.
Me too.
Hopefully we can get into it. Right now, no, we can't, because we've got to look at some stats first while the players get themselves sorted. And do you know what? They've got to reset the modem. That's all it is, everybody.
It was the modem.
Just the modem. It's the last thing that you checked.
That's
but
what
these
it
are the
was.
stats for both teams so far in the tournament, Andy, and it looks pretty one-sided apart from that average damage stat.
Like we said, two very different records coming in here, a tale of two different teams. 9-0 for the side of Timbers coming into today's match, and Legends Never Die. They've actually corrected their record, because keep in mind, they were 5-6 coming into the day. Now they're 8-7. They've made it here to your winner semis. Also, right now, KD batting under 1 just because of the matches and the tough games they had yesterday, whereas on the other side, Timbers is at 1.42. Somehow, though, Legends Never Die out-damaging their opponents overall, so we'll have to see how that adds up. But Timbers Esports, if my memory serves correct, they should be up 1-0 in this match restart, and they looked much stronger off of the opening. They had a perfect opening. To be honest, the timing of that thrust, too, and the overshield battle, it was every single piece that you want to see. It led to a flag cap, as we said, in about 54 seconds, and they're going to look to do the same thing once we get back in the game.
I've always wondered what Dan Gaskin would look like with a chainsaw in his hand, and I think now I know.
That is it.
There it is. So we need to get Dan a little yellow shirt. We need to get him an orange hat. Definitely don't give him a chainsaw, though, because I can see some very bad things happening if Dan has a chainsaw in his hand. But
also, I gotta say, this is going to be a little bit of an obscure reference. Let me know if you ever played, but some people in chat might appreciate this. He kind of looks like an Advance Wars leader. I don't know if you ever played Advance Wars, but amazing little strategy game for many different Game Boy titles, and he kind of looks like the Gaskin version of a Lumberjack Advance Wars leader, and then that's what I'm going with.
I was going to say, this is even more obscure. He looks a little bit like Joe Talbot, the lead singer of Idols, but, you know, we could just keep getting more and more. Do you know what he looks like? The Timber Esports logo. That's what he looks like. We're going to stick with that one because that's probably more applicable to everybody who's watching at home. Apologies for the delay, by the way, everyone. We obviously said it 1,000 times. I'm going to say it again. We want to get back into the game as soon as we can, but unfortunately, if we don't have players in the lobby, it's pretty difficult for us to do so. But this is where we will be staying, and that is Bazaar Capture the Flag. Who knows if we'll see Aquarius Slayer at this point, Andy? It's almost like a mythical beast that's second in this series layout.
It is. We're going to try to get there. We'll have to see. We're going to need a little bit more time on the clock or a few more flags on the board in order to get to the Aquarius Slayer. After that, it'll be Live Fire Oddball, Strongholds Recharge, and then Slayer Streets if we need it here. Waiting just on a ruling for League Ops on exactly how much time will be on the clock on the restart there, because a few minutes had elapsed. In addition to that flag on the board, that'll determine exactly how much time there is to play in this game number 1.
Well, hopefully we can get back into it ASAP, but in the meantime, there's one region we haven't really touched upon heading into to KC, Andy, and that is, of course, North America, and probably one of the biggest team changes we've seen. Well, arguably, it is the biggest team change we've seen so far in Halo Infinite, is Formal on Optic. Pistola obviously being put into he's been benched basically, and Formal's going to be coming in, and he's going to be playing on this Optic lineup. And from scrim results, I mean, these boys have looked nasty.
They look nasty. They look nasty indeed. I'm expecting enormous things from Formal. I will also say that there's been a few times in history, very few, mind you, that Pistola has been dropped. I have seen it firsthand. It does not go well for the teams that drop Pistola, and it goes very well for the team that Ola gets picked up by. Many of you will know what I'm talking about throughout history. I've seen that, and I know all too well firsthand the results of that. But not to take anything away from the Optic Boys or Formal, I do think that that team has a lot to prove, and they've got a lot of promise, and it's going to be exciting to see exactly how KC plays out. It's going to be absolutely wild. So much to play for at that event.
Yeah, not just the individual ability, of course, being added by Formal on a huge consistent damage output, but I think there's one thing that's an intangible about that player, about Formal, is the fact that he is a winner, right? He is a born winner. He knows how to install that winning mentality. I mean, Sentinels released an amazing piece of content back from Raleigh, which was like a team's listening for all the series. And some of the things that Formal says, like, not many players think to say that in the moment. It just completely motivates the people around him, and they are just locked in because of some of the things that he says between games. It's like, I don't care who I'm playing, like, I am winning. I won't use the exact phrasing, but he's on kids, all right? That's what he's doing, he was saying. So it's such a motivator, and I think when you've got players historically, although I will say it is now historically, they've proven otherwise, who maybe have got a little bit shaky on that main stage in the big moments, having someone like Formal alongside you just to look and say, well, Formal, he's gonna be able to do the job in those big moments is huge for this Optic lineup. Yeah, it's amazing what Formal brings to the team, and just the amount of success he's had in across different FPS titles. It's one thing to have, say, a Halo veteran next to you. It feels like it's a completely different tier to have Formal next to you on the stage, without a doubt. Oh my God, hold the phone. We got a map fly through here. Hey, don't get ahead of yourself. I'm not even going to tell you what the game type is, Mark, but we're going to try to get back into this. And to remind everyone, Timbers Esports will have one flag on the board. They will indeed. And we're going to see some gameplay, everybody. And everybody's in the lobby. We have 8 Spartans on the map. It's pretty crazy. They are up by one flag. We're getting confirmation from the back, from our wonderful producer. It will be Timbers Esports who do have that advantage. So they will only need 4. And off the break, it's 4 dead again. And I tell you what, they could only need 3 if this all goes well. A little bit of deja vu here coming in from them as they'll go ahead and grapple across into the flag and try to get the next flagpole going again. But like you say, a good start for them. A few kills on the board. 5 already to their name. And Bullet is on the hunt once more. He's going to use this little ramp to get a little bit of an angle. And that little decision to take the stairs there was huge. If he doesn't take that angle, that rocket kill's not as easy as it looks. Absolutely. And you hear people saying you should take the stairs. You should not take the elevator and the escalator every time. Take the stairs. It's good for you. It's just another example of that. Well, there's going to be a flag going to be run home right now, as Magico is going to be the player who is doing the work. And it was an interesting flag run as well. They ran it round rockets due to the cover that was in the hands of the rocket launcher player. So it was pretty clean once again. It's 1-0 at the bottom of your screen, but just a little reminder, it's not 1-0 overall. It's 2-0 because this is about the 3rd time that we've attempted to play this map. And Mark, I got to give you credit. You had set it up perfectly before the game. You said, will we see a little bit of magic from the side of Timbers Esports? And I'm thinking, he's talking about Magico. He knows exactly how this is going to play out. This man can see the future. And so far, Magico off to a great start here. He's 4-1. Noble also 7-1. 7-1. I mean, what a start that is. An amazing stat line at the start of this game. He has had the rocket launchers in his hands, but Blue Oxide is going to be taken down as he tries to flank around and trying to escape. But at the moment, it's difficult to escape because you've got grapple players, you've got bulldogs, you've got grenades, and it's just constant pressure coming in here from Timbers Esports. It looks a lot more organized, and it's because of the likes of Noble getting into this bar position to do this consistent damage. Yeah, right there. I thought he might be able to help out with that trade in the end. Will not clean up the kill in the back of the base, but right away they're going to pivot towards bottom middle. Ludirk not going to get away with any sort of overshield grab. Killing spree. Both the shots come in from Blue Oxide, working along with the teammate. Doesn't matter though, because that's going to be an overshield grab here for the side of Pelu. Ellie trying to move in as well. He takes down the player with the bulldog. Still had a slither there of overshield, but that's going to expire like some old milk, as he's going to use that thrust to go back and win that fight as well. Timbers Esports winning all the battles they need to get that flag off of the stand. And as I say that, the flag gets moving. It's through the tree house, and Pelu's now going to have a little bit of work to do on the way back to pick up the kills. Watch the kill feed. 4 alive for both sides here. First kill will determine whether or not this flag goes home easy or not. You can hear the footsteps from Pele. There's a player sneaking around bottom middle, and he's actually managed to avoid enemy detection. It's Ludirk who is there, and he's going to pick up 1 kill as well. The question is, can he stay alive long enough to maybe get that return? There's also a player on the overextension. 2 players now jump on it, and I tell you what, Ludirk somehow managed to sneak through there. I'm not quite sure how he went undetected. The audio cue was there, but he did. He got through those double doors, and he got the all-important kill. And Blue Oxide as well got across the base, as you could tell. You could tell that there was confusion. That's why there was a moment of silence there on the bridge. Not sure where their opponents were, but Legends Never Die able to sneak all the way through. Now, they'll go 3 dead once again, so they'll have to reset. That flag will not come home, but still pretty good pressure, pretty good counter coming in from Legends Never Die. Noble's got those rockets once again, though. Not the first time we've seen him with rockets in his hands. I think that's 3 in a row if you want to carry over from that last game. Great shots coming in from Pelu as well, as now he moves through the bar and tries to survive and maybe do a little bit of damage onto some respawn, as Blue Oxide's going to have the rockets, but he's also going to have Pelu flying down from the skies at him. He managed to escape for now. Using that thrust, Blue Oxide going to run out of rockets, and those shots are going to hurt. Killing spree here for Pelu, starting to warm up here for Timbers.
Pelu is just tiptoeing, he's tap dancing, he's avoiding grenades, he's avoiding rockets, he's thrusting away. In the end, he'll force the burn on that last rocket, and somehow through all of these exchanges on rocket side of the map, stay alive, so they will stay up 2-0 overall in this game, and he'll make another bar push.
Pelu needs to move quickly here. He needs to collapse onto this bar. The longer he is here, excuse me, the longer he's actually blocking these spawns. So as his teammates are moving on the opposite side of the map, even if they pick up the kills, it might be a case of respawns coming in little funky positions, maybe in the hut, as they try and push back across. So just a little bit of maybe spatial awareness needed there by Pelu, doing some great work, of course, but the bigger picture is always something you have to keep in mind.
Overshield grab is in play. That's from Magico once again. Blue Oxide was the only player alive for Legends Never Die. That's going to be the green light for Magico on the flag run. He will undoubtedly continue this here and look for the support of the team.
Gonna have that Bulldog, and he's gonna have 3 players in front of him as well. He doesn't know who to shoot, and he's only gonna do what damage to 1, but look at this. Pelu is there to pick up 3 kills. Ludurk is gonna be last player alive again. Now, it would be pretty magical if he managed to do something pretty crazy 2 times in a row. He gets a beat down on the flag carrier, but with all other players spawning across map on the treehouse side, it's gonna be an easy run back here. The flag will be thrown up, that'll be put home, and now it's 3-0 for Timbers Esports.
Pelu perfectly spawns on the flag there, and like you said, the only player that was doing damage was a spawner. He's nading the front door. Those nades will hit. However, Pelu's spawn is perfectly timed. He'll bring that flag back in, and overall, 3-0 on the scoreboard here as we're getting through slowly but surely. Our match nice perfect kill comes in for Pelu there, but oh god! Just a series of dynamos from hell. They blow up the entire bar. That will be the end of it. That will be a player on the side of Timbers. Pelu falling, now 3 alive for each side.
That's equivalent of waking up in the morning. You're in bed. I'm setting the scene here, by the way, everyone. It's nice and warm. You know,
oh boy.
You go to the front door, you open it, and there's a storm outside. It just hits you in the face. You're like, that's exactly what those dynamos felt like. As Blue Oxide now is going to be moving through and maybe looking for a flagpole for Legends Never Die. It's a little bit of a stutter step. It's actually looking pretty messy, and I thought for a second there he left it behind once more, but now he's got a little bit more of a consistent run, but there's going to need to be some kills to go alongside this, and you can see the bullet is set up for Timbers Esports as well on that rocket side. Thinking about that rocket launcher coming up. Kills are going to be traded either side. Where's the power up, though? You can see on your screen there, and there's a player just sneaking through to pick that one up, and it's going to be Timbers Esports who have Overshield.
Sepstar surprisingly gets this rocket. He takes himself out, does not take Noble out, so it will be an Overshield grab for the side of Timbers. It will be one more rocket for the hands of Noble. That was the last player alive for the side of Legends Never Die, so they will maintain control here, Timbers Esports.
To be control of the bar here, Noble is going to be moving in sneakily, seeing if he can clear his corners before maybe picking up a couple of kills on overextenders, but at the moment they've got to get that flag moving, and that's exactly what they are doing. Now there's 3 players together here for Timbers Esports. They need to create a little bit of space for each other. Everyone's kind of standing on each other saying, you run the flag, no, you run the flag, no, you run the flag. Finally, Noble with the rocket launcher is the player who decides, you know what, I'll get my hands dirty, I'll throw that flag out, but that time that it's taken might have cost them here, Andy.
Yeah, looking a little bit too much like a hotel lobby bar and not a real bar there, with everyone just crowded standing on top of each other, nobody knowing where to go. That flag is going to sit there and it will go back, and you called it perfectly on set. When you have 3 players in the bar there, they're all getting dinged from separate angles. They tried to make that flag run work, but even if you have numbers in the bar, you do not have the space and the angles that you need.
Noble now moving through his own bar, trying to cause a little bit of disruption and maybe just holding the line here. Ludurk is going to be taken down, or should I say, taken down to no shields as he manages to survive. As one player who's struggling a little bit in this game is Sepstar. You can see him in the death screen once again. He's been a standout for this team for so many games in the build-up to this one, Andy, but at the moment just can't quite get anything going. He's 5, 6, and 14. Needs to see a little bit of a step up in that kills department.
Yeah, certainly surprising to see from the side of Sepstar, just because we've seen a lot of greatness from him, especially today in this Saturday of our Mexico Super. The man who looked like that nade might have connected there from Ludurk to Magico, but Magico will answer back right away. Nuggets there to help, but Ludurk doesn't even need it there. 2 seconds on this Overshield might be an opportunity for Legends Never Die.
Legends Never Die need to go now. They need to use this overshield, and they need to use it to create space and get that flag moving. You can see that Nugget is the first one forward, and that's a great thing for the overshield player as well. It means that he can be the middle line, that he's going to not be the focus of all the attention. It means he's going to be able to pick up some double kills, maybe even a triple, but Noble will shut it down. What a flank this is coming in from Noble. Sepstars now has the chance not only to touch this flag, but maybe make a play, and I love this. Doubling back with the Mangler, and maybe, just maybe, pick it up a second.
Noble staying alive just as long as he needed. He gets the melee battle there. All he needed to do, he didn't even need to trade. He just needed to get a melee there on the double doors, flanking back around towards tree, and that will shut down the run because the rest of Timbers was able to fly back. So what looked like a breath of fresh air, maybe a moment to strike for the side of Legends Never Die, will be shut down immediately.
Speaking of shut down,
oh boy.
Those BR shots maybe need to be shut down. They weren't as crispy as they could have been, a few being missed, but Palu is going to be the player who comes out on top at the end of things. 2 seconds till those rockets are going to be popping. They now find themselves on the map. The power weapon reintroduces itself to be used sparingly by one of these players to pick up a couple of easy kills. Palu's just doing work at the moment. You can just see him kind of navigating around, just kind of hunting at the moment, sniffing out any opportunity to find a kill onto a player from Legends Never Die, and it's reflected on his stat line as well. 16 and 13 for him. Both Noble and Magico now crossing that 20 kill mark, and with a 3-0 lead, Andy, it's not surprised to see them maybe prioritizing safety and some kills over another flag grab.
Magico with an accidental bonk of the head there with the grapple, but not to worry. Grapples up on the second time here and has one rocket left to play with to clear out the space as he will go back with the flag. But look at this, it's a triple team in the tree. Only one player alive on the other side. Looks like that's going to be Ludwig there. They're going to try to clear out that player while they also make sure there's no rotations coming from the rocket side.
Yeah, I think the rocket rotators might have already moved. If they have, you can see there's 2 players on the tree. Nugget somehow is avoiding detection. And I don't know where that rocket's ended up, but somebody's going to have to go and find the parts for it if we want to see that rocket launcher back on the map in a couple of minutes' time. Noble picks up 1. The flag is still moving here for Timbers Esports, but it's been returned. Just as I say that, Legends Never Die not only get the return, but Sepstars will get the OV.
You and I are going to be casting a game next week. I think we're going to see that rocket whiz by. Still flying through the atmosphere, without a doubt. 1 minute 40 left on the clock. That flag will go back, but another flag run started immediately by Nugget.
Let's see if we can get this one a little bit further. We've struggled to see them get it outside of that treehouse at the moment. Legends Never Die. They've had the opportunity to do so, but maybe just a little bit of a lack of coordination on who's looking at where and where those respawns are coming in to put the pressure on. Palu now, once again, on this rocket side, where we've seen him spend so much of his time in this game, looking to pick up a few more kills for his team, but again, just a rotation here, a little bit of an overextension, but cutting into bar here is always a smart play. Now he is a problem to deal with for Legends Never Die.
Yeah, Legends Never Die. It's just more problems with great shots out of Palu off of the first one. He can't win the 1v2, but he wins the first one very handily now. And just to remind everyone, we are now at 1 minute left, less than a minute left here with 3 total flags on the board for Timbers Esports. All they'll really need to do is just play these last few moments, but they're not even satisfied yet. They're going to keep running what could be a 4th flag.
Hey, keeping momentum going in a series is an important thing to do, and if you have the opportunity to put another flag in, why not? 40 seconds left on the clock. They've already got 3. If you're just joining us, they had 1 before we unfortunately had to restart. There will be 3 in total. The overextenders here. Palu's trying to do what he can to stop the overextenders getting that return. He's going to pick up 2. Noble actually gets credited with that second kill with the grenade through the double doors. Palu comes in. He picks the flag up. He throws it back towards a teammate. He'll be running this one home with 20 seconds left. It's kind of more of a little bit of a cherry on top of the cake, so to speak, for them. But Timbers Esports looking strong here. On Bazaar capture the flag. They've only got 10 seconds to hold out. They're looking like they'll be 1-0 up in the series.
Yeah, clock will tick down here with just 5 seconds remaining. It's a convincing effort from the side of Timbers Esports. It took them a little while to get on the board, though, not just in terms of the score, but even in terms of play style. They will take the game, though. They will win it with a final score of 4-0 in overall flags, and they will take game number 1 of the series.
So 1-0 to Timbers. They keep that perfect record alive, which is maybe something they're keeping in the back of their mind as well. You know, we want to get through to maybe the winners bracket final, having not dropped a game, to look at Knights and think, hey, looking back at your record, boys, you seem to have dropped a game here. Like, just put that in the pre-game chat before you go in, you know what I mean? Just a little bit of head games going in. But they've looked really strong, Andy, as we do move into Aquarius Slayer as our second game. You're looking at the KDs as well, something I did want to kind of bring up, because there's one little outlier, unfortunately, in this lob, and it was Sepstars. We kind of prefixed it with the fact that he has been superb up until this point, but that was a rough one for him.
Yeah, he's been awesome. Not to take anything away from Sepstars as a player, there's no doubt that he has cemented himself as one of the best players in the region already in this tournament. I love what I saw from him, but you're absolutely right. He's a big outlier in that game, not just on his team, but overall in the game. Take a look at everyone's KD overall, not too far apart, especially though when you compare it to Sepstars. A little bit of an outlier. We're going to need to see him bounce back in game number 2.
I'm sure he will be able to as well, and maybe a Slayer is going to be the best thing for him. Just get on a little bit of a roll, killing spree off the break, and before you know it, you're giving your team the advantage and you're feeling like somewhat of a superhero on the map. Let's take a look at some of the highlights, and it's going to be a lot of highlights coming in from Timbers Esports as well. And certainly Bullet was having a lot of fun with that rocket launcher, Andy. I swear the man was spawning with it at certain points.
He was. This is an opportunity for the side of Timbers Esports. Bullet, Pelu, Noble, and Magico. Now, they might not be the most talked about in the Mexico region. However, they are some of the best players to play the game without a doubt from Latin America. And they are a huge threat to Knights if they can find everything they need to do to take them down here at the Mexico Super. And like we said, they looked very strong in this game. After a slower start before our restart, in the end, they looked pretty strong.
They certainly did. And the little bits that were a little bit, worrying as far as the cohesion was concerned, that we saw before the game got restarted, they kind of disappeared. They looked a lot more organized. Maybe they were a little bit reckless sometimes when they were moving that flag. They looked a little bit not sure that there was players in the right positions to apply pressure onto respawns as quickly as possible, but the pressure was there when it mattered, and it resulted in a 4-0 win for them. But as I say, Aquarius Slayer is up next. Do you think that Legends Never Die have got an opportunity to take this one away and maybe send us to a game 3 with the series in the balance?
I think they do in this one, without a doubt. I think Legends Never Die has showed up on this Saturday. They're going to have to really bring it here right away, though. We've seen teams do really well on Slayer Aquarius following an objective loss. I think it's a game type that's very straightforward. I'm expecting Legends Never Die to put up a fight here. We'll see what they can do up against Dan Gaskin's Lumberjack Lads. I thought I'd get you with that one.
It sounds like his stag do.
I had to wait till a moment where I had to wait for a moment where the Timbers logo was on screen too, just so you had the visual as well.
Maybe that's going to be the you know how they do that kind of awful thing on stag do's where everyone has to wear the same thing. Maybe that's
exactly. I knew exactly
maybe
what
one
you meant.
day we're going to be one of Dan Gaskin's Timber. What did you call him? I was going to say
it's Dan Gaskin's Lumberjack Lads. Timbers
Lumberjack
Esports.
Lads is much better. Dan Gaskin's Timber Boys. Oh, I'm sorry, everybody. We're having fun here, right? We're having fun. We're having fun. And I hope you are as well. Unfortunately, seeing our faces means that we don't have gameplay to bring you again. But, what can I say? You can't have everything, everyone. I'm sorry. You can't have everything. You got to have one or the other.
It's a margarita as well that Onset has a little bit of a...
That's much stronger at this point.
A little bit of a mango margarita left. Let's take a look at Slayer Aquarius, though, to see how these teams have played this. I'm taking a look at some of their pool play results that we did see. I think we talked about the fact that we did see Slayer Aquarius for both of these teams. It was a 50-19 win for Timbers Esports wins in pool play. A wild, convincing win that we saw from them. So we'll have to see if they can put up a similar performance. But keep in mind, we also saw Legends Never Die beat Rebel and Aquarius Slayer. That's not an easy matchup either. So both teams looking strong here. But just to answer your question, Onset, it is certainly based on those results an opportunity for Legends Never Die to strike back and tie up the series 1-1.
I got a little bit concerned there when you went to answer your question. I couldn't remember what I asked, to be honest with you. But
that's fair. That's fair.
I'm glad that you kind of brought it around for the ridiculousness that was happening a few seconds ago. But hopefully we can get into it. Again, my heartfelt apologies to everyone at home who's watching and wants to see the game. We want to see it as well. And unfortunately, the most important thing is, of course, that the players who are playing for the money, for the opportunity to go to KC, all of this stuff, things have to be right in the lobby. Everyone has to be in there. Everyone has to feel comfortable. And we have to play the game in the fairest possible way. So we want to get that set up as quickly as possible. And we will get into the game. I promise you that at some point during this broadcast, we will see game number 2. I just had to remember there what Lottie did earlier. I don't want to fall down that trap. I don't want to fall down that trap. But we will see some Aquarius Slayer pretty soon.
Yeah, excited to see exactly what this is going to bring. I think when we talk about the way these two teams are playing, to be honest, based off of game number 1, I think I'm expecting Timbers to not really hold back and to win this game pretty easily. Legends Never Die would really need to step up compared to what we saw in that last game, just because once we saw Timbers catch form, I think they were playing near perfect Bazaar CTF. They were not forcing runs. They knew exactly what they needed to do. Even when they had players on their side of the map, they were making sure to clear them out. Lots of great team shotting, and they were just playing the numbers advantage the whole time. If they could do the same thing on Aquarius Slayer, they could make quick work of Legends Never Die. Then I see this series going 3-0. Legends Never Die, though. They're going to need to play pretty fast. They're going to need to really get into their opponent's base, get into their heads as well, and take this game.
They certainly are. And I want to give a little bit of a shout out to Pelu as well. The way that he was playing in that last game, you're always looking for individual ability, individual skill. We were seeing perfect after perfect. It seemed every time that we were on his point of view. The battle rifle shots were so crispy, and his movement was looking pretty solid as well. So certainly a player I know we were talking about before when we were sort of doing our prep before the show to keep our eyes on. He's been very impressive for this Timbers lineup.
Yeah, I love what I saw from Pelu. In that last game, he was 21-16 with 9 assists. Great numbers from him. Also on that team was Magico, 23-18 that we saw from him. Also Noble with 25 on the board. So just great numbers all around, and it's what you expect to see from the side of Timbers Esports. Keep in mind, these players, as we said, they may not hold the title of the best in the LATAM region right now, but if you're new to Latin American Halo, these players are players that are worthy of that title. They've played with the best. They've played at the top. They know the Shock the World guys, the Pittsburgh Knights guys so well, and they've exchanged a lot of main stage battles with them at online and at LAN events. So keep in mind, Timbers Esports is playing for more than just really, say, the Mexican Super. They're also playing for the title of the best in Latin America because they know they have the opportunity to hold that title for sure.
I certainly do, and I've got to say, I don't think I can cast another Timbers Esports series now, because every single time that I see the logo, all I can think of
is Dan Gaskin.
No, I'm just thinking Dan Gaskin's Timber Boys, which is just horrendous.
That was kind of my goal.
Thought.
That was my goal. I wanted to talk about that as soon as the logo appeared there, and what better opportunity than the fact that they're going to win this game. And guess what? If they 3-0, you're going to see a whole scoreboard painted with Dan Gaskin's lumberjack lads. We're losing it here at the Mexico Super, but we thank you for joining us, whether you're tuning in on Twitch, on YouTube, or elsewhere from around the world. Lottie has let us know in Discord that she's crying. We're barely
we don't know if
fighting.
She's happy or sad, but
we never do. We are fighting back the tears here, though. But we want to thank you for hanging out with us and watching Halo all weekend long. It's a fantastic opportunity to showcase the talent that's in the Latin American region, just because it has been a fantastic weekend so far. But to be honest, we are yet to get even into the best matches. And here is actually the lumberjack himself. There's Casted Gaskin with an energy sword in hand and doing his best Timbers Esports impression.
The leader of Dan Gaskin's Timber Boys is here, gracing us with his presence. And the man has an energy sword. We were worried about it being a chainsaw, maybe an energy sword, especially a toy one. It's the safest thing to have in his hands.
I want Dan Gaskin with a foam energy sword. If you give that man a chainsaw, I imagine he would be sent backwards in the direction, the energy of that chainsaw. I don't know. But now that I'm thinking about it, this is a really good idea for some content for Kansas City.
Oh, 100%. Get the yellow shirt. That's all I'm saying.
We're getting that full outfit.
Let's take Dan Gaskin to the woods, which is... I'll let your imaginations run wild, but let's talk about the game that we have in front of us, Andy. Still, we've talked about Aquarius Slayer, Oddball Live Fire we've covered. Let's talk about Stronghold's Recharge, because I'm sure you've got some statistics for us as well on both of these teams. Timbers Esports, how are they looking?
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a look here. Wait, hold the phone. I'm not going to talk about any such thing.
Save it for the next Phil.
We're going to hope. There'll be time to talk about that one. Don't you worry. We're going now into map number 2. It's going to be Slayer on Aquarius. Timbers Esports up 1-0 in the series. Legends Never Die with a great performance so far this Saturday, but will they come up short? Yet again, that's the question. Opportunity to tie the series 1-1. Here we go into game number 2.
Everybody at home takes a collective deep breath and says, thank goodness we have some gameplay, so these two will stop talking. Let's see what happens then in this game. And off the break, it's going to be Timbers Esports, who go up 2-0. A great start for them. Nugget's going to be no shields as well. They have control of essentially everything they want to at the moment. There's a player falling down from height, but Pelu just deals with him.
Nice job there from Pelu. It's not easy when you're a challenging cross map there to have to fight against a player who's right in your face at an area like that at top pink, but does very well to stay calm there, and that will lead to Timbers Esports going up 4-1 here. We're into gameplay, and it's good to see some guns on the screens now. Noble Esports making the push again, just doing very well here on those team shots, extending their lead even further, and Noble doing really well. You can really do damage here on set from that bottom mid position.
You certainly can, especially if you're communicating well, right? It's one thing to talk about height control. Yes, it's a little bit easier to win fights, of course, those individual fights in those 1v1s when you have height, but if you're coordinating well from down low and, you know, everyone's got their reticle placement
on lock and they're responding to the communication that's coming in, you can melt people and catch them off guard as they're looking for maybe what would be described as more traditional positions.
Yeah, and you can tell this is a set strategy from the side of Timbers Esports, because time and time again, when they have their opponents trapped in a flag or a utility, they're flying bottom middle, and bottom middle gives you a really unexpected angle. It's the case with any 2 base 2 tower map, to be honest. It was the case on Midship, it was the case on Heretic, it was the case on Onslaught. Later in the game's meta, you can start going bottom middle, an area that's usually a big no-no, right? You do not want to go bottom middle and get caught out. However, as teams start to expect it less and less, it can offer a really valuable angle for you.
We'll have to see if it continues to work here for Timbers Esports. Ludorek is going to be taken down to no shields, but at the same time, Bullet will be taken down to the death screen. Paley also going to fall as Legends Never Die start to answer back a little bit here. Yes, it's 16-8, but a couple of kills on the board for them might be able to put some pressure back onto Timbers Esports, but Noble, recognizing the situation, backs up and stays alive.
Do want to give a quick shout out here to Timbers Esports. We do love the Timbers Esports logo here. This is more of a knock on Dan Gaskin and the Lumberjack lads. This is not at all a knock, of course, on the Timbers Esports squad. Both the logo and the team looking very strong here. 18-8 off the opening of game number 2 here in your Mexico Super. This team looking to make quick work of their opponents because they have their eyes on one thing. That's the winners finals against Pittsburgh Knights. They will clean up again. It's a double kill for Noble, now up 20-10.
Timbers Esports looking really, really good here as well. And now you're going to see another win coming in from Noble. That's a killing spree, 5 in a row for the Timbers Esports man. He's starting to heat up a little bit here. Noble 9-2 in this game. I say he's starting to heat up. He's been pretty hot for the entire series.
Ping, ping, ping down there on the fridge. He knows where the spawns are coming, and his team is there to clean it up. Look at the kill feed, 3 in a row there. They will go up now 23-10. It's great stuff. By the way, note to self, if you ever have opponents there on the Lightning side, just send in Noble. He'll make quick work of them. Now he's flying right into the base as well. They are showing no signs of slowing, and steak could be on the menu for sure, or should I say beefsteak?
I'll have to take your word for that one, Andy, as you know. I've only got one language, and I struggle with that one a lot of the time as Paley will be taken down. But I think going back to your point about the way that Noble's been playing, he's currently 10-3, and you can just see the confidence in him, right? There's 2 players top car. He decides, I'm just going to stand here and I'm going to make them hit their shots. I'm going to know that I'm going to hit mine, and I'm going to do as much damage as physically possible to allow all my teammates to move in. 27-16 the score, and the damage is being done in a huge way here. It really is starting to see the lead extend to a point where you have to wonder if Legends Never Die are going to be able to get out of this one.
Yeah, this is going to be tough for them. This could be the end of their winners bracket run if things continue at this pace, without a doubt. On board with Nugget, just doing whatever he can to try to take down Bullet. He will eventually fall there at the bottom side of the Heatwave spawn, but it's been a tough match so far for Legends Never Die. As you say, Ludurk really the only one who's close to even here. He's 7-8 in this game, so doing what he can to stay alive, but 32-17. This one, of course, just about double their opponent's score for the side of Timbers Esports.
Oh my, Noble. Great shots coming in from him again. He had no right to win that fight, but he comes out on top, 33-17, and little fights like that when you're feeling a little bit demoralized are what can turn the score into a map win and a 2-0 series score in your favor. 36-18. Noble is on a tear here, and he's 15-4.
I mean, these are numbers you should not see at this level in a winner's semifinal and a Slayer killing spree as well. He's not done yet. Make that 16-4. He's going to pick up another one. That's a double kill, 39-18. This got out of hand so fast, and to be honest, we're not even going to have enough time to talk about it. I think this is what we were expecting to see based on game number 1. Like we said, if Timbers Esports picked up where they left off, this is the Slayer that we were going to see, and that's exactly what happened.
Is there a chance for a 20 bomb here for Noble in a Slayer? It might just be something that we'll be talking about for quite some time. This time he's going to allow his teammates to move in. He's getting the ticks from those dynamo grenades, but not in position to finish off his own damage. 43 kills on the board now. It's 7 kills to go, and like you're saying, steak dinner is starting to get warmed up a little bit. The grill pan is certainly on. The butter's being added. We might be eating good in a few minutes.
I think we will, man. The parrilla is ready here. The beefsteak on the menu, 44-23, only 6 kills away from closing this out. And if they do it before their opponents get 7 kills here, they'll also have the steak dinner alongside that, now 45-25.
It's looking at the moment like Noble. We're talking about him hitting 20, but his teammates are just killing everyone before he can get even near the fights. Maybe it's just going to be a case of enjoying the victory alongside the teammates instead of being the man who can really throw that stat line up in the air, but the stats are already looking pretty good for him. He manages to pick up one. He almost managed to turn two with that heat wave as well. Good chunky damage, but not enough to add that 19th kill to the tally. Palu's going to be moving in as well. Maybe this 1v1 will be the last one. Yes, it will. He gets the beat down. It's a steak-tacular. Stakes on the menu, everyone. 50-28. Timbers Esports go up by 2.
And like we said, exactly what we expected from them given their game one performance here. Timbers Esports with a 2-0 lead, and they look very strong. And you might have questioned them coming into game number one when you saw their first few moments of that bizarre CTF. However, I think they have put all of those doubts to rest.
Certainly have. They've looked very, very good indeed. That was... It was not close, to be honest with you, and a Noble just went off at the start of that game, and in the middle of the game as well. It was just, you could see the confidence starting to exude from him, just taking 1v1s, knowing that his opponents were probably feeling a little bit demoralized, recognizing how far down in the game they were, and he ends up with 18-8. His final stat line, 18-5, doing some disrespect to him there. 8 assists to also add to that 15.7 KDA. That does not get much better than that in the Slayer.
I mean, what on earth? We're over triple positive here in a Slayer at this level. That is absolutely crazy. It's great to see if you're a Timbers Esports fan or if you're a fan of Latin American Halo and just want to see the best players go at it, because they absolutely showed up in this game in a big way.
They certainly did. These are some of the highlights. Magico here playing that bottom mid position, which was so effective at the start of the game for Timbers Esports. And then it was a little bit of the Noble show. This is going to be a little bit of a highlight reel, you would imagine, coming in from that man's POV. Nugget also picking up a couple of kills himself, but not enough to really drag Legends Never Die. But this kill in particular was the one that stood out for me. Just the way that he confidently just stood there and said, hey, you're going to have to hit every single bullet to take me down. If you don't, I'm going to make you pay.
Absolutely, and it's moments like that. Also, the killing spree that we saw, also, Palu just flies in here, knows that with the thrust, he can close the gap and also close the deal on the Steak-tacular. 50-28 is your final score.
Well, now we get to move into Oddball on live fire, and looking at the series so far, Andy, you can't see anything else but a 3-0, surely.
No, I think that's all we're seeing. We're seeing this scoreboard painted yellow here, 4-0, then 50-28 as we look at Oddball live fire. As we said, we'll take a look at exactly how these results have gone, but I'm not sure how much that's even going to come into a factor with these specific game type records, just because Timbers Esports, they look too strong.
They certainly do indeed, and Timbers Esports, I think, are just going to look to make that statement that I mentioned before the series even got underway, maybe towards their potential opponents in that winners bracket final, which is of course Knights. It's a long-standing rivalry between the two teams, and they will want to really prove that they're ready for that game. And what a better way to come into it, Andy, than to coming off the back of a 4-0 bizarre CTF win, a 50-28 Steak-tacular, a 3-0 maybe win in this series, and really going with all the momentum in the world.
Yeah, they might even be able to do it in 2 rounds here. Taking a look at their history, they did play K9 Santa Negra in group play. They won that, as we said earlier, 200-58. That's a 2-0 round win, a very commanding win in that game type. As we take a look at Legends Never Die, they also played this game type, of course, in that same round of pool play. That was round number 1. They did take down Rebel 2-1. So once again, against a team like Rebel, they were able to take them down, but we learned a lot from that last game. Right, the side of Legends Never Die beat Rebel in Aquarius Slayer. However, that did not mean much to us in the scoreline of game number 2. We're getting ready to go in. Here's game number 3. Timbers Esports leads with a score of 2-0.
They do indeed. One more map, and they will be moving on in the tournament in the winners bracket. And for their opponents, they'll be falling down, unfortunately, to that elimination bracket to scrap it out for their lives and maybe come back and take that 3rd place spot and the opportunity to go into pool play at KC Major, which is coming up very, very soon as well. But for now, let's focus on live fire. Let's focus on Oddball, and let's hope the teams do so as well to put those points on the board and those rounds on the board to win this game.
Here we go. Game number 3 could be your last one of the series. Make sure you top off your margaritas here as Timbers Esports poised, to maybe take this one in 3 games. They've looked good so far, and that's what they're going to want to do in 2 rounds if they can. That ball's going to fly off right away. It's an early play ball. That will be a sniper down here on C.
That will be an overkill for Nugget, by the way. Just caught that one in the kill feed. I just saw it pop up in yellow. He manages to pick up all 4 kills off the break here for Legends Never Die. And I mean, if there's anything to get a team going after getting Steak-tacular, Danny, the first thing you do, picking up an overkill, I'm screaming at my teammates. I'm saying, let's go, boys. We got this one.
Absolutely. That's exactly it. Right there, you see Ludwig will eventually get on the board, but for a moment, Nugget's entire 10-point run there was only, as you can see in the stats, off the back of that overkill. That's a big opening here, and a nice kill from Sepp as well with the camo to slow things down a bit.
should be able to pick up a comfortable double kill here as well, not being able to be picked up by that camo. Bullet still has the oddball in his hands though, and even though these kills are being picked up, they can't get anywhere near the objective, and you can see how devastatingly frustrating this must be. Bullet's gonna throw that one off, and Sepstar's gonna pick this one up, and now you're gonna see a little bit of a scrap going down to the bottom of the tower. Trades are gonna come for both teams, but 16-10 is our score at the moment in the hands of Timbers.
That was a little bit way too easy there. He's thinking to himself, maybe if I shoot the ball carrier, he'll drop the ball, and that's exactly what happened there. Made it look a little bit too easy. Let me tell you, it isn't always that easy to break a tower setup, but there he's actually able to rotate the ball away towards Nest.
Shots coming in from Noble on the cuts though. Gets bodied here, Sepstars. Can't escape, so just tries to do the damage that he can. Magico's going to be there to pick up a double kill, and you just heard a shield recharging somewhere around tower. His teammate's going to be flying up, and he'll be picking up the kill as well with that beatdown. Noble picks up one, and now Magico picks up the ball.
See a teammate just repulsoring up there. My planet needs me. Flies up to top tower. We'll get the trade out, and also we'll be able to hold the ball on back tower as well. Be one dead for both sides momentarily. I think he's trying to hold it together over there. 31-12 in favor of Timbers Esports, as they'll continue the pressure on scoreboard and house as well. Heatwave in hand for Noble, and he's on the prowl.
Give me a minute. I'll be back in the game. Noble looking as strong as ever though. 31-12 the score at the moment. And then it's looking at Timbers Esports are looking pretty good as far as the objective is concerned in this game. But then looking across the kills, and it's Nugget on one side who's looking strong for Legends Never Die. 7-3 for him at the moment. Teammates not too far behind. So the oddball is the one thing that's the kind of the difference between the two. One team's managed to get that tower set up, and that was, of course, Timber Esports for quite some time. Palu now with some more great shots coming in, but not getting the kills. Legends Never Die, unfortunately, fall, and that'll be the oddball potentially presenting itself once again for a setup here for Timbers Esports. Legends Never Die just not being able to get in a comfortable position to hold that ball at the moment.
Sepstar somehow stays alive here. Eventually, I think the pressure's going to be too great on Sandbags. Yeah, he'll eventually get taken down. He was the last player alive, just trying to play his life as best he could. In the end, Timbers will be able to flush him out, even though two players actually turned away on him, but extra shots make it. Oh boy. Noble there looked like a little bit of a mistake there, going for what looked like maybe a YY, just tried to swap over, and eventually it didn't connect, but regardless, we got to keep an eye on the scoreboard. It's now 40-21 here. Bullet with a nice shot there, as he's going to win that on power up, and right now poised to put even more points on the board.
2 shields broken, 2 kills picked up by his squad. Sepstar's trying to put the pressure on. Great shots there coming in from the man on your screen. Nugget's going to be chasing him as well, bottom middle. And things are looking a little bit scary here. The oddball gets reset just as Nugget does come to help him out, but the oddball now going to be brought back. Palu picks up 1 kill, though. That's going to make Nugget's life a little bit more uncomfortable. A little bit of bobbing and diving behind this scoreboard. Unfortunately, there's a player behind him. The shot's almost pretty good, but there's Palu again. Now he's going to have the sniper rifle. It was a bit too much of a simple break that time for Timbers Esports.
Yeah, Palu got the intel. There was a player there on the other side of scoreboard. He knew exactly where to go, exactly which angle to challenge from, and they very easily get the sniper rifle in hand. Magico, though, with a little bit of a camo grab here for him. He's going to stay alive with that and also do whatever he can to keep Bullet alive, sniper in hand as well.
Opportunity here. Camo sniper rifle. Leave that ball alone, my friend. Go for some headshots and see what you can do for Timbers Esports. Wow. Instead, he's going to throw that one back towards the house. He's going to have a 1v1 now, and he had to win that, and boy, did he win it. That is a big, big shot, as he almost narrowly hits the shot onto Nugget as well, but Nugget will make him pay. Couple of shots missed, and that will mean he finds himself in the death screen. 63-29, though, the score. Timbers Esports heating up as we see the flank now coming in from Noble.
I'm not gonna lie, it's almost disrespectful. When you jump out like that, I know he had camo, but when you jump out on a player like that on pillars and try to get the finish, he's pretty confident here coming out of Timbers Esports, and to be honest, for good reason. That's what you want to see. That's what we want to see as fans of competitive Halo. It's players feeling themselves and knowing that they can hit those shots and really starting to put some more points on the board here. Timbers Esports continuing their reign of dominance, up now by 36 points.
Just laying out at the moment as well. Bullet is just picking up kill after kill with that heat wave in his hands. Now he's going to pick up the oddball. So he's doing it all at the moment. His teammates pushing forward, trying to give him that cover, trying to create a little bit of space for him to feel a little bit more comfortable with the objective in his hand, but just spots out Blue Oxide now on the scoreboard side of things. So he's going to know that he's going to be coming under pressure, but the one thing is he's got that heat wave, and he's going to be able to pick up a simple kill off the back of it.
Stay alive. 2 avoids a few nades for a little while, but very difficult place, of course, to stay alive. There is that window. Eventually, he'll get taken down. That's going to be 2 dead for the side of Timbers for a moment. Might be 3 if Palu falls, so this is opportunity maybe for Legend to put a few more points on the board.
Ball dead. They need to make the most of this, and you can see the odd ball is in their hands already, but they need to rotate it, and Timbers Esports will have seen that rotation hasn't quite come in as yet. Are going to be able to at least get a little bit of map, but that stick from Blue Oxide in what looked like a situation he should never come out of with a kill, comes out of it with a kill, and now we're going to see a headshot coming in from the triple kill coming in from Palu. It's going to be 3 in a row. Big kills coming in once more for Timbers Esports, but where's the odd ball?
And Nuggets somehow staying alive as the last player. He's going to looks like get a camo burn him in. He still hasn't died, though. We'll see if they eventually take him down. What on earth? Finally, he will fall. 2 will fall. It's a good burn of the camo, but you have to think at what cost here, as only 21 points away, Timbers Esports from closing this one out, but Magico on the push.
On the push and managing to get some beatdowns. Kills in the back of the base. Palu's going to pick up another one. This is going to be the odd ball in their hands once more. Doubling up on the score of their opponents nearly now. And we're just around 15 seconds, or 15 points, I should say. He's getting more headshots than Joe Brady at the moment, as Palu's going to pick up another kill. Magico is going to be just playing this key door corner. Noble with the ball in his hands. 5 seconds to go. This should be round number 1 going to Timbers Esports.
Time will tick down. They'll get that very comfortably once again. A nice slaying control coming out of several players. Magico there in the end goes 16-12, leading his team in kills, and they'll reset now. That's 1 win on the board. They're only 1 round away from closing out this series 3-0.
3-0 is the score they would have wanted coming into this series. And I know that's a stupid thing to say. Everybody wants to win a series 3-0, but it's to send a message across the bracket, right, that we're here to play. That some of the parts of our game yesterday that maybe weren't clicking in the way that we wanted them to, they've been put right, and we are finding our feet and form, and most importantly, finding that flow as a team where we're covering each other, when we're doing everything we need to not only pick up the series victory here, but maybe to take down Knights a little bit later on as well. The power-up's going to be popped here by Noble, as he's going to have the camo to play with as well. And look at this. He should be able to catch off guard this player. He has the repulsor, though, and he's going to get repulsor back, but snaps onto his head to pick up the kill in the end.
Yeah, Ludirk doing everything he can there. It's a nice repulsor, but in the end, Noble thought maybe you could tell he was maybe setting up a backwhack there, maybe just setting up a melee. But as soon as his teammates started shooting, you got to appreciate the fact that he immediately started shooting as well. Too many times, I tell you, in ranked play, you got a player that doesn't know how to shoot the gun as fast as they need to. That's, of course, not going to be the case with a guy like Noble. So nice camo plays here on Dummy Door.
I was saying, ranked, there's some people who don't know how to shoot their gun, but never mind. It's Magico who doesn't need to shoot his gun right now because his teammates are doing a good enough job to keep him alive and keep him feeling pretty comfortable. Palu now, who's going to be with that sniper rifle in hand, almost lined up the no scope. He knows there's a player here at green. Has that player got a repulse, though? Doesn't matter, because he's got a fist and he's going to plant it into Ludirk's body to pick up that kill. Nugget, last player alive now for Legends Never Die.
It's a good trade for Ludir because the sniper's going to go down. So you can tell Palu dying there forces a player here from the side of Timbers to have to push out. Once again, that eventually also forces Noble to have to go to the doorway. So just that simple trade from Ludir there with the sniper, it takes the sniper rifle out of play and it makes an opening here potentially for LNM. But just as fast as I say that, disregard, 4 dead, great response there from Timber once again. Palu might have lost that trade, but instead he flies right back to sandbags, brings the ball right back into house.
Starting to look very, very strong here. And you can see with where his teammates are spawning as well that they're going to be back tower spawns probably coming in for Legends Never Die. And with Magico, Palu, and Bullet picking up kills, it should be a camo going to them as well. This is looking like it might be the end here for Legends Never Die. They might be going down to that elimination bracket unless they can really somehow miraculously adjust the way that they're playing. But at the moment, Timbers Esports is just looking hot.
Right now, they've even kept them below the 10 kill mark in this game, which is absolutely crazy to be at 66 points with your opponents not even hitting 10 kills. We'll have to see right as they will finally get right around that mark. But once again, like you said, Timbers Esports, they're looking better and better as this series has gone on.
You certainly are. Palu's been doing so much good work, not just with the objective in his hand, but being able to drop and shoot, to prioritize where he wants to set up, where those spawns are going to be coming in. It's everything you want from a player, as strange as it sounds, who is holding the oddball. Doing damage when the push comes in, but also being able to rotate away and recognize where that danger is.
That's right, and we don't just mean damage on that concrete post, we mean damage as well as dropping and shooting and making sure that he's taking out players that are pushing in there. It will still be 2 dead for Legends Never Die. It feels like that has been the case. Almost does it across the map there onto C Plat. It feels like that has been the case, honestly, for the entire game, the entire series. 94-95 on the board.
One more time. Oh, he almost lined it up. He had 4 opportunities to do so, but it doesn't matter. The headshots don't count, but the points certainly do. And most importantly, the 3-0 series victory for Timbers Esports will go down in the record books and allow them to move forward in this winners bracket. For Legends Never Die, they're not dead quite yet. They're still alive in the elimination bracket, but Timbers Esports are looking strong.
looking very strong. And as you were very wise to point out, they will continue their undefeated streak in this tournament. That's not the case with Knights. We did see them drop a Slayer earlier, so maybe a tiny bit of mental advantage coming in here for Timbers Esports. Maybe this can be a different result for them in the Mexico Super.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing Timbers Esports continue their run towards hopefully a grand final for them, because they have looked very, very good. And I mentioned Palu in that last game that we saw, Andy, and how he was looking really, really strong. And I tell you what, you look at the stats here, 23 and 12 for him. It was very rare that we saw him not picking up kills, and he even had a lot of objective time in his hands as well.
He was one of the players that we talked about over these past few years, continuing to make more and more of a name for himself, and he's become a household name in Latin America. And to be honest, based on the matches we've seen today, being on the main Halo channel on Twitch and YouTube, he's also become a household name here for competitive Halo, period. Take a look at damage dealt as well from that game. Just fantastic stuff all around from the side of Timbers Esports.
Yeah, you can see Bullet doing a huge amount of damage, but Magico actually doing the most damage in the lobby. 6,279 damage points dealt by him. A huge amount of damage being done to numerous players on Legends Never Die. On the other side of things, not too much to write home about. Nobody managing to get on the right side of the stats, so to speak. Everybody negative as far as damage taken versus damage dealt. But you have to say Legends Never Die have looked better today than they did yesterday, but maybe that was just one series too much for them.
Yeah, I agree. I think Legends Never Die. We'll have to see what they bring in the Elimination Bracket, because I think a lot of people are still excited to see what they might be able to do based on how strong they looked at the beginning of the day. However, we'll take a look at some highlights from that entire series now.
Yeah, this was the bizarre capture the flag. It took a while to get going, but once it did, the series took a while to get going, to be honest with you. Once it did, it was certainly one to remember for Timbers Esports fans. They were dominant from start to finish, and this was the third cap going in. Then we moved over to Aquarius, Slayer, and Noble really did put on a show here, Andy. One of the strongest individual performances we've seen so far in the tournament.
Yeah, it's no surprise, right? We heard and saw that they beat a team 50-19 in this tournament already in this game type, and they made quick work of the side of LLNM as well.
These are some of the plays towards the end. This was the BR fight. Yes, he has camo, which is certainly going to give him an advantage, but when you miss that first shot, you always feel a little bit nervous, and you have to hit bigger shots, it feels like, sometimes, to make sure that you come out of those situations with your life. But most of the time, it was going to be Timbers Esports who were picking up kills around the house. The hold was pretty good as well. They held off a lot of different pushes coming in, and it ends up, like I say, with a 2-0 win in Oddball, and it ends up with a 3-0 win in the series, Andy. There's not too much else to talk about with the series. It was dominant. It was what we expected. But most importantly, I think it was what Timbers Esports needed to do to send a message to the bracket.
That's right. It's a 3-0 sweep. They painted the board gold, and that's exactly what they wanted to do with very, very convincing scores. They have a lot to be proud of, and to be honest, we did not really see, aside from maybe the first few moments of CTF Bazaar, Mark, I don't think we saw really any gaps in the play style and the energy and the intensity and the pacing. Everything looks so strong from Timbers Esports, so they have set us up for a pretty exciting winners final.
I just remembered you saying my planet needs me. That just caught me again. A little corner of my mouth went into a smile. But yeah, it was. I completely agree with you. I think that everything that Timbers Esports wanted to do, they did in that series. And I think they're looking forward to a potential matchup with Knights, which I think everybody who's watching at the moment is looking forward to as well. The two best teams in the region historically are playing some pretty good Halo right now, and it'll be very interesting to see how that series does go. But for Legends Never Die, maybe they've got an opportunity to stay alive in that elimination bracket. We'll have to wait and see. For now, though, we're going to go back to the desk. So, Lottie, please take it away.
Thank you so much, Onset and Proven. And first and foremost, amazing job filling. I know that we had some technical problems, etc., getting into game, but fantastic conversations coming across from both of you. Very entertaining. But I got to say, the series itself was just unbelievable stuff. I mean, Timbers, what a statement. For me, that semi-finals was such a big statement. Clutch, Gaskin. Really impressed with what I saw. I guess my first question, really looking at that as a whole, Clutch, is that enough to convince you that Timbers can really bring it to Knights in the winners finals?
I mean, Knights didn't look too strong in their winners semifinals match. Having dropped a game, obviously Timbers doing it undefeated. Two separate teams they're obviously competing against, but I'm still going to give the benefit to Knights and their historic record so far through Infinite, knowing those guys as players. Even if they didn't showcase their best there in that winners semifinals match, I still think that they'll have the leg up on this Timbers Esports teams. But that doesn't go without saying that Timbers Esports has looked better and better every series that we've watched them so far this weekend. And if they can continue to improve, I think they have a good chance to put up a solid match against PK Knights. I think that's all you're asking for, especially with a team that's been as dominant as PK Knights have been in this region. You just want an opportunity to beat them in that best of 5, but it's going to be a hell of a match, and we're seeing rightfully so the best two teams qualify in those first two spots for KC, so very excited for that as well.
Yeah, indeed. I gotta say, very impressive stuff. And I think Timbers right now, probably with the amount that Knights have been winning this season and how dominant that they have been, you know, this is their opportunity, right? They're looking pretty good. They're feeling themselves after that series. You know, Legends Never Die coming in. Obviously, yes, the seeding in terms of the balance is not quite there. Obviously, Timbers a lot higher seed, but still a really, really good effort. And I think teamwork, Gaskin, is the one word that comes to mind, or two words, sorry, that comes to mind really when I look at this series together. You know, they had such even objective power as a team, you know, not afraid to pick up ball time, not afraid to run flags. And I think also in that first flag game we saw Bazaar CTF, you know, the way that they actually adapted from the beginning of the game towards the end, getting that 4-0 scoreline, being able to strategize and not just pull flags in desperation or under pressure. I feel like they really did adapt their strategy around that. And what does that tell you really about their teamwork, this Timber squad?
I think the fact that they can adapt around any scenario is always the sign of a good squad. Like, they can react to what the other team is doing. Are they picking up the pace? Are they trying to slow it down? Are they trying to combat the way we run a flag, or the way we try and get into a stronghold, the way we're going to hold the ball? And that's what the top teams in North America do, and that's what the top teams clearly we're seeing in the LATAM region as well are doing. So I think that's a good sign for the international level. I think what impressed me more about this series from Timbers, rather so than the series we saw from Knights, is they didn't drop the ball at any point. They didn't look weak. They didn't look lackluster. They always were focused onto the point. They wanted to get that series done. I know it was elongated due to technical issues at one point, but they still were focused and they still got that victory. I think what excites me more about this roster and about this Winners Bracket Finals we'll see tomorrow is that even though Timbers have been second place constantly to the Knights, that was with a slightly different roster. We've seen a new addition. Bullet made the change. He came over to this roster in February. So we're now seeing a new attempt at trying to crack that top one place, right? So maybe that addition might just be the difference that takes this Timber squad from being a top 2 roster to that top 1 roster that they so desperately search for.
I think you're absolutely right. I think this could be the opportunity. This could be the opening for them. And I think, honestly, Timbers, looking at the match that they just had there, Legends Never Die, I don't think they would have been happy dropping a map there. I think they needed to make a statement heading into this Winners Finals. And I got to say, just quickly picking up on a point you made, Gaskin, there, you know, I think the way, not just the way that they adapted, but the way that they responded to aggression, to pushes from Legends Never Die was so pro. I think if they can bring that type of response in game to Knights, this could be a bit of a game changer for a series with them in that Winners Finals tomorrow. But with that being said, we have a scoreline to put on our bracket. Let's have a look at how things are shaking out here in the Winners Bracket. So you can see our Winners Finals is pretty much lined up, ready to go. We got Knights versus Timbers Esports. Now, if you are just tuning in, Knights and Timbers, they were the top seed of their pools heading into pool play yesterday. They both had clean 3-0 sheet scores. It was absolutely amazing stuff from both of these two teams. A little bit, you know, different in terms of their play styles here, and I think pacing, Knights very aggressive. I would say Timbers Esports a little bit more strategic in terms of their pacing, but we'll have to be matching that kind of lights out fast play from Knights when it comes to the Winners Finals tomorrow. And then we do have our elimination bracket as well for you. These are the teams that have fallen short but do have a second chance. They have a lifeline here. Our elimination quarterfinals are lined up, ready to go this evening. We do have Legends Never Die versus Cruelty and Rebel versus Cinta Negra. Now, I've got to say, this is a little bit new here. This elimination bracket result, Cinta Negra 3-1 Alter Esports. What a statement. That is absolutely huge. We did say Cinta Negra was going to be quite dangerous heading into this. This was kind of the dark horse of the competition. I think we had actually maybe 2 dark horses of the competition. But Cinta Negra, hey, they have proven tried and true here. Clutch, you impressed with the results, and how are you feeling about this Rebel versus Cinta Negra matchup for the quarters?
I think we have the best 6 teams still left in this tournament, rightfully so. And it's not often that the bracket allows that to happen, but here and now we're seeing that take place in the MX Super. Cinta Negra didn't start off today the way they wanted to, especially after a strong pool play performance. So it's good to see them rebound against that Alter Esports team, get a win that they should win under their belt. And then now against Rebel, they're going to have to bring their A game, because this Rebel team, they've been hot and cold throughout this weekend. And in the middle of series, they can go from cold to hot. We've seen them win 2 Game 5s so far this weekend. So I'm very excited to see that matchup go down. But I think both these matchups in the elimination quarterfinals are both going to be bangers. And then I mean, looking at these 4 teams, you got to win 2 best-of-5s to get to Kansas City. Can you do it? Because that's what's on the line at the elimination semifinals at the end of that bracket.
That's very true. It's going to be a bit of a test, isn't it, in the elimination bracket? And I love that you reminded everyone it is a bracket reset if you get into that grand final from the elimination bracket. I do think Centenegra have a little bit of a ways to go there against Rebels. I think that's going to be a really, really tough matchup for them, and it's going to be a true test. I'm excited to see the result of that one. But we're heading to a break now, and when we come back, we do have our first elimination match for you guys in the rest of this bracket. It's going to be wicked. It's going to be Cruelty versus Legends Never Die. They're coming off a hot matchup against Timbers Esports, but we'll see what else they've got left in the tank right after this.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
Master Chief recovered something.
Sacred ring. Halo.
When I touched the object, it felt different.
What does one do with a superhuman you're not sure you can trust?
Find the Halo. Win the war.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome back to the HCS MX Super. It's so lovely to have you guys joining us for the rest of your evening. And what a better way to spend your evening than with us watching some absolutely killer Halo Infinite gameplay, and especially here in the LATAM region, because this Super is pretty superb. And of course, we are fighting for qualifying spots to Kansas City Major and a lot of money on the line as well. But quickly, some business to be told for you guys. Now, you're probably playing Halo Infinite. Let's be honest, everyone is. Who isn't? We're all playing the game. Now, if you want to support your favorite teams, you can do so by adding your favorite team skin to your Spartan. Now, there is a special edition in the team skins, and you may have noticed it, but we do have Optic Gaming team skins. They are in the game. They are finally available for purchase. And I gotta say, you gotta cop it. I mean, come on, of course you do. They're all absolutely amazing. I'm sure you all have every single team skin under the sun in your armor hall already, but that Optic one is pretty special. It's just come forward, and it's finally here, and you can have your Spartan rep them. So make sure you do go and grab that one to go and support the Green Wall in their adventures here in the rest of the 2022 season. They all look pretty epic, I'm not gonna lie, but that middle one right there, brand new, make sure you grab it. Now on Set Bravo, we have a business to attend to. We have another game coming our way, and it's a pretty big one. This one is a go hard or go home game. This is an elimination bracket. You've really got to give it your all at this point. And actually, Clutch said before the break that there's a lot on the line here because we're looking at winning 2 series in order to make it to Kansas City. We do have already 2 spots solidified in our winners finals already, but only 3 teams are going to Kansas City. Only 3 teams qualify. So this game is everything. Cruelty versus Legends Never Die. There couldn't be more on the line at this point on Set.
Oh, 100%. This is what these teams need, right? They are looking at that 3rd spot and they're thinking, we're in the elimination bracket. We don't want to leave anything to chance. We've got to make it up now. We've got to do the job now. We've got to get through these games, and we've got to put the series on the board. There's no room for excuses after this. You know, you don't want to be sat at home watching Kansas City and thinking that should have been me, but it wasn't because I missed a few shots. You know, you can't let those things come into your mind. You got to think that we're going to be there in Kansas City, and people are going to be watching me at home on Twitch.
This is very, very true. Brav, we love you so much. I'm going to have to toss to our gameplay, but we love you beyond words. I'm going to leave you with that. I'm going to leave you with that. We're going to head on over to our casters and get into this gameplay. I know you guys want to see the match, so we're going to go straight into it. Gaskin and Clutch. Let's get on.
Thank you, Watt and Dan. Just a few more series here left today, but this is going to be a very important one for both these 2 teams if they want to make it to Championship Sunday, because Elimination Bracket starts now in the broadcast, and this is a difficult spot because these teams now, with their back against the wall, with the trip to KC on the line, you have to bring your A game, and it's 1st to 6 wins for every team in the Elimination Bracket to get there. They're going to have to win 2 best-of-5s, in other words. Cruelty versus Legends Never Die. And these Legends, they've done just enough to get to this point in the bracket, Dan, but how are you feeling now that we're taking a look at the map layout of their chances to create this upset against Cruelty?
I mean, it's a tough one, right? Because you look at how Legends Never Die have performed going into it previous, and the performance they just had as well. They come off the back of a 3-0 loss, and I think that's always difficult. That's never a good place to put yourself in mentally, because you're going to be constantly thinking about the series. What could we have done differently? And now they have to switch the gear to a completely different side who is going to play the game differently to what they've just gone up against as well. With the series layout, I mean, I'm looking across previous results. Legends Never Die have beaten Cruelty a few times throughout Open and Pro series, so they definitely have what it takes.
And not a ton of time to break this one down, as we're going to hop straight into the action of Game 1. We're on board with Nugget. He had an overkill at the start of that 3rd game in our last series, but it wasn't enough to get the win there in the winners bracket semifinals. Can he do it now that he's in the elimination bracket? Can he put on a similar performance? Because that would be a feat that his team needs him to pull off. Unfortunately, he loses his life without much damage done. Sepstar's also taken down, so Cruelty with some big kills to start off, and who else other than Danny Knight and the snipe in hand to start this one off right for the Cruelty fans.
If he can hit a snipe over towards B and they get control of this, then we could see total control and a decent amount of time being racked up. A big kill, and it is a big kill. Blue Oxide gets taken down, and now Danny Knight has that responsibility to defend B. And if I was going to trust anyone to do so, it would probably be this man.
Yeah, absolutely. A beautiful job by Danny to be aggressive with the snipe in his back pocket there. He pulls out his VR, he pushes into green, transfers the stronghold over, and now with this control, what are they going to be able to do? Cruelty now with B and C control, unfortunately. He's losing teammates left and right, and because of that, Danny Knight trying to play this a little bit more passively than you would have expected previously. A sneaky spot from Danny, can't hit the no-scope. Can he get the melee? No, he cannot. He gives that sniper away just about for free, and with that, his control of B also going to be given. The rest of Danny Knight's teammates in Cruelty do show up, and I do believe that B is still going to remain in Cruelty's hands because the resources were there to follow up on a little bit of damage from Danny. So good job by them to keep this control. 27 points in climbing, but Sepstars has his eyes set on B once again. And a big one-on-one against Rin again. Tries to hit the slide off this ledge. Unfortunately, doesn't go too far, and those are easy shots for Rin again to keep control of B for his team as well.
That is the umpteenth time that I've seen a sniper rifle be a hindrance rather than a help in this tournament, to be honest. Like, if you had just gone for a couple of battle rifle shots there when you're behind someone, it's just one of those scenarios where I really want to see people making better decisions with the sniper rifle or connecting with the shots. Either of the two would be good. But Blue Oxide has found himself an overshield and will be pushing into A right about now. It's been a scrappy start, but I think Cruelty will be delighted with the amount of points they've been able to pick up in the early stages of this game.
I want everybody to keep in mind that Legends Never Die is coming off that loss, hot and fresh. Off that loss, not a lot of time to rebound mentally as far as play. So we're going to learn a lot about this team as they start this series off. Can they rebound quickly mentally off of a 3-0 from the winter semis? Or is it going to bleed into this series? They cannot afford that to happen now that they are in elimination bracket. And just like that, control is going to go into the favor of Legends Never Die. 27 points in climbing. So neither team able to establish a comfortable lead as of yet. With Derek with this push is going to find 3 players top middle, and that's too much for him to try and deal with. He is traded out by 1, but it does look like the numbers are going to stay in Cruelty's favor for now, and with that, A and B are going to be controlled as well.
As always, we're seeing the majority of the fights happen towards B. We're not seeing as much of a flip-flop between C and A from these teams. And we're not seeing enough pillar control as well. I know it's a difficult place to hold down at pillars because you can get backsmacked, but if you've got some support from someone at B, then you really can hold such a successful cross, which makes it difficult for the other team to push out and try and take it off for you. Cruelty have got B and C though, and now they're looking to try and collapse on A a little bit, but they're well aware there could be some players around towards the Dynamo nades, or sorry, the Brute nades.
What a stick. What a stick by Nugget there to create the opening to potentially transfer over C into Legends Never Die's hands. And yes, that's going to do it. A great job by Nugget, but unfortunately across the map, they've lost control of A. They may have done just enough to get control of C to avoid the trip cap, but the trip cap is not what's the problem right now because the score is starting to climb out of control. Already up to 40 at this point. Cruelty starting to find their footing in this series on the back of Reaper Rips. 8 kills to start this one off.
Sniper rifle in the hands. Can we finally see someone start hitting some shots and doing some real damage with it and putting it to use? First one's missed and whiffed. Second one would have connected, but the player was already dead. But at least he's in a position where he has scared the opposition team. They were reluctant to push out. They kind of backed themselves into a corner. And because of that, the rest of the team are able to push up. They collapse on B. They get B as well as C, and they are scoring. And look at this. They continue the push onto A.
I love this. Great awareness right there by everybody on Cruelty that once they got the slays, they knew that the enemy team was gonna spawn back tower, and that was their timing to push into A. They flipped C for A and B there with that round of slays, and if you're able to perform that every single time, you're gonna have a lot of success here in strongholds on live fire. It's just a matter of understanding the situation. A great understanding rewards Cruelty now with over 100 points.
39 on the other side, and slowly but surely, Legends Never Die are starting to trickle away out of the chance of getting back into it. I know that we've seen some amazing comebacks in strongholds, but in this tournament so far, those who have got, kind of a 100-point lead have gone on to win it. And I haven't seen enough from Legends Never Die to suggest that they have what it takes to get back into this particular game. Their pushes aren't on point. They haven't been able to coordinate to a situation where they can successfully take both strongholds at the same time, and they just find themselves getting collapsed on.
Nice shots by Nugget. Perfect, actually. To the T, awarded with the medal, but unfortunately a player comes behind him as he's trying to stay alive down there. That's going to be Deco on screen. Found one, finds a second. Can he get a third in this base? Make it a third. It's just a double kill in the medal category, but those kills going to be paid in dividends here as Cruelty continues to climb and score. Now they're going to be up almost 100 points, Dan, as we pass the 6-minute mark. A beautiful job by them to not only get those kills, transfer some strongholds, but secure this overshield as well. So Deco doing everything right now for this Cruelty team, and the score is starting to get out of hand because of it. Another double kill is going to give them a killing spree, and this kind of dominance from Cruelty makes me very worried about how Legends Never Die are going to be able to react for the rest of this series, because their aggression right now looks to be so strong, Dan, as we enter the mid game.
And I was worried when I saw Strongholds as the first game type, mainly because it's not been a comfortable game type for Legends Never Die, regardless of what map it's been on. And even though Cruelty had a difficult pool, Strongholds has been one of their more successful game types. So that's why we're seeing them succeeding. They seem to be very good with their rotations, and they know how to hold these Strongholds when they are in a situation. And finally, we see a sniper rifle headshot. We switch over at the perfect time. It's a double kill, but the sniper eventually goes down.
Just a brief moment of a snipe impacting the game is all Dan asked for, and we got just a brief moment of it from Reaper Rips there on screen. 13 kills now, but Deco, he's caught up to Reaper as well, so 13 and 14 from them are going to lead the lobby right now in slays, but it really is the difference in the Stronghold score that tells the story of this game so far. 163 to 55. Blue Oxide loses his life back. Green likely to lose B Stronghold when you go down there as you're the only player for Legends Never Die to be in any spot to try and defend B there. And just like that, B and C captured by Cruelty once again, but Deco, he has his eyes set on A. We've seen this once before, the trip cap, they're pushing for it. Unfortunately, it's predicted, and Legends Never Die get the first kill onto Deco to stop some of the pressure we would have seen just now.
They didn't get A, but elsewhere there was a fight that happened at C, and Cruelty was still able to win that engagement. So they'll continue to score. Legends Never Die not able to break through that setup. So instead, they changed their attention to B, and you can see it's almost been taken. Whilst we're going to get the power up being picked up by Legends Never Die, there is a big fight going over to B, and Cruelty win it one more time. Can this overshield allow Legends Never Die to finally break this setup?
Right now, I want to see them just get back into this game, make this an interesting one. Going into game 2, you do not when I come off a 3-0 loss and then get blown out in game 1, you want to use some kind of momentum here in the middle of this game to ride yourself for the rest of this series. Dirk has a big responsibility here. He finds the first kill, 3 dead for Cruelty. So this is going to be control going in the hands of Legends Never Die. So what can they do with this control? So often do we see control flip back and forth due to overextensions. Is this going to be one of those opportunities? Gets in a first fight, backs that first player down to no shield, but unfortunately a second one is there to trade out the damage. Good damage overall by Derek, but no kills come through. But now looking at the scoreboard, 3 down for Cruelty. So yes, the rest of Legends Never Die are able to capitalize on Derek's damage right now, and we're starting to see them as they cross the 100-point line, starting to see them come to life, Dan.
And you can really see how much they benefited from being patient and picking up that overshield, right? Their backs were against the wall. They tried a few pushes. It was unsuccessful. They saw the OV was coming up, and they grab it. And because of that, they've been able to pick up almost 50 points onto the board now and slowly claw their way back into the game. So that's a really good example of being patient with your pushes and trying to use and utilize what's available for you on the map. Sniper rifle in hand. Come on, let's see some headshots.
The headshot would have been nice to get the numbers advantage, but the information that they're all pushing tower is even more important for Derek. He does get a trade. The rest of the players are on his death cam, so he gives that to his team. You know, those no-shield players need to be cleaned up, and just like that, 3 go down for Cruelty. Last guy alive is Danny Knight here back tower. Are they going to be able to sniff him out, though? Did they know he's here? No, he gets free damage onto the one player trying to defend C, and that could be the opening that Cruelty need. Danny Knight has done it by himself. Now, last player alive, still trying to play his life. Top tower. Respawners are on the way, Danny, but you have to figure out a way to get one more kill, it seems. One player is top tower, and he's going to have the heat wave in hand, and that's Nugget doing a phenomenal job of making sure Danny doesn't go berserk back tower. And because of it, you're starting to almost see the game be tied here, Dan. 174 points and climbing. We're seeing Legends Never Die. They're coming back strong.
And I'm starting to get flashbacks from pool play when Cruelty had a huge lead in live fire ball against Alter, and they threw it away, and Alter came back and were able to take that opening map. Similarly now, Legends Never Die. They've got momentum, they've got the trip gap, they've got the heat wave, they've got everything you could ask for, and Cruelty don't know where to go off spawn. Deco's the last remaining player. Thankfully, he gets that kill. That will provide an opening now to Cruelty. They needed that desperately.
Nugget was playing that life so well up until that point, but just like that, kills get answered back for Legends Never Die. The rest of the boys show up, they get kills of their own, keep control in Legends Never Die favor, and now 15 points is all Legends Never Die need to do to win game 1. They're backing players down in the big door. Derek does get finished off from a player that pushed from top middle, and Sep Stars, he needs to get involved in the battle soon, because the push for B, if it's shut down, they're going to be able to win this one. Unfortunately, a player does hop into C, but his teammates are there as well. So B and C both controlled, and that's going to do it Legends Never Die with a massive comeback here in game one to steal game one away from Cruelty. And now all of a sudden they have all the momentum in their favor in this series.
And I was saying that, you know, I don't believe there's a comeback potential when it's a 100-point advantage. I'd not seen enough from Legends Never Die in that game, but suddenly everything started to click. They finally got held of the heat wave. They finally got some control, and it all stemmed from that patient build-up, grabbing the overshield, taking B and C away from the opposition, and then just absolutely collapsing on every single spawn that came thereafter. Very impressive comeback from Legends Never Die. They will be delighted with it, and they needed it, right? They've just gone off the back of a 3-0 loss against Timbers, and now all of that adrenaline is going to be flowing through them. They are going to be excited. They're going to be pumped. They are going to be wanting to get into game number 2 ASAP.
I mean, look at this, Dan. They got outslayed, and they still won. That's a phenomenal job by them. And the story to me was once they got control there towards the end of those two strongholds, they had control, and they were continuing to score points from then on out. That setup was not broken. And that's an impressive thing to see. We haven't seen something that strong all weekend of a performance in strongholds, and I love that these teams are starting to bring out their A game when it matters most, when their backs are against the wall. And taking a look at the damage now, Renegade had a massive performance, but it just wasn't enough to get the job done. It's just about even numbers across the board for the Legends Never Die squad, and that's what it's going to take to have a level of consistency and success like that.
Yeah, I think that they need to be making sure they're working in tandem, and they are being more patient with their pushes, because in the early game, I think they were too desperate to take fights. They were a little bit too worried about the time that was being gathered by Cruelty, and by just taking that extra second, taking that breather, and the IGL saying, look, let's just wait for this overshield, let's ensure we can actually make a push together rather than one by one. Let's see how that impacts the game, and it impacted it greatly. We need now to see them do the same thing going into the next few games. I know it's a Slayer, but there are still those decisions that are so important that shouldn't be rushed at times. I know Halo is a very fast-paced game, but in your strongholds, you've got so much time to work with that you shouldn't worry if you're going down by 20, 30, 40 points. Comebacks can be had.
I think what you're saying is beautiful, right? I think there's a big difference between chaotic and fast-paced, and games that are chaotic are very difficult to find your footing in. They're very difficult to have success in. But if you're fast-paced and it's controlled chaos and it's like organized chaos, you can have a lot more success. I think that's what we saw towards the end of that game one from Legends Never Die, and if they're able to repeat that here on Bizarre Slayer, man, would that be a statement to go up 2-0 here in our elimination quarterfinals against Cruelty. This would be an upset for Legends Never Die. If they are to win this series, this would be a massive upset in the MX region, but I don't think these players view it like that. So as we hop into game 2, Dan, I think it was very, very telling what you said about the overshield control and how they found their footing in towards the end of that game, and what they were able to do with those power-ups and power weapons, the heat wave necessarily. Well, we have a bulldog shotgun, we have rockets, and we have overshield here on Bizarre Slayer. Which are you primarily looking at for these teams to focus on to have the level of success we just saw Legends Never Die have at the end of that game?
The grapple and the dynamos. I think they are the unsung heroes of this map, because by getting those, you can then actually achieve getting the overshield and rockets afterwards. But certainly, the rockets are your main focus, because I think they do the big impact damage, and then usually you can follow up the overshield afterwards. But when they start to get timed on different occasions, then you can prioritize one after the other.
Reaper's putting those rockets to work, and just like that, you're seeing Cruelty jump out to an early lead. I believe overshield's going to go into their hands as well, and that's a well-said statement, Dan, because it worked perfectly for you as rockets manifest themselves into overshield control, and with that map control as well, you're seeing kills go heavily in the favor of Cruelty early on. 7-3 now, our score.
Nice early start for Cruelty, and that's the answer that they needed after being shut down in the comeback from Legends Never Die. For the mentals that we were talking about on the side of LLNM, for Cruelty, similarly, they've just thrown away a 100-point lead. So there's going to be a lot of questions asked between that team, and I'm sure that they now need just a little bit of momentum on their side so that they can get back into this series.
The game slows down for just a brief moment. Renegade actually has a player pushing towards him, Mangler in hand, so that's going to be a good trade for Renegade, actually, knowing that Nugget had that thrust and the Mangler in hand. Cruelty still maintain a 5-kill lead, but Lude Derek, Legends Never Die. doing work with this Bulldog shotgun on the balcony. Finds one, finds two. A third player drops from the bridge, and he's trying to hunt this player down. Thrust the wrong way, and because of that, gives too much space between him and Danny Knight, and that's an easy kill for Danny Knight to pick up. And can Danny Knight get two here is the big question, because Seb Stars wasn't able to finish him there, but did pick up that Mangler in the process here. Gonna keep his life as well, and his overshield's coming up. These next few kills are gonna be very, very important into determining which team's able to collect this one and put it to work.
Dynamo nades are going to make a big difference here, but Sep Stars unfortunately not able to get any further. And you'll notice how both teams tried to set up for that overshield in a very different way. We saw an aggressive approach from Legends Never Die. Cruelty went for a more passive approach, and because of that, Legends Never Die were able to pick up the overshield, and now they can look to try and take full advantage of it, get aggressive, try and pinch some of these players that are just scattered around the base, and try and get back into this game. It's only a one-kill game now, 14-13.
Echo opts to rotate all around the base, trying to come out the tree and get another angle from his team, but unfortunately he loses multiple teammates as he takes this route, and because of it, doesn't have a lot to work with. Dirk gonna hit him with a predictive grenade, gonna hit him with a couple headshots, and with that, finds another kill as well. This game's almost tied up. One kill separates Legends Never Die and Cruelty here in game 2. It was a very close mid game we saw in game 1, and just like that, we're seeing a very similar story now in this situation. Deco trying to stay alive in the corner, does get his shield back. The game slows down momentarily. You know that there's a player bottom middle, and knowing that allows Deco to pick up that easy kill, but trades across the board once again as the battle for mid control continues.
Yeah, Danny Knight able to secure those rockets maybe a little bit too easily. When we were talking about prioritization, I mean, I was kind of focusing on when overshield and rockets were both up, but when it's just the rockets, you've got to position yourself in a better way so that at least someone can contest them, and it's not picked up so comfortably. Because of that, Cruelty now find themselves with a 3-kill lead. Dynamo's also took a little bit of damage to yourself, make it a 4-kill temporarily. But Legends Never Die on the back foot, on the spawn, and Cruelty, they have mid-map control at the moment. Sep Stars trying to do something from far.
Sep Stars gets eliminated immediately from Bar when he turns the corner, peeps out to get a little bit of information from his team. And just like that, Cruelty had the middle of the map controlled, and this is a great job by Reaper to anchor this corner style. He knows that there's a player in tree, but doesn't see him quite yet. As soon as he does, though, he eliminates him with the Bulldog, focuses his attention to bottom middle. Another pickup kill for Cruelty as they extend the lead now by 5.
Remember, this is 4th versus 6th seed as well prior to this tournament. Cruelty coming through as the 4th highest team with HCS seeding points in the LATAM region, and then Legends Never Die came through the Super Qualifier as one of those top 2 teams to put themselves in 6th seed, as Deco will hit those shots, get that kill. 28-22 though, a 6-kill advantage, and Cruelty slowly trying to make that gap, one that, again, Legends Never Die can have to dig deep to come back from.
It's still within striking distance, but for how long? Because Cruelty has controlled the middle of the map here for a little bit now, and with it, the score continuing to extend, already up to 9. It was once just 5 moments ago. Make it 10, and Renegade in such a good position to deny space from Legends Never Die as they spawn rocket side of the map. He has the read that there's a player in bar, does good damage, and is able to play his life, and he can interrupt this fight. Bottom shotgun as well. That's good teamwork out of the boys in blue here. Cruelty pick up 3 kills for 1, and that's always going to benefit you in a team slayer. 35-23 now. The lead's up to 13.
And I know it's difficult when you're down by this much in Bazaar Slayer, but if you can wrestle back control of the middle of the map, this is still a very achievable comeback. We've seen it happen quite a few times, even at the highest level of Halo. I know it's rare that a lead like this slips, but Bazaar is one of these strange maps that once you've got the middle of the map, you force the other team into turtling up ever so slightly, and you can consistently push them very aggressively, pinch them on the spawn over and over again, where they get in a rut, and unfortunately they start to give away kills. But we will need to see Legends Never Die first regain mid-map control before they can even think of that.
Yeah, before our last game in this series, I would have said I'm not sure if Legends Never Die is capable of that kind of control, but they showed how dominant they can be with that kind of control in the Strongholds game. Can they perform something similar here in the Slayer? They don't have much time to do it though. 42-30, overshield in the hands of Luderk. That could be the start of something great for this team. Needs to finish off this player with the Bulldog, and unfortunately he's going to lose all of that overshield. Does get the kill though, gets the Bulldog in hand. There is going to be a player below him as well. Does he spot this player? Does he hear this player? This player may have had rockets. Finds one, gets an easy kill onto that one, but a trade with the rocket player is not what you need. You need to figure out a way to go kill. You need to find a way to have multiple kills without trading your life. At this point in the game, 46-34, there's not much left for Cruelty to do to tie this series up.
It was another easy set of rockets, really. I know that the overshield went in favor of Legends Never Die, but Cruelty just waltzed on in, picked up rockets, and got 2 kills because of it. And when they're that close to 50, I don't think you can afford to let that happen. So I think that would be the biggest takeaway from this game for me. Legends Never Die have not done well enough to prioritize the rockets.
No, they haven't controlled much, as we've seen Cruelty with mid control really start to run away with this game. Legends Never Die did just find themselves with a little bit of control right there in both corners, but too little too late, we would say. 49-35, just 1 kill remaining, and you see how quick Renegade and the boys want to end this one. They are flying at the enemy base, trying to get that last kill, trying to end this one. Forget about game 1, tie this series up, and let's see where it can go. But kills do come through for Legends Never Die, but not enough of them. It's a 13-point difference here in game 2 as Cruelty will tie this one up 1-1 off the back of a very strong performance here in Bizarre Slayer. And Dan, you said it best. It was all about control of rockets and overshield, and that's exactly what Cruelty did.
Yeah, and even though we saw Legends Never Die get a couple of overshields, right, it was usually when they were kind of scrapping for it. It was never like they controlled the map and they were forcing Cruelty onto spawn before they picked it up. It was just like they got a couple of kills down, scrapping bottom middle, and they then punched it into the chest, and then they lost the overshield minutes out or moments after to a bulldog or something like that. But there's the statistics on your screen then. Ludek stepping up and getting 14 kills, but not enough to help the team get the victory. On the other side, it was Danny Knight who was the clear victor in terms of kills, and that was probably because of his rocket control as well. He was able to pick up a few, as well as Deco, but very impressed with Cruelty's Slayer performance there. I guess it kind of makes sense, considering they outslayed them in the first map, but they couldn't get the objective done. When we moved into a Slayer, they seemed far more comfortable when they were able to focus on just kills.
Yeah, we've seen that as a consistent message across the weekend, so will that continue to be the story? What are we going to see out of Legends Never Die in order to kind of flip that narrative and keep up with the Slays? Because we saw them have a very strong slaying performance in some of the objectives earlier on today, but this series 0-2 so far as the Slays are concerned. Fortunate for them, they were playing a stronghold in game 1. They were able to win it. But now that we take a look at the highlights here, look at this. The Bulldog from above, the Bulldog from below. It's everywhere where these sandbox items are impacting the outcome of the match. And because of it, they just built themselves such a comfortable lead with these easy kills.
And I think nerves are starting to set in for a lot of these players. Just looking at kind of their reticule placement and some of the fights they're taking, they're nervous. They know what's on the line here. I know that, you know, Kansas City is 2 series away, but if you lose, you don't even get that opportunity, right? You can't even play for that spot at Kansas City. This is your first step, your first foot in the door, really, to be able to have that chance to play on an international level. This is a huge game, arguably maybe one of the biggest games of some of these players' careers when you look at what they could achieve if they managed to get to Kansas City. Aquarius Capture the Flag is going to be game number 3, and if objective efficiency is anything to go by, then maybe we're going to see Legends Never Die have a real opportunity to win this one. But I feel like Aquarius Capture the Flag, if you are a team who can heavily outslay the other, the flags usually naturally follow afterwards. So Cruelty, if they can keep slaying well, they should find a victory here.
Couldn't agree more with you, Dan. I think if I think of Aquarius CTF as opposed to a lot of our other Infinite game types, this is a very much more Halo 3 style, classic style map in Halo Infinite in our competitive settings. So I love the idea that some of our more classic styled players are going to have success here. So Cruelty having an advantage here, having an understanding of how to play Capture the Flag correctly on a symmetrical map like Aquarius is going to give them an advantage potentially here. As we kick this one off, it's Nugget with the pick in the window onto Reaper, and with that he looks to be so aggressive. Look at this, already into the enemy closet, gets another player to no shield, and he already has his eyes set on that objective play. So like you said, can they get a few kills? Can they get a flag run now? I actually love this play by him as well to stay alive, because in the meantime his flag's been pulled as well.
Yeah, he recognized that there was no point in him trying to focus that flag and go flag for flag. Instead, ensure you wrestle back your own and then you go again, right? You keep control of this car side. You get the dynamo grenades now as a little bit of a reward, and there is so much in these dynamo grenades. You get information, you do damage, and now you've got top mid control. This is where the push needs to come through. You need assistance from the rest of the team.
Oh, look at that dynamo grenade placement. So far, 2 for 2 on those dynamo grenades. He's going to end up frying some players here in this closet. They all get cleaned up, and that's his cue to run this flag. He gets into the closet safely, and this flag looks like it's going to have a great opportunity to be capped if he can turn this corner across top middle. He does get shot once more, so he is going to be no shield still, but as he enters this closet, his shields return, and that's going to do it. You're going to see Nugget punch that one in and gain the lead for Legends Never Die. So we wondered if their objective play was going to bring them back into the series after the poor performance in game 2, and they answered that question very quickly with a strong cap.
It is worth noting that Cruelty haven't been the best in capture the flag as well. I know that I've focused on a few different game types here or there, but Legends Never Die have had a tiny little bit more success when it comes to CTF game types as a whole. So perhaps they can do something here to make this series favorable for them once more. But Cruelty, with a few big kills, are able to pull this flag, but this is a huge fight here. Nugget's got to win this.
Yeah, Nugget's got to win this, and that player's not going to give him anything as he sits in the window still, baits himself, and his teammates are able to finish that kill. So a great job by Cruelty to play your life there. It was Danny Knight in the window, but unfortunately that flag is still out in the courtyard. Doesn't look like it's going to have any opportunity to realistically be run. It is reset, and Sepstars finds himself in no man's land's front of the enemy base. Fortunately, that's exactly where the thrust spawns. He's able to thrust away from that fight, get some good damage, but Deco with this camo behind enemy lines only offers a trade for his team, but there are 2 trades on both sides. 1 flag is pulled, so Sepstars trying to figure out through the chaos, can some objective get done here?
Yeah, flag for flag again. Neither team really holding incredible control that they can prioritize pulling a flag whilst they look for spawns. Instead, it's kind of run and gun at this point. Pull the flag, get kills on the way, and hope that you're able to win those engagements, whilst usually one player is flanked round, overextended, and starts to focus on trying to get that recover. It looks like both will get the return here, and we are going to be in a position where everything gets reset. Still 8 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock, and Legends Never Die still have the lead right now. Cruelty have not been able to get into this game whatsoever.
Yeah, Sepstars picks up a big double kill in the closet as he rotated across the map to get here. Great presence so far from him, and he's rewarded with this heat wave. What can he do with it? He's gonna get another trade, so that's 3 kills to his life there from Sepstars, giving him 4 for the game, and that was a lot of space created by him, but unfortunately it doesn't look like anybody else on Legends Never Die was able to get over there, and just like that, Renegade finds 2. Danny Knight gets back control at top middle, and Cruelty look to be aggressive.
Yeah, Cruelty are trying to be aggressive, right? But they keep getting shut down in certain areas. Danny Knight hasn't been able to get as much kills as we're used to, but does have 7 assists. He's finding that damage. But you imagine if he starts to get those kills and connecting with the headshots to finish those players off, then maybe that could be the real true need that Cruelty will allow our flag to get across. But Renegade is running this one, and as long as there's some assistance there, as long as someone's come back, it should be a cap.
Should be a cap. He's unscathed, sliding in from, actually no slide comes through. Renegade just decides to sprint that one in comfortably, punching that one in, tying this one up. And if they can get a few kills, they're going to deny a counter cap opportunity. But Luderic has that counter cap in mind. If he can get this kill back to base, it would give him a big opportunity. But unfortunately for him, last player alive on Cruelty is going to also be back there, take him down. And now Nugget seems to have overextended with camo, but his teammate comes right in the nick of time, finishes that kill for him, so he's able to stay alive. And this is going to be a counter cap situation for Legends Never Die.
I love these positions in the fridge just to try and get an angle on the flag, but unfortunately you get absolutely schmelted. No. But it looks like they've done enough to stop that flag from moving. Renegade's going to be in a position to get the return, so good work from the guys who did spawn fridge. So many times you'll see players spawn fridge, try and run P, and just end up getting grenaded, getting shot across map. You can take a position in fridge which actually protects you from the majority of the map, but allows you just to shoot up onto the flag. Very well played.
Yeah, denying that flag from getting around that corner was massive for them. They keep this at a 1-1 game. Reaper was the player bottom middle that took down that flag carrier. Now we're on board with Reaper as he's got this commander rifle in hand, does just enough damage to get the melee, has the advantage against the BR in that close range combat. And now what does he do with this space? Unfortunately, the predictive grenade comes through, so great communication from Legends Never Die to be able to predict Reaper's route right there into the closet, and because of that, they're able to keep numbers in their advantage. Unfortunately, kills across the board from both sides are going to negate any of this map control that was earned, and Legends Never Die do a good job of regaining map control for now.
The map control has not really stayed in favor of either team for a very long period. It's been really scrappy so far, whereas both teams just having these fights at top middle, at top pink, at top car, even a lot of fights happening in the base that are not really going in favor of either side. It's been trades going back and forth between them. But we are seeing another flag being pulled here. It's whether there's anyone to follow up with some kills.
Yeah, Sepstars needs to stay alive here. The flag is being run towards Sepstars. He's got to figure out a way to deny this one from going in.
Nice,
if he wants to keep this one tied, great predictive grenade there. Can he find the camo player? Lands a melee. Is anyone there to finish the kill off, though? They do finish the kill, but I believe he gets a touch on the flag. And in this closet now, does this flag reside? Wow. Nades coming through as well. Lou Dirk gonna end up getting the return, thankfully. For Legends Never Die fans, he's able to stay alive even though those nades hit him in the face. And he gets the return just in time because that cap was just a few feet from going in and Cruelty taking the lead.
And now a counter cap is potentially on the horizon here, although Grenade's actually connecting with Nugget. I'm still confused how those nades didn't get that kill onto Ledurk. He ate half a grenade at one point, but Sepstar's still alive. Blue Oxide's going to be competing with him. And this is what I was on about, a very scrappy nature. Danny Knight has been able to run away, get the flag, and that's the counter cap that comes through. A huge steal away from Cruelty.
It was a counter cap again. We've seen it a few times today, Dan. And it is a reality here for Cruelty as they take the lead here with 4 minutes and 30 seconds left. That was a phenomenal job by them to hop that return, but to also get the flag moving, knowing that they were going to be able to get that return successfully because they extend their resources so well. They gain the lead, but at this point in time, their flag is being pulled. Legends Never Die with numbers and the flag in hand. Look to try and tie this one up once again, but a great position from Deco here. Top Dynamos rewards him with 2 kills. Can he get the triple down below? His teammate able to get that kill as well. So the last player alive for Legends Never Die not in a position to get a touch on that flag, and a phenomenal job by Deco to understand the situation and position himself perfectly there.
Deco stepping up really well at the moment, using the thrust as well against another thrusting player on the killing spree. 21 kills. I mean, across the board, Danny Knight and Reaper Rips, they've got, what, 26 assists between them, so they're really stepping up with the damage, but Deco is the one finishing off these kills, hitting the shots, and also getting that flag on the move. Just getting that flag out of the base sometimes is, you're doing your job, right? You're putting the other team in the position where they have to come back and at least try and get the read.
Especially when you get a kill before you do it. But Blue Oxide, now that he's got the return, now that he's got a kill in hand, what can he do for Legends Never Die? He's had a quiet series so far, but I expect that to change here. And now the flag being pulled, great damage from Blue Oxide into the player back to base. And now it's his opportunity, his job to stop these overextenders from Pink. How is he going to do it, though? Because this is such a difficult situation to deal with. He spots one top Pink, gets good damage, and I like the fact that he came all the way back to his base. Can he win the 1v1? The answer is no, but he's delayed them enough. But the flag carrier dies a centimeter away from punching it in. And are they going to be able to cap this one? He goes down again. Multiple players from Cruelty are now in the base, and Renegade and friends are going to get the return and get a flag run of their own.
Legends Never Die were so close to capturing that flag. They could pretty much taste it. They could taste the 2-2. But Cruelty, they whip it away from them like a rude waiter. And now we're going to see them get the counter and once again move this flag. But is anyone going to be in a position to actually help Rinnegan here? He does go down. Danny Knight's going to assist. He'll continue to move it. Sepstar's trying to run it on the other side.
Yeah, Sepstars versus Danny Knight in a massive one-on-one here. Who can get the better of who? It's going to be Danny Knight with the shots to match the plays to get him the kill that will potentially give their team a 2-cap lead. Now with 2 minutes remaining, you have to go. If you're a Legends Never Die, there has to be haste in your gameplay, and that makes it so difficult to stay aware and play your game.
That's just heartbreaking for Legends Never Die. They were so close on 2 occasions, and Cruelty have hit the perfect counter caps. So many counters I can't even count them at this point. With only 1 minute 42 left, Cruelty can play this in a way which will just frustrate Legends Never Die, and they should go 2-1 up in this series unless we see something pretty miraculous from this point.
Yeah, it would be pretty miraculous, but we've seen some phenomenal plays here from both sides so far in this game to get us to this point. But Legends Never Die. They have to do something quickly. And Cruelty, Deco with Heatwave in hand spots one in the window, makes slight work of him. Unfortunately, his flag is being pulled across the map, so he's got to get across there. But Reaper picks up 2 before getting taken down, and that's going to open up an opportunity for Deco to get across the map now. Finds one of his own. Renegade finds the 4th, but respawners are clear with their grenades from the corner. Danny Knight does hop the return, and if this is return, I worry that Legends Never Die don't even have the time to run 2 flags. Oh my God, the shots with the pistol are smooth from Danny Knight, and he has done it once again to give his team an advantage.
32 kills for Deco, by the way. But everyone on this Cruelty roster has stepped up when they needed to, whether it be objective work, whether it be just really important individual kills, or sometimes just getting a read, jumping on that flag. Rinnigan gonna tag this one in. It's gonna be 4-1. This game's done. It's over. It's gonna be 2-1 in favor of Cruelty. No chance now for Legends Never Die to get back into things. But what a performance from Cruelty. It looked a little bit shaky at times, and sure, they made Legends Never Die sweat quite often by going for those counters, but they'll be delighted with that victory.
Deco might not have the assist that his teammates have, but 32 kills from anybody on the team is more than welcome. And the boys in blue are going to be cruising to a 2-1 victory here in this
33
elimination semifinals. 4-1. Cruelty are going to take this one in dominant fashion, and it really was the entire team stepping up. The teamwork was clear in the stats, Dan. So many assists amongst 3 of the players, and it was easy kills being acquired by this Cruelty roster. But those flag runs were clean as well, and the counter caps, you have to talk more about those.
Well, so many times I saw Reaper Rips getting very important kills. He would be sometimes the first spawner, and he would do a lot of damage to the flag runner, and also sometimes pick that guy who was trying to watch the overextenders. Then for Deco, I mean, 33 kills, that explains itself. Danny Knight and Rinnigan, their objective work was phenomenal. Not only were they putting down damage to help with assists, but they were the ones who were getting that flag across the map at times. They were the ones diving in to get the re. Everyone doing their part. A really impressive team performance from Cruelty that puts them 1 game away from winning this series and getting that ever step closer to Kansas City. Of course, they still need to win 1 more best of 5 after that one, but just giving themselves the chance to play at Kansas City is what everyone's playing for right now. 6k damage, 6.7k damage for Deco. So he didn't have the assist, Wes, but he was still doing enough damage to warrant the kills that he found.
I actually love the fact that you called out Reaper as well. Every time it seemed like they needed him to step up, he was there to step up. Specifically that one flag that would have made it to the closet that probably ends up getting capped if they do turn the corner with it. It was Reaper that went bottom middle off his spawn, did just enough to kill that carrier, and denying that flag from turning the corner was massive. But we saw returns, we saw counter caps, we saw opportunity everywhere in this game 3. And it was all Cruelty that took advantage of those opportunities. I mean, this one, that's heartbreaking. How do you not cap that? Give me the cap, game. The radius has got to be there, right? Like, I'm complaining to the game designers on Twitter after this one, thinking that I capped that because surely I'm on top of it. He's got to think if I touch this, I cap it. But no, centimeters. I mean, they always say football is a game of inches. Halo is even more of a game of inches, and inches separated. That's 4-1 scoreline for Cruelty to take the series lead here in a dominant 2-1 fashion. But it's not over yet.
No,
back against the wall. Legends Never Dies now. Go into a Streets oddball, Dan.
If you do have any complaints, by the way, like if anyone has any complaints about the game, just make sure to go to @Wes_Clutch on Twitter, the 343 Competitive Insights team lead. He can give you some more information as to why that flag didn't go in. But I tell you what, that is heartbreaking, isn't it? We've been there. Like, I think everyone's been there where the flag doesn't go in and you have to fight back and you have to ensure that you try and keep your head on. But unfortunately, they could not. Cruelty were able to take full advantage of it, and Legends Never Die now find themselves going into oddball streets, requiring a win. Otherwise, they are out of this tournament. Cruelty
will be dead.
Are looking to try and move on. The Legends would finally die, Wes. They'd finally die.
At least for this weekend, they would finally die. Their hopes and dreams to go into Kansas City and playing in pool play would vanish with a loss here, Dan. Knowing what you know about these teams coming into this game 4, Streets Oddball is the name of the game. How do these two teams match up?
I mean, I'm thinking that with Oddball coming into this game, this is going to benefit Cruelty a little bit more. Even though the objective work has been better in Strongholds for Legends Never Die, I think Oddball is an entirely different playstyle that you have to work with. It's more about core setups rather than the whole team rotating. And of course, it can come down to one player rotating with the ball, but I usually think that is more of a clear opportunity as to when to move. But I think Legends Never Die, the slaying ability is going to let them down here a little bit. Streets is such a fast-paced map where you're going to see so many teams just sometimes get into a scrap over and over, and it's about who can pick up that ball once the team has managed to get all four down. And because the slaying ability has been better on the side of Cruelty, I think this is going to favor the side of Cruelty, and we're probably going to see a 3-1.
I think you're right as well. And that Bulldog shotgun is going to appear once again here on Streets, and we saw how much of a havoc it was able to wreak on the members of Legends Never Die in the hands of Cruelty there and Bizarre Slayer in game 2. So I think that that's got to be a focal point for these teams. Rockets are going to be spawning bottom middle, and the last time we saw Rockets in the series, I mean, Cruelty has dominated that power weapon power up story from just about the entire series, I would say. I mean, game 1 maybe didn't really go in either team's favor, but 2 and 3 clearly in the hands of Cruelty, and with those, the map victories as well. But taking a bigger picture look at this bracket and what this means for these teams as they try to qualify for Kansas City, as they try to advance in these best of 5s throughout this bracket to get not only the cash prize, not only the accolade of their placing in their region, but I mean that trip to Kansas City and competing in pool play against the best teams in the world, that's important. Dan, what are you looking at as far as Cruelty and their chances of getting there now that they've shown you a little bit of life here in our elimination semifinals?
Well, on the other side, you've got, of course, you've got Rebel and you've got Cinta Negra. I think that Cruelty have lost to both of those teams, so I think that is quite scary for them, that they're not only going to have to fight through this game and ensure they win and get through this best of 5, but they're then going against a team who has been able to conquer them in a best of 5 previously. That is going to be difficult for the mentals when we talk about mentality, as it were. But I do think that Cruelty have looked like they've got far more cohesion and kind of teamwork in this series, but is that just a playstyle thing against Legends Never Die? Or can they finally do that against a team who has toppled them on several occasions? Not just in this tournament, but previous tournaments as well. You'd imagine the likelihood would be Rebel, but at the same time, I'm not going to count out Cinta Negra because they have shown that as soon as we do count them out, they seem to come out of nowhere and get those results. So I'm excited to see who will be that third team in Kansas City. Of course, we've already got our 2 teams. We've got Timbers and we've got, I was going to say the Chiefs then, but it's not going to be the Chiefs, is it? I've had a complete...
It's not the Chiefs.
No, it's, no, let me get it. Where's it gone? Oh my god, Knights! There we go, finally, Knights or Chiefs. I knew it was one of the two.
I was going to say
it. Thank you for not saving me, because that was a big moment for me, right? That was me and my brain at 3 a.m. trying to make it work and making sure my old age.
That's not easy, ladies and gentlemen. Trying to think trying to think on your feet when the pressure's on, it's not easy.
We got there. But
Gaston can do it.
He can do it. You gave me 5 seconds and it was fine. But that's our 2 teams, right? They've qualified for Kansas City. The third team, not only do they get that amazing opportunity to be on the international stage, to travel to Kansas, but they also get to then scrim those 2 teams, right? They are going to be trying to scrim the hell out of each other to make sure that they can match international competition, so they can be as good as the North American side, but most importantly, be better than the likes of the European teams, be better than the likes of the ANZ teams, because that's what happens on the international level, is usually the international teams drop off away from the NA side and they will have to fight against each other to try and be the best of the rest, right? And from what I've seen, this region actually is terrifying. And as an EU commentator, as an EU player, I'm a little bit worried for some of the EU boys, because this region is going to come to play. No, they are out to play.
It's not often they show vulnerability over in the EU scene. I always hear about how they're up and coming and they're going to upset these teams and how they're about to have their best placing ever. So that was very interesting, Daniel.
It is very interesting. But, you know, I think that the LATAM region, they have a point to prove. They weren't able to come to Raleigh, and it was a real shame that we didn't see them, right? And they now are going to get their opportunity to come to Kansas City, show us what they're made of, and they are going to put on a show. But here we are. We go into game number 4, Cruelty versus Legends Never Die. And Legends Never Die, they're on their last chance now to try and stay in this competition.
Will they show signs of life, or will they go quietly in the night over in England from the MX Super here on stream? Deco on screen. Renegade with the Rockets control, so it looks like Cruelty are in a great position here to rack up some significant time. Both Rockets still in the chamber, so somehow Renegade not only gets away with his life at the start, but able to secure these rockets, not having to waste one. But unfortunately, he's lost his ball carrier, wants to deny this from getting into tram, and denied that. He does. He finds the easy double kill with those rockets. Can he get the triple with the Bulldog? Don't melee, hit the shot. There it is. The reversal is given to him, and 3 kills straight for Renegade. Break whatever setup Legends Never Die had in mind. But one player in the back of tram still lived on to tell the tale. Sep Stars was able to get 1 kill of his own, maybe deny a potential setup for Cruelty, and back and forth these teams will battle now that the ball is back bottom middle.
Ball's in a horrible place right now, and Reaper Rips knows it. That's why he's just trying to position himself to watch over it, but there's too many players in station and not enough tickets to go around, so he eventually goes down 12-1 in the early stages. But Cruelty looking to try and push with these kills, grab the ball, and now they can look to try and get a setup over towards tower.
I like the rotation of the ball back to tower and not to try and force it back into tram. They had information that players responding over about pillars. They seem much more comfortable now that the ball is back by tower. Kills coming through as Renegade gets a big one over by tires, and now he's going to try and help his teammate over towards Cafe. It's an overextension though, because multiple players from Legends Never Die decided to push Cafe. They get the kills, but unfortunately the ball, he's out of there, and Deco once again gets the ball into a great spot for the respawners of Cruelty to defend.
Nice use of the drop wall. Hoping that no one comes from behind. You just want to face someone who's coming from in front of you, of course, but Sepstar's having to retreat at this point, and it looks a little bit lost. Streets is difficult to navigate at times, and eventually he's going to get pushed and will go down. But the early stages, from what I've seen, where suggest that Cruelty look a little bit more comfortable on Streets than Legends Never Die, but maybe the rockets can change things. No, maybe I spoke too soon.
In Halo Infinite, you never know about those rockets changing things, for better or for worse at times. Unfortunately, Legends Never Die not able to put those to success in Cruelty. Reaper, he finds that second rocket, he puts it to work, finds that first kill, but it is Cruelty with the ball in hand, rotating towards Arcade right now, towards his teammates, and this is such a good job by them to rotate the ball, but unfortunately it's not fast enough. Kills are coming through from Legends Never Die, and they cut off that rotation before they can get the ball into PD. But look at this, Reaper hiding in PD, comes around the corner with the pulse carbine. Not often you see that weapon being put to use, but here and now, Reaper showing you every weapon is important.
And that was a jump scare. That's like a horror movie. If I'm holding the ball there and someone bursts out with the pulse rifle, I am screaming, not just at my teammates, but to my mum, to my dad. I want some assistance. I need some help in that moment. But the ball is down in a pretty difficult place for either team to grab. But there we go. We see Cruelty just jump up on it, manage to move it over to PD, and now they need to try and position to get set up.
Dan, you're too old to be screaming at your mum.
I'm definitely not.
So hopefully...
definitely not. It happens far more than you would think.
Hopefully she views you as that support in her life at this point, but
I'm the objective player of the family.
Renegade, he doesn't need support though. He needs an objective player as they have a teammate holding on to the ball. He finds one over in Arcade, and another kill for Cruelty comes through. 3 go down for Legends Never Die, and now the score is starting to get out of hand here as the objective player in Deco is able to hold on to this ball and gain some significant time over towards this PD. It's the first real setup of the game here in Game 4.
We'll toss it towards bottom middle because he was worried about a little bit of pressure coming out from pink side. It was Ledurk that was there, but now with Ledurk being taken down, Bulldog control is there, rockets as well. This should be a chance for Cruelty to regain that ball control, but they don't necessarily need to. They can play Slayer for a little bit, wait until they get 3 or 4 dead, and then look to pick up that ball.
We know how good they are at Slayer, so maybe that's the plan for now. They denied this ball with some great grenades, predictive movement when that icon's over your head with the ball. So those are easy grenade kills that come through, and unfortunately Legends Never Die still cannot find their footing in a legit setup so far throughout round 1, and that's going to give the advantage once again to Cruelty as Renegade's so quick to get on top of that ball, extend this lead to about 60 points. He drops it wisely when he gets the information that players are pushing. Now he has the shotgun in hand, drops thrust for a drop ball. Not often you see that the decision made, but a kill nonetheless comes through with that Bulldog shotgun. And finally Legends Never Die come out on top of the trades and are able to acquire this ball and rack up some time.
They need a good setup, don't they? They need something to... I mean, where are you going at that point? I think he got a little bit confused as to where the team was holding. He left himself far too vulnerable to shots coming from that direction. But alas, Blue Oxide's there to rescue the day and rescue the ball to ensure that they're still picking up all the time.
Reminded me of the Druck, what are you doing comment.
What are you doing?
Onset's playing that on his cell phone right now, you already know. But Back to the action. Legends Never Die finally looking like they have the opportunity, the potential to manifest a comeback here. All of a sudden, they don't have 12 points. They almost have 50, Dan, and it's 79 points, a minute and 45 seconds left. This is a very doable comeback, but you need to find a way to continuously get slays, and that's something that they've struggled with so far throughout this first round.
Well, Blue Oxide has been key to Legends Never Die in this period of play. Very well. He's been navigating this map and staying alive, but of course, as I say that, Danny Knight pummels him to death, and now we'll see Rockets go back in favor of Cruelty once more. I think Rockets have quite consistently gone in favor of Cruelty here. That's something that Legends Never Die, again, need to be better at. They struggled at it in Bazaar, and they're struggling at it here in Streets.
Yeah, I feel like even when we've seen them have rockets, they just traded with them. And unfortunately, Danny Knight, they line up perfectly for the easiest double kill of Danny Knight's life. One rocket and infinite makes it a double. That one can't find a kill at all, but the assist is surely going to come through. And with that, you have to think Cruelty can end this round one. A beautiful job of controlling rockets, like you said. Reward Cruelty with the map control and the slaying power to take the first round here, and now force Legends Never Dies back against the wall, completely pressed at this point. Match point and tournament lives are on the line.
This is one of the worst situations to be in as a player as well. This is when your brain starts to think about what you could have done differently. What are you going to do later when you have to watch the tournament from the sidelines? But Blue Oxide has been able to pick up the Rockets. That's going to be an opportunity for them to get a real lead in this round and maybe start to put some ball time to allow, you know, that belief to come back into the minds of Legends Never Die.
Oh no, I thought he was going to be able to have the jump on Deco, but Deco hears him jumping up, suspects that he's behind him, and with that Bulldog shotgun, it's an easy kill for him. You thought that Legends Never Die with that control, with those slays, with the rockets, like you were saying, we're going to get some significant time, but no, it's actually Legends Never Died that struggled to get to the ball at that point in time, but now they've got it secured, and Nugget sees this player in tires, can't quite finish him with the angle that he has, but pings it for his teammates. 2 kills come through, and finally they get some slays to pair with this setup, and maybe they can jump off to a hot start here in round 2 and get right back in this series.
Sepstars just needing to double check there was no one on Pink Street there. Drop wall is going to be available, which you can put down to help out this ball positioning over towards tower, but look at how he's positioning himself at the moment. He's kind of, it's great that we're watching from third person right now because he's trying to check out all these different angles, trying to do what he can as the ball carrier to give information to the rest of the team, but he's also reacting to where the team are calling out players so that he can move away from those players or, in this occasion, towards them to help out the rest of the team now.
Oh, I like that play. If he just keeps the Bulldog shotgun out, unfortunately switches to his BR, expecting a mid-range engagement. And because of it, Renegade now with the triple kill, the thrust to the side, the overkill for Renegade. Takes down all 4 players, tries to spot a 5th for a potential kill tag, but the damage has been done, and Renegade and Cruelty have broken the setup. 30 points is all Legends Never Die could do before Renegade started to pop off.
And really, I mean, 30 points maybe not enough for the control that they did have. I know that the seconds sometimes do tick away in front of you, but considering when Cruelty had control in previous, they were able to tick up 50 or 60 points. Legends Never Die will look at that and say, what could we have done differently? How could we have set up? Or maybe you don't allow Renegade to do what he just did, as now that lead is very quickly dissipating, and Deco, he has some rockets, and he's awaiting. He's being a sneaky.
Yeah, but nobody's coming in this direction, so I love the fact that he realizes the timing is off. Nobody's coming this way. Relocates, spots that player as soon as he jumps into the tire, and that's an easy rocket kill once again for a member on Cruelty to keep numbers in their advantage. But look, that's the difference. When they have rockets and they have control, they're using it to come back in this game. Now with a 15-point lead in their hand. When we saw Legends Never Die get rockets, they weren't able to manifest that into any objective time, and that's really the difference in the storyline so far throughout this series. Cruelty just doing a better job of efficiently using these objective powers to their advantage. And now Reaper, as he gets a kill over in Arcade, comes over to help his team, but his team doesn't need it. They find 3 of their own, and he says, it's my job to get the ball here. Does his Dan Gaskin of the family impression, picks this one up and continues to score as the lead now gets to over 40 points.
I do often turn up to my household with flags, oddballs, anything that looks objective, just to help the family out and making sure I'm getting my job done. 72-30, and Cruelty are very close to winning this series and progressing in the bracket, but Legends Never Die, they've been able to pick up the ball, they've been able to get a kill, and if they can get a proper setup and pick up these next set of rockets, there's nothing to suggest that they can't get back into this game.
It's a big if, and this corner is doing so much for Blue Oxide. His players don't expect him to be hugging that rail so close. Even though he was weak, he did so much damage to the players that tried to push Arcade. Deco gets spotted pushing shotgun. He's taken out. So look at that. Legends Never Die. They get a clean wipe on Cruelty as they hold this setup. And this is the first setup hold that we've seen them really have successful for a significant amount of time. And Blue Oxide looks to be aggressive. Perfect shots on the first. A nice finish for the double. And Blue Oxide being such a nuisance. His best impression of Pistola now as he picks up 2 kills front that tower, just being a nuisance and staying alive with some perfect shots to match.
Takes a rocket to the dome, and Sepster is getting an important kill. And as I say, rockets in control is so much of a difference maker, but Deco getting that kill or assisting that kill, Reaper Rips alongside him, they're now going to be ticking up with that ball time. So even though amazing amount of control, amazing amount of ball control from Legends Never Die, if they slip up even one more time, Cruelty are there with ball time to win this game.
I'm not even sure if it's going to take one more time. No one near the ball carrier. They need to close the gap on this player fast because that player was racking up the time. 12 points is all Cruelty need to end this series in advance. Right now, Legends Never Die trying to deny this ball time. Look at how desperate Cruelty looks to try and end this one as multiple members trying to get to that ball are taken down. Last 2 players alive are stuck back in Trayman. If they can flush these players out, this could be the setup they need to push around 3.
Reaper Rips. Just tossing that one out to ensure that it's not going to be an easy set of ball time for Legends Never Die as well. It's getting a little bit scrappy now at this point, Wes, and you've got to be careful of your Legends Never Die. You cannot put yourself in an exposed situation where Cruelty get too many kills, because that will be the game. So you know full well their hearts are racing, they're starting to sweat a little bit, but Nugget has got hold of the ball. It's an unconventional place to hold it, but they are racking up time.
Oh, he tries to stay alive up the stairs, but unfortunately he's taken down. It's right into Sepstars' hands, though. He's able to rack up a few seconds, but needs to slay. Doesn't quite know where to rotate it right away, but a good dip and dodge almost gets him the kill, but almost doesn't do it. But the grenade comes through from Nugget, so that's a big trade of damage. That melee may have made a massive difference in the outcome of this game. Plenty of time still on the scoreline, but both teams so close to finishing this one off. It will be Cruelty trying to push this one to end the series, but unfortunately the ball being rotated by Tram, and Danny Knight with a fresh set of rockets finds a double, grabs the ball now in Deco's hands, and 8 points and counting. 6, 5. Is anyone here? It doesn't appear. He is taking a little bit of damage, but that melee is going to save his life and end this series in Cruelty's favor. Legends Never Die are done for this weekend. Cruelty will move on with an opportunity to punch a ticket to Kansas City with one more best of 5 win, and a phenomenal way to end that round 2.
And I think that Cruelty offered a little bit more in every single game that we saw in that series as well, whether it be just slaying ability, whether it was objective efficiency, or the ability to stop flags, for example, and counter cap. An all-round performance that suggests that Cruelty, you know, they may deserve a chance at KC, right? They may deserve to be one of the 3 teams that can be representing this region on an international level. Unfortunately for Legends Never Die, I don't think they offered enough. I don't think they looked like one of those squads yet, but there were moments of promise, there were moments of hope that I think that if they stick together, you know, that isn't out of the realms of possibility. International competition is definitely possible, and of course, they could always travel themselves and enter in the open tournament, and who knows, maybe we would see them battle it through on that end. Blue Oxide with 30 kills, but not enough to help the team get the victory. In terms of slays, Cruelty, it was fairly even, but there were some really important kills that came out of Rinnegan, for example. Very impressed with Cruelty, but they have an even tougher task ahead of them, but they don't yet know who is going to be their opponent.
Yeah, I like what you said about Legends Never Die, though. They showed a lot of individual promise throughout this weekend. They stepped up and made plays in separate games, but it really wasn't everybody consistently being able to play at that high level, and I think that that's where they're going to have to go back to the drawing board and try and figure out a way to be a little bit more consistent to create some of these upsets. But it is going to be Cruelty advancing. As we take a look at the damage stats now, Danny Knight with 6,900 going to lead his team to victory with that, but Blue Oxide on the other side was 7,400, and that's a ton of damage and a loss that he's going to be kicking himself that his team wasn't able to push this to a game 5.
What a series it was, though. As we look back at the highlights, it was a quite back and forth series as well. In the opening game, we saw a big advantageous lead for Cruelty, but it was Legends Never Die who had one of the best comebacks that we've seen on Strongholds in this tournament, who were able to take that game 1. But then as we moved over to Bazaar CTF, Cruelty seemed to find their home once more, whereas they looked far better when it was in a slaying environment. And it seemed like that was the game change they needed. They needed that reminder that, you know, when it is just about slays, they will get that victory. They move across to Aquarius, capture the flag. And the counter caps that we saw was absolutely amazing in this game. I tell you what, if you've only just joined us, go back and watch that game because it was incredible.
Absolutely. I mean, that flag being stopped centimeters before it's able to be capped made a massive difference, because a counter cap that happened flips the score twofold in Cruelty's favor at that moment, and that game was neck and neck if that flag goes in at that time. But unfortunately, Cruelty did start to run away with this one as we go into game 4 highlights, and overkill from Renegade was the start of the end for Legends Never Die, because Cruelty really came to play and started hitting their stride in that second round.
Very enjoyable series that does end up with Cruelty moving forward in the bracket. Legends Never Die unfortunately fall at top 6, but Cruelty guarantee themselves top 4. But remember, it is top 3 you need to get that position in Kansas City. So they're going to be waiting to see who will win the series between Rebel and Cinta Negra to find out who they face for that chance at KC. And that is a game that will be against a team that has already beaten them once in the tournament. So Cruelty, they need to hope that tomorrow they can find something a little bit different, dig a little bit deeper against one of those teams. But they've done job one, Wes. They've got into that matchup, into that semi-final to be able to play for the chance at KC. But are they going to be able to do it against a team who has toppled them once before?
You know, after seeing that series, Dan, I honestly think that they'll have a good shot, because, I mean, think about it. Legends Never Die push Rebels to game 5, right? They were up 2-0 in the series and got reverse swept, yes. But if you can beat a team like Legends Never Die the way that they just did, that shows me that these teams, it's just a matter of this best of 5, who's playing well, right? So it's a matter of stepping up when the moment is upon us. And then these players stepped up in this moment here today. Renegade and Reaper, 2 players that we hadn't seen a ton out of this weekend, really stepped up when their team needed them most there in that elimination quarterfinals. And it was a beautiful thing to watch, because Cruelty is one of these teams that is pretty high seated. We hear a lot about Danny Knight and Depo. Is it Depo? Deco. I knew it wasn't Depo. Sorry. Deco. He's had a phenomenal tournament all tournament long, but it was the other 2 that had been quiet up until this point. So it was nice to see them step up. If they can find their footing and consistently all 4 be playing well, I think that they're going to give every team that's already in the elimination bracket a hard time, if not be a favorite in those series.
Well, our 4th seed guaranteed top 4, but their place at Kansas City is still to be played for. Lottie and the rest of the desk going to analyze that one. I'm sure they enjoyed it from the lines.
We certainly did, Gaskin, Clutch. We certainly did enjoy that one. Incredible showing out of Cruelty there, and another amazing fight from Legends Never Die, but unfortunately just hasn't done quite enough to continue their journey onwards into tomorrow. But Cruelty will continue forward. Now, I just really quickly want to talk about, you know, Legends Never Die, because they come so close. They have such, I would say, bad luck in certain moments in the series on different maps. Like we saw it yesterday. There were moments where they're getting so close and there was just unlucky situations that they can't handle. But I think there's a pattern to that as well on set. You know, when you are making decisions in a moment, or you are assessing certain situations and taking the wrong move, that obviously comes back to bite you a little bit later on. And Legends Never Die, I just don't think they're well-rounded enough at this moment in time as a team to be able to have that ice, to have that clutch factor, because you're going to find yourself in situations where you need to make split decisions very quickly and make the right ones.
Yeah, I think if you're having bad luck once in a series, you can kind of put it down to bad luck, right? But if it's happening repetitively, then it's probably bad decisions that are causing the bad luck to happen alongside it. And it's kind of an excuse to use. But I think it was a good performance from them. It was just a shame it wasn't enough for them. And I think it's just showing that we're getting to the point in the tournament now where you can't afford to make too many mistakes, because if you do, it costs you a series, it costs you a game, whatever it might be. And for them, it was a good run, but it wasn't enough. And I think that's kind of the where we have to leave it for Legends Never Die. Unfortunately, this tournament, they fall out. Maybe next time when we see them compete, they'll put a little bit more work in and correct some of those mistakes that were made. Hopefully we'll see him back very soon.
Yeah, and speaking of unlucky situations or potentially just not cleaning up enough around the objective and what you want to accomplish, these very close flag caps happening here in the base, just unbelievable moments away. I mean, literal inches, yards, like the smallest amount, just couldn't quite get that in. But on the back of it, Brav, the counter caps coming forward from Cruelty, they were everything.
Take a look at the angles, too. It's so important to see. Look, they had the top mid angle. They had two players on the base. Look at this. Lou Dirk thinks he could just turn around with the flag. He can't. You heard Clutch and Gaskin saying maybe the flag was close enough. In the end, it doesn't matter. That flag goes across the stand. Tragic. Unable to grab those, and I know that situation all too well, let me tell you that. But Deco with the great support from top middle. They had all the angles, they had all the stops, and if there's one thing we've learned in Halo Infinite, it is do not count everything out until the very last seconds of the game. Anything can happen, and that was the case there. Certainly, it's a great flag stop.
It really was indeed. Now, obviously, Clutch talking about kind of, you know, who's coming out on what day and how people are playing, etc. in a series really can dictate, obviously, who wins here, and Cruelty kind of comes under that belt for him. I want to know, on set, about the balance, because Cruelty, quite a heavily slaying team here, you know, able to win their 1v1s, but it's what they do with that momentum shift, with the gunfights, with the kills that they're getting across the board, and the efficiency coming across. Were you pleased with how they played in terms of objective? I know they had a shaky first oddball game where they were unable to get that dub across the board in the first map of the series, but for the rest of it, did you see some promise?
There were certainly improvements. I think that's one thing you've got to look for throughout a tournament, right? The more series you're playing, the more reps you're going to get, the more the communication's going to get a little bit crisp in what you want to do. And I think there certainly was improvements. It's looking better. There's still some things to work on for sure. I think they could do with working on creating a little bit more space around the objective player, not kind of just holding the map, so to speak. But again, it is all coming with experience, right? It's all coming with time, and I think those things will come. They've obviously shown they have the individual ability to win the fights and to make clutch plays. It's just about getting the game plan down and formulating how you actually want to approach a map and a game type.
It is indeed, and they're gonna have to approach with some serious confidence going forward here. They have quite the journey, and speaking of, let's take a quick look at the journey that Cruelty will have to go on if they want to rebound back up and into that grand final position. They of course take down Legends Never Die. Unfortunately, they do. They're out. They're completely out of the Super currently, but we do have another elimination quarterfinals to get through tonight. It's the last one of the evening. Rebel versus Cinta Negra should be amazing. And we've kind of mentioned it a couple of times now, but this is something that is so important to note. You know, these teams here are really fighting for that top 3 position to qualify for Kansas City. We already have our first 2 teams going, winners finals, of course. We have Knights and Timbers Esports as well. So we need that final position, and that is going to be set in the elimination bracket. So make sure you guys are staying tuned. We have one more series to go tonight. Make sure you are watching. We're going to head to a quick break, but when we come back, we have our elimination quarterfinals, and we'll see you there.
The HCS Mexico Super is presented by Astro Gaming, AMD, and Paramount Plus.
You. Humanity's best weapon. Master Chief, huh?
The Master Chief was enhanced and trained for one purpose: to win this war. He and the other Spartans are our only effective weapons against the Covenant. He is lethal, upgradable, and most importantly, controllable.
Covenant forces appear to be excavating some kind of object. When I touched the object, I felt something. I felt different. What they did to us makes you numb.
And you just decided to help me. Why would a Spartan do that?
What does one do with a superhuman you're not sure you can trust?
Hello, Master Chief. I'm Cortana.
Master Chief recovered something.
Sacred ring. Halo.
Humans surrender to the Covenant.
Cortana, I'm gonna need you now. Find the Halo. Win the war.
And what you just witnessed in the break is Halo looking pretty damn realistic on your screens coming March 24th. Halo, this series is going to be airing. I am so excited. I feel that. I feel that, Gaskin. I mean, I've got to say, guys, welcome back, of course, to MX Super, but that trailer has me going. Honestly, that is what I needed to see at this point in time in the night. And my goodness, I can't wait to sink my teeth into it. I mean, Gaskin, I can see you're hyped already. You got your energy sword with you. But my goodness, what an incredible way to bring, you know, Master Chief to life, bring Halo to life, and really kind of show exactly what the world of Halo looks like.
Yeah, I think a lot of us, you know, we love Halo, the video game, but we're huge fans of just the Halo universe in general and the lore and the history of it, and that being brought to not just, you know, familiar faces of it, but also new faces, people who have never seen the Halo universe. They're going to get a chance to get a taste of it. You know, people who love binge watching series, I'm sure maybe they could get introduced to Halo, and who knows, maybe they'll start playing and watching a little bit of HCS as well. But it looks great, and I can't wait for it. It's going to be amazing.
It's gonna be amazing. We just saw the very happy faces of two of our other cast.
I thought I changed.
coming on there. You
did.
You did change. You just had a quick change of wardrobe there. But Clutch, I also heard that you were cast as the role of Master Chief, but had to turn it down, of course, just because of how closely you work with Halo, the video game, and you know, obviously commitments, etc. So you did have to unfortunately let them down there. But fighting the Covenant has been a pretty important part for of Halo for you, right?
Yeah, you know, I really wanted to do it, but the money just wasn't right from Microsoft and Paramount, and then also, you know, I just have such a loyalty to working with you guys and providing absolute content here in the scene. It's really not my job to put a mask on. I think people, my face is one that needs to be seen, so I would have done the entire show with no helmet, I think, and that wasn't part of the deal as well. So
I want to say thank you so much, Paramount Plus, for saving us from the Clutch Master Chief collection potential that would have been there. But Gaskin, so excited. Thank you so much to Paramount Plus for sponsoring this MX Super. But I got to ask you one thing, Dan. You excited for our final series of the night?
Of course I am. This is going to be a big one, and I'm excited for it to go down. I mean, Rebel and Sintenegra, again, a massive opportunity to get into that next round and to get even closer to booking your ticket at Kansas City.
Yeah, I think this is going to be absolutely incredible. Rebel versus Sintenegra. I'm excited for a potential upset here. Can Sintenegra continue on this journey? That is the question. I'm going to leave that one to Onset and Bravo. Fellas, what do you think?
I think it's a great question, and one we're going to have to find out the answer to. Sintenegra have been playing the underdog for much of this tournament, for all of this tournament, pretty much, to be honest with you. And now they have the opportunity, Andy, to find their way into a match where they could potentially be thinking about third place in a couple, you know, a little bit later on tomorrow in the tournament. But they've got to get past Rebel to do so, who have also looked pretty strong in their run in the bracket as well.
Yeah, and it's important to note exactly where these two teams were, right, coming out of groups. Keep in mind, these were your second place these teams out of groups. They are just behind the Pittsburgh Knights and Timbers Esports. They both came out with a 2-1 record. Cinta Negra with a 6-3 record, and Rebel here with a 6-5 record.
Interesting thing to look at here is Stronghold's gameplay for both teams. Cinta Negra struggling a little bit on Strongholds, whereas Rebel have a pretty good record. CTF seems to be where Cinta Negra have that strength as well as Slayers. So when we look at these game types, Strongholds, you're going to probably look at game one being in the favor of Rebel, but then you do have a Slayer and a CTF back-to-back. So Cinta Negra have a way back into this series if the first game doesn't go their way.
I certainly do, and we are wasting no time here. We're getting right into Live Fire Strongholds. This is going to be your game number one, and like we said, these two teams, they both had their eye on the third slot for Kansas City. Coming out of groups right away, they knew that this was going to be between them. It is no surprise that we find them here in the elimination quarters.
I'm looking forward to this one. It's our last series of the evening as well. Don't worry, we'll be back tomorrow. And don't worry, ANZ Super is going to be kicking off pretty much immediately after this as well. So plenty more Halo Infinite action for everybody to keep on their screens. But for now, we have to focus on what's in front of us. And that is the series layout once more. Hey, we thought you thought you were going to gameplay.
Snapped you right back to the series layout. Just making sure you're awake. Regardless of what time zone you're in, we're making sure you're still with us. And guess what? It still will be Live Fire Strongholds game number one, but we get a chance, Mark, as the players load in, to take a look later on in the series as well. Things will slow down in Slayer Bazaar. CTF Aquarius, though, game number 3.
And then we go to Oddball Streets and Slayer Live Fire. And the more that I look at this series layout, I'm kind of thinking that Cinta Negra got a really, really good chance here. I mentioned how their CTF game has looked very, very strong in comparison to Rebels, which has kind of been hit or miss, kind of even across the board. I think they were 2 and 3 overall. But then you get that second Slayer game 5. If you can send it to game 5, Cinta Negra, who have looked so good in those Slayers, they could take this series. It could go all the way.
Absolutely could. I think both these teams, not only with strong performances out of groups, but also some convincing performances earlier today as well. Lots on the line here. They still have to fight through this series just to get to our elimination semifinals and then win that series if they want to get to Kansas City. So lots to go here. But map number 1, as we said, Live Fire Stronghold is Cinta Negra versus Rebel.
Gameplay on your screens. That's what we want to see, everybody. Apologies for a little stutter step this time, but as you say, Andy, we have gameplay. We have Cinta Negra going up against Rebel, and off the break here, you can already see that Rebel have picked up a couple of kills. Laylock's doing the damage, and Roche trying to escape now with his sniper rifle as well.
Yeah, we've seen Roche popping off. I got to see actually how the Spanish cast reacted to Roche's shot from bottom B on Live Fire, and I got to say, man, the Spanish casters, every time they bring the hype. Amazing moment for Roche. That shot that he hit, we'll see if he can do it again.
He's trying to hit some fancy shots to start with here. He's going to hit some pretty simple ones after the beatdown. 3 players fall in quick succession, though, for Rebel off the back of that push that does come in. And not only 3 players falling here, Cinta Negra have a triple cap, Andy. They have control of the sniper rifle, the tower side of the map. This is going to be a difficult hold to try and break out of here for Rebel.
Oh my gosh, and Zark not done yet. He will find Strikey across top sandbags and narrowly misses there on a second player as well. That will be continued scoring for the side of Cinta Negra with the BC hold.
Simple as that. Pick up 1 headshot with a sniper rifle, and all of a sudden you can collapse onto those last players alive. And look at Zark as well, the awareness, seeing if that back tower spawn was coming in, but they've got to deal with these last players alive first, and they managed to do so almost immediately. They should be able to convert A in just a few seconds time as well. Just get that finish. All the other players are going to be respawning from Rebel and taking control of C, so Zark now is going to have some good lines of sight on these players trying to push B.
Yeah, triple cap once again here. 76 now. A no scope hits that with killing spree. Excuse me, the assist comes in there. 2 back-to-back assists will come in. 4 dead. Repulsor 360 up to the plat as well. The man is showing off and doing it with style.
He really is. This is a flare point being added to the things you're seeing in front of you right now from Zark. He's still got the sniper rifle, still got 3 bullets to work with as well. Triple cap still in effect, and just keep your eyes on the score, ladies and gentlemen, because it is 99-0 here. Cinta Negra are on fire, and so is this man Zark with that sniper rifle.
Zark's just baiting the camo. Look at this. Thought he was going to be able to grab the camo really quick there. He will exhaust the last shot of the snipe. We'll see if he burns the camo. He does. Maybe even stays alive here. No. Roche with the repulsor will close that one out. Still great stuff out of Zark.
Really, really impressive run at the start of this, not only the game, but the series, right? You want to start off on the front foot. You want to put the pressure onto your opponent, and that is exactly what he's been doing with that sniper rifle in his hand, and that's exactly what the team has been doing. Cinta Negra, 112-6, finally a few points on the board here for Rebel, but if it's 6 points that we're getting excited about, I think that shows the state of the game for them at the moment. They have A and they have C for now, but as you can see, Guardian already making a rotation over to A, so the battle looks like it's going to be going down towards B here.
Yeah, let's see. B just about to be finished by the side of Rebel. Just as fast as we see that, C starts to get flipped as well. That will be the battleground that we keep an eye on there on the bottom of your screen, as we'll see exactly what happens over on C plat. That'll determine who's going to be scoring next. It will be flipped, it looks like, for Cinta Negra.
Big battle going down here in the pillars, and it's going to be won by Leo, who manages to hit that final shot. And now he's going to be challenging bottom middle. All sorts of confidence coming in from Leo here on Rebel, and he needed to step up. Somebody did hit on the side of Rebel. They're being outslayed at the moment. They're being outscored at the moment, and they need to pick up the kills they need to get towards those strongholds. But there is another sniper shot coming in, and this time it's player from Cinta Negra who's found himself with a big gun.
Yeah, right now they want to turn this around, slow down the scoring just a bit, even though they still have a nice lead. We did see Rebel able to put a lot of points on the board there. The no-scopes will not hit. Gonna go ahead and see where that heat wave ends up around C plat, but still nice continued points on the board, and what was just about 100 to 6 is now 120 to 42. So Rebel doing what they can to stay alive in this.
Roche is trying to rotate here to A as well. It's looking like they're going to have to give up C in the meantime because kills haven't gone their way. And the story so far as we look across the kills is Johan having a really, really good start. 9 and 6 for him. Every single player momentarily there, as I started my sentence, was positive. A couple of them now even across the board. But Cinta Negra seem to be controlling the pace of the game with the slays that they're picking up.
Yeah, Guardian Fly's actually answering back the exact angle, but flipped, that we saw Rorch hitting those shots. He's actually hitting from back pillars there, so certainly a statement from him. As we talked about earlier, just in case you missed it, 2 players on the Cinta Negra side representing Colombia. So far they have done their country proud, looking to extend their run in this bracket, though.
We just spotted out a camo player, and you can see the Guardians trying to hunt him down. If he can hit that shot and get that kill, it would be massive. However, the camo player doing a really good job to escape and also bait him in to see if he could overextend and get a teammate to help him out, keep him alive, and also pick up that kill. AB in control now of Rebel, and what was a 99-0, remember, scoring this game, has now turned on its head ever so slightly. 128 the score, which is winning this game for Cinta Negra. But look at the AB control. Now we're about to see their opponent's Rebel cross that 100-point mark, and this is looking like a much closer game than it was in the first few moments.
This is worrying for the side of Cinta Negra. How do you blow the lead that they just did? As you said, it was 99-0. Now it's 128 to 106. It's all but gone. It's about to be flipped entirely. We might even see a lead change here. So an amazing bounce back from the side of Rebel. They were being outslayed. That has certainly changed quite a bit here now, as several players with 9 on the board, both Rorch and Strikey.
Big 3-man push came in towards B there. Rebel now going to be looking to defend this A stronghold, as Rorch has that mangler in his hand, but there's Laylox to try and do a little bit of damage onto the players now pushing from Cinta Negra onto A. It's got a little bit scrappy all of a sudden this game. Nobody being able to get total control with the kills to go alongside it. There's a beatdown that's not going to be doing the damage that was required. AB now back in the hands of Cinta Negra, and a little bit of control for them for the first time in quite some time.
A rare melee loss there for the Mangler. I think that ranks maybe the first one that we've seen all day today, but player will now be flipping C as well for the side of Cinta Negra. So once again, they will maintain the lead here, but look at the stop coming in from Rorch last second, and he will get the reset as well.
Perfect timing, and now it's a triple cap for Rebel. They've been down in this game for so long, but the longer this triple cap goes on, they will be going into a lead for sure. The pings are coming in as well. Can't quite finish off that player, but Lior is there with the sniper rifle, and there's the escape mechanism. The ejector seat is hit from Rorsch to take him to the skies to avoid a little bit of damage coming in. Spawns coming in towards the dummies, though. AB control still in their hands, and look at that. Now we do have that lead change. It's 156 and rising here for Rebel. They have stormed back into this game number 1.
That's the only way to put it. They have stormed back indeed. Lior leading the way, 14 and 11 right now. Great numbers from him, and he has continued to prove that he is a force to be reckoned with in our Mexico Super, showing up in a big way, and it's been a huge comeback from Rebel. And even though we're seeing Cinta Negra start to flip B, nades come in, able to avoid it somehow. We'll see if they can get the AB flip. They are able to do so on B, able to do so on A. They will start scoring once again.
Now with Johan with the heat wave, and the player in front of him having absolutely no idea, he's going to be able to put some pressure onto C. This kill at tower is vital. Doesn't want to trade in this situation. Doesn't want to be taken down without taking the player with him. A big kill coming in this time from Strikey. That's a massive play around that tower. Not only to keep the pressure on, but Also, to just deny any kind of control of tower, the Heatwave player is so vital to do. Tower is such a vital position, not just to block spawns, but also to see so much of the map.
Absolutely, and Strikey was also last player alive in that scenario. It's a nice little double kill coming in from Johan. He'll grab every spiker that he can as well, and we're essentially tied up 172 to 171. Another fantastic series here in our last one of the night.
Triple cap, though, for a few seconds here for Sintenegra. They lose A, but there's also going to be a move towards C, and you can see that Sintenegra, I think, have made the play to try and collapse onto A. The only problem is they're getting hit by all sorts of projectiles, and now you have Rebel just storming the base, defending A, but not only doing that, picking up the kills alongside it, and now they're making the move onto B.
Gonna just slow things down here, Lior, for just a second now, and Sintenegra will continue scoring once again to first one to break that 190 mark, but more points on the board still for Rebel, so Lior going to be comfortable with how they've played this game. You need to be a little bit careful there with teammates coming in there on the scoreboard door, but we'll stay alive here at house.
Might be another lead change here. The fight is going to be going down for B. Lior has a little bit of a flank on this player. I don't know if he got stuck there or if he avoided the damage. It was the damage avoided. And now he has a BR fight to win. He uses the melee to pick up the kill. Zark going to be doing a little bit of a battle here, top middle, but the kills seem to be falling in the favor of Rebel. Even though they don't have BC control, they might be able to wrestle C away in just a few seconds' time.
Yeah, might be able to indeed. 205 to 184. This is down to the wire. This is how you want to see a live fire Strongholds game. This one is not going down. Neither team without a fight here. Lior already at the 18 kill mark here.
Lior with a lot of responsibility as well. You see, again, tower control, B and C in their hands. That means that you can see him transition very quickly towards top middle and the A plat to put pressure onto A, or it might be a rotation towards B to try and defend that one. It looks like the call has been made that we need to defend B. However, it's difficult to defend when there's two players from Sintenegra just flying into the stronghold, but by doing that, at least it's allowed his teammate now to move in towards A. So a smart out-rotate coming in this time from Rebel, just outthinking Sintenegra and the plays they're making.
Strikey knowing just how powerful that Mangler is, full confidence there, knew that he wanted to close the gap to hit melee range, and he's able to do it as well. That will keep two dead for both sides momentarily. A sniper rotation for Rorch.
Yeah, trying to escape with the weapon and escape with his life. He's now got a Mangler in his hand. Mangler snipe, an interesting combo for sure. But when you're close range, it doesn't really matter what one of those guns you have. Drops the sniper off maybe to a teammate, or maybe there's just not enough ammo for him to work with, or maybe he just wishes he'd had another slot in those Spartan trousers, we'll call them, to put another gun in, because he kind of can't decide what he wants to run around with at the moment. I think the smartest decision is the battle rifle and sniper rifle, but he's going to have to do some damage with either of those weapons. Does so, and now you're going to see maybe a little bit of a conversion from Rebel.
That's right, 2 dead for Sintenegra, and I've been saying it for years. You'd think year after year those Spartan trousers would have a third slot. They still don't in the inventory. It's been a complaint for quite some time, but 229 to 220. This game is just about tied up. Very rarely do you see it tied up at this point in the game.
226, 227 and rising, and you're going to see a lead change here in the last knock-ins of our game number one. Rebel are the team who go into the lead. I say that, though, it's exactly tied up. It could not be closer between the two teams, with the strongholds consistently being swapped between them, Andy. We're not going to see a lead change for quite some time. It was finally Sintenegra have A and B, and Rebel now need to make a push, and it needs to be a coordinated one. This could be their last opportunity to try and capture a stronghold.
Lior going down early is trouble, but they will trade out 2 dead for Sintenegra, so Rebel might be able to get this back. They're also going to start to flip C.
They are going to flip C, but they've lost B in the meantime. But Guardian with this Mangler in his hands is going to have a lot of responsibility to pick up kills. It's only a trade, and the reset now comes in for Rebel. Rebel have control. B is now being stormed by Sintenegra, but there's a player actually out-rotating them at A as well. Sintenegra also have Zark inside of C, and it's only C that they have. Rebel only need to hold this for a few more moments, and they will take home your game number one, as all of Sintenegra now charge towards B to make a last-ditch assault, but there's Rorsch.
What is Rorsch doing? Somehow he stays alive. Oh my God, somehow he gets a reset and he gets to stop and he stays alive at B. He will maintain that and now start pressuring A.
Oh, he picks up the kill on A, but there's another player to deal with. He gets the beat down, he gets the melee, and now, in the last second, he might have just won the game with that play. A and B in their control. 249, make it 250. A crazy, crazy end to our game number one here. When it's all said and done and the dust is settled and the Spartan trousers have been put down for just a few moments, Rebel will take the win. They get a 250 on the board, but it was about as close as you could get.
As close as we've seen any Strongholds match, I want to say, in the entire Mexico Super. Rebel just popping off at the end, and Rourke just saw it on screen. We were watching C-Plat get flipped, and it looked like we were about to see Cinta Negra take control of B. Somehow it doesn't happen. Rourke in the feed, he just starts to loop around, stays alive in the end, and I'll add, while doing so, also goes 21-19 in the game. He stayed alive at B, and with some help, clears out the entirety of it. They also rotate back to A and win that battle. Amazing late game plays there from Rourke and the entirety of his squad.
Yeah, it's that last minute decision making that you're always looking out for the best players, right? Who's going to be able to make the right decision in the biggest moments? And Rourke showing that he was doing exactly that. The stats back it up. Big game from Strikey as well. 23-14 for him. Very, very impressive stuff. 16 assists as well, just to shout out Laylox. But we'll take a look at the damage as well to see who was putting down the most shots on live fire. And looking across here, it looks like Guardian was actually the player who led the lobby on the losing side, but a lot of damage being done.
Yeah, certainly we're seeing time and time again the players on the opposite side of the stage also able to put in that damage. That is one of the closest, if not the closest, Strongholds matches we have seen in the entire Mexico Super. It was a fantastic game back and forth, and to be honest, it looked like Rebel was going to start to run away after the huge 100-point lead from Cinta Negra, but it came down to the wire.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that Cinta Negra had this one in the bag. They looked so comfortable. After the first couple of minutes, it was looking like it was going to be a case of can you get any points on the board with the way that they were rotating and picking up the kills that they were required to. But that's not what we're seeing from these teams now. You're seeing a lot more kind of heart being shown in these last matches because they know in the elimination bracket it's no time for resets, no time to lose a couple of games because you don't get another opportunity to try and take home one of those spots for Kansas City. Everybody is leaving all out on the line here. This trade was absolutely massive towards the end of the game, and Rourke, the Mangler man himself, just picking up the kills he needed to win the game.
Yeah, doing everything he needed. We saw him with the snipe control once again. We saw him with the Mangler control, and in the end, really impressed with what we saw. But you pointed out perfectly on set, that trade at C was huge. I cannot believe that Cinta Negra forfeited the trade in that scenario. Definitely a big factor towards the end of the game.
Now we move on to Slayer Bazaar, and we were looking at this series layout and looking at the stats, historically what we've seen so far in the tournament from both teams. Rebel were the favorites for game number one with their Strongholds performance, but now you have to say the same of Cinta Negra as we move into game two here on Bazaar Slayer. Their Slayer game has been very, very strong so far.
That's right, it certainly has, and we'll have to see if they can bring that here in game number two. They've been a team that knows how to rally back. We saw them in group play. Despite falling to Knights, we saw them 3-0 in their other two series, but of course, got to remember on the side of Rebel, that's also how their group play went, so there's no surprise that these two teams have been neck and neck, not only in this entire tournament, but now also in the series of their own. Here we are in game number two.
Big moments here for Cinta Negra. Need to answer back, cannot let this series get to 2-0. And the opening break is absolutely massive here. Overshield and rockets being up. And not only that in Bazaar Slayer, and you get those, you control the entirety of Bazaar.
Nice little job there. Player right away knows that he needed to be involved in that situation. Able to do it. Also gets a Bulldog as a reward here. And maybe even knows that Rourke is up top. Going to spike grenade it out.
Is it going to get the kill? But there's going to be a teammate there to capitalize on the damage, and another spike grenade. The man has got every single spike grenade that you can find on Bazaar. Did a little bit of damage with them, but wasn't able to get the kills for it. 4-3, the advantage here for Cinta Negra at the start of this game. Extremely close. Rourke still has the rockets, though. You can see that in the kill feed as he ties it up at 4-all.
Airlock's just going to do whatever he can to stay alive here. Maybe get some angles with the team. That's what it's all about. And as you say, tied up. Very rarely do you see tied 4-4 here. And the first kills over the next exchange will fall to Cinta Negra. An opportunity for Laylox and the front door boys to make a push here.
Taking some shots in the back, though, from a player just pushing out towards the rocket side. And now Laylox is just screaming at teammates, help me, please look at me, see if you can do anything. And even though he had the thrust and he had the Bulldog, the fact that his shields just didn't have the time to regenerate there means that he will be taken down, and there'll be a little bit of a lead starting to establish for Cinta Negra now. It's 8-6. It's only 2 kills, but 2 kills with the way this game has started is quite considerable at this point.
It is, and when you're in the bar and you see nades coming in like that, when it rains, it pours. You can see the first 2 dynamos might not have connected, but a frag in the end is what spelled disaster there. Now we're taking a look at Rourke, once again a player that we have seen pop off time and time again, just doing whatever he can to hold this hut. Team down by 2 kills here, and they know that they can't let them run away with it. Nice job to double back there on Zark.
Yeah, had to double back as well, because you knew that a nade was coming at some point, or maybe a player was going to be charging out of the tree. So he's thinking, even if I pick up 1 kill on my way down to the grave, it's going to be worth that play and worth that risk. And From there, Rebel now have control of the overshield. They also have a couple of dynamos to throw towards the bar just to make sure that a few players' hair is standing on end. Players going to be in the headlights, so to speak, or maybe in the crawl space would be a better place to put it. As now you're going to see damage consistently done here by Key, but you got to give a lot of credit actually to Sintenegra, the way that they haven't allowed this overshield player to have too much of an impact. They've worked together, they've team shotted him, and now you can see that overshield has been taken out of commission.
Yeah, they really melted that overshield really well, and you see both the dynamos, even though they went into bar, they did not connect at all. We didn't hear any hit ticks or see any damage they came in. They had to work then separately to fight on the players on Rocket side, and they still haven't even made this tree push. Only now do they make the push, so Sintenegra did well to hold it off as long as they could, but now the kills start to fall the way of Rebel.
Now, if they can collapse quickly and get these last few kills, then they might be able to rally together and pick up not just 1, 2, 3, but 4, 5, 6. But he's having to survive here. A couple of grenades going towards it. Does still have a teammate in his vicinity. The beatdown lands, but a teammate unfortunately fell just before that. And off the back of that push, Rebel actually find themselves 3 dead. So Sintenegra hold the line and also take advantage of maybe the numbers being a bit split across the map.
Tell me what you think. Pretty surprising to not see the Rebel players look away from Double Door and focus on the player on the back of the base. It feels like an opportunity where they maybe could have just all focused on the player that was on the flag. Kill will come in here for player from Sintenegra once again. They will now gain the lead, but pretty surprising to see them split their attention there. And it felt like a situation where if they had all just taken a look at flag, they could have cleaned that player out and had a cleaner push outside.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's one of those where you got to think if they have a few seconds to all turn and fight that one player, get the kill, and then they can still beat the respawners back to mid-map. It's a timing thing that maybe they just got a little bit wrong, and it comes down to communication, right? You've been there, we've been there. You know, it's who makes the call to kill this player first and then rotate back, or is it everyone just kind of does their own thing and then everyone ends up doing nothing in those kind of situations? 22-20 is the score. There is a grapple available for the overshield. He misses the OV, and unfortunately it's going to cost him his life.
That is a misplay from Johan. Moments before that, he made a huge play as the only player alive in the back of the base to keep things close. However, that is a misplay on the grapple. You hate to see it, and I will say we've probably all been there as well, especially early on Halo Infinite. If you don't hit that grapple perfectly and pull that overshield towards you, you're going to just put yourself in no man's land, and you saw how badly he got punished, and the overshield goes the other way. Now it's a 3-kill lead for Rebel.
Gets punished and then gets spawn killed, and that's how it can go sometimes. That could have been Johan with the overshield in his hands, looking to be aggressive and push forward. Instead, it's him getting killed twice in a row with not too much he could have done about it. 25-22 off the back of that overshield. Now Rebel with a 3-kill lead.
Those are the moments you have to hope that you're not thinking about later on in the series or tonight when you go to sleep and having to think about those tomorrow as well. You want to bring this game back. You want to make sure you can shake off moments like that. Remind yourself that it did not impact the final score, but right now it's looking like it might. Great shots from Laylock once again from the hut. They will now get a 6-kill lead.
That's 3 times in a row we've now seen Johan go down. The first was, unfortunately, the misplay with the grapple. Then he got killed off the respawn, and then just over-challenging a little bit on the bar. Deaths that maybe you watch the game back and you think I could have avoided a couple of those, but for now he's going to have to look about making up for it with some kills. As you can see in the kill feed, there's a couple of kills being traded, but this is the first significant lead that we have seen here, and it's in the hands of Rebel. Rebel already won up in the series. We mentioned how Sintenegra are strong on Slayers. Well, Rebel are showing that they're here to play as well.
And absolutely, Laylock's on your screen is here to play. He's 10, 11, and 5. Now that's a killing spree for him. Great numbers when your team's up like this, just able to perform in this game too, and this is late in the bracket. This is the time where you need to step up. This is the time where you need to do it.
Guardian taking a little bit of damage as Laylock's maybe just got a little bit overexcited there on the balcony as he tried to peek into the treehouse and see what was happening. Player's going to pick up yet another kill, though, onto Roche, who we see falling to the death screen. Now Sintenegra is starting to rally back into this a little bit. Even though it's a 7-kill deficit, when you're looking at the kill feed and you're looking at the top right-hand side of your screen, you're seeing more Rebel players start to fall into that death screen, Andy. Maybe they're starting to feel a little bit nervous here. This comeback is starting to gain a little bit of momentum here from Sintenegra.
Should have been a Sintenegra OS grab as well. We'll keep an eye on exactly where that went. There it is. His arc does have it here, and this is an opportunity for them. Once again, up by 6 kills. You want to extend here. You don't just want to trade out. You want to make sure that you're taking advantage of this overshield and this push. He's still got about a quarter to go.
Needs to pick up 6 kills to tie up this game, though. Rebels still have the lead. Zark's going to be pushing down. There's one of those kills. Now, can he get in position to help out his teammate? Teammate doesn't need help. 35-40 now. It's a 5-kill game, and Sintenegra really starting to make a run here. Zark's going to pick up that grapple, or is he? He's actually going to let that one live. down on the respawn because he's got the thrust to play with as well. He's also got Strikey in front of him, but Strikey picks up the kill, but it's traded out immediately.
This will trade out. Zark also just using the grapple to get out of dodge. He did not want to stay right there pinned against the enemy's base, but right here he's also in danger. Highly exposed from Rocket's side. Going to be able to stay alive, though. One grapple as well. 37-41, just like you said, Onset Sinta is right back in this match.
They certainly are, and you're going to see another kill go down for them in this trade. Might actually be a double kill here. Has to reload and now has to re-challenge and hit the shots, and he does exactly that. Zark picks up 2, and with those 2 kills, it's now just a 2-kill game.
Great patience, great timing from Zark. He knew what he had to do. He stayed alive bottom middle. He got into the back of the enemy's base. He stays calm as well in that battle there during that reload. He brings the game within 2, and they've got the angles to play with as well.
Now, who wants to take the risk to get space? I love this from Zark. A lot of players would sit in the treehouse and think, hey, we don't want to make the mistake. We don't want to be the player who gets taken down fighting across map. But it looks like they're going to be trying to take space, and they've done exactly that. And now you can see, unfortunately... Oh, I don't know if that was the wrong button being tapped, but it just didn't look too good. But it's still a 1-kill game here as Sinta have somehow, even with that little misplay, managed to keep this one close.
Overshield just popped. It looks like it's already grabbed as well. We're going to keep an eye on that. It might be a Johan grab. We'll have to see if that's the case for the side of Sinta. Tied up 43-43.
7 kills then. Who wants this more? What a comeback this has been from Sinta. Players coming off the respawn towards the treehouse as well, and Johan's got the sizzle sticks in his hand as well, and he's certainly tickling some of those players as he picks up yet another kill to give them a lead. Sinta, who were down by so far, now find themselves in a lead and only needing 5 kills to go.
Johan eventually goes down. I think he did have that overshield. I do not think it was burned. I think he's able to grab that and use it and bring them to the 45 kill mark. But man, you could not get any closer. 5 kills to go for both teams here. They cannot afford to make a mistake. 45-45.
Rocket's coming up as well. That could be the game-changing moment. Leo's going to pick up the kill, though, and Rebel, who were feeling a little bit shaky and a little bit nervous a few seconds ago, finally found a little bit of steel and resolve here to put themselves into a lead, but there is Johan, and there is a Bulldog from Leo to pick up another kill. Rebel just need 3.
Just like that, 47-46. You haven't seen the Bulldog much of a factor in this game, which is rare for a Bizarre Slayer, but it is here, and it is ready to play in the late game. Now 48-46.
2 kills to go here. Johan in a big 1v1. He thrusts forward and gets the trade, but the trade isn't good enough, and Strikey will pick up, I think, the final kill there.
Wow.
In a little bit of an explosive battle. It ends 50-49, but it ends with a Rebel win. They're up by 2, Andy, and it's just 1 more map to go for them to win.
My God, you talk about clutch. That is this Rebel squad to close out a game 2, 50-49, and that's a heartbreaking defeat for the side of Sinta. They clawed all the way back into that game. They were down by about 9 kills. They somehow bring it back in the end, tied at 45, and to lose that game 50-49, like we said, you cannot get any closer. It's a great late effort from Sinta to force some of those spawns there and force also that trade from Johan with the thrust, as you pointed out. Good numbers coming in from player there, 15 and 10, some of the best numbers we've seen from him this weekend. But in the end, it is the clutch factor of Rebel. They will close it out, and they will go up 2-0 in the series.
So impressive. That was just heart, resilience, steel, whatever you want to call it, and ice in the final moments. We'll take a look at the damage dealt as well. Johan, 5k damage for him. Big effort from him on the side of on the side of Sinta, but excuse me, yes, Sinta. Sorry everybody, it's about 4 a.m. here. Just give me a little break, okay? But Rebel, I mean, managing to clutch up in that final moment with a 50-49. I think it might have been a Rocket trade actually in those last moments, Andy, that got them that win.
Yeah, we'll have to see if we have any alternate angles on that last kill, as we were keeping an eye, as you said, on that trade that was happening in bar, and moment of I think confusion and worry for everyone, not just us watching, but everyone waiting to see that victory screen splash, because it does take a single second for that fanfare to come in. But as you see, this was that trade right there, was 49-48 in favor of Rebel, and as you said, looks like maybe a strikey trade with the Rockets there at bottom. Rockets, it paid off. And very close games here, 250-238. It got even closer in game number 2, 50-49. Rebel right now only 1 game away from 3-0ing Sinta in our elimination quarterfinal.
And now you got to wonder how much those 2 games have taken out of Sinta as well, right? The 250-238, a crazy game 1 that was so close that could have swung their way. And then to lose 50-49 as well in a close game that was swinging their way for sure in those final sort of 10 kills or so. Have they got enough left in the tank here, Andy, on Aquarius, capture the flag to send us into a game 4 and potentially push it all the way to a game 5?
I think it's possible. I do think the squad has it in the cards The gas in the tank, though, is the question. Can they hang on? Can they stay alive? Do they have what it takes? Keep in mind, it's going to be late for these players as well, most of them playing from Mexico City or throughout Mexico, and of course going to be Central Time compared to the US there, so it's still already getting late in the evening, their time as well. But right now is the time to rally. It has been a marathon of games so far. Keep in mind, Santa Negra got out of pool play in winner's bracket. They had a huge start. They do not want their story to end here, but now it is do or die. They need to win the next 3.
And you have to remember as well, if they get through to that next round of the tournament, there's a bump up in the prize money, all these things to play for these teams. But most importantly, that place at Kansas City in pool play is what everybody really, really wants to take away from this MX Super. But for now, Santa Negra, they're going to have to win 3 back-to-back if they want to keep those dreams alive. Rebel just need one more game as we find ourselves on Aquarius with a little bit of CTF action.
Nice work from Lior there. He's the last player alive, but he still forces this trade despite being shot by multiple players, which paves the way there for Strikey to also get a kill off a spawn, so they'll take 2 dead. That will neutralize the response. So all it takes is one player on Rebel alive to shut down essentially the entire push. They answer back very well off of the opening.
Laylock's taking a few shots to the back here, just trying to survive. Every single player on the map is alive for now, so it's a little bit of a battle for mid-map control. Finding a flag is going to be moved. Great shots coming in from Laylock's, though. I mean, one thing I will say for this region that we've kind of talked about beforehand, individually, these players are not missing many shots, Andy. They really are some of the best we've seen.
They really are, and we talked to a lot of players that are familiar with the LATAM region, you know, making sure that we were up to date on exactly how they looked in Infinite. And one thing that's true is they do not miss shots. These are very, very talented individual players. They have great shots. They also know what they're doing all around the map. It doesn't matter what weapon you put in their hands. I think everyone's been very surprised with what we've seen from LATAM so far, and this last series of the night is no exception.
Loving his movement as well from Roche, just making sure he's hitting every slide, every curb slide, every drop slide to get across the map as quickly as he can. Now you're going to see a little bit of an assault on the base here from Rebel. Roche just trying to clear out the back of the base. Hits a good bit of damage, a little bit of a chunk with that heat wave. The second one is going to finish off the kill. He's taking some damage not just from top mid, but also from inside of the base. And Santa Negra defending with their hearts and with their lives and managing to hold off the push from Rebel.
It's a great start from both teams here. Very back and forth, very tug of war, with neither team really able to get any sort of semblance of a run just yet. Really just trying to volley back and forth between these first 2 minutes.
Camo going to be coming up. That might be the difference maker here. And it's Johan who's making a play for it. The man who was putting down a huge amount of damage in our previous game on Bazaar. Unfortunately, this time the only thing that's going to be put down is his body as he goes for that camouflage. Ross is going to be moving in now for Rebel to pick it up. He slams it straight into his chest, and now with Santa Negra with a player in that respawn screen as well, he's going to move towards that heat wave, timing that one perfectly, and now this is an opportunity to push.
Fresh off the Stevie heat wave there, camo in hand as well, and I'll tell you right now, I'm sure Roach and Laylock's grabbing a lot of fans here with the play that they've done this weekend. It's been really impressive, and so far Rebel looking very good. Roach, you might have caught it before that camo grab. He also picked up a double and assisted the third, so really making sure that he's part of these team battles in a big way.
Big kill coming in from Key as well. I mean, Strikey managing to pick up that kill is going to allow his teammate to maybe run that flag, or maybe he's saying, I'll pick up all the kills and I'll do it myself. Throws it towards the utility. The heat wave once again, the game changer inside of that base. He's going to hit the slide beautifully as well, but look at this. The overextension has not been covered by his teammates, and now the flag is away from home.
Yeah, we'll have to see now. Rourke has already doubled back as well. Nice double tap there with the killing spree from Strikey. As you said, doing it all on the map right now. He clears out his opponent's base. He clears out his own base. He runs the flag back as well. We'll have a flag standoff here to see which flag will go in first.
We will, but there's a player who's managed to sneak behind him, and that's going to be Guardian. He comes in and gets the double kill, and he might have an opportunity to look for a triple, but I also absolutely love this decision, making it a little bit unfortunate that Guardian was just on his P's and Q's and hit that shot, but just taking his time to take a different route after that. Initial double kill bought him a little bit of time to maybe wait for a bit of help. It didn't happen in that circumstance. Now you're seeing the return, and Rebel will go up by one.
Very nice timing there from Rourke. You saw that flag had been thrown out bottom middle in a last-second desperation attempt, but they'll wait for that return. It will come home comfortably, and they'll bring that flag in. They'll be the first to score, and now Rebel either 4 flagged or 8 minutes away from closing out of this series.
Camouflage pop in now. Rebel managing to get it in their hands again. So Lior's going to be just hiding in the fridge at the moment. Just playing this one nice and patient, seeing if he can call out some positions to his teammates. Johan's going to be challenging him, but look at that help coming in just at the right time. It's the camo player who's just hovering around the base at the moment, and it's going to be Laylock's again looking to add to his kill tally. Is 6 and 6 right now, but no, he misses the melee and he gets taken down. That's a little bit of a careless death. And that's something that you don't want to see, especially when you've got not only one power-up, but the heat wave in your hands as well.
Strange sequence there. You see that sometimes with the BR. We've all been there, competitive Halo players who have played for many, many years. You've been there where you shoot and engage a player and you turn away because you're sure the kill is going to happen. That doesn't always happen with the heat wave, so surprising to see that from Laylox there. Maybe just a little bit of online weirdness, but we will stay here at 1-0 in favor of Rebel.
Roche managing to pick up one kill down here, Carl 1. 7 minutes left in this game here, so plenty of time for both teams to either get that second flag on the board or a tying flag for Sintenegra. But with every single second that starts to tick past now, Sintenegra are going to think, hey, this could be our tournament's over. We need to do something. And you got to be careful not to get sloppy, Andy. You got to keep playing as a team. You can't make solo hero plays too often, because with how well Rebel are playing at the moment, one misplay, one kill that falls into their hands can be the opening they're looking for.
Certainly, and keep in mind, only one flag game here. There's a lot to play for still for the side of Sintenegra. They don't need to think about the miracle. They don't need to think about the reverse sweep. All they need to think about is getting 3 or 4 dead and starting a flag run. That's all they need to worry about right now. They've got 6.5 minutes to do it.
Roche is causing some problems for Johan here. Johan going to challenge very, very confidently, and understandably, when you have those kind of shots, he almost gets the double as well, but won't get the trade in that situation. Strikey does enough to get him out of the base, and that is a vital kill to pick up. You mentioned the fact that it is just a 1-kill game, and the steps were being taken there by Johan to pick up the kills that were required to get a flag pool going. But now you're going to see Strikey moving down. Wow. He's going to pick up one. His teammate's there to pick up another, and now turns his attention towards P1. Doesn't quite get the kill, doesn't get the trade, but reads this player like a book, and that will be 3 dead pretty much consecutively for Sintenegra, as Rebel are just starting to control the map.
Beautiful stuff there from Strikey. You might have noticed he also hit the thrust as he was flying forward with that horizontal heat wave out. That helped him avoid the damage off of the nade as well. That's what kept him alive and allowed him to keep patrolling and keep picking up kills. That's a killing spree for Strikey.
And it's going to be an opening here for Rebel. That slide's going to be hit perfectly, and look at the damage that was avoided. He gets ticked up a little bit by the frag grenade. Shields will be broken here for Laylox, but if he doesn't hit that slide, you have to wonder if he even gets the flag to this position. Now he can get it out onto the bridge. His teammates have picked up 3 kills. Last player alive is Guardian. He's going to have to go absolutely huge here for his squad, and he's not going to be able to do so. And I think that Lior just wanted to make sure that it was a dead body and it wasn't a zombie.
He certainly made sure that that player had been taken down. Guardian doing whatever he can to stay alive in the end there in utility, but not enough, as you say, and Lior made sure that he was no longer on the map, and that was indeed the case. Rebel will go up 2-0 with 4:48 left in the game.
4:48, as you say. It is enough time. We've seen comebacks with like 30 seconds, back-to-back flag caps being picked up on this map to see teams head into overtime and really push the pressure onto their opponents. But for Sintenegra at the moment, it's looking like things are starting to look a bit worrying for them. They're down 2 in this series. They're down 2 flags in this game. It needs to be a little bit of a step up in the game plan, as Roach is still doing damage, but the flag is being pulled.
Roach was last player alive, and he's very brave to confidently charge there, and looks like Zark was actually going to try to run the flag without that. Oh my God! Roach comes coast to coast all the way back. He says, "My people need me," and he flies back into the utility. They will get 2 dead off of that flag run, so that flag will stay for a second. Paused here, bottom Dynamos.
Player trying to stay alive. He's just taking so much damage. That Dynamo is going to clear the space required now. Zark is actually going to pick up the kill as well. Finally, the kill will come in as Lior and Laylox pick up some kills. But where's the flag? It's still down car 1. Sintenegra kind of a little bit undecided on how they want to try and approach this. 2 players jump on the return now for Rebel, and maybe somewhat of a missed opportunity there for Sintenegra. And now the counter cap is coming in from Lior.
Still so impressed with what we saw from Roach there. 21 and 12 in this game right now. Also, Strikey not far behind him. 20 and 14 at the moment, but absolutely huge plays, identifying what he had to do as a last player alive. And to be honest, it's also a little bit of miscommunication coming from the Sintenegra side and squad. This could now be the 3rd flag.
Yeah, you can go with Squid. That works. There's
Squid.
2 combined together. That's 100%. Well, let's see if Lior can do something here to get that flag back to his base and give them a 3-cap advantage. You would feel that 3 caps might be a little bit too much to ask with just 3 minutes left in this game. They're playing this one patiently here, Rebel. They know they don't have to force anything whatsoever. And with these kills being picked up with a heat wave, now it's time to jump on that return. Now it's time to put home that 3rd flag. And I tell you what, this might be a march into the next round for Rebel in just a few moments.
I think they're playing with him. Oh no, looks like actually taking a look at the scoreboard here, looks like we're in some kind of weird state. Might have entered the Twilight Zone. That's kind of what it feels like right now. I'm not entirely
Put my glasses on to check.
Not entirely sure how we ended up in some sort of strange 1v1 where players were not really moving there, but we'll have to find out exactly where the score will be netted up. But I think all 3 flags went in. I'm sure there will be a gameplay review on that 4th flag. We'll have to find out that, but it looks like 3 flags are definitely on the board. And right now, Rebel looks like they're going to close out this series pretty comfortably.
They're just keeping us here. That's what they want to do. They're just keeping us waiting.
They don't want it to
give us
be
a little
over.
bit more Halo. We want to stay here as well. Don't worry, everybody. We want to see a bit more Halo. We're going to try and send this right through to the ANZ kicking off. I think that's what we need to do today. Let's see if we can get MX into ANZ, back into MX somehow. It's almost physically impossible.
I mean, we just went to the Twilight Zone, so I think we can get to Australia if we need to.
It's true. Anything's possible at this point.
Yeah.
Well, let's see if we are going to get this game back underway very, very soon. Hopefully, we will get rolling as soon as possible. But as you say, Andy, I think it's looking like Rebel are going to be able to take home a 3-0 win.
It's a good note from Clutch. Also, I got to say, Clutch in the Discord also letting us know players might have just decided to quit out that match, which would explain why we saw so fewer players in the lobby as well. Certainly could have been the case. It could have been very rare that we see it could have been a rage quit or a gentleman's forfeit. I'm not sure which of the 2 it was, but that certainly is a case as well. So we will wait for the ruling from League Ops to see exactly how those final moments went.
As soon as it comes into my ears, I will let you know exactly what that ruling is as well. Apparently, it's 26 minutes until ANZ starts off, Lottie's telling me. So it's actually very possible that we can actually manage to see the show through. And at this point, I think we have to. Do you know what I mean? I just want to throw it over to them. We're like,
well, it's funny because I think we'll have to, because I'm pretty sure it's streamed on the same channel. So I think we'll actually have to.
Also a very good point. Yeah, it's a very, very good point. Well, hopefully the ANZ guys are feeling rested and they're ready to cast an amazing day of action. I think it's the final day, isn't it, for them that's kicking off right now. So they're going to actually be crowning a champion of their Super, which is going to be amazing. I did send a little cheeky, I have to admit, I sent a little cheeky tweet today to Benno to wish him a little bit of luck. I said, I see you Game 5 King. Good to see him back and putting in those kind of performances. But I'm interested to see how ANZ is actually going to pan out a little bit later today. I think that we've got all of a sudden 3 or 4 teams who are starting to just put themselves in the running. Divine Mind, of course, a little bit disappointed for them to lose to Immunity in the way they did, but also my boy Barcode. I want to see what his KD's looking like at the end of today, because it was looking ridiculous going into today.
There was. I think he was leading all supers with ridiculous numbers, close to a 2 KDA, I think is what I overheard. But I think we're starting to see a lot of that across a lot of regions. On set, it's great to see it not only here in LATAM, but ANZ as well. The fact that you have a little bit more top heavy now, instead of it being only a single team story. These are getting a little more top heavy, where you have interesting second place teams, third place teams that are starting to put a little bit more pressure on the top squad in each region.
Yeah, we're going to have to see if the pressure continues here in the MX region tomorrow as well. I mean, it's the match we've been waiting for, Andy. That winners bracket final is looking extremely, extremely spicy. Knights are going to be taking on, of course, Timbers. And I think from what we've seen today, it's going to be an extremely close matchup between the 2.
Yeah, you have to hope. I think, if anyone's placing bets on this match, they've probably, first of all, done so illegally. Second of all, they're probably betting on the Knights. But you got to say, you hope that the Timbers are going to bring it tomorrow, because we've seen some greatness from them. They are undefeated. The Knights are not. It's worth noting. But we'll have to see if Timbers can bring it to them in that winners final. I think we're all looking forward to that match for sure.
Oh, it's going to be probably the highlight of the day, and you get the feeling it won't be maybe the last time that we're going to see them matching up as well. That's just the winners bracket final, of course, but we're also going to get to decide who's going to be that 3rd place team, who's going to be going through to KC, and there's still a lot of games to be played to make that decision as well. And one of these teams, Rebel, I think are looking hot at the moment, Andy. They're looking like they could be the team to maybe take that spot.
Yeah, right now they're looking very good, and this is the kind of convincing performance that you want to see from Rebel being down in the elimination quarterfinals as they get ready to face off against Cruelty. I'm not going to lie, I don't know if Cruelty's going to be up to par with what we've seen of Rebel here. That's going to be the question. Of course, we're going to save that one for tomorrow. That'll be your elimination semifinals. If Rebel closes this one out, we have to assume that that will be the case. Once again, waiting for word from our referees exactly how that last match will be played out, how many flags we have on the board, if it was a forfeit, all of that coming in. But still, lots of great matches here to come in the Mexico Super without a doubt tomorrow.
They certainly are indeed, and a lot of money to be given away over the next couple of weeks in Halo as well. We've got the EU Super, which is coming up pretty soon. I've actually just opened my calendar as well, because it's in 2 weeks that we will be in Stockholm.
So we have also, we have even EU Super qualifiers, I think, starting within 1 week.
Of course we do.
It's going to be fast.
Sunday.
Yeah, it's going to be quick.
The world is spinning around so fast at the moment. I swear it's increasing in speed every single time that I look at my calendar. But I mean, it's going to be an amazing couple of weeks of action, like you say. And then when the EU Super's done, we got a little bit of a break, because you know why? Because Kansas City's coming up, and we want to get to Kansas City as quickly as possible, of course. But I like the fact that we've got a little bit of a break after the final Supers, just because of the fact it gives those teams the time to maybe travel out a little bit early to Kansas City, some of the international teams, and get some scrims in, but also for everybody to get that final month of practice in, to maybe hide away a couple of those strategies. We see all of a sudden the streams being turned off a couple of weeks before the event, I always see, which always excites me because I'm like, hey, what are we going to see at Kansas? Is there going to be a few surprises for us?
Yeah, especially there's a few things that you pointed out that I think are so true. First of all, once the teams are qualified from the Supers into Kansas City, you have to hope that those teams turn it up to 110%. There's so much to play for, and making a statement here with a top 8, top 6 finish, if you're in the top of these regions, to come on North American soil and do that would be an enormous statement. You'd attract a lot of attention from fans, from potential sponsors, right? There's a lot of money in Infinite now. There's a lot more to play for than there has been in years past, and I couldn't agree more about getting to North America early if you can. Get an Airbnb with god-tier internet and get your setups going, and not only land with each other and get on the schedule, but also like get your sleep schedule adjusted. There's a lot to say there, and I think Halo is now at the high enough level where we have to think about that stuff. These player salaries are high enough, right? You're talking about huge prize pools and a lot to play for in the whole year of year one of Halo Infinite. So you have to hope that the teams are going to get over here at least 3-4 days early, get some matches on, get your sleep schedule adjusted to North America, and maybe get some Kansas City barbecue as well. Just saying. Yeah,
it's a really good point, actually. You just made me want to get to Kansas a little bit quicker with that statement. But I think the things that get overlooked about getting to the event. Oh, I'm hearing the update. Hold up, everybody. We're hearing the update. There's 3 minutes left on the clock. We'll be restarting the game, and the score will be 3-0 to Rebel. They need 2 flags to win, but 3 minutes to go. So we have the official ruling. Thank you so much to our producer for giving us that information. Hopefully we can get back into it as soon as possible, but I think all of this is just building up beautifully towards Kansas City. And one thing I keep having to reiterate, it is going to be so good to have all of you at home moving over to Kansas as spectators and having you back there and having the energy that you supply, because we missed you in Anaheim. The Halo was amazing, but trust me, we missed you.
Yeah, we really did. It was a very different event. It's the first time we've been, still in a convention center that is absolutely enormous, but only had, of course, players, coaches, and commentators there. We missed all of you at home. So make sure as soon as those spectator passes go up, you grab one, because my God, did the rally ones ever go fast. So make sure you grab yours. And also, if you're going to compete there, we hope to see you there as well. But now we're going back into our third and potentially final map. As Onset said, it's 3-0 in favor of Rebels. That fourth flag did happen during the player disconnects. Only 3 minutes on the clock. This really should be a victory lap for Rebel.
It should be indeed, but you got to get the job done. And as I said, you can cap flags pretty quickly if you get complete control of Aquarius, but it's going to be difficult for Sintenegra to do, especially with the way that Rebel have been performing so far in the series, and to be honest, have been performing today. Let's see if they can make a miracle happen here and maybe tide us over towards the ANZ Region Super final day kicking off. But for now, it's going to be Lior from Rebel, who has been outstanding so far today.
2 dead off the break, and Roach with the camo. Are there any surprises? A little bit of deja vu here. He's going to have the thrust. He's going to have the commando and the camo. The man is ready to go. We need a flag a minute for Sintenegra, so this is a tall order, and like we said, this should really just be control and just a few minutes of final play here for the side of Rebel.
Especially with Rebel and the camo. That's going to make things a little bit more difficult. Roche with another beatdown. 2 players dead per side, and Roche is just maybe thinking about rubbing a little bit of salt into the wounds after what happened in the last few moments before the restart got underway. They did have that 4th flag go in, but it wasn't counting because of the disconnects. He's saying, hey, do you know what? We're 3-0 up. Let's put the 4th in just to make somewhat of a statement. Roche is going to run this one home for Rebel. It's 4-0. They only have a couple of minutes left to deal with, but Rebel, at this point, you have to say, Andy, they've booked their ticket through to the next round.
They have. He hits it with a 180 curb slide, backslide there at the end, too, to do it with style. They'll put that flag in officially, 4th flag on the board. And just like you said, they knew that they earned that one. They're going to put it in just for posterity. Nice shots coming out of Lior as well. They're not done just yet. Lior already with 4 kills in this very short game. And just like that, Onset, I was pretty excited for some more Halo, but we only have 1:30 left.
Yeah, it is looking like we are going to be coming to the end of the show, unfortunately, for the MX region. But don't worry, as we mentioned, we'll be back tomorrow with even bigger games. But for now, it is the victory lap for Roche and Rebel. They are looking so good, especially in this series. I've got to be honest, I was expecting it to be a little bit closer than it was. But this is just showing the standard that Rebel are playing at right now. They are looking like the team I think we expected on day one.
That would have been the ultimate icing on the cake, the ultimate victory lap, the cherry on top, the salt in the wound there. The flag will go in, though. It'll say 1-1 on your boards, but it'll be 4-1 overall. Sintenegra will put 1 flag on the board, so the score will be a little bit more respectable in the history books.
Respectable, but still not the result they would have wanted. You don't mind giving away one flag if you're going to have a series result that says 3-0 in the history books. Lior, who really has been so good today, is going to unfortunately be taken down by that heat wave. As Johan and the rest of the crew for Cintanegra try and at least, like you say, make this a little bit more respectable. They do have another flag moving. Unfortunately, Johan's going to be taken down. Striker will be traded out as well, but as I say, 25 seconds left here, Andy, and unfortunately, I think that all Cintanegra are going to have to do is wave goodbye to Rebel and just say, good luck in the next round, boys. Do us proud.
That really is it here. A little bit of a formality in these final few moments. You have to think that both teams are kind of thinking that, of course, still giving their all in these final moments as that flag will be ran and dropped. And as you see, a little bit of a victory crouch here at the bottom. Some celebratory nades as well, and all sorts of things happening on bottom Dynamo. The flag will go down there in the end. They will call it out. I guess we were technically still in sudden death, but the game was over. The flags are in. 4-1 official score in the game. Rebel, though, will close out the series in our elimination quarterfinals 3-0. They will advance on to our elimination semis to face Cruelty.
And we will see Rebel back tomorrow. Congratulations to them, for keeping the run going. A 4-1 win on Aquarius capture the flag, a 50-49 win on Bazaar, and an extremely close game one as well. Cintanegra have been fantastic, but unfortunately this will be the end of their journey for now. But they will be back, Andy, and I think looking at what happened on day number 1, they were the surprise package, and I think they're a squad who's certainly going to keep our eyes on moving forward in this region.
Yeah, it's a fantastic result for the side of Rebel, and that 50-49 win certainly a big part of that. It's always nice to sneak by. You don't have to send the series the distance. Of course, if they lose that Slayer, it could be very different. We could be getting ready to go into a game number 4 and still maybe even a game number 5. So even though it's just one kill, it makes such a big difference in the scoreboard without a doubt. They will close this one out 3-0, and they'll have confidence heading into tomorrow.
Well, it's going to be us done for now. I can't even get a sentence out, Andy, so I think it's probably best that we send it back to Lottie, Clutch, and Gaskin to send us home, and maybe even send us over to ANZ. Who knows?
Yeah, absolutely right about that, gentlemen. It is pretty much time to close the show here for our MX Super date number 2 because we got ANZ region starting up in literal minutes. So we don't have a whole bunch of time here, but I've got to say an incredible performance there from the lads on either side, but Rebel looking absolutely amazing. I've got to say, though, I think, overall we've seen just such an incredible day of work here, just some solid matches. But we need to take a look at the brackets to see exactly where everybody has landed, where everybody is going, because tomorrow is a big day. As you can see, our elimination semi-finals are pretty much ready to go. They are ready to start tomorrow. We've got Cruelty versus Rebel. This is a huge match, people. Just a quick note here. This match is going to be deciding who goes to Kansas City. This is a massive stake on the line here. So both of these teams are going to have to get a lot of rest, a lot of sleep, and wake up ready to take the dub tomorrow. And then, of course, we do have our winners bracket as well. This is where the winners finals are going down tomorrow night versus Timbers Esports, both absolute titans in this LATAM region, and both looking to seal the deal in that grand finals tomorrow. And somebody is going to be going to the elimination bracket, so we'll see who can rebound back up. But Clutch, Gaskin, what an incredible day number 2 we've had here. I would ask you boys how you're feeling about it, but I'll tell you what, there's no point even talking because we got to close the show. But a quick couple of words, Clutch. Clutch, have you enjoyed today, mate? Have you enjoyed today?
I'm enjoying the ending of this show more than I think I've enjoyed anything. But yeah, we saw some great Halo, and it was great to learn just so much about the MX scene and all of their top 10 teams, because obviously only having 4 left in the tournament, it's difficult to leave the other ones out that have been sent home at this point. But it was nice to learn a little bit more about these teams, the individuals on these teams, see their play style, see how they've adapted, and hopefully we see more of this to come. But that's always the pleasure in checking out these supers and the opportunity the HCS World Tour gives us.
This is very true, and Gaskin, obviously a very important match tomorrow in the elimination bracket happening. That 3rd spot needs to be sealed for Kansas City. You excited with all those stakes on the line?
Yeah, I mean, I waited an hour a lot for this segment, and now you don't even want to talk to me. Like, I finished casting an hour ago. I could have gone to bed if I had known you didn't want to talk to me. All right, just let me know next time. It's fine. I want to tuck myself into bed, get a cup of tea, watch ANZ. But yeah, it's been a great day, honestly. All jokes aside, I think the teams have put on a great show. As always, tomorrow is going to be even more explosive. Winners finals, we get to decide also who's going to Kansas City. got to make sure you're there because it is going to be some series you do not want to miss.
That is very, very true. Tomorrow it's going to be absolutely amazing. Of course, we do have our Championship Sunday to get through tomorrow, our MX Super. There's 3 teams that are going to go into Kansas City by the end of tomorrow, and you're going to have to find out exactly who those are. But don't worry, because we have plenty more action coming your way pretty much in 10 minutes. 10 minutes time, ANZ Super Day number 3. Their Championship Sunday will start. You know, you were going to be staying up playing Halo Infinite anyway. Let's be honest.
Australia.
Get the tab open. Come and show some support for the ANZ region and see exactly who's going to be coming out on top for their Championship Sunday. It's going to be absolutely amazing. So you don't need sleep. Stay up and watch all the action. But thank you so much for tuning in. We will see you tomorrow for Championship Sunday. We will be crowning an MX Super champion. I can't wait for it. And we'll see you guys there.